Your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month, level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Number 8.
Just put it together.
Hall of Famer Steve Young, Wednesdays at 5 on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
"19 seconds to play. Nets clinging to a 2-point lead. They'll work it through Mitchell. Contact with Johnson. Mitchell for the lead. Got him. Cavaliers up by 1.
Irving gets denied by Wemby. Rejection number 1. Rebound Jones. Chance for San Antonio. Wemby the deep catch. The turn and the flush. Plus the foul. Doncic pedals his way into the paint. The patience and the finish. Doncic into the paint. Waits. Banks. Plus the foul. Sohan has it knocked away by Doncic. 3-on-1. Irving to the rim. Lays it in. Doncic. The step back 3. You bet.
And Porzingis on a beautiful feed from White. Porzingis goes inside. And a couple of dunks early for Kristaps Porzingis. Porzingis gets a good clean look from 3. And an excellent start from Kristaps Porzingis.
Stuffed in by the aforementioned Jonathan Isaac. Count the bucket and a foul.
De'Aaron Fox with the steal.
Swiper the other way. Dive. Oh! He brought the house down. Look at this Jazz crowd. They don't believe it.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander step back. And despite the contest by Dosunmu, that is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, a first-team All-NBA selection. And that should do it.
That should do it for a Wednesday night of NBA action. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on an action-packed Thursday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Overnight Dave behind the glass, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, the start of the Murph and Mac Show, taking you all the way to the start of NFL Week 8 with some Thursday night football tonight between the Buffalo Bills and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and also taking you to the latest injury report on the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy being in concussion protocol, which might lead to Sam Darnold seeing ghost and maybe seeing Joe Burrow in the Cincinnati Bengals this weekend.
Seeing ghosts.
Oh, man, Dave, we got a lot to get into this morning. Got to give a shout out to the fact that Bob Melvin was officially introduced as the Giants skipper yesterday. Sorry to anybody who we spoiled the big announcement yesterday on the leadoff spot, talking about the Giants holding that mysterious press conference. Yeah, it was for Bob Melvin, and yesterday he got to speak to the media. Up there with Farhan and Greg Johnson, they announced a 3-year extension for him and for Farhan Zaidi, which I know probably isn't going to go over too well with fans this morning, but hit us up on the text line, the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line that is, on your reaction to everything about the Bob Melvin introductory press conference, breaking down his time working with the Oakland A's, working with Farhan Zaidi, and what the future of this Giants squad looks like. We'll make sure to get you plenty of sound from the San Francisco Giants. But, Dave, I did want to start today, the A block, talking a little NBA action, since we did put a show open together. And yesterday, I kind of complained about the fact that I don't get too hyped up about NBA opening night. Now, on Tuesday, we saw an NBA TNT doubleheader, the only 2 games being played, one between the defending champions Nuggets taking on the Lakers. And also, of course, we had the Warriors getting their home opener, losing to the Phoenix Suns. Now, that's fine. Only 2 games being played, 2 games on TV. I watched both of them. But yesterday, with a clear schedule, with no baseball going on, shout out to the World Series starting up tomorrow night. We'll start talking about that tomorrow morning also. But I had a full slate ahead of me. I had an open schedule. So on a Wednesday night, I said, all right, I'm going to double down. I'm going to go with the ESPN doubleheader. I caught a lot of the Knicks-Celtics game, and yeah, I watched the Victor Wembanyama debut. But outside of that, I was sitting on my couch saying, hey, it is NBA opening night. Where are all the games at?
Where you see?
I only get 2 games. That's it. And I know I've come on the airwaves a few times before and bashed the NBA network, for not showing NBA games. And last night, I kept on flipping over during commercial break, during that Knicks and Celtics game, to what they call NBA Game Time Live. Again, my question is, where are the games?
Where you see?
Because nothing was live. It was all just studio analysts talking about their favorites for Rookie of the Year, which seems obvious it's going to be Victor Wembanyama. Shout out to Chet Holmgren, made his debut last night. Andre Drummond broke his ankles and put him down to the floor in his first welcome to the NBA moment. But man, oh man, I thought on a Wednesday opening night, I wanted to watch the full spread of games, and there were only 2 games on my TV. Now, technically 3, if you count NBC Sports California, because I did switch over to watch the Sacramento Kings. And shout out to the Kings lighting the beam last night, taking out the Utah Jazz 130-114. But I was a little disappointed by the lack of overall NBA national coverage. But of course, the coverage started in New York. Knicks and Celtics are always going to get a primetime TV spot. And there was Kristaps Porzingis, the former glory child of the New York Knicks franchise, who went to the All-Star game like 3 out of his first 4 years. And then, of course, dealt with a bunch of injuries and ended up being traded out of New York. First went to the Dallas Mavericks, then went to the Washington Wizards, and now he's on the Boston Celtics, the new-look Boston Celtics. And last night, he set a franchise record for the most points ever by a Celtic, making their NBA debut on that squad. And boy, oh boy, Knicks fans were not happy about it. They had a lot of Porzingis. Yeah, Dave, that was loud as hell. It almost sounded like the Knicks fans chanting at him last night. Porzingis! F Porzingis. You got to make sure to put an F in there. And it was crystal clear on the audio. And then they started losing their mind when he got called for a flopping technical. This new flopping foul that's in the NBA, something that we did not see on Tuesday night in that Warriors game. But now with the NBA trying to cut down the flopping style that European soccer has influenced so much, there was Porzingis getting called for the flop. Next thing you know, the Knicks are on the free throw line shooting a free throw. And then Jalen Brunson gets called for a flop also. Going to be kind of based on discretion by these referees on what's a flop and what's not. But I'm all for getting flopping out of the game.
Flying in is Porzingis. Wow.
Yeah, Porzingis was flying all over the place, putting balls in the bucket and also putting his ass down on the hardwood. They ended up getting the win over the New York Knicks, and that all led up to Wembanyama night. I mean, literally, when they switched over from the Knicks-Celtics game, the first line they said is, "Welcome to Victor Wembanyama's NBA debut." Like we always talk about the Warriors Invitational, this was the Wemby Invitational.
You're going to get this podcast.
Oh, that's the podcast.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
That's the invitational I was looking for last night. But hey, Luka Doncic gave him a nice welcome to the league. Wemby did have a nice fourth quarter, dropping 9 points. I mean, this guy just looks like a freak athlete, 7'4", skinny as hell. But he can literally do everything on the court. Had a couple blocks yesterday. Overall, decent debut for Victor Wembanyama, and it had Twitter and social media going crazy. But I thought it was a pretty good night of NBA action. But, of course, that's all leading up to tonight's NFL action with Week 8 kicking off between the Buffalo Bills and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Big old spread on Thursday Night Football as the Bills are a 9.5-point favorite. They'll be looking to bounce back after losing last week to the New England Patriots. And they're taking on a Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that has Baker Mayfield listed as questionable for tonight. But that's not the quarterback injury news we need to talk about this morning. We got to talk about Brock Purdy. Yes, the man that infamously lives on our soundboard.
Brock Purdy!
And this news that popped up yesterday that he's in concussion protocol, which kind of took me by surprise, if we're being honest with you, because we didn't hear about any of this during the game. Hell, he never came out of the game, never went to the blue tent, which, of course, led to all of the Twitter analysts trying to break down what play Brock Purdy got hurt on, and it looked like it occurred on one of the quarterback sneaks that he did on back-to-back plays. Now, there's a pretty clear angle of when Brock's trying to go over the pile, kind of twist over. He's on his back on top of the pile, and then here comes a defender from the Vikings, helmet-to-helmet contact. Looked like it was a pretty clean hit. I say clean, like clean on his head, not clean like by NFL rules. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a fine coming in. But then again, Brock Purdy made himself a runner. He went for the QB sneak. He went for the brotherly shove. But there I was yesterday on Twitter already reading the comments. Here goes Kyle Shanahan hurting another quarterback by running him up the middle. Now, it's a little different when you got Trey Lance running powers up the middle and you're trying to do a quarterback sneak because everybody does QB sneaks. But I definitely do feel like there was some effect after that hit because you look at his stats of the first 3 quarters, and as we broke down on Tuesday, Brock Purdy played a pretty good game until that fourth quarter, until those back-to-back interceptions. Now, I do see some people using this not as an excuse for why Brock Purdy struggled in the fourth quarter and threw back-to-back interceptions, but I do think that we saw some plays that we usually don't see from Brock, of him locking onto one target, trying to force the ball in. And again, maybe the concussion had something to do with that, or maybe Brock just had a bad game. Regardless of how you slice it, the 49ers ended up losing that game, and now they might be without Brock Purdy this weekend. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's pretty damn hard to get out of a concussion protocol the same week it happens, especially on a short week after a Monday Night Football game, to get back on the field. Shout out to all my fantasy football players out there. You'll be familiar with the case going on with Roschon Johnson right now, running back for the Chicago Bears. Had a concussion 3 weeks ago. He's been out back-to-back weeks. And that's really the thing with these concussion protocols. They're different for everybody. And I don't know how the NFL does their concussion protocol test. I don't know what the actual steps are. I can speak a little bit from experience from getting concussions growing up playing Pop Warner in high school football. Hell, even in the NCAA. They would have us do a concussion test every single year before the season started. It was basically like a function of motor skills test, kind of textual reaction and all your times. And they get this test so that they have a baseline to kind of judge you if you do get a concussion. So that if it does happen, you go back and you take this test. And if you don't get similar results, then you remain in the concussion protocol. Now, of course, me being the smartass that I was, trying to find a way to beat the system, I intentionally tanked that concussion test. I slowed down all my reaction times. I basically threw it and sandbagged it just in case there ever was a situation where I got a concussion, I could come back earlier. I don't know if that makes me a bad guy. I don't know if that makes me unethical. But Dave, I was also like the same fifth grade elementary kid who tanked my reading score test, so I had to read at a lower level, so I didn't have to read as many books as everybody else. Hey, shout out to my high school football coach, Coach Milo. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And so, of course, I think Brock Purdy's going to do everything he can to get back this week. And that's why Kyle Shanahan yesterday was asked about the possibilities of him returning this Sunday. Again, he would have to clear the concussion protocol. And from the tweets I'm seeing around the league right now, one of them specifically for Adam Schefter, he tweeted out yesterday that no NFL player placed in concussion protocol has played the same week. The last player to do it was in 2022 when Kenny Pickett had a concussion in Week 6 and was cleared to play in Week 7. Now, again, I don't know the details. I don't know the specifics, but I don't think that was a short week where you're turning around in less than 5 days. So that's going to be the questions moving forward. And I guess the question is, can the 49ers win this weekend with Sam Darnold? After we heard all offseason long that he might be the greatest quarterback talent, arm talent in 49er history. Yeah, I don't know if I'm buying into that, and I still don't know if I'm buying into Sam Darnold.
Seeing ghosts.
Yeah, that's the same guy that was seeing ghosts. I just heard Dan Orlovsky this morning talking about how this offense wouldn't skip a beat, moving on from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. I think that's a little disrespectful to Brock Purdy. He said the same thing last week or 2 weeks ago about Mac Jones and how he would have the same success as Brock Purdy, and everybody lost their mind over that take. And again, I've been out at training camp. I was in Henderson. I was in Vegas. I watched Sam Darnold practice against that Raiders defense. He didn't blow me out of the water. I wasn't sitting there salivating saying, oh, Trey Lance has got to go. Trade him out of town. Now, of course, Kyle Shanahan had those thoughts, and that's why he did trade Trey Lance. But now we're in a situation where Trey's gone, and Sam Darnold might be your starting quarterback this weekend, facing off against Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and this Cincinnati Bengals squad coming off a bye week. That's a big, big task, and we've already seen this spread move from where it opened up at 6 points to down to 5.5. I checked this morning, it's down to 3.5 now. So that's something we're going to have to discuss when we're breaking down this game tomorrow morning with Bobby Boucher's best bets. And to be honest with you, if Sam Darnold is quarterbacking this squad, I'm not too confident in their abilities to win this weekend against this Joe Burrow team and the Bengals, who are coming off a bye week. But if the 49ers don't win this weekend, then they'll head into their bye week on a 3-game losing streak, which means they'll go a month without winning a football game, which is absolutely insane to even speak about this 49er roster. So we'll see who's healthy and who's ready to go. Also got injury updates on Deebo Samuel, who's still not practicing, still not playing. Kyle Shanahan already told us he's going to be out for the bye. But yesterday we did get an injury update on Trent Williams and his playing status for this weekend. So we'll get you some sound on that and talk about the 49ers matchup against his Bengals defense and Sam Hubbard coming to town. Seems like every other week I'm giving a shout out to a defensive lineman that could give Colton McKivitz problems. So we'll break down that matchup for you coming up in just a few minutes. But I also wanted to dive into this Bob Melvin press conference and the news that the San Francisco Giants have a new skipper. He'll be in town for the next 3 years, and so will Farhan Zaidi. Greg Johnson announced yesterday Farhan gets an extension. Bob Melvin gets a 3-year deal. We'll react to your reactions on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line on the other side and let you hear some sound from the Giants' new skipper, Bob Melvin. It's Marcus Boucher on a Thursday morning. We're drinking at noon on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
You know what? I think it's just being part of the fabric of this community really is the most important thing to me right now. Obviously, with the resources that we have here and the commitment from ownership and everywhere else, you're always going to have a chance to win here. So I realize that. There isn't a team that I haven't managed that no matter what the personnel looks like, when you go out to play a game, you are very convicted and you're going to win. So in Oakland, we might not have had a lot of the resources some other teams, but we had some success, and that was based on the commitment from everybody, from the top down in the organization, and that's the way it's going to be here too. Even more so with more. I mean, you look at this ballpark and the fans that come out here and support this team, the city and everything. There are all the resources here to win.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well. If it isn't the voice of the Giants' new skipper, Bob Melvin, making his return to the Bay Area. The former hum baby, the kid that grew up in the peninsula, rooting for the Giants. Also had a funny interview with Papa Lund yesterday. Said, yeah, I'm pretty much a front runner in the Bay Area. I rooted for the Giants. I rooted for the A's. I rooted for the 49ers. I rooted for the Raiders. And, of course, he rooted for the Warriors as well. So Bob Myers obviously has some Bay Area ties, and so does Bob Melvin. Shout out to Bob Myers. I saw him yesterday on the NBA Countdown Show. But we're talking about a new Bob in the Bay making his return, Bob Melvin. And yesterday, the big announcement that the Giants were teasing all night long. We came on air yesterday and talked about the press release we got from the Giants. A couple hours later on the Murph and Mac Show, we got the official press release that Bob Melvin would be introduced as the new skipper of the Giants. Fast forward to 10:30 a.m. There he was at the podium with Farhan Zaidi, with Greg Johnson, talking about the future of this Giants game, of this Giants team. Also got to give a shout-out to Papa Lund and our guy Walt Three Couple set the booking Bob Melvin yesterday for 12:30. Had an interview, and then Farhan actually stopped by the afternoon show with Tolbert and Copes to even expand more about what's been going on this offseason and the Giants' direction that they're heading under Bob Melvin. So we got a lot of sound to get into this morning, and there's a lot of reaction, I feel like, to this Bob Melvin news. Now, I would say most of it has been positive, but I've seen some negative on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, and I've seen the same thing on social media. A common kind of theme is, well, what did Bob Melvin do in San Diego? He didn't have any success at all. And I said yesterday on the show, and I'll say it again. I'll remind people, Bob Melvin was in San Diego for 2 years. And yes, last year was a disaster that still resulted in a winning season. Padres finished the year 82-80. That's a better record than Kapler and the Giants had last year.
Go yourself, San Diego.
And in those head-to-head matchups, Bob Melvin was 8-5 against Kapler. So he won the head-to-head matchup, mano-a-mano versus the Giants. And then I'd like to remind everybody that in Bob Melvin's first year with the San Diego Padres, he walked into San Diego, won 89 games, took second place in the NL wildcard, but more importantly, advanced to the postseason where he eliminated the LA Dodgers, took the Padres to the NLCS. But, he didn't win a World Series, so what does he really want? And it seems like that's kind of the common theme of people bitching and complaining about Bob Melvin's resume. What has he won? What has he done? Well, he's won Manager of the Year 3 different times, done it with 2 different ball clubs. And if we're being honest with you, tell me what manager would win a World Series with that franchise that we make fun of almost every day, the Oakland A's. Like, you heard Bob Melvin talk about the resources he's going to hear in San Francisco, and we can get into Farhan and Greg Johnson, their comments in just a few minutes. But you want to talk about the lack of resources out in Oakland? You want to talk about John Fisher not signing a single free agent the entire time he's the owner? Or should I say,
Oakland, California,
an impactful free agent? And that's why now John Fisher tanked the franchise, has had the lowest payroll for the last 4 or 5 years, has gotten rid of every prospect that he traded for during the Bob Melvin era, and has completely just tanked his franchise so that he could move it to Las Vegas, where I'm sure he's eventually going to sell the squad. But we're not talking about the A's moving to Vegas. We're talking about Bob Melvin's time in Oakland, where he took the A's to the postseason 6 out of his 11 seasons, where he won Manager of the Year twice. And again, with that payroll, with those resources in that ballpark, to me, that's pretty damn impressive. Now, we should also point out that Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi worked together in Oakland. back when Farhan was assistant GM, which, of course, leads to the conversations about Billy Beane, Farhan's kind of idol, and, of course, Bob Melvin's relationship with Billy Beane. Stay tuned. I think we're trying to get Billy on the Murph and Mac show sometime over the next couple weeks, and we'll get his perspective about this entire move. But during that 2011-2014 stretch, Bob Melvin took the A's to first place in the the American League West a few times, and he won Manager of the Year in 2012 with Farhan Zaidi. So they've had a working relationship before, and after moving on from Gabe Kapler, who was originally Farhan Zaidi's guy, now it sounds like Farhan really has his man, has the guy that kind of helped him throughout his process in baseball. And if you're asking me straight up, I do think Bob Melvin is an upgrade over Gabe Kapler. Now, some people will say, well, Kapler won 107 games, a franchise record with the Giants. He was Manager of the Year. Okay, what has he done outside of that season? What has he done outside of the outlier season? The 107-win year where Buster Posey made a comeback, had maybe one of his best years of his career, where Brandon Crawford had one of his best years of his career, finishing top 5 in MVP voting, and Brandon Belt had a career-high 29 home runs. Yeah, those guys were here before Gabe Kapler, and it sounds like all of them are going to be gone after. I don't know what's going to happen with Brandon Crawford, and if this Bob Melvin move will influence him to keep some of these veterans that looked like they were being forced out the door under Gabe Kapler's era. But regardless, I think we're going to focus on the roster a lot with Farhan Zaidi and what it's going to look like. Because a chef can only cook with the ingredients he's got, which was a big argument for why Gabe Kapler should not have been fired last year, which I understand the argument. But I also understand that right before the trade deadline, the Giants were 12 games above 500. They were sitting in first place in that wild card race. I can also remember before their final road trip of the season when the Giants were locked in still in the third wild card spot. And what happened down the final month of the season? They collapsed. They blew it. Gabe Kapler lost the locker room. Those were the quotes that we were hearing from inside the locker room and quotes that we were hearing being reported from Andrew Baggerly. So something had to change. And coincidentally, as soon as Bob Myers and the San Diego Padres, why do I keep saying Bob Myers? It's Bob Melvin and the San Diego Padres came to town during that final week of the season. Bob Melvin left, and so did Gabe Kapler. Didn't coach another game after that San Diego series. We had Kai Correa as the interim coach against the Dodgers. Giants, of course, closed out their season and started their new search for their new manager, and it all came down to Bob Melvin yesterday, and it sounds like he's going to be here for the next 3 years, but also Farhan Zaidi is going to be here for the next 3 years. Something that I want to discuss this morning. Get your reaction on the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line. Here's Farhan Zaidi announcing the length of Bob Melvin's contract, but also Greg Johnson talking about Farhan Zaidi getting a contract extension. This was a question asked yesterday by the legendary John Shea. Here was a reaction from Farhan and Greg Johnson.
Yeah, how many years? What is the contract for, the length?
The contract is through 2026.
Okay, 3-year deal. And you are still at 1 year, Farhan?
Yeah, I don't know, Greg, if you want.
Well, Bob's day here. I think we said before that we have full confidence in Farhan and for the stability of the organization. We've agreed in principle for a deal for Farhan through 26, and we'll announce that shortly.
So this, to me, was almost bigger news than Bob Melvin coming to town. Because it's the discussion that we got into as soon as Gabe Kapler was announced that he was leaving the team and that Farhan would be staying behind. Because to me, I always viewed these guys as a package deal. That's why I thought it was all or nothing. And that's why I thought if the Giants would have stayed with one of these in-house candidates like a Kai Correa, like an Alyssa Nakin, or like a Mark Hallberg, I would not have been a fan of either of those moves because I don't think much would change from Gabe Kapler to his coaches taking over with this Farhan Zaidi-led club. Now it's a little different from with Bob Melvin, and it's something that we talked about the future manager not knowing the status of his GM/president of baseball operations. Because what guy is really going to want to come to town with Farhan only on a 1-year deal? Well, we found out that answer. And it's something that we kind of dissected over the last couple weeks, that Greg Johnson wants to keep Farhan Zaidi. He likes the way that he manages his club, which, of course, is up for discussion. The 66 roster moves per year, the casual sending up and sending down of your top prospects, the platoon system, the bullpen games, all that nonsense. But it also led to a conversation yesterday that got a lot of eyes from Giants fans the comments of Greg Johnson talking about how much money he wants to spend, whether or not he wants to go into the luxury tax, and the quote of him saying that hopefully our goal is to somewhat break even. Now, that's something you never want to hear from your owner. That's something I don't think you would ever really hear from someone like Joe Lacob, Jumpin' Joe, who's in the luxury tax every single year.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Which, of course, leads to the question on whether or not Farhan is being handicapped in these free agent searches and whether or not he does not have the money to go out and get these big-name prize free agents. Now, again, Farhan's also told us the last 2 seasons that we won't be outbid by anybody. Now, where does the truth lie? I think that's what everybody's trying to decipher and figure out this morning and have been trying to figure it out over the last couple of years with this Farhan Zaidi's era, because it sounds like to me, from the reaction I see, whether it's on social media or the Golden State Lumbers and Building Material text line, fans are not happy with Farhan Zaidi, and it sounds like that sentiment is getting back to Farhan himself. Here he was yesterday on the Tolbert and Cope show talking about the fan reaction, and if he hears any of the noise about fans being upset at the fact that he's staying for 3 more years.
Yeah, again, I think we need to put out an entertaining product for fans. So, if fans say, I don't want to see 9 pitchers pitching in 9 different innings, whether you're going to win that game or not, I think there has to be some degree of sensitivity to that. Right. But, some of the, strategy decisions, again, Bob is a manager who's got a lot of credibility in the game, but is somebody who's done a great job matching up and maximizing whatever roster he's been given over the years. And so, I think sometimes it's easy for things to roll downhill and become about the strategy when a team goes through a frustrating stretch like we did over the last couple months of the season. And again, I think, having somebody like Bob with his kind of experience, whether it's players, whether it's people in the organization, or whether it's fans, I think they're going to buy into his judgment on what the right way is for us to win games. And again, I expect that to look a little different. And, I hear that frustration, but again, I think it all comes down to creating buy-in and playing winning baseball. And I think when you're winning baseball games, it takes care of itself.
And I think that's always been Farhan's argument. From his first Fan Fest when he was talking about bullpen games and opener, he's like, hey, we just want to win, right? And the fans were like, no, we want Madison Bumgarner on the mound. We want Matt Cain. We want Tim Lincecum. We want superstars. Hell, I'd just like to know who's scheduled to pitch the week or the day of the game I'm actually going to. Like, that's where the frustration sets in, where families are trying to bring their kids to a ball game and they don't know who's in the lineup. They don't know what the platoon computer is going to spit out. They don't know who's starting. They don't know how many pitching changes. Like, I've been at games where I've heard people sitting around me like, damn, they're bringing in another pitcher already? It's only the 3rd inning. We've seen 3 of these guys. Hell, I was sitting out there with some of my college baseball buddies, and we had to sit there on a night where Gabe Kapler pinch hit for his 3-hitter. And my boys are like, what's going on here? That's supposed to be the best hitter in your lineup. But we seen with these Giants.
I haven't retired?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe Barry will come out of retirement. I mean, hell, they still have had a different left fielder every single year since Barry Bonds has retired. They haven't had a guy hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds is retired. So again, you can do all this roster movement, and my argument for the platoon system has stayed the same since I got on air 2 years ago. I think it can win some games during a 162 regular season. It ain't going to win you games in the postseason. And hell, we saw it didn't win you games in the final stretch of the season, and that's why the Giants fell off a cliff, and that's why they missed the playoffs, and that's why Gabe Kapler lost his job. But it's also a big reason why Bob Melvin is now in town. So why not hear some sound from Bob Melvin talking about whether or not he will go full-fledged analytics or if he's more old-school baseball. Here he was yesterday with Papa and Lund breaking down the gut feeling and whether or not he does like to coach off instincts, especially after he learned under the master of analytics, Billy Beane.
Gut's not a great word. I worked for Billy Beane for a long time. He never wanted to hear that word. So he understood, though, and the way I would explain it is, say, look, I can't write an algorithm for this feeling I'm getting, but it's my experiences over the course of a long period of time, player, coach, manager, that here a red flag's coming up right here. I've seen this situation before. I don't like it. So sometimes you go off script and do things a little bit differently. You have a particular player in there that you might just match up against righties who's having a good game. You left him in there against a righty a couple games before. He had really good at-bats. He's hot. So sometimes you kind of go off the reservation as far as the matchups and the analytics go. but I don't ever use the word gut anymore because it's almost like shock value when I use that word. It for some reason, it's not gut. It's just learning from experiences.
It's more instinct based, is what I broke down there from Bob Melvin. And trust me, we've been seeing it all postseason long with guys like Bochy Baker, Bruce Bochy, who's back in the World Series, and Dusty Baker, who formally announced his retirement yesterday. I love the quote that we heard earlier this postseason from Dusty saying it's harder to manage against an actual human being than it is against a computer. Everybody knows the analytics. Everybody knows you're trying to match up this guy with this guy's matchup. That's why sometimes you do need that gut feeling. You do need some instincts. And I think Bob Melvin brings that perfect mix of old school baseball, and he can bridge the gap to new school baseball. I think he'll take a look at some of those analytics, but I don't think he's going to live and die by them like we saw the past couple years underneath this Gabe Kapler 16-man coach era. I think Bob Melvin's going to bring in some of his boys, whether it's Matt Williams, whether it's Ryan Vogelsong. I think that he's going to do a great job developing some of these young players. And, of course, also in the recruiting process. Bob Melvin is a guy that's highly respected in the baseball world. He talked a lot yesterday about his influence across the Pacific Ocean, his relationship with Ichiro. Maybe if that helps recruit a guy like Shohei Ohtani, I don't know. Seems like that's still kind of a big pipe dream, but I do know that the Giants do have some good prospects that they can develop. I think that's probably the big reason why Farhan Zaidi got that 3-year extension is because of that draft of Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt, and Patrick Bailey. Now, those guys still got to pan out, but I think that's why Greg Johnson does have faith in Farhan Zaidi, and that's why I do have faith in guys like Kyle and Patrick Bailey behind home plate. And that's why I'm looking forward to seeing what a former catcher like Bob Melvin can help do for the development of Patrick Bailey. Here was Bob yesterday talking about Patrick Bailey, what he saw from him, and what he thinks of his future catcher.
It's a unique style. The switch hitting part of it is fantastic. You're always going to get your matchup with him. Obviously, you're going to have probably a little more of a dominant side. Sometimes that can change, but it's the way it seems like he bought into their system so quickly. And, all of a sudden, you hear this guy's here all of a sudden. I didn't know much about him. You do a little research and so forth. Then you watch the mechanics of what he does. You see it's unique in his throwing style, almost like a Thurman Munson style to him. That's very unique but very accurate. But he was very impactful. He was a guy that usually it takes a little while to worry about a guy on the other side. And he was a guy I worried about very quickly. And you could see the pitchers. He gained a lot of respect from the pitchers. It's tough for a young player to do that. I know that in this organization, dealing with guys like Mike Russo. When I first came up, it was a quick study. And to be talking about him as a finalist for that, it's pretty cool stuff.
I mean, we got Bob Melvin out here dropping comparisons between Patrick Bailey and Thurman Munson. I'm sold. I'm bought in. And again, I am a fan of this move. I know there's some criticism out there. I think Bob Melvin is highly respected in the baseball world for his playing career, what he did with the Arizona Diamondbacks, winning Manager of the Year twice with the Oakland A's. And yeah, even his time in San Diego, where he took the Padres to the NLCS and beat the Dodgers along the way. Again, Bob Melvin, one of the most respected baseball minds in baseball, and you don't got to tell that to our next guest, Logan Webb, who gives us our final thoughts on Bob Melvin, a kid that, of course, grew up an A's fan. Here he is talking about his new head coach, his skipper, Bob Melvin.
Yeah, I'm very excited, especially growing up an A's fan. I might fanboy a little bit the first time I meet him, but I'm just super excited. He's won, 3 managers of the year. The experience is there. Everything is there. And, talking to the other guys, we're all really excited. It's definitely going to be a little different than we've had the past couple of years. Sometimes different is good. So excited to meet him. Excited to, get to know him and play for him.
Sometimes different is good. And trust me, it seems like Bob Melvin is a lot different from Gabe Kapler. We'll see what he's able to do with this current roster. But again, I think this big thing this offseason is what Greg Johnson and Farhan Zaidi are going to do with this roster. Whether it's going after Shohei Ohtani or some of these Asian superstars, whether it's going after a guy like Cody Bellinger, who Farhan's familiar with the Dodger system, whether it's going after someone like Matt Chapman, who I believe is a free agent, of course, played for Bob Melvin out in Oakland. And who knows, maybe the Giants are looking for a new third baseman after Bob Melvin showed up to town and took away Casey Schmidt's number 6. Oh, I feel so bad for little Rory Murphy after Murph went and bought him a Casey Schmidt jersey. Got to get yourself a new City Connect kid, and hey, maybe it will be one of these superstars this offseason. We'll continue to pay attention to the Giants, as we always do here on the flagship station, but we're also the flagship for the 49ers. So coming up on the other side, we got some big injury news on Brock Purdy being placed in the concussion protocol, and if that leads to Sam Darnold starting this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals. We'll play you the latest sound from Kyle Shanahan's press conference yesterday. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Purdy will drop 7 steps from under center. Throws over the middle, intercepted. He went to Jawan Jennings and he completely missed. And threw the ball right to Cam Bynum, the Kale safety. Did he catch the ball? Did he trap the ball? Where was Purdy throwing the ball? Purdy out of the shotgun. Purdy steps up, gets to his right, throws middle. It is intercepted by Bynum. The 49ers lose again. Cam Bynum intercepts Purdy twice in the fourth quarter. And now the 49ers are going at the Vikings.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned into the leadoff spot on the sports leader.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, getting you ready for the start of NFL Week 8. It all starts tonight, Thursday Night Football, with the Buffalo Bills squaring off against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Some injury news out in Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield being questionable, but the questions we have this morning are about the status of Brock Purdy, who you just heard on the rejoin throw back-to-back interceptions in the fourth quarter to lose back-to-back games for the first time in the regular season in his NFL career.
Sucks to lose.
But now we're dissecting the reasons why the 49ers did lose. And a lot of people pointed fingers to Brock Purdy in that fourth quarter, where we broke down his gameplay and said it really didn't look like a Brock Purdy that we're used to seeing. Looked more like, the former guy, Jimmy Garoppolo. But maybe the news that we got yesterday is part of the explanation of why Brock Purdy played so bad in that fourth quarter. Because the news is this morning, in case you missed it yesterday, that Brock Purdy is officially in the NFL's concussion protocol. Now, we can kind of dissect the game film. It seems like it was on a QB sneak play where Brock Purdy tries to go over the top. Jordan Hicks comes flying in, goes helmet to helmet. But Brock Purdy actually stayed in the game. Never went to the blue tent, never really complained about it until the 49ers got on the airplane flying home, and that's when he started to show some symptoms. But I guess the question is, was he showing symptoms in the fourth quarter when he was locking onto one wide receiver and throwing those two interceptions? Because prior to that hit, Brock Purdy was 19 for 24 for 252 yards, a touchdown, and no interceptions. I thought he actually did pretty damn well in those first three quarters against that blitzing defense of the Minnesota Vikings. But after that hit, he went 2 for 6 for 20 yards and 2 interceptions. Now, I'm sure if you're asking Brock Purdy, he doesn't want to use that as an excuse because he was still on the field and still had a chance to win the ball game. But maybe that is a factor, and I definitely think it's going to be a factor this weekend if he's not playing against the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, I went over the quotes this morning from Adam Schefter talking about the likelihood of a player playing in the same week where they get the concussions. It doesn't look great for Brock Purdy's status this Sunday, especially coming off a Monday night loss. It's a short week for the 49ers, and yesterday Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media down at Levi Stadium, gave us the big update on Brock Purdy, and if there's any chance that he could be playing this Sunday.
Started getting symptoms on the plane, so we found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today, or yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
Does he have enough time to clear protocol in order to be available for the game on Sunday?
Oh, yeah, he does have enough time. Just he's got to go through the process.
When you watch the film, where do you think he hurt himself? Quarterback sneaks, maybe?
Possibly. We don't know for sure because he didn't start getting into the plane, so I don't know exactly, but I'd probably guess that.
Can you tell at all, I guess, when you're coaching on the sidelines, relaying in calls, whether you kind of sense anything like that? I know that you have an independent neurologist who's supposed to be looking for that, but as a coach, do you?
No, because I don't get to talk to him when I'm calling plays in, but he on the sidelines, a couple of those series, nothing with Grease hearing it, and I know after the game he talked to you guys and Corey, so it's kind of a surprise when I woke up on the plane.
Is there anything on film you saw that would suggest he wasn't himself in retrospect?
Not really.
So there's Kyle saying that he was surprised by the news. I think we all were, but him also saying that in the fourth quarter, he didn't see anything on film that would have led him to believe that Brock was playing with a concussion. Well, obviously now he is in that concussion protocol. And as we were just talking about, with the short turnaround from Monday night to Sunday, there's a big, big possibility that Brock's not playing this weekend. Now, he was able to go through a walkthrough yesterday's with the 49er offense. Of course, you're not hitting anybody there. But as we pointed out in the first segment, Adam Schefter tweeted that no NFL player placed in the concussion protocol this season has played the same week, especially on a short week. Last time someone did it was Kenny Pickett back in 2022, and Week 6 was clear for Week 7. So I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be clear for Week 8, if we're being honest with you. I'm not exactly sure how the concussion protocol works out, and I don't know if there's enough time, which means it might be Sam Darnold time this Sunday. The man that we heard so much about this offseason. The man that ran Trey Lance out of town after he stole the QB2 job. A man that Matt Mayoko told us might have the greatest arm talent in 49er history. Now, again, I'm not buying into all those reports. I saw it with my own eyes. I was at training camp, but maybe I'm just not the QB guru that I thought I was. Because you know who is a QB guru? Kyle Shanahan. And he believes in Sam Darnold. Here he was yesterday at the podium talking about Sam Darnold and how they have faith in him to lead the 49ers this Sunday if necessary.
I have as much confidence in Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with. He was great in the offseason. He's been great here in these 7 weeks so far, and he's always ready to go. He's great in the meetings and stuff. He doesn't get many reps, as no backups do, but he does it well in the scout teams, always good in the meetings. And, we got mainly walkthrough today, so Brock's allowed to do some of the walkthrough. And we got a couple of periods that aren't, so Sam will get those periods.
How about Kyle in those first 5 seconds? He's like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident about a quarterback that I've never played an NFL game with.
I have as much confidence in Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with.
I mean, that tells me everything I need to know. Because, again, everybody's hyped up off Sam Darnold based on practice. Not a game, practice, Dave. Because we all saw his career.
We're talking about practice.
We saw his career with the New York Jets. We saw it at the end with the Carolina Panthers.
Not a game.
And all of a sudden, because
we're talking about practice.
Practice. We're talking about practice. We're talking about throwing on air, not throwing against defenses, because when I saw him live versus the Raiders in the joint practices, I wasn't that impressed. When I saw him during the preseason this year, I wasn't that impressed. So we'll see if Sam Darnold can impress this weekend. I mentioned that guys like Dan Orlovsky are out here on ESPN saying, yeah, the 49ers won't skip a beat going from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold. My opinion's different. I broke it down yesterday when we were making picks. I said, I don't see the 49ers losing 3 weeks in a row going into their bye, not winning a football game in over a month. But if Brock's not playing this weekend, I'm one of those guys that doesn't have confidence in Sam Darnold. I'm one of those guys that believe he might be seeing ghosts against Sam Hubbard in the Cincinnati Bengals.
Seeing ghosts.
And if Sam Darnold's leading the squad, I might be flipping my pick and taking Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. But hey, we'll get into those picks tomorrow morning with Bobby Boucher's best bets and continue looking ahead to the 49ers Week 8 matchup. But big news this morning, Brock Purdy in the concussion protocol. And it's looking like it's a big possibility that he won't play this weekend against the Bengals. We'll get Murph and Mac's reaction on the other side and talk to Murph about being at the Bob Melvin presser yesterday. New skipper in town, same old morning show. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mac next. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
leadoff spot now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning fun show today with my guy Overnight Dave, hitting a lot of topics of a Wemby Wednesday. Victor Wembanyama making his debut last night for the San Antonio Spurs. My guy Kristaps Porzingis killing the New York Knicks, scoring the most points ever, making his debut with the Boston Celtics. A lot of basketball action, but tonight, week 8 of the NFL season kicks off with a Thursday night football matchup between the Bills and the Buccaneers. Some questions about the availability of Baker Mayfield, but here in the Bay Area, we got questions about Brock Purdy, who popped up yesterday in the concussion protocol, which might lead to Sam Darnold starting this weekend against the Cincinnati Bengals. So there's a bunch to talk about this morning, and there's a bunch to talk about with Murph, who was live in person yesterday for Bob Melvin's introductory press conference. So as usual, Murph, I'll throw you 1,000 topics and let you pick what you want to talk about. Good morning, my man.
Boy, first of all, good morning. Second of all, I know it's all Purdy and Melvin, Purdy and Melvin. We need to circle back just briefly on this Waterboy Porzingis obsession.
Dude, I'm a Porzingis guy.
This is one of the hidden gems about your sports resume. You're a Porzingis guy.
Yeah, because we've dove into it a few times. Paulie Mack always mentions, it's the Waterboys Knicks. It's actually Ken Boucher's Knicks. So Ken Boucher raised me a Knicks fan. So I've always
it's been a while.
I've always kept an eye on them.
Your Knicks bringing back the.
But I think I told you guys. I told you guys during the random list days during the pandemic, we were doing like biggest heartbreaking trades, and I talked about Charles Woodson going to the Packers. I talked about Alfonso Soriano being traded for A-Rod. And I talked about Kristaps Porzingis being traded away to the Knicks and the Mavericks. It broke my heart, dude.
There we are in a COVID bubble, all in separate places, and I'm hearing Waterboy pour his heart out on Porzingis.
I have a Porzingis
now.
Dude, I have a Porzingis jersey hanging in my closet right now, and there he was dropping, 28 or whatever last night?
The Latvian is driving knives into your heart right now.
And to the fact that he's on the Boston Celtics.
Well, Murph, you remember that, we used to play that hip-hop track where
Kristaps.
I was just trying to tell Waterboy that he has a mission.
The Whisper.
And I know we had a big to-do with our stingers and OpEx and all that. But if there's any way we could find that,
it's a great track.
Worth retracting.
And it's very creepy. It's the kind of thing where, you leave your house, you just hear the whisper, Kristaps.
It's like a Friday one of those Friday the 13th.
You got to check the bushes. Is there somebody in the back seat of my car?
Kristaps. Kristaps. Well, last night at the Garden, they were chanting F Kristaps.
I heard it. No, I heard
Kristaps. This was
loud.
They
went first names, because I would think it would be more rhythm.
No, you're right.
Porzingis.
It was an F Porzingis.
I got to take on Marcus.
I was just going with the Kristaps.
Murph, very sing-songy. We got a big controversy brewing here on the morning show because Marcus was saying geez Louise, okay? That there was not a lot of fanfare with NBA opening night. But see, I got to call you out on that because look at the star-studded affair that showed up at the Garden last night. Bro, you had an odd collection of celebrities. Murph, can I give you a Bob Kraft sitting right next to John McEnroe?
Sitting right next to...
Time out. We got Boston, I got New York.
Sitting down the row from Aaron Judge.
He
was in the building yesterday.
They're dapping fools up. So I'm saying, you ain't getting Aaron Judge, Johnny Mac, and Kraft at a baseball opening day. So I'm going to say,
okay, I guess
let's reassess.
My argument was, Paulie Mac, I needed more games. There was only 2 games on national TV yesterday.
Pass, buddy.
I'm not paying for that league pass.
Man. Come on. What kind of interception?
You can do it off. This is why I trash NBA Network all the time. Yesterday I switched over to
TV.
NBA Game Time Live.
By the way, RC Davis checked in. He wants you to give it its proper NBA TV.
Oh, NBA TV. Sorry, RC, it's no good. How about you give me some ball games on
We
there?
love RC, although he's a Phillies fan. He's hurting right now.
That's fine, but I switched over to NBA Game Time Live, and there were no games.
I know.
I got 2 national games on NBA opening night.
As we have said, it is the mutt of all the major sports networks. It is. Although NHL Network might be there. Although Dave might. Those are fighting words to Dave.
Yeah.
I know. We got to get out of here. Purdy, Melvin, Kristaps.
We'll break it all down for you on the morning show this morning. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. I gotta say, what a stretch from about 10:30 to about 1 p.m. yesterday was quite eventful here in the Bay. Paulie Mack, I went to the Bob Melvin press conference, and let me just tell you right now, home frickin' run. Home run.
Well, hold on a second. It was a home run?
Home frickin' run.
All right, well, hold on. Then when we run through the Dave, pop me down just a little bit. I want to punctuate what Murph just said. You said you saw the Bob Melvin press conference. You said home run.
Yeah.
Bombs away. We haven't had one in ages. I thought I'd punctuate it for
but
you.
So anyway, and I'll recap all that for you in just a little bit here. But you can fade us back out.
Thank you. Very nice. Dave, brought back in. Yeah.
Look at that guy.
More Eddie Van Halen, the better.
The skills of it.
Yeah, that's my guy in there, man.
I agree. First digression of the day.
Help me out.
Mick LaSalle, Chronicle. I'm going to bed last night, by the way, after just a crushing high school sports experience. An overtime playoff loss to the arch rival in H2O Polo Poly. Tam loses to Redwood in overtime after leading the entire game. Redwood comes back to tie it and force OT. And we lose an OT in front of a big crowd under the lights at that Marin Academy pool and all that.
Nice pool over there.
I got to tip my cap.
Okay.
Painfully.
Okay. No.
Painfully.
See, Murph's a sportsman.
To the Redwood Giants.
Yeah.
It hurt. It hurt. But how sad is this? Lost sleep over it. Well,
it shows how committed you are. And on behalf of your kid, too,
Thank
I'm
you
sure.
for that, buddy.
No, I get it. I get it.
Anyway, and that goes for me because I've been trying to beat Redwood for 50 years. I mean, this goes back for
What do you mean? Oh, did they have like a leg up kind of?
I'm just saying there are big rivals.
Yeah.
There are, Tam, Redwood, forever have been going at it. And I thought we had them, So anyway, after that, before that happened.
Yes.
The 10:30 to 1 o'clock stretch.
Break it all down.
Yeah,
want it all.
First of all, Melvin, unbelievable. Wait a minute. Breaking news. The Giants hired a human being.
Hey,
the Giants hired
we're getting back in the right direction.
I kept waiting for... That's a good question.
No, that's the right question.
Not once did Bob Melvin say, you know what, you're asking the right question.
No, I understand what you're trying to ask me. Let me try to rephrase that on your behalf.
Not once did he say...
No.
That's a great question.
Not once did he say to any of the questioners, I just want to hear you say.
Oh, dude. I'm not so sure
curious if you know the distinction.
You're talking distinctions.
So, I mean...
Paulie Mack and the Distinctions. That's my new band.
I've never really built a relationship with Melvin. All those years in Oakland, I just was... going to Giants games. And I mean, suppose as a reporter or a journalist or entertainer or radio guy, I should have been going over there, but I didn't. And I had just a casual, so I kind of went in, I don't want to say blank slate. I mean, I knew I'd been around him and I didn't really interacted with the guy. Paulie, you're going to like this guy.
Oh, I can tell. No, I get my impression too.
I'll
look forward
being.
to talking to him. Tell me more. That's good. Now, did you
authentic? You know, you talk about NBC Sports, authentic Giants. Well, this guy is the real deal. He's the real blanking deal. I'd said there was zero phoniness, right down to him misbuttoning the buttons.
I'd say one of my favorite
jersey. Did you see that?
Only one of my great takeaways from one of the things he said yesterday was when he was asked about, his commitment to analytics and how far into that will he go. And then he just talked about, he goes, it's amazing he even have to explain this, but he's like, well, I've built up a lot of experience. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I've seen a lot of baseball. And sometimes I know that's a red flag. I can see a situation. I'm going to go ahead and decide that, yes, I've seen this. And I appreciated that, though. So it was like a sign that, yes, we're going to get back to like actual baseball where there's a skipper who can use his gut, who can assess situations without having to, consult with the data in every single situation. It might not be the best route. So that to me was like a very good sign.
And he knows the value of just human interaction. The anecdotal stories about it. It was a great question of, did you ever dream about this? Because, well-versed. People don't know that. Grew up in Menlo Park, right? Went to Menlo Atherton High School.
Bay Area dude.
Went to Kenyatta College. Yep. Went to Cal. And was a lifelong Bay Area sports fan. And the sort of poignant anecdote they said, did you ever think about this? And he said, every time I came here with an opposing team, at least once during the series, I would gaze over at the dugout and the Giants jersey and the hat and think, what if? What if one day? It was like, oh, man, it was like a pretty neat...
He got dreams, too.
He also said, I used to always make a point of going down the slide, too, out in left field. He goes, till one day they locked it. In 2017, they locked it. And his Buster Posey anecdote was fantastic. Because I got to talk to Buster Posey. Because quite frankly, I've never liked him. That's what he said, because Buster never talked to us. And he goes, and he always was hurting us. 2 strikes, go the other way with a knock. Could you make it out once for... Afterwards, me, Ann Killian, and Tim Kawakami were doing a little side session with him. And we were diving in some more on the Buster. He goes, yeah, I'm telling. He goes, and I love that about Buster. He wasn't there to make friends. He was there to beat you. You know, he wasn't there for the pregame batting cage.
No.
Slap it up. How's your agent?
No.
What's our agent doing for us?
That was never his thing.
He said even one time one of his A's players fouled a ball off his foot and was down, and Bob Melvin ran out to the plate to check on him. He goes, he tried with Buster. He goes, you did this on purpose, didn't you? As a joke to Buster. He goes, Buster grunted and looked the other way. He's like, I couldn't crack him.
Not during the game. Yeah, not during the game.
Before or after either.
Yeah, not on game day.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, in the middle of all that, so then I had just giving you my little block of window to bring you in here and to give me your reaction.
Yeah, no, I love this. Break it down, man.
So we had a big Amici's lunch yesterday.
Nice.
Shout out Amici's.
2 slices.
Shout out Richard and shout out Peter from Amici's.
Extra mozzarella.
2 slices.
There he was on Lombard Street. And by the way, don't sleep. When you go and put your butt in a seat there and that pizza comes out of the oven sizzling.
That's the way to go.
With the juices.
Yeah,
oh man.
Why you got to do it to me now on a Wednesday or Thursday because now I want some pie.
Let me tell you what. Get your butt in the seat. Get it out of the oven. It's tremendous.
My pizzeria.
Totally. It was awesome.
I used to take my kids down to that Lombard one when I lived in the city when they were little.
When it comes right out of the oven?
Yeah, it's really nice, man.
You know what I mean? So, by the way, Peter and I were sitting next to each other. We were breaking down Pepe's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and he's a big Santarpio's
Well, of course
guy.
he is. Well, how couldn't he be? Yeah, you got to get over to East Boston.
He worked at Santarpio's.
What?
Yes, he did.
Well, see, that's the thing. The people that live in Boston, they would almost say that Pepe's is too glamorous. Like, that's too fancy. You got to get over to city. You want to go into the heart of the city, you go to Santarpio's.
So he worked
I took
there.
my man Murph over to Santarpio's.
He said his mom used to go there when it was just a bakery.
Yeah, you got to ask Whitey Bulger to pass the Parmesan cheese because that was his spot.
So I'm sitting there, and you don't want to look at your phone when you're having a nice lunch with your business partners, Peter and Richard. But at the end of the lunch, and so my phone's been dormant for 90 minutes to 2 hours. Dude, I picked it up, and there's an alert. Brock Purdy's got a concussion.
Well, that's the other story of yesterday. Dude, where'd this come from?
None clue.
No, nobody knew nothing.
Where were you when you got the news?
I just saw it on my phone after I got up from my nap in the afternoon. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
What are you coming at me with a concussion protocol? Like, there was no evidence of that during the game, although maybe it does explain how he was getting like some errant throws off in the fourth. His vision could have been clouded or fogged. I mean, you know the symptoms of a concussion. I mean, things get kind of haywire. So maybe that would explain the fourth quarter a little bit. But
he did his post-game interview, and he showed no signs of cognitive decline. Yeah, so
he did sound fine.
Dude, all of a sudden, this Bengals game is a big old honking curveball.
How would you feel about Sam Darnold trotting out there? I mean, this would be.
I have no idea how to feel. I truly am. Like, we joked yesterday about, because some people were saying this on the Twitter, like, hey, man, 2 losses in a row. Maybe it's time to start looking at Sam Darnold. I was like, whoa, easy.
I'm not barking up that tree, but I will say
we're
this.
talking about the deep ball and how he can throw the deeper ball.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they're going to employ that or even if we're going to see Sam Darnold, but if we do see Sam Darnold, I got to say, it's a tough situation. Now, he does have plenty of NFL starts. It's not like this is his first rodeo.
Last year, he finished the season for Carolina going 4-2 with a 93 passer rating.
Yes, Murph, he was playing good ball down the stretch, but this is a tough assignment, though, because I hate to use must win this early in the season, but
Fred Warner said it was.
If you're looking at what Philly's doing and you try to anticipate like where their loss is going to come, you got to ask, are they going to lose 3 games this year? So the Niners can't afford.
We thought Miami was going to beat them.
I thought they had a very good chance to beat them. Yeah, I really did. So anyway, I'm just saying the importance of this game. There's going to be a lot on Sam Darnold's shoulders if it's he who's getting the start.
How do you feel? You think he can go in there and beat him? I'm not so sure.
It's hard to say I don't really know. I mean, I haven't seen enough. I would hope for the best. I'm sure, Shanahan would kind of tilt the playbook to the stuff that suits his strengths.
Can you run the ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's going to be.
The good news was McCaffrey, they said full go at practice yesterday. He's
a tough bastard, man. McCaffrey, man.
They need to get him going. 15 carries at 45 yards, wasn't it? Maybe they give it to our guy Juice.
It could be different. Our guest of the week.
Where's our guy Eli Mitchell? His carries were ineffective.
I know.
It's been a library quiet season for that guy so far.
Yeah, very much.
So anyway, 2 huge stories yesterday,
buddy,
and then the big one. And listen, I know there's the lunatic fringe out there, and listen, I respect you guys.
What lunatic?
Listen, I've been part of the lunatic fringe the last 4 years. There were 2 press conferences yesterday. There was the Bob Melvin home run, in which he's like, that's the guy. That's the guy we've been waiting for.
He looks good in the hat, too, by the way.
He's basically Bochy without the drawl. Is what he is. He's Bochy without the drawl.
Okay.
I mean, he's got the same life experience, the same baseball experience, the same view of the game, the same ability to interrelate with human beings.
He's the same model. Yeah.
He is. He doesn't have the drawl. He talks more like a guy from the peninsula. You know what I mean? But the other press conference was the Greg Johnson dude. There's a segment of Giants population that is just blow. What's the word I'm talking about? Irate?
Fuming, yeah.
Fuming?
Yeah, fuming.
About the, quote, somewhat, the legendary, this is going to live in infamy, somewhat break even. Yeah, we are trying to somewhat break even. Now, he couched that by saying, yeah, we're trying to win, and we might go through the luxury pack, but he let slip when he said, Because the question was, are you willing to spend on this team? Are you willing to go through the luxury tax? Paulie, in the shadow of Joe Lacob. This question's being asked. Joe Lacob's like doing Pilates down, on game day.
Joe Lacob sleeps with his checkbook on the nightstand just in case he needs to pay somebody.
So, and he uttered the very unfortunate words. We are trying to, somewhat break even.
We don't want to hear that. Yeah, no, I don't want to know. I don't need to hear that.
You could hear the boo.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to condemn them until I see what happens this winter. But if they don't go big this winter,
don't even say that. They got to bring people in. They have to. And I think that's another big part of the story of Gabe Kapler. Yes, he had to fall on the sword. Ultimately, Gabe Kapler. I think Farhan's definitely under the microscope too. He deserves some scrutiny. But what you just said, that's another big part of why Giant fans have been so upset. Their inability to bring in difference makers, actual good free agents, solid guys that can make a difference. So he's going to have to do that. They're going to have to find a way.
He made multiple references, both during the press conference and in our post one, about stability in the middle of the order and, quote, enhancing the team.
You think? Yeah. So, enhance the hell out of it.
Kind of just said, hey, this is a great press conference. Now, where's my 3 and 4 hitter?
Let's be awesome. Yeah. Well, we could all use some enhancements.
Well, listen. The face of the Giants is back. Giants family matters. Giants family matters.
Hashtag family matters.
He's a family member. He's a hum baby. Freaking hum baby.
Maybe incorporate that into the slogan next year.
Yeah.
What was it last year?
Family Matters.
Yeah, you have stuff like that. Hashtag Family Matters.
TV show Family Matters?
Family Ties.
Yeah, Family Matters. Who was in Family Matters? I forget.
I don't know.
I got to bone up on my Family Matters. Steve Urkel was in Family Matters. Yeah.
That's Urkel.
Urkel was in Family Matters.
Going up in the hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Urkel.
Maybe we could get, Urkel and Melvin in a campaign.
Yeah, do a billboard campaign.
Family Matters. The other thing that happened was they slid Farhan 2 more years. Somebody wrote into me on Twitter. They're like, dude, is Farhan like...
Yeah, he must have pictures of somebody compromising.
Well, he beheads Gabe and then gets a 2-year extension. Is that like a power move?
I don't know.
Is that a power move?
Go ahead and extend my deal.
Yeah. I'm gonna chop this guy's head off and give me more.
Who approved it? No, it's fine. I signed off on it.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, it was a very eventful day.
Okay.
I don't know what to think about this Bengals game now, guys.
It does take on a whole different feel now with the Brock news. It really does. I'm slightly concerned.
What if Darnold goes in and lights it up?
What's he wearing? Number 14? I got to start cheering for 14. Come on, 14. Give me something.
All right. Let's get the guest list.
The former number, Murph, if I may, because, we like to play the number game. I'm going out. I don't know how.
I got one for you right away.
Shout out Vinny Sutherland.
Wow.
Vinny Sutherland.
That's pretty good.
I'll do it if I have to.
He had a nice little run as a returner.
He wasn't half bad.
Yeah, he wasn't that bad at all. And then I'll go. I got to go with my guy, Druckenmiller, right?
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. Shout out to Playmate of the Year or whatever his wife was.
Yeah. All right. Let's get the guest list from Marcus on the other side of KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants' new skipper, Bob Melvin, stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about his new plans for the San Francisco Giants and how he thinks prospects like Patrick Bailey will do under his wing. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So is it literally why they brought him in, right? I mean, I've already seen some people say, like, oh, I wish it was Trey Lance. I was like, really? Do you?
Going back to Trey Lance now. Wow.
Well, I mean, if you give me a chance, if you give me a choice between Darnold and Lance, I think I'm going Darnold. I mean, it's more experience.
I just want, boy, this is
against the Bengals.
It's a hell of a thing to process. Waking up yesterday feeling like getting all psyched up for the Bengal game, and now you got to kind of recalibrate my own mindset. Like, wow, no Brock Purdy. What's that going to look like? And yeah, is Sam Darnold up to the task? It's a tough assignment too because the Bengals need wins just like the Niners. They're 3-3. They got to keep pace over there in the AFC, so they're pretty desperate for a win. And they're coming off a bye.
I'm going to miss Brock Purdy on Sunday.
Well, it's not 100% that he's not going to play.
Well,
it's not
100%. That is true.
It was a late diagnosis, and he's in the protocol. I don't know, Marcus, as we say good morning. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, Marcus?
By the way, do you have concussion experience in your athletic?
He told that story this morning.
Yeah,
Well, I heard you say you intentionally failed the test and all.
Oh, yeah, well, I had a couple concussions like through Pop Warner in high school football. But yeah, once I got to Sonoma State, the NCAA would have you take a concussion test before the season started. And it was basically like a skills test, like you test your reaction times and stuff like that. So as I told on the Leadoff Spot show earlier this morning, I tanked the test intentionally just in case there was a situation where I got a concussion, I could come back quicker.
Well, I was more interested in like symptoms.
How does one tank a concussion test?
You just slow down all your answers. They're like, because they time you, and it's all based on time. So you just give a couple extra 5, 10 seconds on every answer.
Like, Waterboy, what's 2 plus 2?
That's tough. Is it 5?
Is it between 3 and 5?
Somewhere in there, 4.
Yeah.
And so that would be the thing. So, like, if you got through the test in a minute, they would base it based off your test after the concussion protocol. And if you got back at a similar time, you got out of it. If you beat the time or didn't beat the time, you stayed in it.
Now, as Paulie Mack would say, put you on the stage. Isn't it true, Marcus, this isn't the only test you've cheated on?
Oh, I've cheated on all type of tests. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, man.
How do you think I got here? Yeah, right.
As you were just saying to your good friend Jim Harbaugh.
Hey, now.
That's right.
Well, he can't help himself with the scandals.
Harbaugh. Keep
I
cheating.
think it's growing by the day.
No, it's ridiculous. What are people even mad about?
It's almost like he can't live a scandal-free life.
The rules. That's
that they're stealing signs of guys who are on the sideline?
Yeah, it's against the rules.
I mean,
you can't film opponent's sidelines.
Boy, the way Murph just said that
during a game, like they flash over to the sideline anyway.
Murph just dropped it. It's against the rules.
It's
very Nolan of you.
It's not hard to know the rule.
The way he leaned on rule.
I don't know. I think it's overblown.
Okay, so then it's okay that Bill Belichick did it and go Patriots.
But that's different. That was them going to practices, right? That's them being where they're not supposed to be. Like they're just watching games.
They had a guy up
in the tower.
Game footage.
He's watching. You had some. Why don't you bone up on this? There was a lot of rule violations going on.
It sounds like a bunch of hoopla to me.
It's not hard to know the rule.
That's unbelievable. Okay, well then I don't want to hear you say anything against the Patriots ever again.
No more Pats.
Why not?
Go Tuck. The Tuck rule was the right call.
Why not?
Why not? I'll say whatever I want about the Patriots.
Well, you're
Blank
being
'em.
inconsistent, I would say.
No, I think Harbaugh, they were stealing signs off a sideline. They weren't going to people's practices and stealing signs, correct?
Not so. Yeah, they were going to games. You're not allowed to film another team's sidelines. That is the rule. They did. They studied the film. They broke down the codes. They broke down the signs.
Seems like it's public knowledge to me.
It's not public
Look
knowledge.
at this now. We got some denial going on.
You are.
I ride with Harbaugh. Once a Raider, always a Raider.
Okay.
Wow.
There it is
Okay,
right there.
man. Look at this.
All right.
That's how more. Yeah.
All right. I don't know where to go from there, buddy.
Shout out to Defiant ones.
Other than, should we 808 KNBR? Should we discuss Bob Melvin's cheating tendencies?
Yes, Bob. How
Is he
often have
good
you
at it?
cheated? Yeah.
Otherwise, 808 KNBR. Did you hear Waterboy's a big Houston Astros fan? 2017 Astros.
That's different, Murph. That's different. Yeah, it is.
It's exactly not different because the Michigan is not
different?
Because the Astros were relaying signs in real time using technology.
Cheating, bro.
There's a NC2A rule that you cannot film other teams' sidelines and dissect their signs. That's exactly what Michigan did. That's exactly what the Houston Astros did.
No, that's not exactly what they did.
Oh, boy. Now
They used a replay room and started banging a trash can.
See what happens.
They're just paying attention to what people are calling on the sidelines.
No,
it's not.
We were going to have to agree to disagree on this.
There's
one,
a
buddy.
difference between stealing signs from second base and through a hallway with the trash can. Like, you can steal signs in baseball. I think that's perfectly legal. That's perfectly fine. It's when you use technology, I guess, and I guess that's the thing. If you're recording people on the sideline,
that's the deal.
But to me, just watching people on the sideline put up hand signs and posters is fine with me.
You can't bring tech into it.
Yeah, no technology.
When you film it and study it, you are cheating against the rules. There's a rule book.
Mm-hmm.
You do something that's not in the rule book.
A lot of rules.
A lot of rules.
Astros, Michigan, same thing. Different styles, same thing.
I just think people are blowing it up bigger than it is.
Well, I mean, there needs to be some
the
sort of
Harbaugh
pressure.
situation with Michigan.
All right.
I mean, all right.
Listen, he's got
that's
his own,
my take.
That's the thing. That's why we're all here. Different takes, different strokes, different folks. Shout out Sly Stone, whatever you need to do.
Well, hopefully Melvin will cheat his way to an NL West championship.
Whatever, absolutely. Cheat on down.
Hopefully Greg Johnson will cheat his way to not breaking even.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That remark, by the way.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that.
I got to tell you, from my perspective, I'm not freaking out nearly as much as some others are because I'm like, well, let's just see. Let's just see. I am anticipating them spending this offseason. Now, if we get to February and they did nothing.
Oh, don't even say, yeah.
But people are getting like pre-pissed. Like, don't get pissed. Like, what if freaking Yamamoto and Lee come?
It's like an anticipatory pissness, yeah.
I mean, I understand it was a bad optic for him to say that. You know, he did follow that by saying, but the ultimate goal is to win.
Was there a gasp in the room?
No.
Everybody no kidding.
I mean, the evidence is there that their payroll has been down.
Oh, bro.
I mean, that's true.
Let's spend some dough here. Give me some players.
So, I mean, let's go look and see where they were on the payroll list last year. I mean, they used to be, top 5 all the time. And all that. Now, this guy from SF Gate, we should probably have him on or something. He's the one who's going after him. He's going after Charles Johnson and all that stuff. And, for me, that stuff is like, you want to talk about me taking a Waterboy stance, a controversial Waterboy stance here. I mean, I disagree with election deniers and think that's the worst thing in the history of America. But if
Shout out Speaker of the House.
Charles Johnson, I have never been, like, there's a moral outrage of how Charles Johnson supports his candidates. I'm like, bro, it is last I checked, thought we were in the United States of America. He could do whatever he wants with his money, right?
By the way,
you could not like it, but you can't like scold him and yell at him and tell him he can't spend his money this way.
You better talk to Shannon Kaler then.
I know, but
Shannon Kaler gets his knives out.
Well, again, to quote the great Marcus Boucher, that's my take. All right?
Yeah, and I'm going to stand by. That's my take.
But anyway.
This is America.
Point being is that.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Is that so you go after Charles Johnson, that's one thing. Now, Greg Johnson, spending on your team, that's fair game. You can go after him on that. Like, dude, we're watching Joe Lacob over here do his thing. And I've got to find like the history of the Giants payroll and where it's been in the last 20 years.
I like this whole the concept, Murph, of pre-pissed. Because
you're pre-pissed.
Well, you've heard about the concept.
Because I walked out of the press conference so like, God, Melvin was fantastic.
We
got a human being. We got an authentic Bay Area guy. We got a Giant. We got a guy who gets it.
You walk out
and
and
I picked up my phone and I sent out a positive tweet. I was walking up the Embarcadero and I was like,
you heard it got Murph.
Was strong to quite strong. And the first 6 replies were, till Greg Johnson blew the whole thing up. Greg Johnson sucks. Did you not hear Greg Johnson? I was like, bro, I was in the room. I heard Greg Johnson. I'm not going to get pre-pissed. I think they're trying to get Yamamoto. I mean, Farhan he paid for his flight to Japan. Is that breaking even?
Business class or coach or first class? I got to know. By the way, Marcus, you got the pre-pissed Giant fan community, and then you got the old standby, the pre-party before you go out. Come on over for the pre-party.
Oh, you always got a pregame.
You got to get stretched out. You know what I mean? It's a pre-party.
Where's the Giants payroll here? Payroll through the... Wait, what website has payroll through the years?
Payroll.com?
Give me that.
No, I don't know.
Do you have it?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Anyway, point is, I have... And then, plus, also, payrolls... Are counted differently by different people.
What does that mean?
There's like what guaranteed money or what they're spending on actual players or some dead money or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it gets very confusing. So anyway, the point is that I do know the Giants payroll has been somewhat here. Let me do 2023 MLB pay. We're probably getting too late into the thing. I'll look it up while you give us the guest list
because it was confusing.
No, that's very much confusing. Maybe the horns, Marcus. We'll get into it. Thank you. Yeah,
those Dallas Mavericks got a win last night. They did. On a Wednesday. Did you hear they were called? I saw that.
Wednesday?
Yeah. It's funny because he didn't play much in the game, and then he came in the fourth quarter. If you gave up on that game, he got hot in the fourth quarter. And had a couple of his the guy does things that you haven't seen before. Blocking threes and then going down and then hitting a pull-up three, or blocking a three and going down for a dunk. I mean, he's just...
My only question at this point is Wemby cheating? We're going to have to look into that.
Giants payroll was 12th in 2023. I'm just going to go by this metric because it's consistent. Spot track. Okay? It was 12th in 2023. Now I'm just going to go back and pick out, 2012?
Okay.
When they were in the thick
World
of it.
Series champs, yeah.
2012, updates, reset, come on, baby. Come on. Give it to me.
Yeah.
Give me the reset.
Give it to me.
Now it says I got to become a premium member to get that.
Don't start paying websites for this. Don't do it.
All right.
Yeah.
I tried, Marcus.
No, you did.
What do we got, buddy?
All right, well, boys, we got the return of the guest horns this morning, so that was big news, even though I did want to play Paulie Mac's guest horns.
Oh, boy.
You know what, dude?
Hey,
that might...
You got to do it.
I'll give you an applause for that, Paulie Mac.
Yes, I appreciate that. Got to try that next time I'm on stage.
You might want to keep with that one the whole time. You might want to keep that whole thing.
That's how you should start your next set with the Freestone Peaches.
You know what? I might as well shout that out now because I'll be jamming with them on December 1st. That's a Friday night. Marcus, do come on up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Enjoy yourself up at Sweetwater in Mill Valley. That's the home of that KNBR Murph. Freestone Peaches doing 2 full sets of Allman Brothers, and I will be dropping by to take on a couple of vocals. I look forward to it. So, yes, since you brought it up. And my first track will be... No, I'm kidding. I want to.
Well, you need to tell everybody, by the way, do we even share this with the audience? The reason why there's no pictures on this is because Triple E was late to work. Poor guy.
This poor bastard.
You just tell people,
Triple E.
Stop breaking into freaking cars.
I'm going to call Bob Dylan and ask him to write, the Ballad of Triple E.
Just stop breaking into cars.
12 verses about how his life has just gotten destroyed multiple times by car break-ins.
It's just,
Yeah. It's very, you got, not even... The indignity of not one window, but 2. They got both the
and there was
front
nothing
windows.
in there.
No.
They
that
took his
happened
press
to me
passes.
once.
So if you see a guy trying to look like Triple E going to a Sharks game.
They got me in front of the Fillmore once on Geary, and I had nothing in the car. Same thing.
That was back in the 90s, right?
Smashed it. No, that was like 2010, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Is that recent?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But like Triple E, there was nothing of value in the car. They still trashed it.
I found a 2012 payroll list. The Giants were 8th.
All right.
That's on Wikipedia.
Wow.
That's some talent on that team.
Yeah. And boys, real quick on Triple E, I hate to steal a line from our guy Brian Murphy. Sometimes in life, you're going to get boned. Yeah. Sometimes in the Bay Area, you're going to get bipped.
I know, man. It's sad, though. The poor guy.
I really do feel bad.
Although he did say that he does have a Charles Bronson thing going right now. He's ready.
Oh, is he going to get his vigilante on?
Yeah,
okay, with his keycap and everything?
Yeah. Can you blame him? Can you blame him?
I can't. First thing you need is one of those big overcoats, I think.
Yeah, can you blame him?
Like Bronson had,
just stop it, everybody. 2002, just for fun, the Giants were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th. So,
it's a World Series year.
They were 12th last year, 8th and 12th, and 10th and,
I think it's reasonable.
There was a point when they were top. They were like 4th and 5th for a while.
Yeah. Well, I think, honestly, the Giants should be a top 10 payroll team based on the size of the market. They really should be top 10.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, based off of what I'm paying for beer, Paulie Mac.
Well, yeah.
Outside of the $9 beers.
I tried.
Which
again, the same people who are pissed about the $9 beers are pissed at the Greg Johnson press conference. Which I understand, but it's like I choose not to spend my energy focusing on that little clause in his answer.
Like that's the takeaway from the day.
Well, there were some people that was the hot take. Some people said that's the takeaway. I'm like, well, no, we got a new manager and let's see. Might get Yamamoto, might get Lee.
Maybe it just speaks
We're
to
not getting Shohei. That's just,
no, I know
and
that.
I don't think that's a money thing. I think
how you gonna? Yeah,
Shohei doesn't want to come here.
Yeah.
Although maybe with Melvin, he does.
You know what I think it is, Merv? I think the Giant fan base, honestly, my kind of reaction to that, people getting pissed about that one comment, is the Giant fan base is just disgruntled. And they've been disgruntled for a while now, so they're just, they're surly.
Well, I would have thought Melvin would have
calmed the waters.
Calmed the waters a little bit, yeah.
It
It did for me.
Yeah.
Being in the room, I just felt like a reconnection to the franchise.
And then the second...
to the Giants. Like they're the Giants again, kind of,
And then the second Murph's foot hit the sidewalk, leaving that joint.
No joke. I was walking
Everybody
up the
was like, the whole thing stinks.
Because I parked on the street, risking a break-in.
Yeah, every time.
And
every time it's a risk.
And I...
broad daylight. They'll get you in broad daylight, too. Don't think you're safe because the sun's out. That ain't true.
I sent the text.
Smash and grab.
Walking up, and then I got to my car, and I looked at my replies. I'm like, man.
Were you guys at the same press conference? Yeah, I had a good time in there.
All right, where are we at?
All right, starting off in about 15 minutes, so we got to go quick. We got Greg Cosell on a Thursday morning, breaking down the 49er game footage from Monday night, and, of course, getting you ready for maybe Sam Darnold facing off against the Bengals this weekend.
What a turn of events, man.
We're going to have to ask him. Maybe, comprehensive film review by Eric Branch today. It says Nick Bosa was one-on-one on 30 of his 40 pass rushes.
we talked about that.
He was not. Everybody's like, oh, he gets double teamed.
Not in that game, and he didn't get home either.
He finally admitted it a little bit yesterday. Did you see him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Nicky.
We'll
need
break
you, buddy.
down the game footage with Greg Cosell at 6:50 this morning. Then 7:35, we'll talk some Bo Mel with Mike Krukow to kick off your Power Hour.
Ford C. Frick Award finalist.
Yeah,
Mike Krukow.
let me get the applause out
Kite
for that.
was there
That's
yesterday.
Awesome. How's Dwayne doing? He's the king. I know that.
He brought Glenn. Yeah, they were there. And Farhan went out of his way to shout those guys out.
Nice.
Yeah.
As he should.
Hell yeah. We'll talk to
Legend.
Krug at 7:35, get our big hit cooler of content to wrap up the Power Hour. Then 9:15 on a Thursday, we're checking in with Matty Mayoko on all things 49ers. And at 9:30 today, we top it off with a true friend of the program, number 28, Buster Posey, joining the show at 9:30 this morning.
That's an incredible booking.
Somebody say, hey, we want some Posey.
That's really good.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Phenomenal.
All right, I held that guest list up for a long time. Greg Cosell in 15 minutes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, all the resources here to win. You hear that, Greg? That's not breaking even there. Good to hear Santana.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed the Melvin press conference today, and we'll talk to Buster Posey today at 9:30. I asked him the question about Asia because, you know, he ripped off every Japanese or Korean player he's ever been around, like a roster.
Really?
Just boom, boom,
Okay.
boom, boom, boom,
Right.
boom, boom. And then he goes, I would think that resonates. That's what he said. So, I mean, he's kind of walking around saying, yeah, that's one of my features. That's one of my deals. Because it's a big cultural thing. Come over from Japan or Korea to United States. It's a huge deal. And Melvin's like, yeah, I'm a safe haven, man. Let's go. So
I am a safe haven.
His Buster story was great. His going down the slide story was great. Just the fun stuff about like just being a Giants like lifer was great. Afterwards, he was talking to us about. I said, well, I asked him. I go, well, who was your guy? Anybody have a guy? Maybe it was like Jim Ray Hart. I don't know. Who's your guy? He said, he goes, well, listen, I mean, it's never going to get any more for me than Mays. It's just Mays is my guy. He said, he's Willie Mays. And he said, my first spring training, he goes, I don't know if it's because Murph liked me, Mike Murphy. He goes, but Mays and McCovey were at that spring training in uniform as instructors, and he put my locker right in between Willie Mays and Willie McCovey.
Oh, boy, dude.
He goes, I stood in front. He goes, what am I supposed to do?
No, that's too much.
What am I supposed to do?
You can have a different locker, please. You can't.
He said he and his buddies would ride their bikes, and he goes over to Willie's house in Atherton and wait for his pink Cadillac to go down the driveway so he would wave at them in Atherton. I mean, this guy, he's like checking all the boxes, you know. He said when he won his 1,000th game, he told us this story afterwards. We were hanging out. When he won his 1,000th game as an A, came in with the A's to the Giants, and Mike Murphy or somebody came up to him and said, hey, somebody wants to see you. He's like, what do you mean somebody wants to see me? It's very mysterious. And he turned around, he could see it was Willie's handler. I'm wondering if it was Mario Alioto.
Okay.
He goes, I knew this was maybe. He goes, so I walked over and they said, hey, come here. Somebody wants to see you. And they took him down below in the bowels there, and there was Willie Mays waiting for him.
Oh, boy.
And Willie handed him a letter. He goes, and he congratulated, and it was a letter Willie hand wrote on his stationery. He goes, that had his home address. He goes, I don't want to give away his address, but in Atherton, it's this street he knows in Atherton. He said it had the Hall of Fame seal on it, and it was a handwritten note congratulating him on his 1,000 wins as a manager. He said, I won a World Series ring as a bench coach in Arizona. He said, those are my two most prized possessions.
Wow, that's a great story.
That letter
yeah,
and that ring.
awesome.
Listen, I'm excited, and again, I'm not going to get pre-pissed about
Back to the
Greg
pre-piss
Johnson
community.
thing.
No.
I was surprised. There was a lot of rage.
And again, I might chalk that up to just how frustrated everyone's been for the past few seasons. Maybe it's just a mixture of, it's just pent-up stuff maybe that needs to come out, and they're lashing out, Murph. I don't know. To me, it was a pretty positive day. I think this is a great move. I think Murph, despite what you might have seen reaction-wise, to Charles Johnson's comments, I think most Giant fans feel really good about the Melvin move. People that I've talked to and encountered so far, my buddies that are Giant fans, they like it. So it's a good sign. And they were not Kapler guys, the people that I've been talking to. So
yeah. And again, Greg's big thing about you guys made it personal. And it's like, okay, I'm trying to answer that because people are still saying, because there's still gay people on the text line hitting us saying, he's right. And so I think I said this, but personal does, not personal that like I hate him as a human being.
Of course not.
I'm talking about personal matters in terms of connecting personally to the manager of your club in terms of like, we're all in this together. Like we're in this, we're Giants, we're here. It's like the culture, the way we talk about the game, the way we experience the game. That is personal. That matters. Like the way Melvin handled himself yesterday mattered. And the way Gabe handled himself in dealing with the fans and the media mattered. It wasn't, it's just me.
It's not just you, though. No, it's not just you. Actually, there's quite a few people that feel. I might be one of those guys, too. I agree with what you said, and a lot of Giant fans feel the same way. So this is a nice step in the in a good direction in my book.
More important, 707 says, my wife has COVID. That's unfortunate. So I've been sleeping on the couch the last 3 nights. My back is killing me.
Of course it is.
I could use a fresh pot.
This is why I'm here. I mean, this is one of the reasons I actually come to work is to hook up my friends who would need such a thing.
Fresh pot!
In fact, Murph, what do you need? You just give me a request. It's been so long.
Potato.
Oh, just nice and gentlemanly?
Yeah. Some black coffee, maybe.
Oh, sorry. Misfire. Here you go. This one's for Murph.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
Let me get a little RZA and then I'll back down.
Anybody need more coffee? Those who know caffeine could cause serious delirium. Delirium? Serious delirium.
And since we're here, Ford C. Frick Award nominee Mike Krukow.
You got to have good coffee.
There you go. And by the way, last one is I got to credit listeners are hardcore because when Melvin didn't even realize they gave him number 6, which is what he wore, he goes, I don't even know what my number is. And they look at the back and they go, 6. He goes, oh, 6. Listeners hit me and said, dude, you got to get Rory in New Jersey now. Casey Schmidt, 6.
Oh.
And my reaction was the opposite. I was like, no, now it's retro cool. I was with Casey OG.
That's a good point.
I was with Casey OG.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
I do.
I say we stay with it.
You do stay with it.
I say we stay with
100%.
it. 100%. All right. Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. Greg Cosell joins Murph and Mac next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for a Gridiron Geek Out with the scientist of NFL films, Greg Cosell, with Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Okay. Let this groove settle in for a few seconds here.
This is by request. This is Greg's request from last week.
Paul, you want to...
Well, yeah, I mean, this is old school. Like, Greg likes the old school stuff, and so do I. Like, he likes to get deep in 70s rock. And he was talking Jethro Tull last week, and I was like, oh, which songs do you like? And he goes, well, I love Locomotive Breath, so boom. We bring him in with Locomotive Breath.
Well, you listen to this, I'll tell you, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Greg, this is from us to you, my friend. Good morning.
Good morning. Is there a little shuffling madness going on in the Bay Area these days?
Exactly right, Greg. Unfortunately, but that's correct. Yes. There is shuffling madness with our quarterbacks, too.
So this is...
Yeah, you know what? I saw that yesterday afternoon. I didn't even know about it. We were, talking, getting ready for our matchup show that, we shoot every Friday morning here. And all of a sudden it pops up that Brock Purdy's in concussion protocol.
Shuffling madness, unfortunately. Yeah. I know. So that's just how right now we're sort of in a state of limbo here in San Francisco, not really knowing what's going to happen. Can he come back? I guess he did the walkthrough yesterday, and Schefter had a stat that the only quarterback ever to, was it Kenny Pickett on a short week? Did I read that right? Is that right, Kenny Pickett?
That was, in 2022 last year, correct. Yeah. I think he was the only player a year ago who came back the same week. So who knows? I mean, I guess it could be Sam Darnold.
So, I guess I want to ask you about Sam Darnold, but I didn't know if there's any film for you to look at. You'd have to go back to your old film, huh?
Well, I think we know what Sam Darnold is. He's played a lot of games in the National Football League.
Yes.
So, I think that if it is Sam Darnold, look, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, obviously. I really enjoy watching Brock Purdy play, and I actually thought he played very well last week. But I'd be fascinated to see Sam Darnold in this offense. It's funny. When you evaluate quarterbacks, and I've been doing that for a very long time, and, I speak with a lot of coaches. We have great conversations about quarterback evaluation. I've been doing that for years. Everybody always notices physical traits right away, whether a guy, does he have a big arm? Can he move? Those kinds of things. Not as often are things like timing, anticipation, awareness talked about, things that Brock Purdy has in abundance, by the way, which is why he's played very well in the NFL. Darnold falls into the other category. He came out of USC, big kid, athlete, good arm, all those things that are sort of obvious. But he's always had a little bit of a problem at times in what he sees, playing with a higher level sense of timing and anticipation. And we know that this offense demands that. So if he were to play, and one game would not be a large enough sample size to make any definitive judgment about his whole career, but I'd be fascinated to see him in this offense.
Yeah, okay, and we would too, and obviously it'd be something we would talk about heavily next week if it happens, but I want to go back to what you said about Brock Purdy, because we all... we were licking our wounds Tuesday after another tough loss and talking about Purdy and the 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter. I thought he was playing so well prior to that.
He did.
I guess I want to go back to the first interception.
I could walk you through that.
Yeah, please
do it. Yeah,
please do.
Yeah, because I think it's important to walk through. And again, people are saying, well, he got the concussion earlier, so who knows? None of us know the answer to that question. We're not doctors, and we don't know exactly what he was feeling at the time. But here's what I saw, and again, maybe Kyle Shanahan would disagree, but here's what I saw. I think the play design was Jennings on an inbreaker, which we saw numerous times in that game, including some really strong timing anticipation throws. So what happened is Jennings on his route stem got pushed outside by the underneath coverage. And as soon as he gets pushed outside, the initial timing of the route and the throw gets disrupted. So now what has to happen when Jennings gets pushed outside, he has to understand that, you know what, I got to get my you-know-what inside as fast as possible because I've just been pushed a little too far outside. But Jennings didn't do that. Instead, he kind of throttled down and then began his break. So based on getting the push and then throttling down before breaking, Jennings ended up being way too late inside. Now, what happened there as well is Purdy, he's expecting him to be there at a given time. But Purdy also was under pressure because Banks, the left guard, got driven back into the pocket. So Purdy could not finish his follow-through. And I happened to work with 2 quarterbacks on the matchup show, guys who played quarterback, and they said when you can't finish your follow-through, the ball often goes too far inside. So I think it was a combination of those things that made the throw look like, where the hell's he throwing the ball? You know, that kind of thing. But again, and I'm not absolving anyone of blame. I'm just saying I think that's what happened.
Right. I love the way you broke it down. Just my totally grade school education, football education, that was my instinct that Jennings was not where he was supposed to be, the way Purdy threw that.
Yeah, and you know, even Troy Aikman, who you know, obviously knows quarterback play, did say something that is true. Every once in a while, when you're so founded on timing and anticipation, which is clearly Purdy's game, you know, every once in a while you're going to have plays where if it's just off, it can look bad.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that happened there, but there were mitigating circumstances as well. And again, I'm not excusing anyone. I'm not saying, okay, that makes it okay. Obviously, you can't throw picks. We know that. But there's reasons. You know, there's reasons why things happen.
As the great Earth, Wind, and Fire once sang, reasons.
Ooh,
the reasons that we're here. The reasons that we fear our feelings won't keep inside. You know, different song, though. A different song.
Different genre.
By the way, you know what I'm really digging, talking about the music, is a lot of people are hitting me up on Twitter that listen to the you know, this segment and are telling me about rock songs now. It's beautiful.
Oh, okay.
I tell you what, I think we're
taking requests now? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Some guy, you know, hit me up with, you know, great like riffs, you know, opening riffs.
Ooh, great topic.
Did any one of them grab your fancy? Or?
Well, one in particular, which I love the song too, and it's a great opening riff, and that's "Free All Right Now."
Oh, come on! I mean, that's one of the all-time greatest.
All-time great riffs.
Well,
all-time great riff.
When you're out in the Bay, we'll take you down to a Stanford football game. That's like their de facto
their theme song.
Yeah.
You know? Is it really?
They junked their traditional theme song, and when the team takes the field or scores a touchdown, the band plays "Free's All Right Now."
It's a good track.
And of course, I've always felt that Paul Rodgers, of course, he was the lead singer in Free before Bad Co. They had some great riffs too, by the way. But
Bad Company.
But I think he has one of the great rock voices.
Wait, let me tell you what, Greg. No question, he's in top 5 greatest singers of all time.
I would agree with that.
I think he's
100%.
actually a little underrated. And real quick, what about? Can I get a Greg Cosell? Like maybe we put a playlist together. We get Greg Cosell's playlist,
like on Spotify.
Exactly, and that way you can share it with the whole country.
We can do that. I'd have to think that there's a lot of songs there. I'd have to think that one through in great detail.
Spotify, you can put as many songs
and
as you want.
people could add to it and stuff. It could be
Oh man, that'd be talk about a road trip playlist. I want to
hit
the road for a long drive listening to
all Greg Cosell choices. Yeah, that would be killer.
Driving through the Great American West, listening to Greg's classic rock.
We'd have Deep Purple, we'd have Free, we've had Tull, and I think
he just mentioned Bad Company.
And I know from his resume.
I'll tell you what could
be.
And then we'll get back to the Niners, which we should. But one of my this was the next era of 80s rock and a great band, obviously. But I still think the beginning riff of "Sweet Child of Mine" is one of the all-time greats of all time.
So you ride with GNR, okay?
100%.
I love GNR.
100%. I love it. He's a rock and roll man.
I love GNR. Yeah.
All right, back to
the Niners.
The second interception was not as it didn't seem to me to be as scientific or worthy of breakdown. Was
no. I mean, that's first of all, they were playing a much deeper coverage because of the situation in the game, and they ran a dagger concept, which is a vertical with a dig route underneath it. An in-breaker is a dig, and the Vikings ran what we kind of call a robber coverage, and Bynum was just Bynum, a Cal kid, by the way.
Yeah, that's
I believe.
Right. That's right. That's correct.
And he was a corner at Cal. He's a really good safety in the league. But Bynum just rotated inside at the snap as the robber. I don't know if Brock just never picked him up, but I mean he was just sitting right there. Yeah, that was a bad one.
Greg Cosell's the voice you hear always on this time with the Murph and Mac show on the UMA guest line. And Greg, I mean, just a word on before we get ahead to the Bengals and obviously what Joe Burrow's doing and everything. I was flabbergasted at how good Kirk Cousins was on Monday night. Just by your standards, you look at film every week.
And he had so much time.
That had to be one of the more elite performances you've seen in a while.
It was phenomenal. You know, Cousins, for whatever reason, and he does the same thing every year. He throws 35 touchdowns, not many interceptions, but he always seems to have that one bad game, which normally seems to be on national TV. Obviously, this one wasn't. It wasn't a bad game, and so people kind of don't talk about him a lot, but he's a really high-level processor. He's really decisive in getting the ball out. You rarely see him get stuck in the pocket. He knows where to go with the football. And in this game, look, the Niners had no sacks, but there were a number of plays in this game where there were people around Kirk Cousins, and I thought he manipulated the pocket at a really, really high level in this game, and he was phenomenal on third down. That was a big factor in this game. The Niners could not get off the field on third down.
That's right.
Cousins was phenomenal on third. He made some really big-time throws.
Yep. We were saying, given Kyle's decade-long obsession with Kirk Cousins.
Oh, yeah, and you can understand why when you watch Cousins play.
Yeah. Paulie was saying it was like when you go to a restaurant or a nightclub or a bar and you see your ex-girlfriend and she looks fantastic.
She looks amazing.
She
just came from Pilates class. She's with some big guy,
And she's like, yeah, things are going great.
Yeah. And that's usually when you leave the restaurant, yeah.
Well, that was Kyle on the sidelines watching Kirk.
Totally.
Oh, that's my old girl.
No, I mean, he was 9 for 12 on third down.
He was unbelievable. He was unstoppable.
Which obviously included a play at the end of the half. But eight of the 9, the key stat when you're talking about third down is he had 9 third down completions. 8 of them resulted in first down. That's
insane.
the critical stat.
I at a certain point, I just put down my arms. I said, what am I going to do? I'm getting beat by Kirk Cousins tonight. I got to go to sleep. I got to go live with this. Nick Bosa is now squarely in the focus of a lot of 49ers pundits, fans, writers, and talk show hosts because he's not sacking the quarterback. And there are many ways to measure the effectiveness of an edge rusher. Sacks are one of them.
Pressures.
You have other ways, I would imagine. So you tell us, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are situations clearly where teams are doubling him, chipping him. I mean, you're dealing with Bosa. I mean, I think that's one reason that they went after Randy Gregory, who played meaningful snaps. Let's see how this plays out. As you guys know, sacks come in bunches as well. All of a sudden, a guy gets 2 or 3 sacks in one game, and everybody says, wow, that's really, he's fine. Now, then there were a couple of plays where he did get pressure literally as Cousins delivered the football, but there was no question that they had a plan for him and how they wanted to deal with him, which is what teams should do. He's Nick Bosa. So, we'll see how the season continues to play out, but, I would not sit here, guys, and start saying, well, Nick Bosa can't play anymore. I think that would be a kind of silly thing to say.
Is it fair to say that he's not jumping off the film as he did, say, a year ago?
Jumping off, yeah, you could say that, but I mean, sacks are a very odd thing. I mean, obviously that's what people look at when it comes to pass rush, because it's a stat that everybody can identify with. They identify less with the ability to put pressure on the quarterback and impact him. So I'm going to be honest with you. I'd have to study him as an individual in a little more detail, so I don't want to say anything or I'd be wrong. But I don't think he's lost his skill set, if that's what people think.
No. I think what they think is rust from not having a summer camp,
which might be,
and you know what, that's very, very possible.
Yeah, that's what they think.
And we'll see what happens. Look, he's not playing against a very good O-line this week. This needs to be a week where the 49er D-line needs, as they like to say, they need to eat this week.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
they need to eat this week.
Yeah. Now, speaking of eating, Jalen Moore got to eat. Trent Williams remains questionable. To our naked eye, just watching the game, it seemed like Moore held up okay. Did he?
He held up okay, but they couldn't run the ball well enough. That was a big problem this week. Obviously it's an offense, and particularly without Samuel. See, a couple things happened in this game that were the result, I believe, of Samuel not being active. They normally do not play with 2 tight ends. They normally play with the fullback use check in what we call 21 personnel, but they normally don't play a lot of snaps with 2 tight ends. And they really played a lot of snaps in this game with 2 tight ends. And I think that's different from how they, their sort of foundational approach. And I think that was a function of Samuel being inactive, and I'm sure that changed the way Kyle game planned and probably called the game. Now, we know Samuel won't play this week either, but now they have another, an extra week. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, okay, you're right. They did not run the ball. We had Kyle Juszczyk on yesterday, and we were all talking about, well, that'll be definitely a focus against the Bengals.
No, they're
Sunday.
gonna. And the Bengals have a good defense, by the way. This is not an easy game on that side of the ball. Where I think they really have to eat is on the other side, because I think the Bengals O-line is still not real good. And of course, Burrow can be phenomenal. He's been up and down this year, whether it was the calf or who knows the reason. He obviously missed basically all of training camp, so maybe he's slowed around into form as well. But obviously he can be phenomenal. He can come out and no matter how good your defense is, Burrow could light it up.
Yeah, you got to have huge respect. I want to finish by asking about the Bengals, but one last one on the Vikings game. I don't know how you get into it. You're very, we know you. We know your rules. You're not going to comment on penalties or special teams or anything like that. But I do wonder if your film study gets into the now controversial zero blitz call by Steve Wilkes at the end of the half that ended in the Jordan Addison ripping the ball away from Charvarius Ward.
Yeah. I mean, look.
I guess my question is, how unusual is that?
Yeah, very unusual. Okay. Very, very unusual. I think in an ideal world, you say that there was no reason for that call because of the situation. On the other hand, again, now it gets down to process versus result. I think from a process standpoint, I would bet that 99.9% of smart people in the game of football would say you don't call that there. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, it should have been. It was basically intercepted. I mean, so you get into that whole deal. But it was let's put it this way: it was a call you would not expect in that situation.
Yeah, that's and Kyle actually put him on, as the kids would say, put him on blast at his Wednesday press conference. He said he knows he messed up. Yeah, I wonder how that's going to play.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. But, well, you know what? I'm sure he had that conversation with Steve prior to that. Oh, yeah. I don't think he just, came out and said that.
Probably said, I'm going to go throw you to the wolves.
I'm going to go hang you out. Yeah, just get ready.
Yeah. And by the way, I had an opportunity to meet and spend some time with Steve Wilkes a number of years ago. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys have gotten a chance to talk to him at all.
No, they guard their assistants.
He is a truly stand-up guy. I mean, he is a great, great guy, and I think a really good coach. And I'm sure after last week, a lot of people probably think he's an idiot. That's just the way, fans are, and that's the way it works. And we all get that in this business. But he's a stand-up guy, and I think he's a good football coach.
Okay, good stuff, Greg. All right, we'll finish on the Bengals. You mentioned the defense being stout and worthy of our respect.
Yep.
The O-line gettable. The one thing I want to say is that the Niners have been lucky a little bit in missing. Cooper Kupp didn't play against the when they played the Rams. Obviously, Justin Jefferson didn't. Nick Chubb didn't play when they played the Browns. Justin Jefferson didn't play when they played the Vikings. They are not as fortunate this week. Jamar Chase is healthy, and would you say he is one of those elite receivers? And watch out kind of thing.
Here? Yes, he's an elite receiver. Yes. And they move him around, and normally the Niners, they don't match up necessarily. They've done that with Ward at times, but normally, Ward plays left corner and Lenore plays right corner. That's the normal way they approach it. Now, having said that, could they change this week? Sure, they could. You never know. That's their game planning. We're just talking on the radio. But normally it's left and right corner. So we'll see how they choose to match up.
Yeah, and then the other, just from me, Murph.
This is just Murph talking,
T. Higgins on my fantasy team, killing me.
I like T. Higgins.
What's going on? Where's the production, Greg? Where's the production?
Well, he was hurt for a couple of games, and he had some bad drops in one game. He just hasn't gotten into that groove yet, but I think he's really good. And, you have to be careful about Boyd as well. Boyd's a really good slot receiver.
And is Mixon showing signs of, is there a lot of miles on the odometer already?
Yeah. I mean, again, I think their run game is one part of their offense that's, to probably average. I mean, look, any back can break one once in a while, but I think their offense is really built around Burrow in the pass game.
And
you got to get pressure on Burrow. You got to make him move. He can move. Obviously, he's really good, but you got to make him move. You got to beat that O-line this week.
All right, man. Well, it's going to be interesting. Is it Darnold? Is it the run game? Is it does Bosa eat the whole deal? And then most important, Greg, we ended on this. The text line lighten up here. 510 says, since you guys are talking about it, can I throw in the opening riff to Long Cool Woman by the Hollies?
Oh, great tune. Great tune.
Okay, hey, write it
I'm
down,
out working
Marcus.
for my FBI.
Long
great
Cool
tune.
Woman.
Yeah, great.
And 408 checked in and said, you guys mentioned the great Paul Rogers. He believes Ronnie Van Zant sang at his funeral. Is that right?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Wow.
That's awesome. That's tribute.
He also says, you guys, if you're going to talk great riffs, he wants you to know your opinion on Van Halen's Unchained.
Oh, please. It's one of the greats. One of the greats.
I'll tell you another great riff is Dire Straits' donates money for nothing.
I agree with you on that. I agree. And by the way, Paulie and I were talking about, and a band you haven't really mentioned, because you're not, maybe you don't do the overly obvious ones, but I mean, how many Keith Richards Rolling Stones riffs?
Oh, of course.
We don't have enough time.
I mean, Brown Sugar. They have a zillion.
Well, you know what,
just like
Paulie
Zepp has a million of them too. I mean, just the opening riff when you start Zepp 1, and when people didn't know about Zepp at the time, and it starts with Good Times, Bad Times. I mean, that just kicks in right off the bat.
Yeah.
Paulie and I was on one of those Instagram Reels rabbit holes, and I found some guitar instructor explaining why the opening riff to "Can't You Hear Me Knockin'" by the Rolling Stones is his all-time favorite.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh no, these are I mean, there's some obvious ones as we know. But I was trying to think a little beyond that. But I'm a big Bad Company fan too, so they've got some good.
Okay,
really
that we got you covered next week. I got you, Greg. I got you.
It's our favorite 20 minutes of the week. You have a great weekend.
Thanks,
We'll
Greg.
do it
Awesome,
again
man.
next week, Greg.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
There he is, Greg Cosell.
Boy, the riffs. And real quick, too, on the Niners, because he said something about the Niner defense is going to be a week where he said, they're going to need to eat. The more you think about it, this might be one of these games where the defense needs to go ahead and win this ball game, depending on what Sam Darnold can and can't do out there. Like, the defense really is going to need to step up if Brock Purdy's not out there.
By the way, it's been on the text line, and other people are saying, what if Darnold goes out there and has one of those 21 and 29, 270, 2-touchdown games?
I'll tell you what's going to happen. X will be smoking hot. X will be smoking hot. And by the way, final request for all of y'all who asked, and I saw a lot of you, I got you covered with your vitamin C as well.
Let Dice drink his juice, okay? This is some good juice.
I got you.
Yes, it is. All right. Mike Krukow at 7:35. We can continue to get into a little bit of the Kyle Shanahan comments yesterday on Steve Wilkes.
Silk Wilkes.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, yes, indeed. Paulie Mack saying good morning on a Thursday. Great to have your company on the Murph and Mack Show. Let's talk about Prize Picks a little bit. Hey, we got a game tonight. We want to get some action happening. This is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Select 2 or more players. Predict on their stats for the night. In any category you choose, really, it's up to you. We talk about completions, yardage, yards rushing, total number sacks, will there be a safety, all kinds of stuff. It's really easy. And if you know football, you have some skill, you can turn $10 into $250 very, very quickly with just a few taps. Check out the easy gameplay. Check out the quick withdrawals. An enormous selection of players and stat options are what make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. So you feel ready? You feel ready to test your skills? Get on over there. It's prizepicks.com and join the community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. And again, right now, Prize Picks also going to match your first deposit up to $100. Why work with 100 when you can work with 200? Thank you, Prize Picks. Hey, the code word is leader. Make sure you use leader to get that deposit match. It's prizepicks.com/leader. It's waiting for you tonight at Prize Picks. It's daily fantasy sports made easy.
Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Inside rush. They're going to throw a deep one to Addison, and it's broken. No, it's caught by Addison. Touchdown, Minnesota Vikings. He took it away from Charvarius Ward. Ward went for the pick on him like he got earlier in the game, and right at the contact point, Addison pulled the ball away, spun out of it. It's not quite a Minneapolis miracle, but how did they score a touchdown there?
Yeah, I think he knows. You guys, I think, talk to him tomorrow. He knows he messed up on that call. I have no problem with zero blitzes, especially when people need a lot of yards. You know, if you need to get 20 yards to kick a field goal, I have no problem with a zero blitz, but I do when there's 16 seconds left, and that's where he lost track. There was no necessary need for that just because of the time. I have no problem with the call. But, I mean, I have no problem with that play call, but when it's that time, you can't do that. It's not an option.
I don't know what's more surprising.
I know. There's so
Shanahan
much.
putting Wilkes on blast or Waterboy giving Marcus... Waterboy giving Paulie Mack his rush rejoin here.
It's more than a rush rejoin, though. Marcus is making like an artistic statement here because we're talking about the defense, right, and how they're going to need to step up their pass rush, and that the pass rush will be in the limelight this Sunday. Marcus, it's an artistic statement. I follow you every step of the way. I'd like to applaud your genius. I really would. Thank you.
There's art there, my friends. All right, well, you heard, I mean, it was surprising, and I would imagine Kyle said to Wilkes, I'm putting, he's throwing red meat to the fans out there saying, yeah, he knows he messed up. Whereas usually you defend your guys. You're like, hey, man, we do what we do or whatever. But he put him on blast. And I don't know if that shows any signs of fracture inside the building or just Kyle being Kyle. Kyle's very blunt.
Kyle's a little short. He's been a little short this week. If you listen to the comments he's been making, very clipped kind of answers. And even with Brock, when they asked him about Brock Purdy, some of the cuts Marcus played this morning, he was like, yeah, he's in protocol. He's getting more and more Belichick. He's
same guy who said, I can't guarantee that any of us will be alive on Sunday.
He did. He gets philosophical sometimes. But no, I think he's pissed off. I think the whole Niner organization is pretty pissed after consecutive losses.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
That's philosophical.
That goes for all of us.
That goes for all of us. That's you too, Marcus.
Overnight Dave's all-time favorite. Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
We don't go through a morning show with Marcus without hearing that at least once.
Jimmy, by the way, not playing for the Raiders this week?
God knows.
No? No. Okay.
What's the answer, Marcus?
Only God knows.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys. Just change a couple of those words.
Very nice, Murph.
Okay, so a couple of topics here. We talked about Nick Bosa. And, Eric Branch wrote a big film breakdown in the Chronicle saying of his 40 pass rushes, 30 of them were single block. He was not getting double teamed.
I know, man. I know.
Cosell was a little more moderate on him. He said, listen, he kept saying, let's let this play out. Who knows? Maybe Bosa goes on a tear, starts winning some games, strip sack, fumble. Maybe he wins a game this Sunday. Let's let this play out. But right now, there's definitely a difference in production, right?
Well, there's no way you can't notice the difference in production.
Right. And you have your theories. The easiest theory of all is the guy didn't have a summer camp. You know what I mean? And he did not get in now. It's like he's trying to play catch up. So they asked Shanahan about him. He actually, unlike putting Wilkes on blast, looks like he kind of defends Bosa here.
Okay.
No, I think, when you ask it that way, difference, I look at how people move and whether they look in shape or as talented as the year before, and he looks the exact same. I don't see anything different. I know the results haven't been there. He's got a couple opportunities missed. He's got a couple opportunities that should have been an easy sack on, and we left number one open too fast where he shouldn't have been. So I just feel like the way it's panned out between rush and coverage and just all 11 together, they haven't been tied together to me when they have done it. When Bosa beats someone, there's got to be nowhere to go with the ball, and they've been able to do that, whether it's a miss or whatever it is. And when we've had people covered, I don't feel like we've always had that rush. So I think it's there throughout a game, but just not at the right times.
Okay, so,
listen, he's got more than half a season to turn this thing around. I mean, he's got 11 games in front of him to do some damage, and I trust his time is going to come. I mean, he's Nick Bosa. He's one of the greatest pass rushers we've seen come through San Francisco. The thing about it is you are going to have scrutiny when you sign a contract of that size, when you hold out. I mean, a lot of people holding their breath. That includes us. We didn't know if Bosa was going to be here at all. We didn't know it was going to happen. So there was like a lot of stress and concern coming into the season. I think you're right. Missing camp certainly doesn't help. But when you go from leading the NFC in sacks to where he is now, there's no way not to notice. You have to say, what's happening?
To his credit, he stood in front of his locker yesterday.
Okay.
And he kind of copped to it.
He addressed it.
This is pretty good Bosa here. Check it out.
Does missing training camp have anything to do with anything as far as your start?
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the two, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
Hey, man. First of all,
he knows. He's a big boy.
I've been impressed with this guy on every level since he got here. Not just his unbelievable level of play, NFL Defensive Player of the Year. I've always enjoyed his comments on the game. He's even sometimes when he's doing his low-key kind of quasi-stoner answers.
No, I feel you on this, yeah.
I always enjoy them, but there seems to be an honesty to all his stuff usually.
There's authenticity there, and he took accountability. He goes, yeah, probably a little bit. It hurt me that I missed camp.
I'm working on things on the run. So, this is what happens now. You want your money, you hold out, and now there's a little bit of a price to pay.
Now that the spotlight's really squarely on him, Marcus, that he's answering questions regarding his production, maybe he really will step up because he don't want to hear this kind of noise. No. He wants to go out there and do damage. So maybe this is like the kick in the ass he needs right now.
And I remember after the first 2 games of the season, Nick Bosa went to the podium and said, it kind of took me 2 games just to get my legs underneath me. Mm-hmm. Well, now we're 7 games in. When are the legs going to show up?
That's what we're saying. That's why we're talking about it. Yeah.
All right. So that's obviously a huge focus going into Sunday because you got to get to Burrow. He'll carve. But the other one is who's going to quarterback the Niners and hit me. I was having my great Amici's lunch yesterday with Peter and Richard. There's a nice little sit down. By the way, do not sleep on the pie right out of the oven.
Oh, man, you're killing me. I know this is
sizzling cheese. And Peter, being from Boston, he's the founder of Amici's. He's like, I'm going to order the New Haven white clam. And it was so good, I got a half-baked one to bring home, and the kids were in on it. Which surprised me. No. Usually they're like, just give me the cheese. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I got you. Right.
I know you're not really a New Haven white claim guy.
No, I mean, I'll do it. I like the red sauce on there. But, Murph being a gentleman was good enough to offer up half the clam pie to our former leader. Shout out JC.
From Frank Pepe.
Shout out JC. Where is he? From Frank Pepe.
Which is the best white clam in the world.
I remember we got off the elevator. First of all, the whole elevator smelled like Frank Pepe's because we had our little to-go bags. We get out of the elevator, and I take a right to my room, and I'll never forget this. I'm like opening my door, and I look to my left, and Murph is walking down the hall ready to give his pie away. I'm like, that guy's crazy.
Well, he's from Providence. He was from Providence, Rhode Island.
It shows you what Murph's made of, actually.
Well, what are you going to do? Yeah. That's not what the text line says.
By the way, it didn't do us any favors in the long run. I don't think it changed anything. The peace offering didn't work.
There's another day on a slow day to talk about work relationships you have that are always good and positive, and you do nice things for each other. But then ultimately, when it comes down to it, totally transactional, and they'll chop you out.
You're going to get whacked. You're going to get whacked.
There's nothing like, he did a lot of nice things. Like Gabe did a lot of nice things in the community. Chopped his head off.
What about the clam pie? So, nothing?
But anyway, Sam Darnold, guys, and I really am going into this one like blank slate. Shout out the favorite Chiefs fan, Taylor Swift, blank space.
Oh, see?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to write Darnold's name. I don't know what to expect. Here's Shanahan. I mean, they signed. There's Matt Mayoko told us he's the most talented thrower of football in Niner
all time.
history.
I know.
Here's Shanahan.
Okay.
I have as much confidence in Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with. He was great in the offseason. He's been great here in these 7 weeks so far, and he's always ready to go. He's great in the meetings and stuff. He doesn't get many reps, as no backups do, but he does it well in the scout teams, always good in the meetings. And, we got mainly walkthrough today, so Brock's allowed to do some of the walkthrough. And we got a couple of periods that aren't, so Sam will get those periods.
Okay. By the way, is it any coincidence that Darnold re-enters the picture right when the Warriors season starts? Because, Next thing you know, he's going to be courtside with McCaffrey.
Oh, with CMC,
again.
that's right. Who was it? CMC, Darnold, and who else?
Kittle, wasn't it?
Kittle.
Or Juszczyk.
That was like the
both of them.
Three amigos over there.
And that hat they wear that says the boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you feel if you don't get one of those hats?
Oh, I'm bummed out, man. I'm bummed. Where's my boys hat?
They're like,
I'm one of the boys.
And then you're like, hey, where's my boys hat? They just pretend not to hear you.
Yeah.
They just kind of walk past.
That's a tough feeling. I've been there.
Welcome to our middle school lives, right? Here's the one thing is that Brock Purdy is not ruled out yet. He is not ruled out yet.
No,
which
he's
is
not.
weird.
He's
so
not.
here's Shanahan on that.
Okay.
No, I mean, Brock didn't take a practice rep versus Seattle on Thursday Night Football till pregame warmups, and he had to shut those down a little bit too. So he didn't really get a real rep that week till play one, and he played pretty good. So we'll probably stick with that.
Okay, so he's not ruling him out. Now, likely that he would not go. Concussion's no joke. They got to take this stuff very seriously. But until you hear otherwise, we will give you the updates here at KNBR 104.5 and 680. All right, well, there's your little Niner hit. We'll do more of that at 8 o'clock, the big hit. Take some calls from you guys on how confident or not confident you're feeling about Sam Darnold.
I feel like you. I'm going blank slate like you. Dazzle me, man. Show me something.
But next up is our regular Thursday hit with Mike Krukow, except it's not regular. The Giants introduced a brand new manager yesterday, and we got a lot of reaction to it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
All right, once again, we're saying good morning to you. Thanks so much for listening to Murph and Mac. I want to do y'all a favor right now, because when you're in a situation where you're in a pinch financially and you have to come up with a lot of cash very quickly, and you ask yourself, well, how am I going to do that? That's where Loan Pronto comes in with their revolutionary Express Equity line of credit, and really functions exactly as it sounds. It's an amazing program that can get you cash out of your home in as fast as 5 days. Again, this is your house, your property, your money, your equity. Loan Pronto can pull 50, they can pull 100, all the way up to $200,000 out of your record high home. That's money you can use for anything you need. That's what we're talking about. Expenses that come along. Maybe the tree fell in your backyard, crashed in your garage, stuff like that. Unexpected expenses, and you don't know how to cover them. Loan Pronto just might be the answer. Listen, with rates as high as they are, it's difficult to move, but you still have that equity. That's yours. You can convert it into cash. Pay down some of those credit card bills, home renovations, home repairs, what have you. It's entirely up to you. So give Loan Pronto a call. Talk about their Express Equity line of credit and how it can go to work for you. Call 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721. Also visit them online at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we make our regular Thursday hookup with Mike. Man, I got Andy Baggerly, man. He's a poet, a wordsmith. He had some great phrases in his review of the Melvin Day yesterday. He said it felt like the Giants were reintroducing a more familiar version of themselves. I was like, damn, that's exactly what I was trying to say. It's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you, Andy, for being a great writer. The connection being made with Mike here.
It's a good piece, actually. Yeah, it really is a good piece.
Everything about it was just, it felt, we're back to Giants family, and family matters.
It does.
Not to mention the guy's got 20 years of big league experience in managing.
And I don't think any organization wants to be in a place where their fan base is disgruntled. I think this is
connection has been made. All right, Mike, it was quite a day yesterday. I got to say, there was I would say the vibe was really strong and really positive. I was in the room, and it had everything to do with Bob Melvin's persona, personality, and even if he didn't button the buttons right on his jersey for a while, he just hit all the right notes. So I'd love to hear your take, and good morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. And obviously I'm excited about it because I've known him since, way back in the 80s when Roger Craig came over to the Giants from the Tigers. One of the guys that he wanted and insisted upon was Bob Melvin, and at that time was a young catcher. And but Roger told me later on, he says he did that because he knew that at some point in his career, Bob Melvin was going to be a big league manager, and he wanted that type of presence in our clubhouse, and he wanted him behind the plate because he was a very bright guy who understood the game, who read the game well. And he that was one of the first young players that Roger really endorsed. I mean, he endorsed Bob Melvin before he endorsed Will Clark. I mean, think about it. Wow. He brought Melvin over, and at the same time he had Will Clark, and he didn't know him quite as well, but he knew what Bob Melvin was all about. And so I've been impressed with him and his abilities for a long time. He was a great teammate, a great catcher. I didn't like tall catchers because I didn't think they were very good with low pitches, but he was an exception. Usually with low catchers, at the time, with the way they caught back then, it's different now because of the one-knee style of catching. But back then, if you had a tall catcher, he was either a good low ball catcher and a bad blocker, or he was a bad low ball catcher and a good blocker. It was very, very rare that you saw a tall catcher that could do both, and he could do both. And he and I kind of wrestled because he liked to call a game. I like to call a game. And I used to always say, well, hey, whose baseball card is this going on, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he'd get mad at me because I really my preferred catcher was Bob Brindley at the time, a veteran, a little more experience, et cetera. But I loved playing with him, and we all knew when he was with us as a young player that he was going to go on and do things in this game. He was going to be around it, and the fact now that he's managed for 20 years and been a 3-time manager of the year, absolutely no surprise. I'm so excited that he's here because he knows the history. He knows the expectation, and he can't wait to get at it. Some people can be intimidated by the history of this franchise because of the expectation. He's not. And with Bob Melvin coming aboard, you're not going to rebuild as an organization with Melvin. You're not. You're going to figure out how to get there, and you're going to do whatever it takes to get there. And I think from that perspective, Giants fans should be extremely excited because we are. I am, and we expect big things out of him, and so does he.
Well, yeah, he said yesterday. He said he sees it as a responsibility. He's like, nobody knows this jersey better than me. I mean, he told so many great poetic stories about once a series through the last 20 years, looking across the diamond and wondering, could I ever get there? Could I ever get in that target?
Yeah.
Sliding down the slide. He's told Willie Mays stories. He told Mike Murphy stories. I mean, he gets it on every level, which leads to my question about, listen, I know it matters. You got to have Barry Bonds and you got to have Tim Lincecum and you got to have all players. But is there something, or can you quantify, Andy Baggerly called it connective tissue, that as hardworking as Gabe Kapler and his staff were, and man, they worked their asses off, no question. But the Giants family is so important to this fan base that this gets them. what Andy wrote in his story reintroduces them to a more familiar version of themselves. Do you buy that?
I think that's really well said, and I shouldn't be surprised. Andy he's very, very good with words. Connective tissue, I think that's a great way to put it. Look, Gabe Kapler made this organization better. His time here, as you pointed out, I mean, nobody outworked that guy or that staff. They made this organization better. Bob Melvin comes into this situation now, and he brings a little bit different point of view. He is not going to turn his back on data. He is not going to turn his back on what all the propeller heads prepare for him on a daily basis. He's going to take that information, and he's going to take 20 years of experience.
Nice.
And he is going to read the game. He is going to apply common sense to what he sees with that data. And I think because of that now that the formula that you have going into a game gets better because of his experience, because of how he reads talent, how he reads umpires, how he reads the field conditions. I mean, all those things I think are they're so valuable about a game, especially in Northern California. That's how that ballpark's going to play every day. So I think that what he brings in just for game presence is going to improve this club. As far as connective tissue is to the histories of this game and him growing up as a young man, as a kid, rooting for all of the Bay Area teams and understanding the histories and the expectations and the fan base. I think he realizes the responsibility. I think the other thing, too, that when you're a successful manager, you have the ability to read talent that's in the minor leagues, talent that you could bring up out of the minor leagues that you could apply to your team to make your team better, to utilize that young player's talents in the best possible way. I think that's one of the most valuable assets of any manager. If you take back and you look at what Roger Craig did, at what Dusty Baker did, at what Felipe Alou did, at what Bruce Bochy did, that's what Melvin does. He sees talent at a young age, and he understands that this guy could be a good player. He could fit well into our scheme, and then he puts him in that position to succeed. That's the ultimate talent of a manager. And then, of course, during the course of a 6-month season, really an 8-month season, if you consider spring training the 6-month season and hopefully a playoff run, you keep people fresh. You keep people going. You keep them alive in that clubhouse, and you keep that chemistry going and growing. I mean, that's what they do, and that's what the good ones do. That's how you can be a manager of the year 3 times. So I'm stoked about it. I mean, not only do I have a friend who's coming back into this organization that I've always respected, but a guy who's going to really, really help this team get to where we all want to go.
Yeah, I am telling you, man, it was a great energy in the room, a great vibe. He had a quote. I got to tip my cap to Adam Copeland, our buddy in the afternoon. He noted that when Melvin said, San Francisco is the Giants, and the Giants are San Francisco, he said, hey, that's what Mike Krukow said at the 2010 City Hall.
You certainly
right?
did, Mike. Yeah, on the steps, man.
Yeah. Sound familiar?
Well, yeah, that's kind of how we feel. Yeah. But what's great about the room yesterday, I mean, was a who's who. And we have some pretty savvy people that are not afraid to ask the tough question in our core of writers. And I think it's the responsibility of the writers to put pressure on every organization in the Bay. Mm-hmm. It's their accountability. It's their report card. And they keep the pressure on. And when you have a collective group of writers that sign off on the acquisition of a new manager because they know his history, they know his relationship of the players in the clubhouse because they're there every day, and they're all excited about the move. I mean, that says a whole lot, doesn't it?
It really does. It was you're right. The questions were asked and real, and they were hard, but there was an authenticity to it all that just came through entirely, and I'm ready to go. Now, all that said, Mike, you got to have players. You got to have players. I mean, even Bruce Bochy had some bad seasons, and we all love him so much because maybe he didn't have the lineup he needed. So the big question was asked. I don't want to put you in an awkward position because I don't want to get you between you and management and payroll, but I would just be interested in your reaction to the fans' reaction to the Greg Johnson comment that a lot of fans clomped onto that said, he goes, yeah, we want to win. We're going to do everything we can. He goes, maybe the luxury tax for 1 year, but definitely not long term. And he said, ultimately I have a group of investors who want to somewhat break even, and people flipped out at that phrase. My question is just like speaking to the fans, the Giants payroll has always been top 10. It was 12th last year. But I mean, just kind of what are your expectations in terms of, do you think they will go out and try to enhance the team even if it costs a little bit?
Oh, are you kidding me? You don't bring in Bob Melvin to be cheap, to rebuild. Yeah, that's the thing about bringing in Melvin.
Okay, yeah.
You're going for it. And I just think there was a misinterpretation as to what he said. I mean, you don't want to be an ownership group that just goes out there and says, hey, listen, our pockets are so deep, because I think that's irresponsible. We've seen it happen in New York. It doesn't guarantee anything. You've got to spend it wisely, and you've got to develop your players, and you have to have a blend of talent from your own system, and you have to have a blend of free agents that come in and complement one another, and then you form that chemistry. Nobody talks about the amount of money that's been spent on the Giants' minor league system here in the last 5 years. Go take a look at what they've done down there to the minor league complex. It's the best in all of baseball. They take every part of that serious. So if you don't think that this organization and the ownership group is invested with spending money to develop this team, you're crazy. And I think that with what's out there this year, the free agents that are out there this year, you're going to see a press and an urgency to bring some of these guys in. And we all know that there's some high prospects coming out of the Pacific Rim and in Japan and Korea. I expect this organization to get very, very active in trying to bring these players into our organization, into our city. And that's what bringing Melvin into the organization is all about. So I just think it was a misinterpretation. Yeah, they don't want to lose money, but they don't have any problem spending money. Let's put it this way. They're not in it to pad their pockets. They're in it to win, but they're going to do it responsibly, and I think that's all that meant.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you answered the question. Thank you for that. And Bob Melvin said both on the dais and then afterwards, we were doing a little informal bull session with him after, and he said, "Listen, we're going to enhance. We got to enhance the middle of this roster." So, I mean, that sounds to me like I would say let's just wait and let it play out a little bit. Let's see how it goes. So, Mike, I did kind of afterwards said to him, he talked about. Did you hear the Buster Posey story about?
I didn't.
Oh, he said. I finally got to talk to Buster Posey, and he said, because I didn't like him. He said, for 10 years I come in here with the A's and the Diamondback or whatever, he said, and he would never talk to anybody. He grunted. He didn't want to be anybody's friends. He goes, no, in a weird way, I kind of admired it because he was there to win. He goes, the guy was always with 2 strikes going the other way, getting a hit. I was geez, could you make an out once for a while? And he goes, and now the best part about this interview process is I got to talk to Buster, and now I like him.
That's got to feel good. Yeah.
Well, they have a lot in common. I mean,
Yeah.
You can't be a good catcher without having a good, solid red ass.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Nice, Mike. Yeah.
And one thing that I really think you have to learn as a young player, that you're not in this to make friends around the league. You see young players and they're socializing behind second base before a game with the other team. Why are you doing that? Don't you realize that guy, all he wants to do is 2 things. 1, kick your ass, and number 2, brag about it when he gets on the bus going to the airport. So why are you his friend? Seriously.
Yep.
I mean, I had to learn that. I was thinking, this is a great big fraternity. Then I had a couple veterans square me away. And guess what? It served me well. And Bob Melvin learned that at an early age, and Buster learned it the first day he walked in the big leagues. I think he brought that in with him.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's something that Logan Webb has to learn. You want to be an ace? Well, you can't be a camp counselor if you're going to be an ace.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. He told his second story after the press conference about one of his players fouled a ball off his foot once, and he went to home plate to check on him, and he tried to be cordial to Buster.
Like just a chit-chat,
He said to him, he goes, you did this on purpose, didn't you? And he said, Buster just grunted and looked the other way.
Yeah.
And that messes with a guy.
Yeah.
It used to be the greatest thing. Back in Candlestick, we had the clubhouses were across the hall from one another, but then the hallway was a long hallway that walked out to the door in right field, right?
Yeah.
So every time we would be coming off of the field after batting practice, we would walk right by the guys coming, the opposing team, whoever they were coming the opposite way. And as you walk past the guy, it just, guy will say, hey, how you doing? It just happens. And when you ignore him and say nothing, it messes with him.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's how I was. Sorry, you don't have my uniform on.
Yeah.
You come over and put it on, we're going to be buds. You got that other uni on? To hell with you. And that's just, but I had to learn that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people out there listening to this right now going, really? You did that?
Oh.
Yes, I did. Yeah. And that's kind of what you have to do. It's your club.
Yep.
Everybody else is trying to beat you and brag about it.
Yes.
So there is no sincerity to the good mornings and the good afternoons. Ignore it. Move on. Get in his head, because it's going to serve you well down the road. Now, when your career's all over and you're at a celebrity golf tournament somewhere, and you both show up on the golf driving range, and be a friend. Talk to him. Now's the time to be a good guy.
I love it.
Not when you're playing against him.
You know what else, Mike, too, on top of all that? Because I agree with everything you said. The fans don't like it, too. Most fans don't like to see that. Most fans don't like to see any player on your squad like kind of hanging out, laughing with the other team like before the game. You just don't like to see that. So it's the players, but also the fan base. They don't like it, Mike.
No, our clubhouse was, I don't care if it's your brother or a relative or, an in-law, save it till after the game. Yeah. Don't be interacting in social with the opponent on the field or during the game. Just don't. But we kind of got off on a tangent.
Yeah, we did.
It's an important one. It's an important one.
Anyway, and it was an incredible vibe. We'll see what happens in terms of this offseason. It's going to start after the World Series. But the last thing, we saved the best for last, although Bob Melvin was pretty darn good. Mike, a hearty Murph and Mac congratulations from the Giants fan base to you and Dwayne for being 20% of the 10 Ford C. Frick finalists for the Hall of Fame Award for Excellence in Baseball Broadcasting. What a moment. The names are Joe Buck, Gary Cohen, Dan Schulman, Joe Castiglione, Jacques Doucette, I hope I'm saying that right, Tom Hamilton, Ernie Johnson Sr., our very own Ken Korak from across the bay, and then Mike and Dwayne, Kruk and Kai. Congratulations, man.
Congrats, Mike.
How you feeling?
Awesome.
Oh, I'm proud of that. It's fun. I mean, it means a whole lot to me to be on that list, because everybody on there is just a remarkable broadcaster. You forgot Dan Schulman, another guy. And, it's one of those, when you get on lists as a kid, you look at a list and you go up and down, and you go, oh, I'm better than that guy. I'm better than that guy. Well, I'm not as good as that guy, But when you look at that list, you're kind of going, I'm not as good as any of those guys. It's just a really big honor to be there. But to be on it with your partner, that means everything to me, and I'm just really proud of it. It's just and the Bay Area represented so well with Kenny Korak too, who's such a brilliant guy and a good friend. So the very fact that the 3K boys from the Bay Area are all on at the same time is pretty special in itself. But to be on with my partner, it's an honor.
Is there any way we can get you guys together? Tandem?
No, that'll never happen. You look at those names. I tell you, Joe Castiglione. He's been 44 years with the Red Sox, and Jacques Doucette. I mean, I was in Montreal. He was the French broadcaster with the Expos. Oh, nice. He and Roger Brulette. Yeah. Their English partner, Dave Van Horn, he was a Frick winner. The audience of Jacques Doucette and Roger Brulette was like 50 times bigger than Van Horn's. Their French audience. So now Jacques is doing the French broadcasts on television for the Toronto Blue Jays now, but a tremendous guy, and I think he's been on like 4 or 5 times on the list. Certainly deserving. But so it was just an honor to be with all those guys. They're all unbelievable.
Well, Mike, huge day for you and Dwayne, huge day for the Giants, huge day for Bob Melvin, and a huge day really just for Giants fans everywhere. So we're going to have Buster Posey on today at 9:30. So we'll continue this conversation, but awesome. I mean, we didn't even mention the World Series. We got to go, but it'll just like quickly. I mean,
how about a word on this?
Bochy versus the answer backs. Corbin Carroll becomes the first rookie ever to have 3 hits and 2 steals in a game.
Unbelievable.
7.
I know.
I mean, I guess you can't take these guys lightly. I feel like they should, but
nope.
I mean, your thoughts?
Well, I love the stories of both organizations. I mean, if Bochy can bring it home, I mean, it's the first time that the Rangers will have won a World Series. That's 52 years they've gone without one. Very special. The D-backs won one in 2001. Their story is compelling because of the brand of baseball that they play. They're a throwback. I mean, they put the ball in play. They make two-strike adjustments. They steal bases. Their defense is spectacular. I didn't think they had a chance after watching the first two games of the series. And then, when they won a couple, I didn't think the series was going to get back to Philly. And then they wind up winning the whole thing. It's just a great story about what it means to be a team and the importance of chemistry, and not fearing just the overwhelming odds that are stacked up against you. It's just what Torey Lovullo has done there with his staff is just remarkable, and I'm proud of both organizations to get to that point. I'm really, really into this series, and I hope, of course, that it goes 7 games, and I think it will. But I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be great, and both fan bases. This is one of those fan bases that they're fantastic. They've completely bought into this, and everybody's on board, which when you can bring a city to do that, it's a pretty special vibe, as we know. So I think we're going to be treated to some really good baseball, and I can't wait to see it.
Awesome.
Yeah, for both of those teams to win games 6 and 7 on the road.
Yeah, we're psyched too. It's going to be good.
Arizona and Philly. So many things to talk about, Mike. It was a great recap. Have a great weekend. Talk to you Tuesday.
Thanks, Kruk.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, Hall of Fame finalist. Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30. Steve Kerr going to the Basketball Hall of Fame, right? For sure.
What, are you kidding me? With all these rings? Hell yeah.
By the way, speaking of AI, my kid sent me an AI thing where Michael Jordan misses the shot against... AI is crazy now. They have the shot against the Cavs, against Craig Elo, and he misses it, and they even have like a crackly radio guy. Jordan misses the shot. It kind of rattles out. Anyway, just thinking about Kerr and making big shots.
Oh, Kerr's going to the Hall for sure. Yeah. That's why when I see that Travis Kelce commercial about, hey, 2 things at once, he's driving around, just he's mowing the lawn and doing a barbecue at the same time, the whole 2 things at once concept. Then he holds up his 2 Super Bowl rings. I'm like, bro, don't make me have to get Montana or Ronnie Lott on the line and go force him on you.
Or the kid out of Sarah High School, that kid.
Yeah.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, the big hit is the 49ers. It's Thursday morning. The Niners play the Bengals on Sunday, and we don't know who their quarterback will be. Will it be Brock Purdy? Will it be Sam Darnold?
We're going to talk about this. Yeah, man.
That's the big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Big news at a Levi Stadium yesterday when Kyle Shanahan told the media that Brock Purdy is currently in the concussion protocol. So to find out about his playing status ahead of the 49ers Week 8 matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's sports leader.
McCaffrey the back, they're heavy right. They got Jennings and Ayuk. Quarterback sneak, and Purdy's got it.
Yeah, he got it this time.
Just had enough of a gap in the A-gap there to get low, and it's the Purdy plunge for a 49er first down. He will drop 7 steps from under center. Throws over the middle, intercepted. He went to Juwan Jennings, and he completely missed and threw the ball right to Cam Bynum, the Kale safety. Did he catch the ball? Did he trap the ball? Where was Purdy throwing the ball? Purdy out of the shotgun. Purdy steps off, gets to his right, throws middle. It is intercepted by Bynum. The 49ers lose again. Cam Bynum intercepts Purdy twice in the fourth quarter. And now the 49ers are going at the Vikings.
Started getting symptoms on the plane. So we found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
So there I was sitting at Amici's with Peter and Richard and having some great pizza.
Like a gentleman. How many slices did you whack down, by the way?
Tim says, why not the minestrone? Why not the minestrone?
He loves that minestrone.
I didn't have it, but I will next time. So I had, Paulie, ready for this?
Break it down. Yeah, I'm living through you right now.
We were having like a nice come to Jesus Amici's meeting. Oh. So I had garlic breadsticks fresh out of the oven. We had wings.
Mm-hmm.
So I had like
I love those
4
wings.
garlic breadsticks. And I had like 4 wings. Then here comes the large cheese.
That's where you go.
And it was sizzling.
Yeah,
the
I know
juices
exactly
were
what
kind
you're
of
saying. Right out of the
you know what I mean?
bubbling, yeah.
So when I pulled the slice off, there was a little stretch to the cheese, you know?
That's the best.
And then I folded it up a little bit and I hit it.
Attaboy, fold that ass, man.
And then the white clam came out, which I know that's not your thing, but
no, it's okay.
That too was sizzling and flavorful with some bacon on it.
Yeah.
And then we had what they call the Lamont special. Lamont likes this pollo chicken with a slow roasted garlic.
Boy, that sounds very designer. Very designer pie.
Slow
Very
roasted
chic.
garlic, spinach, and chicken.
Wow.
And so we had all that. I had probably 4 or 5 slices, Paulie.
God bless you. Good for you, Murph. I'm glad you did that.
Fat guy I am.
After all these years, I've learned Murph knows a good pie when he sees one.
I know good pizza. It's a good slice
and
of pizza.
And the fact that he got the one cheese.
The story. Yeah. The point of the story is that I, like a gentleman, had my phone away from me. So we could have a conversation.
Good.
So we stood up. I'm unbuckling my belt because I have so much pizza in me.
That's the gangster move right there.
And I pick up my phone and boom. It says Brock Purdy's got a concussion.
Same here.
I'm standing on the Lombard Street Amicis. Go, what?
It was like we got ambushed. I know nobody knew about it, and we weren't expecting that. And to have that news drop yesterday caught everybody off guard.
So, like, my first thought was like, God, this guy's, 2 losses in a row, game-ending interception, concussion. I was like, man, this guy is having a rough late October here. And then my second thought was, what in the world are they going to get with Sam Darnold?
Well, we don't know.
Do you? Do you know?
No, I don't. I don't know what to expect. Try to see him run a Kyle Shanahan offense in a real important game. Back-to-back losses. This is a game they really need. We talk about trying to keep pace with the Eagles. You certainly don't want to have a third loss consecutively on top of everything else. Then you throw in the fact, I keep saying this too, the Bengals had 2 weeks to prepare for this game with the bye. So they're going to have all kind of tricks up their sleeves. You got a healthier Joe Burrow that he's been able to stay off that leg for a couple of weeks. So he can carve. This is why the more I think about this, if it is Sam Darnold, no disrespect to Sam, hopefully he can go out there and play a great game. But I think the defense really going to have to step up. They're going to really have to get to Joe Burrow, knock him around, maybe force a couple of turnovers.
Well, that's kind of what they're supposed to be. They're supposed to have one of the best defenses.
We need to see it. We do. We're going to need to see it this week.
Back to the offense. What if it is Sam Darnold? Now, this was the big signing, and everybody's like, this got Trey Lance out of town.
Right. That's how good Kyle feels about him, right?
He told Trey Lance to pack his bags. Yep. So, I'm already anticipating. Some people have written in, what if he goes 21 of 29, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 270?
Get ready for X to melt down, bro.
Well, they would say, it's the system. It's the system.
By the way, if you demand on calling it X, shout out to Elon Musk over there. Give me a better logo. There's got to be something more creative you can do than just a black
they have like
X.
a little distressed part of it where it looks a little worn down?
No, but it just feels like there's got to be something a little spicier we can do that. That's the dullest logo I've ever seen.
They have it has a little stretch, like it has a little stain to it to make it look distressed.
Cut the S, man.
It's like a well-worn, like a dog-eared book or something like that. Do you have that, Marcus, on yours?
Honestly, I don't even notice.
First I thought it was my phone, then the lovely Candace said the same thing. So
I got to remind myself every day that we have to call it X.
They got to hire a better art director.
No, I don't. I just still say Twitter.
Gonna call it whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I call it X almost like comically. I say it for like comedic effect.
I think it's funny when I say, last night I was on X.
Yeah.
People think you were on something else.
Shout out Big Al's on Broadway over there.
I'm trying to think of USC quarterbacks. Guy wrote in on Twitter saying he's a Trojan dude. USC quarterbacks for the Niners?
Well, I don't think you're going to find too many, Murph. I can't.
Top of my head.
Unless one of the backups back in the day was from USC. I can't think of any.
Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, Pat Hayden.
Where'd Brody play at college?
Stanford. I can't think of any.
Yeah.
There's probably some I'm forgetting. Colt McCoy was Texas. But don't forget Colt
McCoy. He could be the first.
Don't forget Colt McCoy, the Niner.
He was. I know.
Chris Weinke, Florida State.
And now you're talking, bro.
Troy Smith, Ohio State. Remember Troy Smith?
Yeah, shout out my guy, Jeff Brom, too. Don't sleep on Bromsy.
Louisville, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's Dan Orlovsky. We're going to lead with Dan Orlovsky.
Okay.
This guy, by the way, carved a nice little career for himself after being sort of an anonymous backup in the NFL.
What's he known for, right? He's known for running out of the end zone, basically. That's like his claim to fame.
And now he's like, he's a fit suburban dad who analyzes
He's got a lot of
film.
hot takes, too.
He's got the haircut.
He'll drop a hot take on you.
Well, how do you feel about this hot take he gave on Sam Darnold?
If he doesn't play, I do not expect them to skip a beat. I think they will be just fine with Sam Darnold. I have constantly believed that if Sam Darnold was placed on a team that was similar to San Francisco, he would play worthy of that top draft pick. This young man has been weathered. He's mentally been through it all. He's the most talented quarterback physically that Kyle Shanahan has had in that offense, at least since Matt Ryan. So that's 6 or 7 years. Out of all due respect to Brock Purdy, he's a really good player. This offense will be just fine with Sam Darnold.
How about that?
That's a hell of a statement. I hope he's right. I mean, Sam Darnold was highly regarded. He was in a mess in New York with all those different.
Say?
I'm sorry?
Mayoko said he's the most talented thrower they've ever had.
I mean, maybe he is. I hope he is, man. Dazzle me, man.
Now, boys, I'll remind you that Dan Orlovsky was the same guy a week or two ago that said, yeah, Mac Jones can perform in this system also.
Yeah.
So what quarterback doesn't he think can succeed in Kyle Shanahan's quote-unquote system?
It really speaks to it's the great system that Kyle has kind of invented and drawn up there. And we'll see. I mean, let me put it to you this way, Murph. I expect Sam Darnold to go out there and play well. I do. He's got so much around him. He does have that Kyle Shanahan playbook.
He doesn't have Debo, though.
He doesn't have Debo, but he's still got plenty of weapons. By the way, could we get Brandon Ayuk back involved in the offense again?
Your point, I think that you see this stat, he didn't get targeted.
They didn't even look at him in the second half.
In the last 33 minutes, there was that one pass he threw.
He dropped the ground. It was on the ground.
Hit the ground. By the way, shout out Spider, listening to his big hit.
I'm a big Leland guy.
He said, correct me if I'm wrong, was Matt Barkley briefly a Niner? I think he was.
Was he?
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was. I think he was a backup.
Okay.
I do. Yeah. Nice work, Spider. Way to bring us that Trojan,
good pull, deep pull.
Trojan blood there,
Yeah.
man. All right. Next up is did you just play the Shanahan conference? You pay cut C coming in there, buddy? Okay. Well, here he is. He's like, I signed this guy for a reason. This was a big signing. Then the guy started showing up courtside at Warriors games, and then they told Trey Lance to pack his bags and go to Dallas. So here's why Shanahan loves Darnold.
No, I mean, Brock didn't take a practice drive versus Seattle on Thursday Night Football.
That's cut E. I'm sorry. We'll do cut C. Cut C as in Charlie.
As in cat.
Charlie don't surf.
Not
All
pro.
right, here you go. All right, take
Great
it.
track.
I have as much confidence as Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with. He was great in the offseason. He's been great here in these 7 weeks so far, and he's always ready to go. He's great in the meetings and stuff. He doesn't get many reps, as no backups do, but he does it well in the scout teams, always good in the meetings. And, we got mainly walkthrough today, so Brock's allowed to do some of the walkthrough. And we got a couple of periods that aren't, so Sam will get those periods.
Just so long, Murphy, it's not Darnold don't surf.
Now,
you know what I mean?
By the way, Waterboy, you're saying despite Spider's best efforts, he was not a 49er?
Yeah,
right?
shout out to our guy Spider, but I just looked up his Pro Football Focus reference page, and it looks like he played for Philly, Chicago, and Buffalo. I don't see San Francisco on there.
I don't remember that either. Well, Spider will come in.
I think he was in camp.
That sounds probably
he was
right.
in camp.
Yeah, and he didn't even make the cut.
That doesn't count, but it might. But the reason why it resonates with me is I think he was in camp. But anyway, sorry, Spider. Listen, take it from a guy who gets things wrong every segment.
We understand.
You're good, buddy. You're good.
Yeah, maybe that's who we should be hitting up to see if he's confident in Sam Darnold. Spider's probably watched more Sam Darnold football than all of us.
What I mean, Sam Darnold, throw this guy on the pile of top 5 quarterbacks in the last 20 years who just haven't hit.
Right.
I mean, it's the rule, not the exception. Kind of,
And that's my thing when we're talking about the confidence of a Sam Darnold. What have we seen from him in actual NFL games? I mean, we played some sound from Shanahan earlier. It's like, yeah, I'm as confident as I can be with a guy that I've never played an NFL game with.
I know, right?
Because, boys, we were down there in training camp. We saw him taking throws on air. I went to every single preseason game. I was out in Vegas watching him scrimmage against the Raiders defense, and I wasn't blown away from Sam Darnold. Yeah. I know we had Matt Mayoko saying he's got a chance to be the greatest arm talent in 49er history. I don't know. He looked pretty average to me. I don't know if he is going to be an elite quarterback in this system, if the 49ers even need that.
I will say, when we got to summer camp, Tim Ryan was, and now it can be told, was telling us in early August he thought that he had already zoomed past Trey Lance.
He did say that. A lot of people were very high on what they saw.
Yeah, he threw the ball well. Let me give you his game logs.
He's got a ton of experience, man.
He finished 4-2.
With the Panthers,
and his passer rating was 93. So here it is. His first start was against Denver. He went 11 of 19 for 164, touchdown, no picks.
Fine.
rating of 103.
Fine. That's
a very light day.
Yeah.
His next game was at Seattle, a win at Seattle.
On the road, tough place to play.
14 of 24 for 120. 1 touchdown, no picks, 85 passer rating. Then he came home to Pittsburgh. He lost to the Steelers, where he went 14 of 23 for 225, a touchdown, no picks. These are very sort of ordinary, sort of quiet
But
numbers.
they're not stats that are out of place in the Niner offense, though.
Listen, here's the key thing. He had thrown no picks in any of those 3 games.
Yep.
Then they beat Dan Campbell's Detroit Lions, 37-23. He went 15 of 22 for 250.
Nice day.
A touchdown, no picks.
Nice day. Okay.
So in his first 4, he threw no picks. Now he throws a pick finally. They're at Tampa. They lose 30-24. They lose 37-23. He goes 23 of 37 for 341 and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, it's in there, man.
He
It's
does
in there.
throw a pick, but his passer rating's 108. That's a big day.
Yep.
That's a big day,
Well,
man.
that's definitely the best stretch of football he's played in his young career. I mean, everything that happened with the Jets, I always felt like, how can you really judge this guy when he's got new OCs coming in every blanking year? It's a new system. He didn't know what to do. He was getting crushed. He had no protection. So that little stretch you just kind of looked at, I think it's reasonable to say, like, that's what's in there potentially.
Ready for this? The last game of the year, they beat New Orleans 10-7. He went 5 of 15 for 43 yards and 2 picks.
Hey, listen, that's Saint defense, man.
That's like a disaster. Did they give him the hook?
Saint defense going to swarm.
That was on January 8th of this year.
Yeah.
He went 5 of 15 with 2 picks and 43 yards. They must have given him the hook.
back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little.
Who would have come in for him?
Did he
you know
get
what?
hurt that game?
I'm so
I'm not
intrigued.
sure.
He was having a terrible game.
It might have been P.J. Walker coming in for him.
Maybe. Let's check it out here. Let's see. They 10-7. 2 teams playing out the string. Can you imagine being a fan at that game? You're just like, what am I doing here, man? Dude, there were that was it. No quarterback came in for him. What's up with that?
It's a bad day at the office.
They ran it to Chuba Hubbard 21 times. They ran it to Deontay Foreman 12 times.
Yeah.
They ran it 33 times that day.
Yeah.
So they stayed on the ground. I don't know. Alvin Kamara went for 23 and 107.
I'm going to put it right on you, Murph. What do you expect from Sam? If it is Sam Darnold,
you
said empty slate before.
Let's be honest. This is not ideal. You're playing the Cincinnati
Bengals.
Bengals.
It's not ideal at all.
And Darnold's going in.
That's why people are a
there's
little
no
nervous.
Debo. This game is now.
No, it's not ideal at all.
That game is heavily dicey. Here's Greg Cosell, though. Greg Cosell was on our show earlier today, and he's interested in Darnold. Here's the great Greg Cosell said.
I think we know what Sam Darnold is. He's played a lot of games in the National Football League. If it is Sam Darnold, look, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, obviously. I really enjoy watching Brock Purdy play, and I actually thought he played very well last week. But I'd be fascinated to see Sam Darnold in this offense. You know, it's funny. When you evaluate quarterbacks, and I've been doing that for a very long time, and, you know, I speak with a lot of coaches. You know, we have great conversations about quarterback evaluation. I've been doing that for years. You know, everybody always notices physical traits right away. You know, whether a guy, does he have a big arm? Can he move? You know, those kinds of things. Not as often are things like timing, anticipation, awareness talked about, things that Brock Purdy has in abundance, by the way, which is why he's played very well in the NFL. Darnold falls into the other category. You know, he came out of USC, big kid, athlete, good arm, you know, all those things that are sort of obvious. But he's always had a little bit of a problem at times in what he sees, playing with a higher level sense of timing and anticipation. And we know that this offense demands that. So if he were to play, and one game would not be a large enough sample size to make any definitive judgment about his whole career, but I'd be fascinated to see him in this offense.
Okay. All right. But timing and anticipation is the key to the Kyle offense, and timing and anticipation is Darnold's weakness. So, I mean, we'll see. 408XN says Darnold's been there all camp, all preseason, and for the first 7 weeks of the season. He's a pro. I'd like to think of it as like Brock Purdy stepping in last year.
Okay.
He'll do great.
I'm going to keep an optimistic mindset going into this
Next person, 209, says Dan Orlovsky giving his thumbs up does not give me confidence.
No, he's not going to really calm the waters, yeah.
We've solved the Barkley issue. He was in camp in 2017. The great dangerous Dan Dunn checked in, said he was beaten out by C.J. Beathard. That's right, Beathard.
I really think C.J. Beathard's the guy.
Famously called him Beathard.
Do we still have that cut, Marcus?
And 209 says the signed jersey I won through the Niners Foundation mystery bag is indeed a 2017 Matt Barkley number 7.
That's outrageous.
Come on.
That's just outrageous.
You guys can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't put that in the mystery bag.
No.
831 says, Paulie Matt, can I get you to go to the music and say, Darnold starting now, nothing is real.
Oh, do it on the white side, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And 907 says, if the Niners can lose to P.J. Walker, They can win with Sam Darnold. Let's go.
They can't win with Sam Darnold. This is just a big game, though. I mean, this is going to be a tough assignment. You got a hungry Bengal team coming in with the 2 weeks and the bye to prepare. Sam Darnold's going to have to play well, but the Niner defense is going to have to step up as well. Make some plays out there.
And you know Kyle will design a very safe, maybe more Juszczyk catching some balls out of the backfield.
Keep the ball on the ground, too. They could use a good day rushing as well and keep that defense on the field. But listen, they had a hard time rushing it last week. Be good to see the ground game back on.
I mean,
when
the schedule came out, we looked at this Bengals game as a marquee game.
It is a marquee game. That's why Gentleman Jim's coming.
Yeah. Gentleman Jim is coming.
Yep.
Yeah. And we did not look at the Browns-Vikings game as marquee games,
Not
and
at
they
all.
freaking lost them both.
That's why you can't drop this. You don't want to lose 3 in a row, man.
Dude. And then going to a bye week?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I mean, it's going to be highly unlikely you're going to catch Philly if you lose 3 straight.
So all eyes on Darnold, all eyes on Purdy. Now, again, I just want to say before we end the big hit here, that he has not been ruled out. Brock Purdy has not been ruled out, and there has been a case of a quarterback playing the same week he was in concussion protocol.
It's curious.
Kenny Pickett last year, but that, according to Schefter, that's the only one.
Fingers are crossed for Brock Purdy. Obviously, first of all, his health. We want him to be well. And 2, if he gets cleared, great. Get out there and ball. Number 2, just to put a good omen out in the universe, get some good energy and particles going into this game, if it is going to be Sam Darnold. Let's not forget 1995. Week, whatever it was, 5-6 down at Dallas. Huge rematch after the NFC title game. Steve Young's hurt. Elvis Gerback stepping in. Niners blew him out.
Yeah.
So it happened. I mean, there is a track record of this. It can happen.
I mean, it could definitely happen for sure. And then 858 with the comic relief to end the big hit. He says, hey, guys, so when do you guys think Nick Bosa's holdout will end?
Oh.
He says, I can't wait
I'll give you the laugh, too. Yeah.
Can't wait to see him suit up
Now
this
we're
year.
riffing on Bosa
I know,
on 50,000 watts. It's crazy.
All right, well, there you go. There's your big hit. We are going into the Sam Darnold with the Taylor Swift blank space. Not so sure if we're going to write his name.
Is she going to do that track on the European tour?
Well, you know, I told you I read on like TMZ or something that Kelsey is planning to go to Argentina with her during his bye week.
The thing is, I believe the Chiefs do have a game like in Germany, right? Don't they have a game over there coming up? So
the very common Munich to Buenos Aires flight
happens all the time. But no, I'm going to say, will she write up a new set list for the European tour, or just rehash what she's done? Murph, you would know.
Well, we should go to the movie and study and figure it out if we do.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, there's the big hit, man. Sam Darnold is now QB1 for the time being, while Brock Purdy goes into concussion protocol. All right. The cooler of content is rife with audio that will get you through your tough commute and make you laugh, make you think, and make you cry. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Bob Melvin is back in the Bay as the San Francisco Giants' new skipper. So yesterday, after his introductory press conference, he stopped by the Pop and Lunch Show to talk about his plans for the Giants' 2024 season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph & Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler of Content.
Come on, baby.
Time. You know how it is, man. We try to find the best audio bopping around.
We do.
This sphere of ours. And generally, here's some good stuff here.
Shout out to Sphere. When's the first Murph and Mac remote at the Sphere going to happen? We can have images of Marcus flying around up on the roof and stuff. It'll be wild.
So Bobby Weir was down there, huh?
I got to check it out, y'all. Yeah.
We're going to... It's not going to be called the Sphere. We're going to call it the Weir.
Bro, you got a great line.
Right,
I call it I can't even make that better. That was perfect, yeah.
All right. Hey, this one starts with Tom Brady.
TB12.
Now, I know, Marcus, that name does not excite you, right?
Well, it angers him, if anything.
Yes.
There are a lot of rumors flying around now. He's had, face work done. Have you guys heard about they're saying, what is it, collagen or... I'm not sure what the techniques are, but
Paulie Mac, I was watching Triple E rolling this sound, and I had to ask if it was an AI Tom Brady.
See, no,
I thought he was fake.
Everyone's saying he's got a whole new. He did an overhaul on his face. He's a good-looking guy. You don't need to mess around. He's fine.
Triple E just said in my ear, he has to like Tom Brady. He likes cheaters. That's what he said. That's for those who were around 2 hours ago.
We're going back-to-back days with Triple E riffs on air.
We got riffs now. We're taking.
You can see him in the background.
He's just forcing his riffs in.
Yucking it up in there, buddy.
He does. He likes to get his lines in.
Hilarious.
All right. Tom Brady was on, and I can't tell where this was.
All right.
It was on. He was doing one of these speaking things where he's in a chair on a stage, and they're wearing those little Madonna earpieces. You know?
The headset mic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the guy interviewing him, it's like I don't want to say it's Tony Robbins. It looks like some sort of motivational thing.
Probably is, yeah. Probably some kind of convention or seminar or something like that.
Yeah, and he's doing
Brady's getting an appearance fee, probably $100,000.
He probably got 100.
Maybe more than that.
He probably got 100.
Give you $100,000 for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he just tells this story that we thought was worth playing because we're talking about the Giants family. Bob Melvin telling all those stories.
Yeah.
You know who's in the Giants family? Tommy Brady.
I was a bat boy, an honorary bat boy at a San Francisco Giants baseball game. And I was sitting in the dugout, and there was a great left-handed hitter who was one of my favorite players, Will Clark. His name was Will the Thrill.
Yep.
And he was my, at that time, the Giants, he was my favorite player. And he came out of I was sitting in the dugout, just scared not saying a word, looking straight ahead. And he came out from the tunnel of the clubhouse and came up, and he was saying something in a squeaky voice, "Where's another helmet?" or something like that. And I just sunk back in my seat, and my dad was like, say something. I was like, I'm not saying anything. And then finally I stood up and I said, Mr. Clark, I'm Tom, nice to meet you. And I said, Tommy, this is Tommy, nice to meet you. And he said, nice to have you, kid.
There
Dude,
it is.
I want to applaud that story. I want to applaud. How can you not like Tom Brady after you hear that, Marcus?
He did a Will Clark impression, too, in there, huh?
I like it because, Will Clark, Will the Thrill, he threw that in there, too.
Valuetainment.com was the site.
How come
Valuetainment.
Murph, how come Tom... Oh, I guess the answer to this question I'm about to ask, I can answer because it's football season. I was going to say, how come Tom Brady never came in to throw it out a first pitch? But
do you remember during his...
postseason,
during one of the runs, either 10, 12, or 14, he posted a picture from his driveway in Massachusetts wearing a hat, and he was in a batting stance.
Man.
And he was like,
he was feeling
my
it.
childhood team. Let's go get it.
That's great. See, I love that, man.
And one time at a Boston Celtics game, he wore a Giants hat, and that picture has been saved by a lot of Giants fans.
Love it. That's great.
Yeah. Valuetainment.com. And to connect, we talked about connective tissue with the Giants. Will Clark tomorrow at 9:15.
Nice.
Will Clark.
He was saying something in a squeaky voice, "Where's another helmet?" or something like that.
Well, he knows. That's very accurate, man.
And to keep the connective tissue going, Buster Posey today at 9:30.
Awesome.
That I'm looking forward to very, very, very
Bob
much.
Melvin.
So there you go. There's Tommy. Is that stock up for you?
Big time. I've always kind of liked Tom Brady. I know Marcus has his issues. Where do you come down at the end of the day?
What do you mean you've always liked Tom Brady? You've written literal man-to-man love songs.
I have, and you know what's really crazy about that is he's the only quarterback of an.
Marcus took his headphones off. He doesn't want to hear it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I do.
Well, okay. Stand by. Let me see what I can do here. Sorry, Marcus. Nothing personal.
When I watch you, I'm smiling. You're Tom Brady.
See?
Cooler than Marlon Brando.
You went with Brando.
I did.
Yeah.
He's really cool in The Godfather. He's got that cat in his hands and everything.
By the way,
the cat.
Stefan, our favorite listener in Vegas, He wrote, "Come on down, bro. Let's sphere."
No, the sphere is supposed to be awesome.
It's a verb. Let's sphere.
Hey, by the way, let's sphere. They just added a whole nother run of shows. So if you want to get your sphere on, you can go.
You too?
Yeah, in January and February. I'm really thinking about it. I want to go check it out.
Yeah,
I really do.
I would too. Anyway, to my question, I love Tommy. Come on. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I want to know where Murphy's with TV.
I hate that he passed Montana, but I love Tom Brady.
You know what blew my doors off? I think it was in 2013 when the Niners went into Fox. I'll never forget this. I was so stunned. The Niners went into Foxborough mid-December. Colin Kaepernick under center outplayed him and won on the road, and nobody was beating the Pats in December in Foxborough back in those years. But Kaepernick did it with that great defense.
I want to say there was a Sunday nighter, wasn't it?
It was. That's exactly what it was.
Meanwhile, this one is gold. Absolute gold. I mean, some of you might have heard this because it went a little bit around yesterday, but it's worth replaying if you had.
It's gold,
if you
Jerry. Gold.
Here's a guy, and I don't know if we can get his sourcing. It's just like our guy Jim on base. Who, by the way, I tell you, I met him out at the Harding Park golf tournament. Yeah. So anyway, at the Willie McCovey Classic. Yeah. Some Philly fan went out with a microphone and got the fans streaming out of Game 7. Oh, my God.
No, this is going to get colorful.
It's better than you think. A minute and a half, minute 15 of Phillies fans walking out of Game 7.
Okay. Let's see what people got to say. We had home field for 2 games. 2 games. And you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a f***ing idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
Trade the whole f***ing team. This team f***ing blew today.
I want to say that I'm f***ing depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this f***ing cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucked.
I hope they never f***ing play a baseball game again.
Fire Topper. Topper! What's up, man?
Feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
All them ass because I couldn't get a hit when we needed it.
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined.
Let's go Jets. It's a good point.
I'm feeling good because, we still got the Birds.
Go Birds! Go Birds!
Hit the f***ing ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the f***ing ball.
Overpaid.
That.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hey, how do we feel about Dancing on My Own as a song moving forward?
You got to cut it.
Time to retire it. Find something new.
Yep.
Still fires up the crowd.
No.
Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't work this year, so it's got to go.
Move on. I'm crying instead of dancing.
I get shitty ass song. They need to ditch that.
I don't want to hear that song ever again.
How about you shut up?
Oh,
I mean, there it is. Exhibit A.
Incredible.
There it is. Philly has spoken.
That was the best 75 seconds of Philadelphia you'll ever get. There's a million in it. The one guy with the axe, you got to hit the blanking ball. Hit the ball. But there was a woman, like a suburban mom type in her 40s.
It's almost too much.
She doesn't break stride, and she just says, overpaid a-holes. It just keeps walking. It's incredible.
By the way, at the beginning of the clip, at the beginning of the piece, there's like a 12-year-old kid.
That's the kid who's
blank the Philly.
Blank him. Bikini, Brazilian bikini wax on that cut.
F***ing ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the f***ing ball.
That's the one. See if you can find the overpaid a-holes. That woman's like, you would see that woman like at a PTA meeting. She's very like, she's wearing the baby blue Phillies jersey, and she doesn't even break stride.
No.
That was incredible.
Well, you think about what Philly
coming after the song now. They're coming after Trey Turner. They're coming after Bryce. I'm glad we spent $700 million for him. He goes 0 for 12.
They got the big Nick Foles, big blank Nick Foles Super Bowl. That was great. But then they had the heartbreak of last year with Jalen Hurts getting there losing. Phillies going last year losing. And then the Phillies this year, I bet you they're going to be more pissed about this one than the World Series one because this is like...
With Giants fans, so the only text I got from Schmitty...
No, Giant fans don't act like that.
The only text I got from Schmitty was, I effing hate baseball. And he spelled it out.
See, that's it. They hate the world. They're angry at the world.
You found her?
Overpaid.
Overpaid blank holes? Yeah.
Overpaid.
She's just walking. She's walking right past the guy.
Yeah.
How about the guy, where'd you get that banana? He goes, from a homeless guy.
Boy, I feel their pain, but at the same time, no, Giants fans would never come out like cursing their team. No.
Pick anyone you want, Marcus, from that little
just drop a pin.
Just another one, anything.
Hit the f***ing ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the f***ing ball.
Overpaid.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy's name is @nickjohnson.art.
Well, it'd be nice. I want to see the Niners go into Philly on December 3rd, kick the Eagles' ass, and then let that guy tape some of the Eagles fans coming out of the building.
We still got the Birds.
Yeah.
How about the one guy who's go Jets right in the middle of that thing?
Yeah, I heard that. That was odd.
All right, I got to tell you guys, if you're on Twitter, there has been a disproportionate reaction to the Chris Russo thing. Like, it's got legs. Like, people are reacting to this like it's a real story.
I know.
Like, is Russo going to retire?
He created a monster, yeah.
Well, wait, so we got two spots here for you. The first one is Russo.
Poor Russo, man.
And apparently he didn't do his radio show yesterday. Is that right?
No, well,
I read that?
I thought it was like Stephen A's intern getting him coffees or something.
He worked a bit, so he did do First Take yesterday on ESPN.
And he was like...
He did High Heat on MLB Network, but for his Sirius XM show, he did not show up for the first segment.
Okay.
And then he popped up at the very end of the first segment. It's like, I'm still here. I'm out of retirement. Here I am.
Yeah. Okay. So here's Russo's official response to saying he would retire if the Diamondbacks won Game 6 and 7.
Who would have thought they won Game 7? I never thought it, so I'll take the hit for it. I said as a throwaway line there on the radio, so I got to take the hit for it. To give Lovello credit, he had fun with it. I didn't realize that was that motivating to the Diamondbacks, who were all excited. But the bottom line is, give the Diamondbacks and give Arizona all the credit.
Okay, so he kind of just showed
typical
up.
Russo. It's just a typical day at the office.
This thing ain't done, because in New York at ESPN New York's affiliate Michael Kay's afternoon show, they were doing a live remote, and one of their guys, Dan LaGreca, goes on a rant about it.
Like serious rant?
Well, you tell me.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
Why can't we be critical? If he was right here, we could be critical of him.
You didn't respect him. You said
I've lost a lot. I did. Guess what? I can't lose respect for somebody. I know the guy personally. I lost some respect for him.
That's your elder.
Stop it. He's not my elder. He's my colleague. He's a contemporary. I'm sorry. No, I don't kneel and beg. He's a human being. I don't have to bow down and kneel to anybody, David. Get lost. Go scratch. There. Give me a break. They opened the door. We kicked it down. All right? That was then. This is now. Enough already. Don't sit there and bow down to anybody. I mean, I like him, but I lost some respect for him. Let me ask you this. Why would this deity, this God that we got to break to, have to do a stupid little college gimmick to get attention? Why? He's Chris Russo. He's God. He floats on air. Why would he have to do something stupid like guarantee he's going to retire and then rescind it immediately like a weakling? Why would he have to do that if he's Christ?
Boy.
Why?
It really brings it back, man. That inherent...
Like he's Christ.
Oh.
Why?
Like he walks on air. Like, damn.
Like you're attracted like a weakling.
Well...
Dude, they take it... It's like...
No, there's like an inherent anger back there, dude. You got to... And that just reminded me, like, everybody's
went from those Phillies fans to that guy.
Yeah.
He's
Chris Russo. It's like, damn, dude,
bow down like
chill,
he's a deity.
Baby, chill. Well, you never heard of OG Kush? You know what I mean? Like, you got to calm down.
Oh, my God.
Calm that ass down.
That was incredible.
Well, Paulie Mack, I think we got to update Murph, because I believe it was one day when I was filling in for you when Don LaGreca had the legendary rant on offensive lineman for the New York Giants, Evan Neal, earlier this year, Murph.
I would cut his fat ass. If you see him in the mall of Willowbrook, boo his ass. If you see him on the DMV, boo him. Don't stop booing him. If he goes to the Pro Bowl, boo him. If he wins a Super Bowl, boo his sorry ass. Screw that guy. We're not nobody. Flipping, but how do you condescend to people that pay to watch you play? Poorly, I might add.
You know what happens to Murph when you're in like traffic and you're gripping the wheel and you're listening to that kind of programming? You wind up getting pissed. Now you're flipping the guy off next to you. It's this like angry beast that feeds itself back there.
Oh my God.
The sports radio. But yeah, that's
what would they say to Greg Johnson saying, just somewhat break even?
Oh he thinks he walks on air.
Somewhat break even.
Greg Johnson.
That's what 81 and 81 is. Somewhat break even.
Break even. Break even in the parking lot. Break even at the DMV.
If you see Greg Johnson at Amici's, boo his ass. Break even. I got to pay $9 for a small beer. Break even.
You see him at the Stonestown Mall, boo his ass. Oh, my God.
Going down the slide. I'll tell you what's going down the slide. The Giants are going down the slide.
On the Giants slide. On the Giants slide.
Oh, my God, man. Tell me another Willie Mays story, Bob Melvin.
Insane.
Tell me another Willie Mays story. Where you win 78 games.
Oh
my God.
It must be exhausting to do that kind of radio, too.
I got my blood rush to my
lightheaded.
head.
Expelling so much oxygen.
Is that it for the cooler?
I think so. I'm worn out now. I got to take a break.
Woo! Boo is that? See what the East Coast did to us?
Yeah, no, it gets you crazy, bro. That's why I'm out here. Get the hell out of there.
Kuminga's missing 2 free throws. You're missing free throws.
I'm like, I love you guys.
Free throws.
I love you guys.
They're free. They're free throws. How are you missing 2 free throws? You got all day to practice these free throws.
They're free throws.
Chris Paul goes 0 for 6 from 3-point land. This guy's washed. Oh, my God. All right. I spit all over the mic. That's what we're like.
That's what happens in New York. That's just another segment in New York.
Every day. How do they handle the blood rush to the head? Because right now I'm about to pass out.
Stressful way to live.
Oh, boy. Buster Posey at 9:30.
God bless him. There you go, Murph.
KNBR 104.5
down.
and 680 these sports.
I would cut his fat ass. You see him in the mall of Willowbrook. Boo his ass.
All right. Man, I got to get my throat back after that. Amici's. And you know, this one's special because yesterday I was at the Amici's on Lombard, and man, it was so good. I mean, listen, I know it's always good, but there was something different about yesterday. I don't know. Maybe it was just the afternoon vibe, post Bob Melvin. And the cheese, large cheese came out of the oven sizzling with that little just pooled up oils right there on top. And then we had the white clam. Don't sleep on the New Haven white clam. So good with the bacon in there too. So it was just a fabulous meal. Fabulous meal. And in fact, I took home 2 half-baked pizzas. I had never done it. I keep talking to you guys about the half-baked pizza. I'd never done it. It was awesome. It really was. It was damn almost identical to the restaurant experience when you take it out of the oven. Kids were psyched too. So that leads us to today's comment on Amici's, which is that Halloween's coming on Tuesday, and this is the time to get Amici's. And it's a busy day, so you want to order ahead of time because this is the perfect thing to do. The kids are in and out, trick-or-treating, in and out, in and out. Here's the pizza box on the table, the half-baked pizza. And you slide it out in 5 minutes, and then the kids are happy. You're happy. You could also get pizzas, pastas, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings if you're having a big group over. Again, order early to guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. It's all so good, and it's the perfect thing for Halloween because, you know, Halloween gets hectic. Next Tuesday, plan ahead. Go to Amicis.com. Amicis.com because 2 words, Amicis, delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think he knows. You guys, I think, talk to him tomorrow. He knows he messed up on that call. I have no problem with 0 blitzes, especially when people need a lot of yards. You know, if you need to get 20 yards to kick a field goal, I have no problem with a 0 blitz. But I do when there's 16 seconds left, and that's where he lost track. There was no necessary need for that just because of the time. I have no problem with the call. But, I mean, I have no problem with that play call, but when it's that time, you can't do that. It's not an option.
Kyle Shanahan is saying, damn it, he shouldn't have called. Can I say that on the air?
Sure.
Because that's the song you're hearing right now. And I know nobody cares. Nobody cares. But if I had to power rank my Mount Blink 182 more, this is numero uno for me.
Oh, no, because when Murph ranks his Blink songs, everybody listen.
Because it reminds me of younger days. It was really their first breakthrough hit. And back when they were so young. Look at the video, man. They're like teenagers.
They're kids. Yeah, totally.
And it has one of my favorite lines in early 90s power punk pop.
Murph, is it radio friendly?
The timing and structure. It's about a guy, the girl that she's with the other guy.
It happens.
He's like, damn. And he's saying, damn it.
Happens to all of us.
And he says, I guess this is growing up, Paul.
Oh!
I mean, there's a lot lot of deep philosophy in this.
Yeah, the girls goes with somebody else.
You're at the movie theater and you're just going to give her that casual friend wave. You know what I mean?
That's like, once again, that's like Kyle Shanahan seeing Kirk Cousins across the sideline.
Going to give the friend wave to Kirk Cousins. Well, if you know, you know. You should be calling Triple E right now. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10 wins 2 tickets to see these boys. Is it a guarantee they play this? Is this like satisfaction for them, or? I mean,
the Marcus goes thumbs up. I don't know.
They have like 10 kind of automatics. This would be one of them.
My question is, are you going to kick up a fuss on the floor, Marcus? Will there be a pit? Will there be a swirling?
Can you have a pit at Chase Center?
I don't know.
July 9, 2024. July 9, 2024.
I want to see one, though.
2 tickets to hear the boys from San Diego.
Yeah.
Maybe you just tell them, hey, we got Bob Melvin, you don't. 2 tickets to see Blink-182 right now. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. We'll do it one more time tomorrow.
Okay.
So should we threaten to do it early tomorrow, or should we tease listeners all day tomorrow?
I like to do it early at least once, because we've done it on the later side all week, and our 6 a.m.ers, man, those are like the blood and guts of the M&M show. Like the central nervous system of the M&M show, to me, is in the 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, well, good luck to you all calling in right now.
All right.
And if you want to hear those little tune meisters called Blink-182, tickets are on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Again, that's planning ahead, because the concert's not till July 9. 2024. They're going to interfere with what will be going on at July 9. So the Warrior Parade will have been about 2 weeks earlier. So you're still good.
And usually getting close to the All-Star break right around there.
Melvin, about 10 games over?
Easily. I'm thinking 12.
Shohei will have, 22 bombs?
Oh, don't get me going with this.
For the Giants?
Don't even get me going.
Yamamoto will be 8-2.
What's the ERA?
2.16.
Yeah, okay, good. I like a 2 ERA.
That's funny. Speaking of Giants futures, Casey Schmidt, somebody asked Bob Melvin, you know, what number are you going to go with here, buddy? And he put on the jersey. And he goes, and I got bad news for you, Paulie. Bad news.
What's that?
He said, God, it's been so long since I wore a jersey. He wears the pullover.
Bob Melvin? All right, well, hopefully you can charm the pants off me, and I won't mind.
Well, Murph, after watching him try to put on that Giants uniform yesterday, it looks like he hasn't put on the uni in a while.
It's very good.
That was tough. Thank God he fixed it, but the first 5 minutes were tough.
And by the way, this has been a learning experience for me, giving away these Blink-182 tickets, because I'm just glanced over at the board, and the lines are packed with people calling in. Apparently, the ladies like Blink-182, based on some of the names I'm seeing on the board. Is there a sex
appeal to the ladies?
I guess so.
Oh, yeah. Travis Barker is married to one of the Kardashians.
He's long and lean.
He's the sexiest. The most tatted man in rock and roll?
He's up there.
Might be up there, yeah.
Think about this. He's long, he's lean, he plays drums. You do the rest.
I got you.
Fill in the blanks.
Another heavily tatted guy.
That's what they say, those tall, skinny guys, man. Watch out.
Like you said, it's always the skinny guys. Mm-hmm. It's a true story.
Yeah.
Hey, because if you get with the other guy, you got to talk about the aliens, right? One of those guys is
oh, yeah, no, that's my boy.
Which, by the way,
turns out he was right.
Turns out he was
right about the UFOs.
He's been right all along. I back him. I'm with him on that. I've seen them myself. They're up there. I'm telling you, they're coming.
How about that feeling of satisfaction he feels of now you know.
I tried to tell you. You laughed at me.
We got to talk to Darrell Evans. Darrell Evans famously lost a lot of people when he said I saw a UFO.
I got your back on that one, man. I'll tell you one thing. When the aliens come down, it's going to be me, Darrell Evans, and the guys from Blink-182, getting them all acquainted, welcoming him.
I know I should never do this, but there's a tremendous Woody bit on the aliens who come to bring, ready for this, Paulie? Aliens who come to bring their laundry. See
the premise right there. It's a great premise.
Well, it's an incredible, and the entire bit is 70 seconds.
Dude, they're laundry.
He said it starts with him he's running a science fiction movie. He says where everybody in the world falls asleep for an hour. China, Russia, and when we wake up, everyone is in the pants business.
Okay.
And he goes, and we're cutting flies and hems. He goes, then an alien spaceship lands, and they get out. And they have their laundry, and they say, do it. And then they say, are the pants ready? And we say, no. Could you come back Thursday? It's a whole bit. And the president of the United States goes on television and says, an alien superpower is bringing us their laundry.
It's a very good premise.
And then he says, and they're foiled because they traveled 100 million light years to pick it up. And they forgot their ticket.
I said no starch.
And that's the punchline. That's the end of it. The thing's 60 seconds long, the entire bit.
Best part of Marcus's reaction. I know, hope you guys enjoyed that on the stream.
So anyway, guys, there's somebody says Blink's my all-time favorite band. They have a new album.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go, man. New music. Okay, well, that was your Blink-182 segment.
Hope you enjoyed that.
And a lot of people got a lot of laughs about the
WFAN guys going crazy over Russo.
And
people really are upset, though, about Russo thing. You're not kidding. That is legit. There's a backlash now on Russo.
I don't understand why it has such legs. I mean, it was obviously said in I mean, who took it seriously?
Oh, apparently a lot of people want to hold
He's Chris Russo.
He floats on what? Floats across the room.
I tell you, I sometimes I'm in the car at noon and I get it. Good afternoon, everybody.
How are you today?
And I can't not smile.
Well, listen,
you know
we've hung out with the guy. He's a really good guy. He's a nice dude.
Listen.
No, he is. Listen.
Yeah. He in games. You know what I heard? His morning guys on his morning show were talking about him losing his love for the San Francisco Giants.
That was very bizarre.
The topic was, if you're a fan of a long-suffering team, Cubs, Red Sox, Browns. Browns was the topic. Lions.
Raiders, Murph.
Oh, you guys. Have you not seen the winning percentage stat? He used to do, Al put in this,
Montreal Canadiens, Yankees, Raiders.
It's the team of the decade.
Have you seen our percentage? Mm-hmm. No, it was like on a poster.
May lightning strike you down.
We had that
that's
old
the
ticket.
exact opposite.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's during my dad's era, but during my lifetime, it's been a lot of losing.
He would find a way to spin it.
Look at how good we are.
He would.
Look at this.
He would say like teams with 3, because they have 3. How many teams have 3?
It was Steelers,
Not that
Niners,
many.
Steelers, Niners, Giants,
Broncos
Pats.
now.
Obviously, Pats.
That's
Cowboys.
Who would you say? Broncos?
Cowboys.
Broncos? I think Broncos are up to 2 or 3.
No, they do have 3. You're right. That's 3. So that's 5.
So 5 Broncos. You didn't say Cowboys.
I'm thinking I did not. That's 6.
And then the Raiders.
What about DC? What about the Skins? What about Washington D.C.? The Redskins? Did they have more than?
Yeah, Gibbs won 3. Gibbs won 3.
3. Okay, that's 7. It's getting bigger. This list.
Well, still, it's top 10.
How many did the Dolphins win? Just the 2, or did they get? No, they get
just the 2.
2. Okay, so maybe that's it. I got 7 so far.
And
it's
then
a
the
lot.
Raiders.
And the Raiders. That's 8.
Who got there first?
We did it first.
The Broncos took them 40 years.
Have you checked our percentage?
Anyway,
only the Montreal Canadiens.
I forgot where we
Russo and being a long-suffering Giants fan.
Yeah, and they said that they were. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate that. They were like, "Yeah, man, our guy Russo." He said just overnight lost his love for the Giants.
This is crazy to say this, but I've actually touched on this on the air. I won't spend a lot of time, but I went through a similar thing with the New York Rangers when they went. Now, I didn't suffer nearly as long, but the Rangers hadn't won a title in 54 years. I was a fan from my teenage years into my 20s. Mark Messier comes in. They win the Stanley Cup. It was unthinkable. And then right after that, you know what did it for me, though? It was the fact that right after they won the Cup, Messier was like holding out for a bigger deal, and the Rangers wouldn't pay him. And then they let him go to Vancouver. I was like, you know what? Blank all of y'all. And then when I walked away, I was just like, I've never gotten that passionate about the Rangers again.
There's
so I sort of, a little bit. But I felt like they should have taken care of Messier. The fact that they dissed him that way was
I'm having
very
a
offensive.
Similar issue with UCLA football, but it's not for my lack of passion. It's for the fact that Chip Kelly has just taken a knife and just driven it into my spirit over and over and over.
I thought you guys were coming around, though. Like last year, wasn't there a turn? No, I don't know.
We'll win 7. I'm not here to win 7.
No, you want to go back to the Rose Bowl, man.
I'm here to win a championship, man. I'm not here to go 7-5 and go to the frickin' bowl I've never heard of.
Maybe that's like,
I mean, no, he'll go 8-4.
Yeah.
You want 8-4? I don't want to hang with you.
Yeah.
I'm not 8-4, baby.
Murph's not looking for another one of those like UCLA Nebraska bowl games like on a Tuesday.
Went to it.
I know. Remember that? I watched it on TV. Yeah, it was cold. It was always cold at those games.
You know where I've seen UCLA in 3 just pathetic bowls?
Wasn't Florida State one of them too?
Right down here, Florida State at the ballpark.
Yep.
At Bob Melvin's lair. Number 2, Chase or Levi saw him play Nebraska in front of about 1,100 people, and dude, it was bone cold that night too. Bone cold.
Yeah.
Rare Santa Clara chilly night. And then, dude, ready for this? I was at Spartan Stadium once when they played Fresno State. Lost to Fresno State in a bowl game. Dude, I was like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, that's probably.
What am I doing here? So I mean, I'm here to win a championship, baby. Yeah. Speaking of which, hey, I want to shout them out. They're unveiling a statue of the late, great Terry Donahue at the Rose Bowl tomorrow.
Okay.
That's a big deal. The only statues outside the Rose Bowl, they said, are Jackie Robinson and the 99 U.S. Women's World Cup team.
Wow.
Because that was there when Brandi Chastain ripped off her shirt. So anyway, he faded at the end, but he brought us champion. He brought us Rose Bowls, man. So anyway, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes today at 5:30, and that'll be fun. By the way, somebody wrote in, 916 said, y'all see that beam from the Bay? The Kings rolled the Jazz last night. Harrison Barnes scored 33, and now their home opener is Friday night.
Oh, dude.
We're walking into a Lions den.
It's going to be like an ambush, bro.
We're walking into a Lions den.
It's going to be a lubed-up happy hour Kings crowd on a Friday. Oh, boy. Oh, this is That's going to be a crazy scene up there.
And I just should mention it. I mean, listen, we try to keep it so light here all the time. And people have asked us, are you ever going to comment on what's going on in the Middle East? It's like, God, what can we say other than the unspeakable
We try to give you a couple of laughs. Yeah, instead.
Man's inhumanity to man. And so last night,
just
in Lewiston, Maine, right?
Heartbreaking, man.
But did you see the whole reason I'm bringing this up is Mike Brown's postgame with the Kings.
Yeah.
He just sat down and gave a 3-minute monologue of just how sad he is. And then he said, I can't talk basketball. And he got up and left.
Well, Steve Kerr's had moments like that too. Remember when he was pounding the table? And how many times we got to go through this?
It's just wanted to acknowledge it, Mike Brown. We heard you last night, buddy, and our hearts go out to everyone.
They do. They
hearts
really
go out
do.
to the entire world. You know what I mean? Hearts go out to the entire
I do.
world.
It's a tough time, man.
All right. Now that that's settled, okay, Bob. I got to tell you guys about my visit to Bob Melvin.
I'd
yesterday.
like that. Share.
And then Matt Mayoko at 9:15, Niners breakdown, and then Buster Posey at 9:30. How about that? It's a good Bob Melvin, Buster Posey story, too, coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Okay, everybody, Paul and Max saying good morning, and time to talk to my good friend Steve Moskowitz. He joins us in the morning, share some advice with our listeners. And today I want to talk about unfiled tax returns. When good-hearted people with good intentions want to pay their taxes, but they've got the unfiled returns, they don't know what to do, they panic. I'm here to say don't panic. Talk to my friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve, good morning. What kind of advice would you give our listeners that are in that kind of predicament?
Good morning, Paulie. And that was great advice. People from all walks of life don't file tax returns. Yeah. It happens. And sometimes it's 1 year, and sometimes it's a lot of years. Lots of clients don't file 5-10 years. Usually they don't file because they didn't have the money to pay. Another big reason is they don't have their records, but that's okay. We can get everything the IRS and the state has on you. Also, if you can't pay your taxes, we'll make a deal for you.
Nice.
But the IRS now is specifically looking for people that haven't filed tax returns. You don't want all these new agents doing something bad that can ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Just let us file the returns for you. And if you do owe some money, that's okay. We'll make a deal. And then you can have a normal life.
I love that, Steve. Thanks a lot for that. And again, if you got the main message there, Steve can sort this out for you and take that huge stress off your shoulders. How do you get it started? Just give him a call. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Talk to Steve about it and let him go to work for you. Also, visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Especially growing up an Ace fan. I might fanboy a little bit the first time I meet him, but I'm just super excited. He's won 3 managers of the year. The experience is there, everything is there, and talking to the other guys, we're all really excited. It's definitely going to be a little different than we've had the past couple of years. Sometimes different is good. So excited to meet him. Excited to get to know him and play for him.
That's Logan Webb, who, I don't know if he's talking about the Sacramento Kings or he's talking about his new manager, Bob Melvin.
Light the beam.
There you go. You got it back. Good job. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We asked Logan to come on. He said he can't today or tomorrow, but maybe next week.
Hey, by the way, I'm not going to see Logan Webb courtside Friday night lighting that damn beam himself, am I? He ain't going to be up there.
Well, they only light the beam if they win.
No, I know. That's true.
So maybe Steph can prevent it from.
Yeah, but I'm not even saying just the sight of him on the court supporting the Kings is going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
And he's got to be true to his roots, man.
Yeah.
Just like Bob Melvin.
Well, just like
true to his roots.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the transition. I wanted to share some of the stuff from yesterday because I was down there, went down to Oracle, and rushed down there, by the way, right after our show. Got in time. Got in there right as it was starting.
Did your car get broken into while you were inside? I'm just asking.
No. I mean, sadly, I should say happily, no.
Okay, good.
It's
a 50-50.
Poor Triple E got his car broken into.
I feel bad for my guy. He's up on his shelf in the garage where he parks up on that lift. Still don't know how he gets up there.
I know. But all the damages his axle doing it.
I mean, all the windows are smashed. Why are you regulated to that little shelf?
Because Majid told him if he parks there, he won't have to worry about ever getting his car out.
Yeah, but
so he parks up on this shelf that damages his alignment and axle.
He's going to crack the axle doing that. You know what I mean?
Anyway. But it doesn't matter. He got his car broken. So I was there, and I got to just tell you about not only was the press conference a home run, but the after, when he hung out and just stood there and shot the bull with Kawakami, me, Ann Killian, Shawnee Shea. This is I was like, oh my God. First of all, human being is back, Listen, I never was comfortable with Gabe. Everything felt forced and hard and weird and ChatGPT and AIE. So it was nice to talk to a guy who has a great charisma. He's got a great charisma. The Giants' bona fides were just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's funny, he goes, the Giants are San Francisco and San Francisco is the Giants. He goes, and nobody knows that more than me. And I was thinking, wait, what about Kruk and Kipe? And I was like, well, no. Melvin knows it more than them because he grew up here. They didn't grow up here. And he, so...
Although Mike did drop that same line on the steps of City Hall.
Well, no, he did. I mean, they know it because they've been here for 40 years. But Melvin has scoreboard on them. He goes back farther.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he talked about hanging out on his bike outside of Willie Mays' house and watching the pink Cadillac drive by with the Say Hey plates and getting the wave.
Shout out pink caddies, man.
Yeah, and all that. So, so many different things happened. There was baseball. There was humanity. There was Bay Area love. There was some romance. There was some humanity. There was some talk about how they're going to get better. But one of my favorites was, and we have the Buster here. One of my favorites was that Buster Posey, who will join us in a half hour.
Great.
Is part of the ownership group. And he finally, he said, Buster did not show up yesterday. Kawakami was pretty smart. He goes, Buster knew that if he showed up, he'd be the center of attention. And he didn't want to take his shine away from Bob. So listen to this. I thought this was a great anecdote. Bob Melvin on his interview with Buster Posey.
I finally got to speak to Buster Posey, by the way. I have never spoken to Buster Posey in all these years. And you know what? That's a good thing because he was about winning and about playing and about competing, not being somebody's friend. And so when we spoke the other day, it was a great experience because all of a sudden I felt like I knew him, where before I just didn't like him. Because he was such a pain all the time, whether it's big homers, whether it's you get 2 strikes on him, he shoots the ball the other way. Come on, make it out sometime in a big situation. So I do like Buster Posey very much now.
So good.
All right.
It was really good. And then after he told some more stories when we were standing off to the side, he said one time one of his players fouled a ball off his foot and he ran up to check on him and he tried to get friendly with Buster. He goes, you did this on purpose, didn't you, Buster? And Buster just grunted and looked the other way.
Yeah, Buster was all business on the field, man. Yeah.
So that was pretty good, man. The romance here, when Melvin's opening statement Take a listen to the words he chooses here. Cut G.
Okay.
Boy.
Well, thanks. This is kind of a surreal moment for me. I grew up around here, as everybody knows, a absolute crazy Bay Area sports fan. Whether it was Cal and Stanford, whether it was the 49ers and the Raiders, whether it was the Giants and the A's, the Warriors, I was into it all. And, I was walking over here today thinking, talk about full circle. And, for me, this isn't even something as a kid you could even dream of, to be able to not only play here, manage here, go to Cal, manage the A's. It's not something you even dream about. So at some point in time, this will sink in. I guess putting the jersey on and in the hat is partly that way. But when I got up this morning, it just seemed like it was too crazy to even comprehend. So, to be back here and be in an area that to me is so important, and the Giants are so synonymous with the city. It really is. San Francisco is the Giants are San Francisco. And I don't think anybody understands that more than I do. And no one is going to be as responsible and caring and know this matters to the city, what this team means to the city. So thank Greg and Farhan and Larry and everybody else here that brought me here. Very surreal moment. Thank you.
This is just a great. The Giants are San Francisco, and San Francisco is the Giants.
Exactly what I wanted to hit on a little bit. That idea, that statement right there, and he's right, because that, having lived through that 10, 12, 14 run, I'll even throw 16 in there. The city, like that there's like a sleeping giant here in town with the Giants, and if they wake back up and get up on their feet, like, I don't know that I've experienced the city that unified over one thing as I did like when the Giants were on that run. It was truly incredible. The spirit in the city, the way strangers were talking to each other. Like, I know this sounds kind of corny, but the whole city came together.
Oh, you saying strangers stopping strangers to shaking their hands?
That kind of thing. Yeah.
People. Ultimately, I think the Niners do rule the roost. 1946, keys are the whole deal.
Yeah, but don't sleep on this Giant
what I'm
thing,
saying
man.
is what's different is what you're talking about is the Giants, in that when they get onto a run like that, they're playing every night in the city. Whereas the Niners are playing now down in Santa Clara only once every week. So there is a different energy that creates
San Francisco
out of the park.
soil,
You
man.
came
It's here.
pouring out of the park onto the streets. So it was awesome. And now, news. Johnny Shea, he gets the news, man. He asked Greg Johnson a question here. We got some news.
Yeah, how many years? What is the contract for, the length?
The contract is through 2026.
Okay, 3-year deal. And you are still at 1 year, Farhan?
Yeah, I don't know, Greg, if you want.
Bob's day here.
Yeah.
All right. I think we said before that we have full confidence in Farhan and for the stability of the organization. We've agreed in principle for a deal for Farhan through 26, and we'll announce that shortly.
This guy's a gangster, bro. This guy's a freaking gangster.
Who, Farhan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Fire my manager, but give me an extension while we're at it.
That was a power move,
That's
man.
like, that is some gangster
Through all the chuckling and snorting, that's a power move.
Chuckling, snorting, and signing extensions.
He chopped off the head of his manager and got extended.
Stone cold.
Told his wife. Told his wife, hey, build that wing on the house.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Put those skylights in. We're good.
Yeah, Farhan waved his magic wand and made Kapler disappear, Paulie.
Oh, dude.
Hold on 1 second. I haven't waved the wand in a while. I don't even know where it is anymore. God, it's been ages. Where's my magic wand? Oh, my God. Murphs. I don't even know where it is. It's buried somewhere.
Yeah, they need to
I hadn't waved it. I haven't waved it in ages. I know.
Okay, the negatives, Nellies, and I can't believe there's some out there, but someone's saying, well, he couldn't win in San Diego. Why is he any good?
Really?
I'm like,
That's how you feel about okay.
Well, first of all, in 2022, they went to the NLCS. I mean, knocked the Dodgers out of the playoffs. So, I mean, starts right there. He did go to the NLCS, but last year, obviously, something was rotten in the state of Denmark, and it was pretty much him and A.J. Preller were apparently like bitter enemies. And that was seeping through the organization.
Right? Okay.
Kind of addresses it here in very vague terms.
Look, I really don't want to get too much into the San Diego situation other than the fact that I really enjoyed my time there. Some things transpired last year in a difficult year for the team with high expectations. I think there was a narrative at the end that probably wasn't going to go away with me being on my last year of my contract. And I think, as far as that organization goes, it's probably not fair if that narrative continued through, next year. So all things considered, this opportunity came about, and for all the reasons I stated, this feels like the right one for me. But I very much enjoyed my time in San Diego. It just seems like with a lot of things that were popping up there, it just was time to move on.
Yeah, they didn't like each other's faces. They did not like each other's faces. Whereas he's coming to a place where everybody likes his face. Okay, we got Mayoko at 9:15, then Buster Posey at 9:30. So let's get going here. Last one. Space, yeah. We had other cuts ready to go, like him not rejecting analytics. He says you got to use analytics, so that's something. He talked about knowing all the players in the Pacific Rim. That he says he hopes that helps when they're recruiting these guys. He gave a very romantic story about looking over at the other dugout when he comes into town as a visiting player, wondering if one day he could be that guy. That was a pretty cool story. He talked about enhancing the team, but that led to this one that a lot of people who want to be pissed. I want to be pissed. They glommed onto this. I need it. Greg Johnson quote about will you go into the luxury tax?
Okay.
I think it depends a lot on who we target, and when you look at luxury tax, I mean, in a 1 year number, you could go past that if you had to. I don't think it's something we want to do for a long period. And I think if you look at the teams that have jumped up in free agency, they didn't really have great years this year, with the spending. So I'm not sure there's a direct correlation there. But we plan on being active in it, and if we have to go through that, we will go through that. But we also, represent a group that hopefully our goal is to somewhat break even, which is somewhat a challenge in this business. But everybody, I can tell you from the ownership side, the goal is to win. And that's what we are doing everything we can.
Okay, so there's two things to glom on. One, you can glom on to the goal is to win, or we want to somewhat break even, and that caused a major reaction. What were your swath of the fan base?
What anybody who missed it? We had Mike Kruko on earlier. Murph, we brought it up, and what did you think of Mike's answer?
Well, Mike, of course, we know Mike. He's going to defend the team and everything. And he said he thought it was out of context. He said if you don't think they're going to try to sign big free agents, you're crazy. And he said that's a little bit. He goes, yeah, of course they don't want to hemorrhage cash like that, and I understand. We had a texter saying, hey, man, the owners are just like anybody else. Players want as much money as they can. Owners want as much money as they can, right? But we look at Joe Lacob. We look at Eddie DeBartolo. Those are the guys who never once said somewhat break even. Very unfortunate phrasing by Greg Johnson. And those are the
guys with bucket full of titles, too.
Very unfortunate phrasing, because I do believe that they do want to spend. They were 12th last year in payroll. They're usually between 5 and 10, so they're not that far off. I'm not going to get – I was in such a good mood yesterday. I'm not going to get pissed off yet.
Murph.
I'm going to wait and let this winter play out.
You don't want to tell Charles Johnson to pump that back a little bit? You know what I mean?
Johnson. Charles done it for
me. Greg Johnson, yeah.
I'm gonna let this play out. If they don't do anything, then I'll join you guys. I'll be pissed. But let's just see. I mean, I understand. It's my impression they're going to go for Yamamoto. It's my impression they're going for
They almost have to do something.
They might go for a Blake Snell or a Cody Beller. That's my impression. If they don't,
it's going to be a madhouse.
Then I'll join you.
Yeah, no, you got to bring in some players.
Then I'll join you guys. All right, so I'm not going to get pre-pissed last night. See, people are just pissed.
Shout out pre-partying. Shout out pre-pissed.
People in the text line furious. Dude, let's just focus on the positivity of Melvin right now, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, who are we? The guy in New York?
Let's see what happens.
Be positive, bro.
Johnson flying across the floor.
Matt Mayoko talking Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco is the Giants. The Giants are San Francisco.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Milpitas' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy has been placed in the concussion protocol following the 49ers' Monday night loss to the Minnesota Vikings. So to find out his playing status for this weekend and whether or not it'll be Sam Darnold starting against the Cincinnati Bengals, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I have as much confidence as Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with. He was great in the offseason. He's been great here in these 7 weeks so far, and he's always ready to go. He's great in the meetings and stuff. He doesn't get many reps, as no backups do, but he does it well in the scout teams, always good in the meetings. And, we got mainly walkthrough today, so Brock's allowed to do some of the walkthrough. We got a couple of periods that aren't, so Sam will get those periods.
That is, of course, Kyle Shanahan talking about the quarterback situation set to the tunes of the man our next guest went to see, Tom Petty, Petty Theft.
Great memory, Marcus. Would it be?
I just sent him pictures of Matty was backstage.
Hey, listen, you can't go wrong with the Tom Petty catalog. I mean, I don't care who's playing it. Just so happens Petty Theft is probably the premier Tom Petty tribute band on the West Coast. So I'm imagining Matty had a great time out there.
Matty, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Those pictures were cool. You were like cool backstage, man.
Yeah, Matty's a rocker.
Oh, hey, yeah. When all I have to do is toss Murph's name out there,
See?
and they just roll out the red carpet.
The doors automatically open.
You
were
cool because you had other couples back there too, huh?
Oh yeah, no. There was a group of 8 people, including some die-hard Petty Theft people who joined me, or I joined them actually. But it's so funny because. Afterward, I met some of the fellas, actually all the fellas, and took some pictures, but had no idea. Like, I said something to, Susie, the one who put this together. Like, was that your camera that, they took the pictures with? No, nobody knew which camera or which phone it was. And then yesterday, I'm just, minding my own business, trying to get to the bottom of this Brock Purdy stuff, and here pings my phone, and it's a text from Murph with photos from meeting the guys at Petty Theft a week ago. So that was, I don't know how that ended up in your hands, Murph, but
let's leave that a beautiful mystery. But I didn't even put a caption on. I just sent Matty the photos of him backstage.
That's all.
All right, hey, so Buster Posey's coming on at 9:30, which we usually love our long leisurely convos. So we got to make this speed Matt.
It's like 2-minute offense. It's like our 2-minute drill.
Matt, what's the latest on?
I know where I stand. Absolutely.
Well, dude, you know what I mean. You'd blow us off for Posey, wouldn't you? Okay. Okay. Speed Matt, what's the latest on Brock Purdy?
Well, here's what I think. Because the 49ers, well, first off, Kyle Shanahan, I asked him if Brock Purdy has enough time to make it through the protocol. He said he does. And so the fact that he was out there at walkthrough, going through the walkthrough stuff, which was kind of a loophole in the concussion protocol, which clearly the 49ers ran by the league, and they're like, yep, that's okay. So the fact that he was out there leads me to believe that the 49ers believe that Brock Purdy has a legitimate chance of being ready to play in this game. Otherwise, why would you even have him out there? And why wouldn't you give every single possible snap, every single possible look to Sam Darnold? So that's where we are as today enters. Now, the part of this that remains fluid, and all these concussions are different. Every player is different. Every person is different in dealing with it. Brock Purdy wakes up this morning and has a headache. All of a sudden, you're back to square one, and it definitely would be Sam Darnold. So it's I would say the 49ers are holding out hope and believe that it's very possible that Brock Purdy is out there on Sunday against the Bengals.
Okay.
Well, Matty, if it is Sam Darnold, should Niner fans expect that he would have access to the full Shanahan arsenal and playbook, or would it be kind of a modified version?
No, I think it would be the full thing. I mean, they put together the game plan, I'm sure, on Tuesday with knowledge that it could be either or, but I don't think there's any different plays they're running or anything like that. I don't know if Sam Darnold will be anywhere near as sharp as far as, the anticipation and the reads and getting rid of the ball with the decisiveness that Purdy does. But what Sam Darnold has to kind of make up for that is an elite throwing arm, like a guy that can make all those throws. So I don't know if they take any more deep shots because the offense is the offense, but I think where Sam Darnold really has an advantage over a lot of maybe backup quarterbacks is that he has so much experience. I mean, the guy does have 55 NFL starts, and I realize that, not of all of it or not very few of those starts have been real positive experiences, but he's never been in this system before with guys' possibility of running open. Now, he won't have Deebo Samuel out there. 49ers were hopeful that Trent Williams will be back, but the 49ers would have to get kind of the key to this is getting that run game going. If Christian McCaffrey is able to find some holes, that offensive line is able to generate some openings, then that takes tons of pressure off of Darnold, and then they can really do a job of setting things up using play action. Because if guys get open, Darnold's going to find them.
Man, we're talking to Matt Mayoko. Today will be a big day. Friday will be a big day. We're not ruling out Brock Purdy just yet, but it looks like it might be Sam Darnold against the Bengals on Sunday. We haven't talked to you since the Minnesota game. To you, what was the biggest takeaway? The 2 fourth-quarter interceptions, the blitz by Wilkes at the end of the half, or the lack of sacks from the D-line?
Yeah, I would say the bigger things are on the defensive side. I mean, to me, when I watched the Browns game the week before, you just kind of felt like the Browns were just kind of hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and 49ers were pretty clearly the better team, and you weren't really sure how the Browns were doing it, but they were staying close and then ultimately win that game. Monday night, watching that, I just felt like almost from the beginning, other than the interception of Charvarius Ward on the first drive, and then the next series, though, it's 3rd and 12, and T.J. Hawkinson has nobody within 15 yards of him as he gets the easiest first down of his career. It just felt like the 49ers were completely flummoxed, and they were just completely outmatched. I mean, maybe not outmatched. They weren't outmanned or anything, but they just had zero answers. And so to me, that was, you watch that game, and there was never a point where I thought, like, oh, my gosh, the 49ers defense is so much better than the Vikings offense. They should be just steamrolling these guys. It was kind of the opposite. Like, even going back and watching it, you forget certain plays, and it's like, 3rd and long, and you're thinking, like, okay, I forget exactly what happened here, but let's just assume. I mean, I think the Vikings are probably going to pick up the first down because that's just the way it was. And then you watch it and go, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that guy was wide open. So Steve Wilkes has to start pushing the right buttons. And, it's very clear that was a complete breakdown, mess up, bad call for that all-out blitz late in the first half. So to me, the bigger issues with the 49ers are on the defensive side, the side of the ball that, by and large has carried this team from the point that they started being good in 2019.
Speed Matty, we have 1 minute left. Dante Whitner said he was very, very concerned. Is that a fair assessment? Should Niners fans be very, very concerned about the team?
It's a long season. I think that maybe, the expectations are certainly different.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, people were like, oh, the 49ers have a better chance of going 17-0 than they do of losing to the Cleveland Browns.
How about that? Yep, that's legit.
I mean, honestly, that's the way it was.
We heard it too.
And the 49ers were being clearly the number one team in the league. Well, that's not the case anymore. So they got to figure some things out. Me, Murph, the philosophy of life, don't be concerned about things you can't control. So don't be concerned, 49er fans, but watch and maybe maybe just kind of live in the moment and see what they have in store and see if that defense can bounce back against a team that's had a full week to prepare, or a full 2 weeks, because the Browns are coming out, or the Bengals are coming off the bye week just as the Browns were.
That was great speed, Matty, and you're right. It's going to be great. So much drama on Sunday, and now pinch hitting for Matt Mayoko, number 28, Buster Posey. So there you go. Off you go, Matty, and
Fantastic.
We'll do it again next week.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Matty.
Buster Posey is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I finally got to speak to Buster Posey, by the way. I have never spoken to Buster Posey in all these years, and you know what? That's a good thing, because he was about winning and about playing and about competing, not being somebody's friend. And so when we spoke the other day, it was a great experience, because all of a sudden I felt like I knew him, where before I just didn't like him because he was such a pain all the time. You know, whether it's big homers, whether it's you get 2 strikes on him, he shoots the ball the other way. Like, come on, make it out sometime in a big situation. So I do like Buster Posey very much now.
This is Buster Posey sending you back to Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob Melvin with the money anecdote there that gets us to welcome, of course, now Giants owner and board of directors seat holder, and of course, all-time Giants legend and our friend Buster Posey on the Yuma guest line. So
Buster.
first and foremost, good morning, Buster. How are you, man?
Hey, buddy.
Good morning. Good morning. All is well.
All is good.
How about you guys?
We're doing
good.
well. We're kind of buzzing about it, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But before we even get into it, we just need to know your immediate reaction to that Melvin anecdote there. The floor is yours. What do you have to say to him?
Well, I'll say I shared a similar sentiment about him as well, looking over at him. You know what? I think that's why I'm really excited about Bob, is competing against him all the years. You knew what he was going to bring. And part of our conversation we had was him remembering coming to the ballpark at the time, AT&T Park, and just what it meant to him, what it meant to play those games. And it was a different feel, right? If you're a fan in the stadium when the Giants were playing the A's, it felt different. And I think he leaned into that, and I think it's something that is going to bode well for the team next year, is understanding that, yeah, every game's important, but some are more important than others. Some mean more than others, and that's what's great about sports.
Yeah, awesome. And that is a fun story about two rivals. Just kind of anecdotally speaking, is that something that you cultivated to not befriend the opposition? Is that something that was a part of your strategy? And, hearing how it got into Melvin's head, is that, you're like, that's what I did.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely part of it. I think for me, especially being a catcher, you guys have gotten to know me a little bit over the years now. I like making friends, so it's not that I don't like making friends, but hey, but when we're competing, and for something to me that is very important, something that's very special to a lot of people, not only in the Bay Area but state of California and other parts of the country. There's a certain level of respect and reverence I had that I didn't want to miss out on a potential edge. Again, especially as a catcher, I didn't want, hitters to feel like they were my buddy coming up to bat. They needed to feel. I hope there was a level of them being uncomfortable when they step in the box, and something I think. Is an important attribute to a good team, is that when a team either comes to your ballpark or you go to their ballpark, they need to feel you, right? There needs to be a sense of like, man, these guys are coming. They're bringing it today. And we've got our work cut out for us. Even if they don't have their best stuff, even if they're not clicking on all cylinders, we know we've got a dogfight ahead of us. And because you can wear people down. I mean, the season itself wears you down. So if you can find any other way to gain a little bit of an edge, then you got to do it.
I love that answer on so many different levels. So good stuff. Buster Posey here on the Yuma guest line, and we're really thankful for him making some time on such an important time in Giants history. And obviously with Buster's new job in the front office, it means a lot to him too. In fact, not to pry, we don't want to pry into your personal life. We know you're a private guy, but just want to say, you mentioned it being important to the Bay Area and California, and just we want to welcome you back. I mean, welcome you home, and just if you want to just tell everybody in the Bay Area that your happiness level on returning to the region.
Yeah, no, thank you. We're all thrilled. When your wife's happy, everybody else is happy, and wife is very happy. Yes, we spent our entire adult life here, and we're thrilled to be back. The kids are all thrilled to be back. Bittersweet, not being as close to family. That was the big piece that we had to give up. But it's not that bad of a flight. So come out, we can go visit. But this is home for us. So very happy.
Awesome. Everybody's always known what a smart player you were, and the smartest play you ever made was happy wife, happy life.
Well, that's.
Right, Buster?
I mean, listen.
There's no doubt about that. I think just about a lot of the population out there listening would probably agree
That's
with that.
the one, man. Be
Yes, they
smart.
would.
Be smart,
Yes, they
baby.
would.
Okay, also people thought that you moved back to the region to be more involved with the Giants. Is that part of it too?
You know what? I can honestly say that it was not at the top of the priority list. Top of the priority list was I want to raise my family and be in a place that we want to be. And again, this community became home for us. That was top of the priority list. But it's definitely nice to be here. Much easier being on the same time zone. Much easier to be able to pop into the ballpark from time to time. So it's a big plus.
So let's talk about that. So even if it wasn't the top of your priority list, you are here now to get involved. So let's talk about your view of that past season and why you and Greg Johnson and Larry Bear and the other investors and Farhan Zaidi decided to make a change at manager. Listen, we're talking about a guy's livelihood, so we're not, it's Gabe Kapler's job. He lost it. It's a tough deal. But if you could speak as to why you guys maybe thought, you know what, it is time to make a change.
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, it's always you can't. It's a tough situation anytime somebody loses their job, and I have a good relationship with Kapler and enjoyed my time with him. And sometimes, like a lot of things, when things go bad, unfortunately there has to be a change. There needs to be a different feel, whether it's just as simple as some different thoughts. Having somebody come in that maybe is thinking about things a little bit differently. But, I just hope, and this is completely my perspective, I'm not speaking for anybody else here, is I'm hopeful for that feeling in the ballpark that we all love to be back, right? It's been, for whatever reason, since COVID, there's a myriad of reasons that we could probably point to, but we've got to get that feeling back. And how you do that comes a lot of times by winning games, but it also comes about how you go about winning games. And I think what's exciting about Bob is the fact that he has such an intimate history with the Bay Area. I know he spoke about it in his press conference yesterday, but I think his track record gives us instant credibility again, and I think it's something that the fans are going to be able to really relate to him, because many of the fans that are watching shared similar experiences with him. I was listening to the press conference yesterday, and the fact that Bob can look at Chris Half and say, "Hey, remember when we were playing pickup basketball games?"
Nice. Yeah.
That's special.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. Cool. Buster, I know you weren't in the room. I'm here to tell you as a lifer, grew up here and everything. And I'm the same. Wow. I mean, Andy Bagley, our mutual friend there, wrote a great line. He said, it felt like the Giants were reintroducing a more familiar version of themselves. It's a great line. Does that resonate, do you think?
It does. I mean, I think, when I think about the Giants fan base, I think about very passionate, very loyal, generational fans. And so I also think that we're a unique fan base because we expect greatness, we expect championships, but there's also like a level of kind of roll up your sleeves mentality. It's time to get to work. And I think Bob's going to bring that.
Awesome.
We're very much looking forward to Bob Melvin. So, okay, then there's the other aspect of this, which is like how much can a manager really do if he doesn't have the horses, right? So as a member of the board, as a seat holder there, could you tell Giants fans out there and us your guys' anticipated level of activity this winter?
I mean, I'll say it'll be the same every offseason. I think going forward is just the goal is to put championship caliber players on the field. I mean, first and foremost is put championship caliber players on the field. And, we got to see, I got to see over the course of my career that can be done in many different ways. And I think what you were alluding to there a little bit is the manager and the coaching staff can only do so much. Ultimately, I was talking to somebody, I think it was Ann Killian yesterday, and I feel like managers and coaches is kind of similar to the catching position sometimes. Sometimes the catcher is given probably too much credit when a pitcher is on a good roll, and then sometimes takes more blame than they should when a pitcher's not firing on all cylinders. And I think managers and coaches kind of get lumped into that same category sometimes, but I do think what the value that a great manager and staff can do, and I've got to see it with Boch, is they can gauge the temperature of the room really well, and they know when to push buttons, they know when to pull back, and that's, I think, as much as in-game decisions where a lot of value can be added.
Well, there it is right there. And so, Buster, I got to put a slightly awkward question to you, but, you got the big chair, so you can tell us if you had any comment. So fans are fans. We're emotional. Everybody wants a winner. They're upset that the Giants missed the playoffs and all that. And then Greg Johnson, who we both know well, and he made a comment yesterday. We're going to try to win. He said, but, of course, I do have some investors, and we want to somehow break even here, too. Now, a lot of fans clommed onto that phrase, meaning that, you guys just want to tidy up your books and you're not interested in being a champion, like Joe Lacob over here at the Warriors spending all his money. Given that you are in that role now, and you didn't say those words, I know, but I'm just asking you sort of on a professional level to respond to that or anything, to tell the fans, is that a misleading phrase, or is breaking even financially the goal of the board, or are you guys looking to spend enough money to win?
Well, I think, I've gotten to know Greg really well. And one thing that I'll say about Greg, and I think sometimes stuff, whichever way it comes out, kind of is taken out of context. Greg, first and foremost, loves the San Francisco Giants, and I know wholeheartedly that it's his intent to put a championship team on the field. There's no doubt in my mind about that whatsoever. So, I don't know if that helps people that maybe were, I don't know, upset or a little concerned about that. There's no question in my mind where Greg, his intent is, the rest of the ownership's intent is to look. It's about baseball. I think Bob said in his interview yesterday, the Giants are the city are the Giants, and we understand that. We understand that. Just how impactful the right group of players on the field can mean to this city. And that's something that is discussed a lot, probably is discussed the most. It's like, how are we going to create that environment? How are we going to create a product that is going to bring the fans and create those joyous memories that 50 years from now, people are going to be able to share with their grandkids, right, that are watching these teams. So, no, wholeheartedly believe Greg is 100% on board about trying to put the best team out there for us to not only win, but have fun, have a team out there that's fun. That's a great, those teams in the 10 to 16, 17 years were fun teams. Again, it's a lot of different ways you can do it, a lot of personalities you can do it. And it's, you mentioned my chair, my big chair. My chair's not that big, okay?
It's like a modified size, yeah.
It's not one of those big lazy boy recliners in the room?
No.
Well, you're in the room, though. I mean, but I appreciate you answering it, that we really do. I mean, it's kind of an awkward situation for you to have to, so I do appreciate the total pro you being, as always. Hey, last couple minutes here with you, Buster, and that would be, are you enjoying, just on a human level?
That's a good question.
I'm sure you're enjoying it. On some level, it must be kind of thrilling, but I guess describe the different satisfaction level of being in this role versus being a baseball player. Like, what is what motivates you or inspires you about your new role?
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect, but I have to say I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. I think what I'm enjoying about it is being able to be a part of big picture thinking, and little conversations here and there can go a long ways in what the future might look like, and just being a part of conversations with people that are so passionate about the same thing, yes, winning is very important, but the ways that we can go about and do it, what do we stand for? What's important to us? How the people that are going to be front and center, how important is it to them about the history of the Giants? Because we know that it's very important to those that are lifers like yourself, right? And so conversations like that, I love it, just because this organization, this city area has become so important to me and my family that to get to be a part, maybe a little part in helping shape what is hopefully more great memories to come is a thrill.
Great. I mean,
awesome.
Right now, I think you're just dropping gold for Bay Area fans everywhere, Buster. All right, on the way out, we have to get your take on Boch.
Yeah,
man.
how about that, Buster?
Now, the funny story Buster only reported was that. Do you think it's a myth, or do you believe that Bumgarner texted him and said, "I'm ready for Game 7"?
That's what they're saying.
That's got to be a myth, right?
Yeah.
No, there's no question.
Yeah.
He definitely texted him. I mean, it was in jest, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But who knows? I mean, Bum probably does believe that he could have hopped on the mound. And you know what? He probably could have, honestly, just
a couple
watching that guy in those moments. But, yeah, very, very happy for Boch. I know it was, talking to him that having a few years to kind of reset has been great for him and have been keeping up with him throughout the year, and it's just good for baseball. It's good to have a guy like him who just really appreciates the game back on center stage, and happy for him.
Is there anything you're seeing in either of these teams that have made it this far, or even the teams that made it to the Final Four, that
what the D-backs did was pretty impressive?
Gives you guys a little bit of a roadmap? Is there anything you can, it's always a copycat league. All the pro sports leagues are. But what are you seeing out there from these teams that you're like, yeah, I like that. I'd like that to be a part of our franchise going forward?
You know what? I mean, I think watching the D-backs specifically, I haven't watched the Rangers as much this year, but the first thing that comes to my mind when you ask that question is their level of aggressiveness. They just play an aggressive style of baseball, specifically on offense, but they've got great athletes all over the field that can make, dynamic game-changing plays in the outfield and the infield. But the way that they force the issue, and I remember watching games against us late in the year, the way they force the issue on the base path was stealing bases, with taking extra bases. It like we were talking about at the beginning of this call, it's an edge. It's something that the other team is going to feel, and it puts pressure on them. You don't know where that pressure then translates to other parts of the game, right? Maybe it's something where there's been 3 bags stolen in the game already, and now the catcher, he's leery of another guy going, so maybe you don't get that pitch on the edge because you're anticipating that runner go. There's just so many different things I think that can come from an aggressive style. So that's the thing that pops out to me.
Fantastic. Great baseball talk, great conversation. We sure do appreciate you hopping on. The fans are going nuts for it. Everybody loves hearing from you, Buster.
Appreciate the
World
time,
Series
Buster.
champ.
Thank you.
So have a wonderful Thursday, and we'll look forward to our next conversation. Thanks for hopping on.
All right, guys. Good catching up.
There he is.
Cheers.
Come on, man. Come on.
What do you? I mean, that's Buster Posey talking.
Well,
We're listening.
Yeah.
Are you? That's how you get the wheels back on. You just let Buster Posey start talking.
Well, put him in the building. Like, dude, you're in the building now. Good things are going to happen.
No question.
There was gold all over that.
Well, speaking about good things are happening, I think that Bob Melvin, the hire of Bob Melvin, that's the start of the good things that are going to happen. And Buster endorsing it, I think, just kind of brings it home, drives it home to all the Giant fans. Like, this is the right move at the right time.
What's amazing to me, this kid's from Georgia, and he only played here from 09 to 20. He wasn't here for like 25 years like McCovey and Mays. This dude.
Oh, he's for forever. I mean,
this dude bleeds the black and orange.
Well, and you know what's funny, too? Like, for kids like the kids that are my kids' age and your kids' age, like Buster Posey is their Willie McCovey. Yeah. Like, he is their McCovey.
Well, he gets like what you and I, feel. Candlestick, McCovey.
The whole history, yeah.
It's like he just assimilated it. He gets it.
Knows.
He's like,
no, Buster knows.
He's like, oh yeah, I get it. I go, I know. It's not the Yankees. It's not the Red Sox. Even the Dodgers with Jackie Robinson and all that. But it's the Giants.
Yeah, man. Oh, we got a seat at the table. What are you kidding me?
Freaking Giants.
The Giants. Giants baseball.
Whether it's Christy Mathewson or John McGraw or Monty Irvin or Willie Mays or Willie McCovey or Will Clark.
Lincecum on down, man.
Like, he's like, no. He's like, this is a ball. Like Sabian, this is a ball.
Hell yes. Hell, that's why I feel like
he's like, I'm here for it. He's like, I'm here for this. He's like, this ain't the Rockies.
You know what I thought was really cool too?
It's not the Mariners.
How about the fact that Buster just kind of broke down a theme that you and I talked about earlier today, which is the way this city kind of comes together when the Giants are doing their thing. It really is. It's incredible, and it's unlike anything else because of the fact that they are here in San Francisco and they can really unite the city. We've seen it,
and that's what he assimilated it, man. He's from Georgia. He's like, I'm here for it. All right, that was fun. Thank you, Buster.
Thanks, Buster.
He's really been he's transitioned to his new role. Really well.
I mean, anything he does, he could transition to being like a landscape architect and be the best at that if that's what he wanted.
If that's what he wanted, like, call Buster. I need a landscape guy.
You see him out on the lawnmower, like carving designs in the yard.
Steve Young joins Tolbert. Another guy who kind of gets it. Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. All right, hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
I'm hopeful for that feeling in the ballpark that we all love to be back.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Buster Posey, 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 Buster Posey,
Buster Posey, Buster Posey.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That is a hell of a rejoin there, buddy. And so for people who are confused, if you're new to our show, during the pandemic, we were all at separate spots. The only thing on was Korean baseball. And they wrote a song about Carl Ravitch. They have these songs, and they're like, Carl Ravitch and Carl Ravitch. And I was like, how come we don't have those songs? And we were just being goofy. And I said, how come we don't have like a Buster Pose? And then
it's actually one of my favorite.
And
it's Kaler.
Tony.
No, I think it was just Kaler went to work himself on that one, as far as I remember.
Around. They're like, hey, Murph, we got a new song for you. And that was it.
It's a great track. My favorite Murph track.
Pose, okay. Buster Pose, 214 says, Buster.
Bert, you feeling it? Marcus knows.
Buster 2024.
That S is fire.
Buster 2024. How about that? 408. The clarity and professionalism of a 28.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So 917. I'll take Buster on the radio or making GM changes any time. 925 says. He says. Listen, I love me. Everybody. Somebody said they just went online and ordered a Buster jersey.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. Have we made the connection with the boys?
Give me some Papa. Give me some Johnny.
There. Yeah. Boys in Santa Clara.
Hey guys.
Okay. Brock.
Brockle Doodle Doo.
Look at that hat.
Okay.
Look at that.
He's got
hat.
so many nicknames. I like Big Brain Brock, but I'm worried about his brain.
Come on, Brockle Doodle Doo's the best.
That's a good one.
Is
That's
we
awesome.
know what that means.
Who made that?
What's the name of the company that made this, John?
Who made that?
I don't know, but they're everywhere.
Send me
man.
a box. You want to see my bag? I got a bag full.
I like your SF one. The Giants one.
He sent me but as typical fashion, I didn't get the box. And what happened to my Gold Bar whiskey?
That's sitting on Walter's desk.
You better.
You know what I got tonight for Thursday night football?
Buffalo with dude, these are solid. Let's give the guy a free plug. Look at the.
I don't know who it is. I didn't get the box.
Is there anything on the bag?
Is it inside the hat?
All kinds of stuff in the bag. This one's the best.
What's that one? Let's see that. Move that one to this
Bob Melvin, SFAF. Love
That's a good one.
Cheap Pop is coming with hats, man. He's got some good ones.
You should see it. He brings his backpack, but the only thing in the backpack is hats.
Well,
and then he switches them depending on what we're talking about.
iPads and hats.
They're high quality lids. I'll tell you that.
I'm having a good hair day, so I wasn't going to go do this. But we are a little concerned about if Brock will able to Brockle do.
I know
concussion protocol. So maybe it's Sam I Am.
You boys will
or
take
Brandon
it from
Allen, the
here.
former Bengal. He's got the intel.
And then G Pop, we're waking you up early tomorrow morning. So you boys take it from here, and
Have a good show, kids.
And
Bye.
Waterboy, good
Cheers,
job.
y'all.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. The boys are in Santa Clara. It's a Cumulus media station.
Bob said in his interview yesterday, the Giants are the city are the Giants.
San Francisco is the Giants are San Francisco.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
McCaffrey, the back. They're heavy right. They got Jennings and IU. Quarterback sneak, and Purdy's got it.
Yeah, he got it this time.
Just had enough of a gap in the A-gap there to get low, and it's the Purdy plunge for a 49er first down.
Started getting symptoms on the plane. So we found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
Does he have enough time to clear protocol in order to be available for the game on Sunday?
Oh, yeah, he does have enough time. Just got to go through the process.
I'd be fascinated to see Sam Darnold in this offense. Darnold came out of USC, big kid, athlete, good arm, all those things that are sort of obvious. But he's always had a little bit of a problem at times in what he sees, playing with a higher level sense of timing and anticipation. And we know that this offense demands that. So if he were to play, and one game would not be a large enough sample size to make any definitive judgment about his whole career, but I'd be fascinated to see him in this offense.
That was Greg Cosell from NFL Films earlier this morning with Murph and Mac. They also just spoke with Buster Posey, which we need to talk about. But the big story today, we just got off the air and we're driving home, and Brock Purdy's in concussion protocol. As you just heard Kyle Shanahan say, Pop is here, and we are down at Levi's Stadium. So we got a lot to get to, which I have at the guest list, which will start with Mike Silver, the great Mike Silver, at 10:30. And, of course, we're down here at Levi's because it is Tim Ryan Power Hour Day on a Thursday. So we'll have everything 49ers for you, and we haven't forgotten about Bob Melvin. He was on the show yesterday, so we'll get more into what he not only said to the media, but said to us. But let's start with Brock, and you got the hat to match. We're on Twitch and YouTube, as well as anything on the text line. You can ask us questions, comments, thoughts. But give me your thoughts, Brock, in concussion protocol.
Well, he came in with a call of his second quarterback sneak. So they ran 2 in a row on 3rd down and short and 4th down and short. It was the one on 3rd down and short where he kind of landed on top of the pile. They didn't get a great Purdy push. And Jordan Hicks, the middle linebacker, we knew him in Arizona and Philadelphia, and now Viking, just tagged him, hat on hat, hit him right in the helmet. And you could see Brock's neck kind of go that way. The next one that you did hear, they found an opening, and I was surprised Minnesota let him have it in the A-gap. But he plunged for the first down, and then the very next play was the interception with Cam Bynum. So I'm not going to say he was concussed, immediately. That would be 2 plays later in the span of a minute. I don't think he had any impact on that, but you don't know. And he didn't play, at the end of the game, they had 2 drives to win the game. So since it is a short week, and again, this is a tough assignment. Tim will get into it. The 4 days where they have 96 hours from the end of the Ram game to get ready for the Giants on Thursday Night Football. This is not much longer. You got 5.5 days from when the team got home to play this game. So as far as clearing concussion protocol, Schefter's had the line for at least this season. No one has been able to clear it in a week's time, and Brock does not have a full week. But they're not practicing normal because they played a game Monday night. Yesterday was just a glorified walkthrough. So Brock was able to take part in that. We'll see about today. Today's a bigger day. Are they going to have a full-blown practice today? And will he be allowed by the concussion protocol guidelines to practice? We'll see. And then there's 2 other things. This is Meet the Media Day when the quarterbacks are going to the podium in the 2 o'clock hour. Will it be Brock Purdy? Will it be Sam Darnold? Will it be neither? It's also Meet the CBS broadcast team today. Talking to Tom Spencer yesterday, Jim Nance's right-hand man, and they're coming in just about at kickoff. It's just a different world. They're doing all the Zoom meetings with both the Bengals and the Niners. But today they are scheduled to meet with Brock Purdy, assuming that he's the quarterback. But how do you assume that? So I think the media intel, whether, if Brock goes to the podium later in the day, and then which quarterback meets with CBS, Tony Romo and Jim Nance, and Sam Darnold, John. So, you know how much I like Sam Darnold. I know you have reservations about it. But that's why they went out and signed him. The formal signing was March 16th. That first day of a legal signing period, but they agreed to the deal like an hour into free agency. When we got Javon Hargrave as a Niner. What? They got Javon Hargrave? And then right after that, they got Sam Darnold. And at the time, remember, the previous Friday was March the 10th when Brock Purdy had the surgery on the elbow. We didn't know. Tommy John. And didn't wind up having that. He wound up having ligament replacement. But still, that was Friday. The ensuing Monday, you got to start courting free agents and Sam Darnold. So, and also Trey wasn't cleared yet. So they went out and they got Sam Darnold, the guy they loved coming out of USC, the 3rd pick in 2018. Played extremely well at the end of the year last year for Steve Wilkes when Steve was the interim in Carolina. Probably his best football in the NFL. Statistically, it certainly was, and had a great handle on that the last 6 games of the year. So we'll see. Right now it's a huge question mark if Brock can clear concussion protocol. Just talking to Matt Mayoko yesterday, there's like 5 steps you got to get through. I don't even know when he could be cleared the soonest it could be. Would it be Friday? Would they have to wait to Saturday? Then how does it impact his mental? He looked fine when I saw him yesterday at the walkthroughs. Is he able to concentrate and fully prepare mentally, not just physically? Because the one thing they're bringing up is the Seattle game when he had the fractured ribs. He didn't throw till pregame warmups for that Thursday night game, but his mind was fine. so he could prepare for Pete Carroll's defense? Is he, his light sensitivity, how is he handling that? Brock's a studious guy and a serious guy, so, who knows about all that? That'll be addressed if he does talk to CBS and Nance and Romo or the media, but right now it's a huge question mark. And then if Brock can't go, Sam's your starter, and then Brandon Allen, who was Joe Burrow's backup the last 3 years in Cincinnati, would be the number 2 quarterback. And he would also, if Brock can't practice today, Sam runs with the ones, and it would be Brandon Allen who would simulate Joe Burrow and get the scout, as a scout team quarterback to get the number 1 defense ready, which would be perfect. But we'll just see. Right now it's a huge question mark. We don't even know which play. It may have been all of that. How about the play where he spun away from Danielle Hunter and got, thrown down and took the sack? Could have been on that play when the concussion.
Yeah. Kyle didn't say, was asked those kind of questions. We'll get into Sam Darnold coming up next, and then we'll talk to Mike Silver about all this at about 10:30. Look, I think this is huge because you and I can differ on this, and it's fine. As far as Darnold, we can get into that coming up next, but I think it's massive because you've lost 2 in a row. You're coming home. The Bengals are getting healthy. We're going to talk to Ben Bebby, who covers the Bengals for ESPN later in the show at 1:30. So we'll get exactly how much Burrow has improved from when we saw him, and he had the calf injury in camp early, and then he's just kind of gotten better and better. And we've seen him on national games where he just couldn't even move, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. And if you're getting 0 sacks like last week and your secondary is going to struggle, this is not the greatest team to be playing against. And, oh, by the way, they're coming off a bye. So, and all of a sudden now your quarterback's concussed. So you don't want to lose 3 in a row. If you do lose 3 in a row, even though we would be at, 8 games through the season, you still have 9 to go. I mean, a hell of a long way to go. But if you lose 3 in a row and you sit at 5-3, you can probably kiss goodbye home field advantage in the NFC. Probably.
Well, you got Philadelphia head-to-head. Yeah. So if you win that game, you make it up. But it's, they've got 1 loss. You don't want to have 3. So, but I think they can win with Sam Darnold. But, I mean, right now we have no idea. And I wouldn't put past Brock Purdy. I don't know exactly the steps on how it goes to clear a concussion protocol. But I think, Kyle said it's doable even on a short week. And I think that's the goal, is to get him cleared and get him to be able to play in this game. But right now, it's a huge question mark.
All right, we're going to do it coming up next. More about Sam Darnold and your thoughts. Greg Cosell had something to say. We played just a snippet of it, so we'll play that for you coming up next on Sam. We'll concentrate on that. Then Mike Silver is going to join us at 10:30, and don't move because Tim Ryan then jumps in from 11 to noon for the Tim Ryan Power Hour, which we do every Thursday from here at Levi's Stadium. We will review the game against the Vikings and moving ahead. What do they got to do to improve the pass rush? What's going on? His thoughts on the concussion protocol. He knows all about it. So we'll get into all those things with Tim at 11. So a great day on the Niners. Have not forgotten about Bob Melvin. We had a conversation. He joined us at 12:30. If you missed it, we'll surmise that later on in the show. Some more Warriors, NBA starts. Wemby. By the way, I'm already sick of the nickname. Every time he got the ball, Wemby.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Wemby.
Sounds too much like Wendy and Brian Windhorst.
I don't like it.
They have slightly different body shapes.
Don't they? A little bit.
And he plays more face-up. He's shooting the 3, but is Pop ever going to call 4 down? Well, he'd be 5 down because the guy's 7, whatever he is. Are they going to? And then Dallas did come back and win the game.
But it's going to take him a minute.
But the best part of the broadcast was halftime when Bob Myers won at Stephen A. Hole.
I didn't know. We got to get into this. Bob is good. I don't know how long Bob's going to do it, but Bob is good. So anyway, we'll get into all that. It's Bob.
He's got great hair.
Oh, my God.
Great hair.
I mean, even you have to admit.
He's got great hair.
He's got good hair. But that is like.
He's Wolfman Jack hair.
He really is, man. I am so jealous of that hair. All right. It's Bob and Lund live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy in concussion protocol. How likely is it that he actually plays? And if not, can Sam Darnold win a crucial game? That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
If it is Sam Darnold, look, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, obviously. I really enjoy watching Brock Purdy play, and I actually thought he played very well last week. But I'd be fascinated to see Sam Darnold in this offense. You know, it's funny. When you evaluate quarterbacks, and I've been doing that for a very long time, and, you know, I speak with a lot of coaches. You know, we have great conversations about quarterback evaluation. I've been doing that for years. You know, everybody always notices physical traits right away. You know, whether a guy, does he have a big arm? Can he move? You know, those kinds of things. Not as often are things like timing, anticipation, awareness talked about, things that Brock Purdy has in abundance, by the way, which is why he's played very well in the NFL. Darnold falls into the other category. You know, he came out of USC, big kid, athlete, good arm, you know, all those things that are sort of obvious. But he's always had a little bit of a problem at times in what he sees, playing with a higher level sense of timing and anticipation. And we know that this offense demands that. So if he were to play, and one game would not be a large enough sample size to make any definitive judgment about his whole career, but I'd be fascinated to see him in this offense.
That was this morning. Greg Cosell from NFL Films talking about Purdy and Darnold. And again, Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol. And during the break, we were just looking at the five things you got to do to pass concussion protocol. Symptom limited activity, in other words, rest. It seems that he's done that. Number 2 is aerobic exercise. Players will start to work on cardio exercises along with stretching and training with team medical staff supervising. 3, and it seems like this where, and again, I'm just speculating where he may be, says in the 3rd stage, players can take part in football-specific exercises and start working with team for up to 30 minutes under supervision. Players are able to increase their cardio workloads. It seems like he did that yesterday. Could be wrong, but that's where it sounds like he may be. 4 is club-based non-contact training drills. They are able to start throwing, catching, and running, engaging in activities specific to their position. They can continue to ramp up their exercise and training. By the end of this phase, players have to undergo the cognitive and balance testing. And then finally, full football activity. The player has to be cleared by the club physician and independent neurologist to return to full activity. So there you go.
Yeah, so talking to Matt Mayoko yesterday, and I agree with you. I think it would seem as though he's cleared 3 of the 5, but the last 2 are going to be the difficult ones. There was 2 different walkthroughs. The one I didn't see in the morning, and then the one later. The practice, it was really a glorified walkthrough, so Brock could do some of that. But if it's when it was offense versus defense, he came off the field in the morning when it was just offense on the field alone. So there's some processes. Today's Thursday. It's part of a short week. And then we'll see, where it goes throughout the day. And today's going to be a big day, just meeting with the media. They do, Kyle spoke yesterday, and today is going to be Chris Furster and Steve Wilkes, and he'll explain the 3rd and 6 with 16 seconds to go. We'll get Tim Ryan's thoughts on that play. And Kyle flat out said he messed up. It wasn't so much you don't want to cover 0 blitz in a 3rd and 6. You just don't want it with 16 seconds to go in the half. And then the quarterback, Chris Furster, Steve Wilkes, and then the starting quarterback. Now, I don't know if they have to make them available today. Maybe they could do it tomorrow. But there's also a Zoom meeting with the CBS team. And Jim Nantz and Tony Romo have not done a Niners game since the playoff game in Dallas, in Arlington. They did not do a single Niner game all last year, not one. So they got a lot of catching up to do with the Brock Purdy story. So we'll just get some clues today by if Brock's available to talk to the media, and he's available to do the Zoom with the CBS production crew. So if he can't play, what you heard Greg Cosell say about Sam Darnold, and you and I have talked about Sam Darnold forever, loved him at USC, turned the ball over a lot, even in college, but he had big moments. Just love his mobility, his size at 6'3", 2.25", being able to move both right and left. Again, rolling out to his left, Andrew Luck, to me, was the ultimate standard bearer on that as a right-handed quarterback to roll left and make a throw. Darnold is right there. Darnold is just special that way. We saw his first ever game in the NFL on Monday Night Football was a pick 6. And he's not had great numbers. I mean, coming into the year, 61 touchdowns, 55 interceptions. When you factor in the USC days, John, he turned it over too much there. So they've got to coach the turnover out of him. They got to coach, seeing ghosts out of him. And that's what Greg was talking about. When you look at his body, and I was talking to Matt Mayoko yesterday, and he'll join us tomorrow, Remember, Mayoko in the offseason said he's the most talented thrower of the football the Niners have ever had. And we got in a little bit, Steve and Joe could throw it pretty well. And you go back to Y.A. Tittle and John Brody could throw it. But in any event, he's an elite thrower of the football. The question is, does he see the grid? Does he get it out on time mentally? There were some good moments in the preseason, and there were some not good moments overall. But what he really needs to do is go yak bros. I mean, just get the ball out on time, and you're not going to have I think he's the charter member of the yak bros, isn't he, Deebo Samuel? But you got Ayuk, obviously, and you've got George, and then, McCaffrey does it differently when he yaks you. He runs around you, stiff arms you, but he's in the yak bros, and, they all are. Actually, and that's what the Bengals do, too, is short passing, get it out quick, and then yak bro you. We'll talk to Tim about the defense. They got to tackle better in this game. This game is greatly concerning because Cincinnati's coming off the bye week. They're getting healthier. 49ers just played Monday night, the whole deal, and now you got your quarterback in concussion protocol. So I was confident, when Trey Lance got carted off the field, we just felt confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo could do it. Jimmy took him right down the field, hit Ross Dwelly, touchdown, they won. He flattened out a little bit later when his arm got tired, but Jimmy was playing great football, as well as he played in 2019 when he got hurt by Miami. And then, you know how much I told you about Brock Purdy before Brock played. I was confident he could do it, but part of me thought, oh, boy, now he's got to do it.
This soon, right.
And the first throw, he sails it into the sideline, hits the bench. You're like, whoa, maybe it's not Iowa State after all. But he settled in, and obviously the Brock legend was born. I have the same level of confidence with Sam Darnold. I physically, he's there. It's just will they have to pare down the game plan at all? He's been here long enough now. I think in the offseason, he had to learn it, the terminology. He's been in similar systems going back to his first year with the New York Jets, the coordinator there. The system was similar. Brandon Allen's been in this system his whole career, from Denver with Scangarello to going to the Rams and McVay. Hell, I think he was with Zach Taylor, right? And then Zach brought him to Cincinnati where he backed up Burrow. So he probably he's been in this system throughout the entirety of his career. But, if Brock can't go, he becomes your backup and not just your emergency QB3. But in the offseason, I thought with Brock's elbow and all the uncertainty, it would be an opening for Sam to push Brock for the job, number one job. That never happened. That never was close because Brock got over the injury, and it's big brain Brock. He knows it all. He sees it all. He gets it out. The Cleveland game, I think, was the weather and gripping it and ripping it. This last game, I think he was pressing to make throws. I still think Jawan Jennings should have flattened out a little bit earlier, and Brock just read it that way, and it looked like it was way off. But in any event, he threw 2 picks at the end of the game. Was it related to a concussion, possibly earlier in the game when he spun out of the hit of Danielle Hunter? But I don't want Sam to have to play. I want Brock to have to play. But I do feel the same level of confidence that Sam will play, just the way Jimmy took over for Trey and the way Brock took over for Jimmy.
The only thing that makes me nervous, the track record, so I don't really trust him. But the other thing is what Greg said and what you and I have talked about. He gets overwhelmed, and we're not going to call him Big Brain Sam. And I'm not calling the guy dumb. It's just it seems in his career that he's kind of been overwhelmed by the moment. And you're right, physically he's in. People got on Mayoko about it, but all he was saying was physically in throwing the football, that's what he looks like. He looks like an upper echelon guy. Yeah, from a physical standpoint. Yeah. But as Greg Cosell said, and we've seen from Brock Purdy, this offense demands a mental side that is at a very high level, and that's where I would question Sam Darnold. Is I don't know until we see it, and this is a critical game. If they were undefeated at this point, not that you want to lose a game, but you could. We're getting to the point now where it's like you can't go if you want to go where you want to go, where this team is. And look, the last 2 years they've struggled at points, and then they come back and they've been fine. So, having said that, the last 2 years they have come back and put out streaks, but you don't want to lose 3 in a row.
Of course not. And then you got to sit on it for a couple of weeks, and then coming out of the bye, you're going to Jacksonville, and they're also on their bye. Mm-hmm. So the schedule, and this game to me, going into the back-to-back of at Minnesota, short week to play Cincinnati. This game concerned me more than the Viking game. In Minnesota, this played out of their mind. I think they're back in the race. They're going to Lambeau this weekend. And also Joe Burrow, stylistically to me, and he's better. And Cousins played an amazing game, but just the The way he ran the game at the line of scrimmage with the check with me, he was in complete and utter command of that game. And he had the number one defense in the NFL, at least going into after the Dallas game, just completely reeling. Whether they pressured him or dropped back into a cover two, played man or zone, it didn't matter. Kirk Cousins made 2 or 3 bad throws. Other than that, wow. And Joe Burrow does a lot of the same things. Joe Burrow's a check with me guy at the line, gets the ball out of his hands fast. They had a couple of major playmakers in Minneapolis on Monday, Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson. They've got 3 of them. And Jamar Chase, we'll get into it more with Tim. He's all over the place. When we saw him in 21, he was an X receiver on the outside. In 22, they moved him in the slot. Now he's everywhere. They motion him. They Debo him. They line him up next to Burrow in the gun. And now, so how do you get to him? He's behind the line of scrimmage. He's a flanker now. He's tough to get to. They bunch him. They bunch him. They do everything. And just like Justin Herbert last year, and they didn't have any of the receivers, and the Chargers came in, but Herbert got over that rib cartilage fracture like a week before the Niners saw him, and he thought, damn, Herbert's back. With Joe Burrow, when you saw him early in the year, that first game in Cleveland, the Monday night game against the Rams, he couldn't move at all. He's back to being Joe Burrow. His last 2 games, starting with the Arizona game and the Seattle game, it looks like he got over that calf injury.
Well, and it's a lot of times when you play a team, and I think that's why this two-game losing streak is frustrating. You had P.J. Walker and not Deshaun Watson. You didn't have Justin Jefferson. Like you've had opportunities to beat teams when teams were down, and you didn't do it. And now you get the Bengals at a bad time, coming off a week and a bye week, and Burrow's getting healthy. So let's talk more about it. Mike Silver is going to join us about this whole concussion protocol thing. Trade deadline's coming up less than a week. Will the 49ers do something? Take a stroll around the NFL. We'll do it with the great Mike Silver next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles' Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lime on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I have as much confidence in Sam as I could have with someone that I haven't gotten into a real NFL game with. He was great in the offseason. He's been great here in these 7 weeks so far, and he's always ready to go. He's great in the meetings and stuff. He doesn't get many reps, as no backups do, but he does it well in the scout teams, always good in the meetings. And, we got mainly walkthrough today, so Brock's allowed to do some of the walkthrough. And we got a couple of periods that aren't, so Sam will get those periods.
There's Kyle Shanahan. Yesterday, we were just giving you concussion protocol and the 5 steps. So what's going to happen with Brock Purdy? It's a huge game, obviously, against the Bengals coming off their bye. Trade deadline is less than a week away. Would the Niners do anything there? Let's talk about all of it. Our good friend Mike Silver joining us, of course, from the Chronicle at Mike Silver. Make sure that you're following and reading all his great stuff. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Oh, lots happening. 2-game losing streak.
Yep.
Starting quarterback in the protocol. Reigning sack leader and defensive player of the year, frustrated because he's not getting sacks, and more.
Yes, more. But let's start with Big Brain Brock. You were in the room where it happened yesterday when Kyle dropped the news, and you asked some questions about it. So just, and John and I were going through the 5-step process. Maybe he's already through 3 of those steps, and he's got 2 more. Just your thoughts being around this league forever, and it's hard in 1 week to clear concussion protocol, let alone on the short week when you played Monday night, and that's when he suffered the concussion. So just what do you think? You think Brock Purdy's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Bengals?
Well, first of all, it's good that we have steps. When I started covering the 49ers in 1989, here were the steps. It was 1 step. Are you conscious? All right. Rub some dirt on it. Let's go.
What's your name, Silver?
Exactly. How many fingers? 4. Well, there's 2, but go back in.
There you go. So it's good that there's a protocol, and it's good that it's pretty much out of their hands. The question I asked Kyle yesterday kind of related to that was, do you have a threshold that he'd have to be cleared by? In other words, if he doesn't practice Friday, would he not play either way? And Kyle basically said, look, he played in Seattle last year on a Thursday night, no reps, and the only warm-ups he'd taken were before the game, and that didn't go so well, and he played pretty well. So it's not like he has to clear by a certain day. The day would be Sunday. But, look, let's just do the math. They really, really like Sam Darnold. It is before a bye week, so you get the extra rest, and it's a short week. So I think, my gut feeling is we'll probably see Sam Darnold, but, I don't think they know because they don't know how the protocol clearance process is going to go.
Mike Silver's joining us talking about Brock Purdy and the concussion protocol. So on to Darnold for a minute. Just based on his past, I don't have a whole lot of confidence in him. I liked him coming out of USC, and I know the organization likes him. What do you think of Sam Darnold?
Well, the first time I asked Kyle about him at the first day of training camp, he compared him to Steve Young. So that tells you what they think or what he thinks. And I know a lot of teammates are really, really high on him. One of them gave a pretty colorful quote that'll be in my column that's coming out soon. But, they're excited. Usually you're not excited when your backup quarterback might have to play. But I think everybody around there's kind of excited to see how he's going to look in Kyle's offense on this team. And, the positive about him is he's been through a lot and he's got battle scars, and he's not just going to be thrown in and be overwhelmed by the situation. All that experience should come in handy. The negatives I think you brought up, we've all seen him struggle in various ways. And so this will be an interesting test. If you put a quarterback like that in a much, much better situation, can he be a totally different guy? But they're really confident about it. And so while Fred Warner has called this a must-win, and obviously they really, really don't want to lose 3 in a row heading into a bye week, and the Bengals are good, I don't think there's going to be a sense if Darnold plays like, oh, man, this is going to be really, really tough. I think they will have the same expectation internally, whichever quarterback plays.
All right, so right now it's a major question mark whether Brock will get cleared through concussion protocol. So if he can't, then Sam Darnold would start the game. And then Brandon Allen would be the backup quarterback, and he would not be an emergency number 3 quarterback. He would be on the game day roster and a backup. And I remember you and I having a conversation about this early in training camp when Trey had a real struggle of a Sunday practice. Darnold was slinging it, and ultimately Darnold did beat out Lance, and they wound up trading Trey to Dallas for a 4th-round pick. But the other part of it was the comfort level they have with Brandon Allen to run Kyle's offense, going back to the Denver days where he was with Scangarello, and going to the Rams, obviously, with McVay and Zach Taylor, the coach of the Bengals, going to Cincy and running that offense and starting 6 games for Joe Burrow, including 5 in 2020. So, I mean, we talked about it weeks and weeks ago, but here it is. You know, they've had a history of losing quarterbacks. We'll see if Brock can get through, but if not, and not only does Darnold move up to the starter, Mike, but Brandon Allen's now your backup quarterback.
I love how you're already on the 3. Listen, I don't know if it's 100% accurate to say Brandon Allen beat out Trey Lance, but essentially because they liked Brandon Allen a lot, they were of the mindset that Trey Lance could be moved, and that would be the best thing. And you know, they've admitted they didn't even think they'd get a 4 for him. So it's not like we just needed that draft capital. If they thought Brandon Allen was a bum and they wanted to keep 3, they would have just kept Trey Lance. But, you know, he is a guy who I think can run the offense and do fine. You know, if you're looking for a guy to elevate you in a given Sunday, he might not be the first choice around the league, but as third stringers go, he is gold. And if he does have to be the second stringer against his former team, then as they say, he will be a heartbeat away from performing.
Mike Silver's
a heartbeat?
Yes.
Or a soft tissue injury? Make it morbid here.
Or a hit to the head.
Not the vice presidency, Silver. Take it easy.
It's an old saying.
I heard it.
Somebody once used for football, but yeah, it's more like it's more like a high ankle in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Silver's doing this. So you're as dialed in as anybody around the league. So 2 weeks ago they beat Dallas and everything's great, no problems, and they're rolling right along. And now they can't get to the quarterback. They got some problems on the interior offensive line. They could use a corner, a versatile corner. Knowing what the expectation level is, especially this season for this team, I know they went out and got Randy Gregory already, but do you see them being active at the deadline next Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll talk, right? The calculus is how much does it cost us in terms of draft capital and how much does it impact our cap this year and maybe more significant next year, because they do have the cap room this year. They have $40+ million that they have cleared out, and I want everybody to digest that, because when I tell people the cap is a myth and that it can always be manipulated, and people say, no, if you pay J1 Hargrave, you can't have it. You actually can. It might catch up to you later, but if you are in win now mode and all in mode, which I would say they are this year and next year, certainly, while Purdy is mandated to be under that rookie contract and they have all these really good high-paid guys, then you certainly think about it if it's not going to, mess up your model. So you look at it like a Brian Burns in Carolina, who'd be an elite pass rusher. That guy's going to want lots and lots and lots of money, although I guess you could do him as a rental. But if you want him and you want to keep him, then that's something that's going to impact who else you can keep next year. If you're looking for a guy, who's more of a short-term solution, or if that team wants to get rid of them so badly that they'll pay some of the money, or if it's just such a small amount of draft compensation, you can look at it as a short-term thing and we'll figure it out later, then I think they're interested. So you wonder about a cornerback in Chicago, Jalen Johnson, who is going to want to get paid. Do you like him enough to just say, you know what, we'd rather pay this guy going forward, get him, and worry about, if we had to move on from some other people in the secondary, that type of thinking. But conceptually, I do think they want to win now. I do think they would look to improve the team. And let's remember, we're all product of our recent experiences. Their most recent experience in this context was they gave up a lot to get a guy that I think we would all agree they're really, really, really glad they got in Christian McCaffrey.
Without a doubt. And the most recent experience on the football game is on the football field is what happened on Monday night. And you and I spent a lot of time on the field at U.S. Bank Stadium during warm-ups, and I thought the Niners would roll them. I was not concerned about the game like I was in Cleveland. And you obviously know Kwesi quite well, Adolfo Mensa, and the Viking perspective. Do you have any intel on what happened in that game? And was that the best Kirk Cousins has ever played?
I mean, Kirk has looked good before. That was maybe the best he's ever played on Monday Night Football, during which he is often highly scrutinized. But, I think Kyle said it really well afterwards, which is a quarterback like that you have to make uncomfortable, and he looked pretty comfortable. And so that goes back to the pass rush. Now, it looked like he had to make some very tight window, quick throws with people closing in. I don't want to make it sound like he was just sitting there chilling and deciding whatever he wanted. But it looked to me, Greg, like Stafford earlier in the season. If you give this guy any time, he's going to sling that thing to an open guy, and it's going to get there exactly the way he wants it to. And by the way, the one time it didn't, it got seized from out of Travarius Ward's grasp and taken down into the end zone at the end of the half, a little bit of a backbreaker. So, Kirk was really good, but they also, they basically were pretty good against the run, the Vikings. They held up pretty well. I know Debo was missing and Trent Williams was missing, but they held up pretty well defensively. It's one thing when the Browns do it, who to that point, pre-Minshew, they were a dominant defense. I don't know what happened last Sunday, but the Vikings have not been that. And, it's just, the NFL is brutal. I think sometimes, you see a game like 49ers Cowboys and you naturally say, well, this is a super team and the other team is really, really bad. And then I was kind of watching that Chargers-Cowboys game going, you know what? I think the Chargers are pretty good, and why don't the Chargers look better? Because I think Dallas is good, and they just had one of those brutal nights. And, similarly or conversely, the 49ers, who are that capable of being that good, sometimes you just get bogged down in the reality of the NFL, and some days and matchups are just tough. And so, we'd all like to see them. We know they can boat race people. We'd all like to see them gut out games and come from behind. They kind of did come from behind against the Browns at the very end. They just missed the field goal. The Vikings, they had two chances and Brock threw two interceptions, but, it turns out he may have been cognitively impaired. We don't know. So it'd be very, very interesting to see them complete one of those grimy comeback victories one of these Sundays.
All right, I wasn't going to bring it up, but you brought up the roller coaster kicker. You and I are kindred spirits here. He
made a 55-yarder, you realize?
But then he missed one before. I'm just saying he's a roller coaster, and it makes you nervous. Is there any nervousness here within the organization, do you think?
Yeah. I mean, of course, they lost the game. My feeling on this stuff is when a kicker misses a kick that would have won you a game, especially a rookie, once, then everybody rallies around them and they go, come on, man, it wasn't just the kick and it's all good. If it happens twice, then it's a real thing. Now, I want to clarify my position on this. I absolutely I did not think they should have gotten rid of Robbie Gould in a win-now situation. I would never spend a 3 on a kicker, period, even a compensatory 3, and I just have never thought that was the wise move because line up with what they're doing otherwise. They're in it to win it now. But now that the move has been made, I'm not saying you've got to cut this kid. I mean, I think, he's probably a really good kicker. As Greg said, he kicked a 55-yarder. I think the scenario, if it gets worse or there's another game that you flat out lose because of it, you then maybe think he might have some injury thing that isn't really being addressed, and you probably want to just be really careful and shelve him and go get a guy like, I don't know, say Robbie Gould, who has been a high-stakes kicker who has delivered. I think that's kind of how you play it if you get to that point.
All right, man. Great to talk to you. Great to catch up. We'll see you on Sunday. Thanks so much.
All right, see you guys Sunday.
Thanks,
and we'll see Brandon Allen maybe a high ankle sprain away, potentially.
Well, Brock can't go. He becomes the backup, right. Silver. Check out your depth chart.
That is the great Mike Silver. Make sure you're following him at Mike Silver and, of course, reading him in the Chronicle. He just said that he's got something coming out shortly, so make sure that you hit that one up as well. And again, when it comes to the trade deadline, he's as dialed in as anybody, so make sure that you are following him, reading him, and all that stuff. All right, top of the hour, about 10 minutes away from the Tim Ryan Power Hour. We'll look back at the loss to the Vikings, the latest on Brock Purdy. He'll give us some insight. We'll do that at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If he doesn't play, I do not expect them to skip a beat. I think they will be just fine with Sam Darnold. I have constantly believed that if Sam Darnold was placed on a team that was similar to San Francisco, he would play worthy of that top draft pick. This young man has been weathered. He's mentally been through it all. He's the most talented quarterback physically that Kyle Shanahan has had in that offense, at least since Matt Ryan. So that's 6 or 7 years. Out of all due respect to Brock Purdy, he's a really good player. This offense will be just fine with Sam Darnold.
As Dan Orlovsky on ESPN this morning, and echoing a lot of the things about Sam Darnold. It's not a physical issue. Potentially it's a mental issue. But again, we don't know if Brock Purdy's going to play or not. Pop and I speculating a little bit as we look at the 5 things you got to pass, the 5 steps that players have to take to leave concussion protocol. Symptoms, limited activity would seem to be through that. Aerobic exercise would seem to be through that. Football-specific exercise, he was out on the field during the media period.
Just through the walkthrough stuff, though. He didn't take part really in practice yesterday. So,
but it says in the third stage, players can take part in football-specific exercises and start working with the team for up to 30 minutes under supervision, which it would seem that he did, but who knows. And then it's club-based non-contact drills and full football activity / clearance, and that has to be done by not only the club physician, but an independent neurological consultant. So who knows?
It's out of their hands, really. Yeah. I mean, once you're in the protocol, you're in the protocol.
Right. And Silver had a great point. Like before, it was like, well, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. So there's a process.
The league got sued. A lot of money on that. And there were Lee Steinberg, our guy.
He did a movie on it.
Yeah, well, he did quite a bit of, Jerry Maguire wasn't all on that, but it was.
The one with Will Smith.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Stuff. Yeah. I mean, there was, so Lee was they pushed that and Tagliabue misspoke. And, and then, you get into players after they're done and the $4 billion they sued the league for with, so it's a topic they had to address. All the kickoff rules, all the different rules have been aimed at trying to reduce concussions, but it's a violent sport. You don't know exactly what play he got concussed on.
It sure looked like that sneak. I mean, he got
could have been that initially, and it could have been, I was talking to a guy at a political function like a couple months ago, a guy who works for NASA, and he was saying head traumas don't occur from, head-to-head boom, or a lot of times it's whiplash and you hit the ground, but it's the whiplash before. It's the shaking of the head. It's the sudden and violent movement of the head where, the line is, your marbles, you lost your marbles, or your marbles are all.
His head did do that. I mean,
but it also did it on the, the Danielle Hunter play where concussions occur mainly. It's not the trauma to the head, the skeleton of your head. It's the shaking and the sudden movement. So like a whiplash effect. So the one with Jordan Hicks was a clear helmet-to-helmet shot. But what he was saying from researching it for NASA and trying to protect astronauts and such is, with G-force and everything, is just when you whip your head and you may not hit anything. It's just the violent moving of the head. So you don't know. You don't know. I mean, we've seen baseball players take foul pitches and hit it in their head. And, Mike Matheny and, quite a few players. We've seen football players go through this all the time. And he's in the protocol, and it's a short week. And it's just difficult, to try to get your number one quarterback prepared to play and also get him to play, prepare mentally, because this really is out of the Niners' hands. This goes to an independent neurologist, as you say, John, that does it through the league level. And I'm sure they're going to be watching closely in Cincinnati as well to monitor everything that they're hearing on what's going on with Brock Purdy. Either way, they've got to prepare for all the quarterbacks. They got to prepare for Sam. I think it's mainly Kyle's system you prepare for if you're Anarumo, their defensive coordinator, Lou Anarumo. But and they know Brandon Allen well from having him in the building. So it's interesting, but you really don't know what play. It could have been the helmet-to-helmet, but it's also been other plays where you just kind of, shake your marbles around.
And look, maybe Sam Darnold will play great. That's what Dan Orlovsky just said, and we'll talk to Tim Ryan more about it in the defense. We'll look back at last game. But as well as Brock has played, it's hard to think, okay, as Orlovsky just said, they won't miss a beat. Well, they will miss a beat because Brock's good. I mean, that's the bottom line is by saying they won't miss a beat, I think people are disrespecting what Brock Purdy has done again, because he's really, really good in this offense.
Well,
and to think
when
that
Jimmy
Darnold
got
will walk
hurt
in and
last
do
year,
that-
did you think the offense would elevate with Brock Purdy?
No, absolutely not.
Certainly did.
But
so you just don't know.
And you're right. I mean, Jimmy played really, really good, and then Brock even played better than that.
Jimmy was playing the best football of his career when he got hurt by the Dolphins.
But I just have never seen it from Sam Darnold on a consistent basis. And so
the last 6 games last year, he played that way.
Well, I'll tell you this. They ran the hell out of the ball, did Carolina in those games. And if they have the same running game as they had against Minnesota, he's going to struggle. Any quarterback's going to struggle.
Cincinnati's run defense is not good.
No. But I'm simply saying that Brock Purdy's been really, really good. And so to think that Sam is going to walk in here and play to a level of Brock Purdy, I just don't see it.
He just needs to play enough to win the game. This is Brock's job. I mean, coming out of it, hopefully, if he doesn't play out of the bye week, he goes to Jacksonville. He's still the starting quarterback. But it wasn't just the running game. Sam Darnold played high-level football for that team last year, and Steve Wilkes was there. The touchdown-to-interception ratio. He had a long streak where he did not throw a single interceptions. He lost a game to Tampa Bay where I thought he outplayed Tom Brady in that game. I went back and watched every one of those 6 games. The last game of the year, they kind of fell apart after they lost to Tampa, and they knew they weren't going to win the NFC South. But and I've liked him his whole career. I think there's reasons for all of the numbers. He got hurt a lot, mono, strange injuries and illnesses. Just did not have his supporting players around him. He didn't have a single Pro Bowler, and with the Jets, the constant change in the offensive coordinator and the head coaches there. When he got to Carolina, those last 6 games last year, he finally locked in and he made a good push. So based on what I saw throughout his entire career, I think it's all understandable why the numbers weren't great earlier in his career. But Sam Darnold played terrifically well, running game or not, defense or not, those last 6 games in Carolina.
Over the majority of his career, the one thing I would question is decision-making. I liked him coming out of USC. I thought that he was going to be really good with the Jets. And he wasn't in a great situation there. He wasn't in a great situation in Carolina. I get that. And quarterbacks have got past those kind of things. Guys later in their career have absolutely turned it around. I just need to see it because I saw so much bad decision-making. And the game, and I can't remember, was it Detroit? No, it wasn't Detroit, where he said, see and go. So it was like, dude, oh, look at that. You're the greatest,
Bringing water.
What a man.
Tim Ryan's the best.
Tim Ryan, man. Bro, and I love water. And this is water from Hawaii, it looks like to me.
You use water as a mixer. Be honest. You like water frozen, and you like the mixer of the water in the cocktail.
Well, the thing is that if the people bring baskets of booze by our studio, what am I supposed to do? It'd be disrespectful if I didn't.
I haven't seen that
it with
basket from Gold Bar Whiskey.
You better get it because it's got a limited shelf life.
Let Walter have it.
It's going to be gone.
Yeah, Ellie will take care of it.
Right here.
By the way, I don't know. Are those headphones working? Those are the same ones
Tim
last week
brings
that
his
didn't
own.
work.
He's got his own.
I'll get the guys to bring some down here.
He's got his own headphones.
I just
He's
want to
ready
make
to
sure.
roll.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't want to put headphones over that hair. It's glorious. No, that's not true. It is glorious. It is. Let's be honest. I mean, there's never a bad hair day. It's almost like pizza. There's just levels of good. It's pretty high. It's pretty good, dude. That's like a supreme pizza day with extra meat. I mean, that's a good hair day, man. It's very good. All right, Tim's getting ready to go, and we'll get into last week, look ahead, talk about Brock. Let's do it. Tim Ryan Power Hour is now. Love coming down for the Power Hour on Thursday, and Tim gives us the insight. We have the radio team, obviously, the 49ers, Greg Cosell, Tim Ryan, along with John Lund. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We'll look back, and we got Brock in the concussion protocol, all sorts of stuff. Trade deadline's less than a week away, so we'll know when we reconvene next Thursday if the 49ers do anything. Bengals coming in. They're getting healthy. Joe Burrow's getting better, and they're coming off a bye week. How are you, man?
Johnny Lund, I'm doing well. Greg,
How you doing, my
Hi,
friend?
Tim. Did you hear him call me?
I did.
I called him Greg. He's like, did you just call me Greg?
Well,
I go,
it was
that's
like
your
a
name.
critical nature of the game.
We're down 9. This is serious business now.
He's like, well, Gregory, Charles, I think they need a play here.
We're getting formal.
It's the weirdest thing because if my wife calls me John, I'm like, oh, damn, I'm in trouble. So when I heard you say that, and then we could take people behind the scenes a little bit because I have the direct feed headphones on when I listen, and during the break you go, why did you call me Greg?
No, he said it on air. Did you just call me
I
Greg?
said it on the air before the next play.
I was listening.
No, there's no off the air on the air.
This is serious business. Let's go. Gregory?
So that was just like a critical juncture, right?
I don't know. He dropped Greg.
I just got formal.
I thought you Greg Olson walked in the booth.
Am I in trouble? Did I cuss? I mean, what did I do?
Pop? I thought,
Pop is still there. Believe me.
Serious.
That's classic.
No, it was just a little curveball. That's all. Sorry for the mixed metaphor.
I like it.
Had to put a full out zero blitz on you. By the way, they zero blitzed one time in the game.
Bad play.
And that was the touchdown, the rocket screen to McCaffrey out to the right. Clearly, they didn't have enough guys. Minnesota.
And they did it 88 times.
88 times during the course of the year, an average of 12 times per game. Now, some games more than others, but one time, and they got bid on it. They did a really good job, I think, and this is where I thought Brock was outstanding until the end when it looks like now he was playing concussed. I don't think there's any doubt it happened on the sneak play, the first one. You go back and we didn't see it in game because our eyes are on the field, and I know they showed an overhead shot of it. And I don't think they talked about it on the because you watch the TV copy. They
didn't mention it.
No,
I don't usually pay attention to the TV copy. But I was watching, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, and that's maybe where it happened. And I think clearly that's where it happened. Jordan Hicks, and I wouldn't be surprised. That's a defenseless hit on a defenseless player. He's being tackled in the process of being tackled. And I know it's a hard play to stop, and we can get into the sneak, and I think the sneak's got to get out of the game. The tush push, all that stuff.
Brotherly show.
It is player safety. I don't think there's any question about that.
Especially when you saw Fred go over the top, and what's going to happen
is
that's going to
be a player safety issue, and someone's going to get tattooed, and it's going to be ugly. And Brock got tattooed the other day, and you really couldn't see it on top of that pile the way Jordan Hicks came in and hit him right in the temple in terms of where that landed. Helmet to helmet. So then he had to sneak the next play, and then the play after that, he threw the interception to Dwan. I haven't talked to him. I know that some of the symptoms started showing up on the airplane on the way back, and then they kind of figured out what was going on. But I don't think there's any doubt he was concussed. Hopefully he can get through the protocol this week and line up and play on Sunday against the Cincinnati Bengals. But back to my original point, they did a good job of really mixing up their rushes and their coverages. And they've done a lot of the stuff on tape. But if you go back and look at them, 3-man rush 4 times in the game. That happened all in the second half. They had not shown a lot of that. They rushed 4-man 4 times in the game. 5-man, which they're going to do with that 5-man line a lot, 9 times. 6-man blitz 10 times in the game, and then the 8-man 1 time on the zero blitz. They got bit on the McCaffrey touchdown. But they had a hell of a game on defense. I thought Brock was picking them apart, and I thought the protection plan was outstanding for the first 3 quarters of the game and exactly what they needed to do with the receivers and the quarterback being on the same page. When there's free runners, quick throws, finding guys in the right spot. The run game wasn't good enough. Part of that, give them credit. They were stuffing it pretty good. That Bear front now is hard to run against when they got the center and both guards covered. And good, those edge setters played pretty well, and Daniil Hunter and DJ Wanham. So the run game didn't get cranked up like they wanted it to. But up until that point with Brock Purdy, I thought he was lights out, and I think the numbers reflected that. And I think it would have been a different game if he was clear-eyed for the last 2 drives. Defensively, let's put it to sleep. That was the ugliest performance I've seen out of the defense in a long time. Rush and coverage not working together. The whole ambition going in was stop the freaking run with what Cleveland did out on the perimeter. First play, 19 yards around the corner, perimeter run, the same thing that got him the week before.
We talked about that last week in the very
absolutely.
episode.
And there was nothing special about the play. They got guys blocked. I mean, you got to be able to whip tight ends if you're a defensive end in this league. The guys, there's 3 or 4 guys that got blocked on that play. They made the most of it. I will say this, though, second half. I think first half they were 5-6 or 5-8 a run. Second half, the defense stopped overrunning stuff, started trusting the scheme, and they extinguished the run game. Minnesota didn't really have anything in the second half of that game. Jordan Addison was fantastic. They let him be fantastic. The tight end Hawkinson was tremendous. A big part of that was they let him be tremendous. Defense was just out of whack. Rush was not working with the coverage. The coverages didn't look like they're typically as tight as they've been, certainly when this defense is humming. So back to the drawing board, and I think as I watched that game, I think the biggest thing I took away from it is, it's never about plays. Now, I know you want to probably talk about the blitz right before half, and that situational call wasn't probably the right call. Now, if Talanoa Hufanga rushes the passer like he needs to on the zero blitz, he's the free runner. I don't know what Huff was thinking. Typically, he's not going to make those errors. Maybe he saw something else, but he was the free runner, and that looks. And again, situationally, probably not a great call. It was 16 seconds and no timeouts, and they're on the 40-yard line. Their own 40-yard line. But if it's executed properly, might be a sack, forced fumble. 49ers with timeouts on the board. Now they have an opportunity maybe for one play and a field goal. If Charvarius Ward just catches that or knocks it down, but in particular catches it went right through his hands and got up on his shoulder, and then Addison made a great play and took it away. So that at the end of the day, that looked bad. But if it's executed properly, we're probably saying, man, that was a great call. Risky call, but a great call, and it worked out for him. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be back to the basics. Trust the scheme on defense. Don't peek gaps in the run game. Play your gap. Play your coverage. When I see the middle linebacker not being in the right spot in coverage, something's off. As good as he is, week in and week out, practice and it was across the board. It was one guy here, one guy on this play, another guy on that play. So there's really no blame to go around individually. It was a collective failure in terms of defense with how this defense can typically play and how they know they can play. So I would expect that to simplify this week against Cincinnati and come back and play 49er ball. Track, tackle, get to the quarterback. Four-man rush has got to work. Bosa clearly is getting chipped and doubled on every single play. But there's 2 one-on-ones on every play. And unless they have 7 guys to block 4 and max protect, then you better be able to cover 3 with 7 guys on the back end. But if it's, any protection, 5-man, 6-man protection, which are the most traditional in this league versus the 4-man front, you got 2 one-on-ones. You got to win. And you got to win quick. You got to win. There's so many. And give Kirk Cousins credit, man. He made some good throws when there was pressure off his back foot. He played like an all-pro the other day. And the coverage wasn't tight behind it when they were getting pressure. But when you got 2 one-on-ones and you got this kind of firepower up front as pass rushers, those 2 guys have to win. The turbo has got to put their foot on the pedal and get to the finish line.
Great points, Timothy.
Yes. Nice job. See, there you go.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that.
I feel like a third wheel here.
Sarge is ignoring us.
Joining us.
Bob's here.
Bob and Len, it's a Robert Power Hour. We'll
Robert's here
to talk more about the Vikings loss. Look ahead to the Bengals, obviously, and the issues that they have. And plus, of course, the big story is Brock Purdy in concussion protocol. We'll get to all of it next. We're live from Levi's Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Did you call me Greg?
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy in concussion protocol. How likely is it that he actually plays? And if not, can Sam Darnold win a crucial game? That story and more turning right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com. Hi, your old friend John Lund here, and I can see again. It is awesome. It is CLR. It's custom lens replacement. We're right down here near San Jose. We're at Levi Stadium. It's just a few minutes away from here, and I came down, and Papa was talking about how great his eyesight was. He was the cock of the walk baby. He was walking in going, hey, I can see. And I'm like, okay, old man. Very nice. But for a man his age, he's got great eyes. And for a man as young as I am, I needed to have great eyes. And so Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, they hooked me up. CLR, custom lens replacement. Now, you want to know all about custom lens replacement. And today at noon, so you got 45 minutes to get in on this thing, there's a free CLR webinar at noon, and it's a great opportunity for you to find out all about custom lens replacement. Doctors are going to answer any questions you might have, the difference between LASIK and CLR, my good candidate, what's the cost, financing, how long does the procedure take? Well, I can tell you the procedure is simple. It is easy. They explain everything to you, and exactly what they said would happen, no more readers, is exactly what is happening. It just takes moments. It is awesome. It is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses. It's a great experience. It's been for me. So all you have to do, space limited, register this moment because you've only got a little bit of time here. Register at lasereyeclr.com. If you want to change your life, you want to see like me and Greg have with custom lens replacement, do it now. lasereyeclr.com.
Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at PacificCatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now it is Cam Akers, the former Ram turned Viking running back, who motions to the side of Cousins in the gun. They have 3 left and 1 right. 4-man rush. Cousins too much time. Throws. Caught. Touchdown. Jordan Addison. He just had too much time. 4-man rush, and they rolled it off, and Cousins had time to look to the bunch side left, came back middle right, and Addison was open.
Hey, so join us, Tim Ryan Power Hour, Pop and Lund. Thanks for hanging out every Thursday at Levi's Stadium. We're getting ready for Bengals and 49ers, but let's finish a few more remnants of the loss last week in Minneapolis. Jordan Addison, no Justin Jefferson, but Addison 7 for 123. Hawkinson had 11 catches.
Trojan was on fire.
Man. Oh,
He
yeah,
was.
that's right. He's a Trojan.
And that first touchdown, rookie.
I don't want to talk about it.
Exactly.
We talked about the one before half, and they obviously busted it was a bad play. Anyway.
That was a takeaway, took away for 6 points.
You were on that one. We had a couple of those. Early in the game, he got them, and later in the game. So, but that play, because I think it's applicable to what's going to happen in this game against the Bengals. So it was 3rd down and 2. Normally, when you get into that short of down and distance, you're going to play man. You got to man up. But they went to a bunch formation. Jordan Addison was the number 3, which is the inside guy closest to the line of scrimmage out of the bunch. So the Niners checked from a zone to a man on that play, or a man to a zone, because it was a bunch. And then
I think it's a couple things. We aren't down there, so we can't know exactly what they checked to. I mean, we can go back and look at the tape as I did, and it looked like they checked to a form of cover 3.
Right. Which the weak side linebacker, Dre Greenlaw's got number 3 on the over route.
On the over route, or the special route. And a lot of that is indicated by his split. Now, he wasn't in a real cut split. He wasn't super tight. For that play to work, you got to have 3 seconds to throw. And that's exactly what Cousins had, was 3+ seconds.
Because you got to get time to get across the field. You got to get time
to get across the field and get over the top of the linebacker.
Right.
If, in fact, it was cover 3, then that backer has got to, A, anticipate it, B, turn and cover it while it's coming. You can't all of a sudden see it, recognize it, and then try to flip your hips and hit the gas pedal and catch up to it, especially when you're a linebacker against a guy that runs 4.45 and Jordan Addison, and is a very smooth route runner. I think we could all say that after watching him as a rookie. He is really smooth and really flashy, and I think what you want to do against him, and that's why they wanted to play man. That first interception from Charvarius Ward smothered him, absolutely smothered him, and get physical, and we saw him take that away from him. Now it bit him in the play before the half. But I think that a couple things. Number one, when you can't practice because you're dealing with injury, everyone thinks it's physical. This game is mental. This game is 80% from the neck up. Is there physical limitations? Can those hamper you? Absolutely. But I think that, and we'll see what's going to go on with him with his ankle, and if he retweaked it or whatever happened in the game and where he is.
You're talking Dre.
Yeah, Greenlaw on the injury report. But when you can't practice, to me, it's about the eyes. It's about the anticipation. It's about those little sets. It's about, how does this coverage work? And look, we've seen guys get beat on the over route. We saw it happen to Fred in Cleveland, and it never happens to him.
Reuben Foster got beat on that all time and time again.
Like
he was
a drum.
A player.
Oren Burks in L.A. against the Rams.
Cover.
That's the hardest cover on the field, and that's the best play versus that defense. So if you're just a little bit late with your eyes and anticipation, and then you're late to the party's getting started without you, and it's about time to celebrate in the paint, if you will, in Jordan Addison, and that's exactly what happened on that play.
Which leads to the Bengals. Kevin O'Connell, the Minnesota coach and their play caller, was with the Rams, and just the way they ran their offense, the knowledge that he had, and he didn't beat the Niners a lot, but he beat them in a NFC Championship game to go to the Super Bowl. They were all on it. And then he got Zach Taylor. Same thing with Cincinnati.
Story. Right.
Just I was just so impressed where they really, as you say, 80% mental. They were on their mentals in this game. And then you take their 3 wide receivers, Boyd, T. Higgins, and then Jamar. And they are the big thing about Jamar, and they are lining him up in that same spot where Jordan Addison is, When we saw him back in Cincinnati in 21, he pretty much was an X-wide receiver.
No, he's a rookie.
He was a rookie. Now he is everywhere. They put him in the slot.
Right.
They motion him every play. What they're trying to do is get people off of him where you can't double team him. He Debo's it, where he lines up to the side of Burrow in the shotgun, and he goes in motion. And how do you get to him there? So this guy, and Addison's a good player. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are the two best in the league.
Right.
How do you deal with him? And in light of what we saw the Vikings do to the 49ers, what can the Bengals try to do in this game?
Well, I think, number one, the Bengals have really had a lot of challenges running the football. And a big part of that is their offensive line. I always ask myself the question, can the O-line one-on-one block the guys they're blocking up front? These guys have had some challenges. I don't think there's any question. When you watch the tape, Jonah Williams, I think, is their best player, their right tackle, but the other guys have struggled. They don't get a lot of power movement in the run game. So they have done, exclusive. I think they've only run it 20 times a game. So they want to run it. Zach Taylor believes in the run game. I got a lot of respect for him. He's a really good head coach. My old agent, Bob Lamont, represents him, as he does a lot of guys around the league. And he was telling me when Zach was in LA, he's like, this guy's the real deal. And obviously he ended up getting hired, and he's done a nice job in where he's taken this football team. They've kind of been on the trajectory of the 49ers, right? Championship game, Super Bowl loss. But they'll multi-line him everywhere. He's got 50 freaking catches already, so they get him the rock. As he said, 7-11, he's always open. Should have called himself AM. Should have called himself AM PM, because 7-11 is like 7 to 11.
Yeah, why didn't 7-Eleven change their name when they were open 24 hours?
Exactly.
It used to be 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Should be 7 to 7.
So how long is 7-Eleven open?
7 to 7. That's what it should be.
Anyway, the guy gets 3 yards of separation every damn
all
round.
the time. So I think you got to mix and match on him. Burrow is very smart in terms of his sophistication and what he's looking at. I don't think you want to do too much. I think when you got good players on your defense, and this defense has good players, these guys didn't forget how to play in the last 2 weeks. Believe me, and they're still, top 10 defense in pro football, I think sitting at number 8 right now. So you shut the run down and, mix and match some coverages, but the bread and butter is the 3 deep. And keep it in front of you and rock tackle him. Body rocks as soon as he gets the ball. Make him throw the short game, those longer routes, unless it's a line-up go route, right? Unless they line him up at X and just let him burn down the sidelines. That one can be out of the quarterback's hand in under 2 seconds. They just throw it up. Hard to get pressure on that one. But if you play the cover 3, if he's going to get behind 3 deep from all those multiple alignments, the offensive line's going to have to keep Burrow clean for 3 seconds. Those plays take time. And Burrow, there's no doubt. I think the bye week's going to help him. You watch the Seattle tape, that calf injury he had no doubt it was hampering him. He looks very close to 100%. So I would expect him to be 100%. But I think just back to the basics, don't give him anything easy. That's been the challenge over the last 2 weeks, is a lot of the big plays have been, whether it's guys falling down or guys not being where they're supposed to be in coverage, or it being a penalty because you're trying to play catch up. In terms of the route concept, I think it's back to the basics. Keep it simple, stupid, and just go rock people and play fast. When this defense is playing fast, we got all the the mottos. You overthink, you stink. Paralysis by analysis. All that stuff will apply to this game. I think 49ers go out and play their game. They know what this offense is all about. A lot of the concepts are what these guys have been practicing and playing against for the last 4, 5, 6 years, no matter how, depending on how long they've been there. So I think it's a matchup that the Gold Rush has to dominate both run and pass. And everything in this defense is built to play cover 3 and rush with 4. Let those guys get home, play some, good sound coverage behind it, and the quarterback's going to have to go through his reads. And when he does, that's when he gets tattooed by the pass rushers. And there's no doubt those guys need to raise their level of play up front.
All right, let's get into Brock Purdy coming up next. That is the big story. All of a sudden announced yesterday that he's in concussion protocol. What is the latest, and what if Sam Darnold has to start against the Bengals? We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Bond and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at PacificCatch.com.
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
McCaffrey, the back, they're heavy right. They got Jennings and Ayuk. Quarterback sneak, and Purdy's got it.
Yeah, he got it this time.
Just had enough of a gap in the A-gap there to get low, and it's the Purdy plunge for a 49er first down. Purdy out of the shotgun. Purdy steps up, gets to his right, throws middle. It is intercepted by Bynum. The 49ers lose again.
There's a final call. The 49ers lose 22-17 at Minnesota. Try to break that streak against the Bengals coming up this weekend. But the big story, Tim Ryan Power Hour with us 11 to noon every Thursday right here at Levi Stadium. Pop on Lund. The big story comes out yesterday that the Brock Purdy's is in the concussion protocol. We were looking at the 5 steps of the concussion protocol. He was out on the field, so maybe he's a couple of steps into this
thing. That was walkthrough. Yeah. He was out on the field yesterday, and I don't know where he is in the steps. I'm hopeful that he can get through it. I know it's a challenge. I don't know how bad it was. I don't know how bad his symptoms were. Clearly there was something going on. So hopefully he can be out there and play on Sunday against the Cincinnati defense. You know, they came back with that sneak. It happened on the play before that. So it was the first sneak, the play before, when Jordan Hicks absolutely rocked him in the temple, helmet to helmet. And then interesting, that sneak happened, and he just, they caught the nose tackle spiking one way. Purdy went the other way, put his head down, got down there and made it. The very next play was the interception.
Yeah. The first interception.
The first interception. Not that one, but the game.
Talking to Jennings.
The one that Jennings.
And there was a couple things on that one. And I know Kyle said after the game that the ball was sailed inside. And Coach knows. I mean, these landmarks are precise where they want that football. But if you go back and you watch the play on tape, I think it was a little bit, obviously I think the ball needed to be closer to the numbers than the hash. Maybe a yard, maybe 2. But if you go back and watch the play, they're mirroring routes on each side. Both guys are running the end cut. Ayuk out to the offense's right, Juwan out to the left. So Ayuk runs his route, and it's a little stick and then inside. You go back and watch Juwan run that route. He stuck it hard, like he was running a serious corner route and didn't have a really smooth transition to break back in. And I don't usually see him emphasize snapping out so hard on that route. Usually it's a little step and dig back to the inside. So I think the timing was off on that. And I think Juwan, if he ran as he typically runs those in cuts, or how Debo runs those in cuts, or how Ayuk runs those in cuts, I think it would have been a completion. There was definitely room for him to go get it. I don't know what Brock was seeing after the concussion. I know that he just threw it to a spot. And I think if there wasn't such a hard stick to the outside, Juwan would have been able to get to that spot.
He does that a lot. He throws a lot of balls before the receivers break.
That's his whole offense.
You're just based on.
You got to see the open window and put it in there, and the guy's going to get it on the run. That's the beauty of this offense.
I think Juwan needed to flatten that out a little bit earlier, and it may have been a closer or even a catch. All right, let's just say that Brock can't get through it, and there is some precedent. John Feliciano got back out of concussion protocol pretty quick. Now, it's a shorter week. Obviously, the game was Monday night, and it's a short week to get ready.
Well, you know how linemen are. I don't think John appreciated the workouts, not practicing. This blows, man, but it's up to the doctors now. It's out of the hands of the coaches. Absolutely.
But John was able to go through the process, so maybe Brock can, and we're hoping he can.
Right.
If he cannot, this is why Sam Darnold was signed. The first hour of the start of the new league year, and Brock just had the surgery on the Friday before, and Trey was not yet cleared. They went out and got Sam Darnold. You watched him play at USC. He's a tremendously skilled quarterback, as you say, the human jugs machine. He did turn the ball over too much in college. Right. He turned it over too much early in his career.
45 picks, I think.
Last year, 55 in the NFL coming into this year. But I thought he cleaned a lot of that up with Steve Wilkes last year and played his best football with Carolina when they went 4-2. If Sam Darnold does have to start, are we going to notice a different offense? Will it be the same offense? And what do you expect from him?
Full confidence that he can go out and win. I believe that. I'm not just saying it. Obviously, he's talented. You look at his draft selection. He was with a bad team with the Jets. Got to Carolina, and you said it right. Played his best football down there with them. I've been impressed with him since day one, the way the ball comes off his hand on the run, in the pocket. With him, it's about, in the heat of battle, and it's been a while, like we just talked about with Brock, reading that coverage, knowing where that plug player, that middle player in the defense, which way his hips are going, which way he's turned, and then slamming it in the window with anticipation routes on those in cuts. And these guys do. Here's one thing about Cincinnati, and they certainly have had some challenges this year on defense. They can rush the hell out of the passer with Trey Hendrickson, and Sam Hubbard's got 3 sacks. Hendrickson's got 7. They blitz about 35% of the downs, so 480 plays on their defense. There's been 166 pressures from a variety of coverages behind it. But typically, like most teams the 49ers play, they're going to end up in some form of 3 deep. And they do a good job. They're sound in coverage. They got good safeties, and 49ers know Nick Scott very well from his time with the LA Rams. But you look at the other guys that they deploy out there, they are young. And they got a safety, Dax Hill, good player. He's in year 2. They got the other corner in Taylor Britt. He's also
long.
Year 2. He is long, and he's a risk taker, and he's got really good ball skills, 2 interceptions. And then
Awuzie going to play in this game? That's
Cheeto got his job taken. He's playing about 10, 12 snaps a game now.
You know him well.
I do. I coached him since he was in Pop Warner. Great kid, and man, what a player. I was surprised that he wasn't out there and lining up as the starting, field corner, but he's not. It's DJ Turner.
DJ Turner, number 20.
Yep, and he can run. That guy ran 4.26 coming out. I mean, he has got some serious speed, but when you watch him play, he doesn't seem, to me at least, have a great feel of route concepts, right? When you put 2 over to that side, or, based on what formation, what route they're going to run. So I love Ayuk's matchup against him, and just in terms of the route running and getting him off his trail. He's got a lot of catch-up speed, obviously. He's been more of a player that reacts to what he sees versus knowing what's coming. Anytime you play the 49ers, I like that matchup, and I think Sam will be fine. I don't know if it'll look the same as Brock. He's got mobility. I was happy to see Brock use his legs last week, had the longest run of the night with 17-yard scramble, moving around in the pocket, climbing up into the pocket, which you always talk about, instead of retreating out to the left and spilling over the top. He's been good at that. Sam is a better athlete than you think in terms of his mobility. And again, if he's seeing it, and Kyle will know, Kyle watches every game like a quarterback. He looks through the lens of the quarterback. He knows right away whether the QB is seeing it or not, and then he knows what plays he can call and what plays he can't call. And hopefully there's a big full menu for Sam Darnold. But I got full confidence Slinging Sammy is going to sling that ball around and put it on the money.
Bob and Lund, Tim Ryan Power Hour, as we do from Levi's Stadium every Thursday. Thanks for joining us. Let me continue on. Just exactly where you went is where I want to go. So Brock's got certain things that he does well, certain plays that he may like. He's different mentally. He's getting the ball out really quickly. It's never been a physical thing with Sam Darnold. I watch him a ton at SC. He was in bad situation with the Jets in Carolina. I understand that. But does Kyle have to change anything? Does anything have to be different if it is Sam?
Well, I'm sure there will be some things different. I mean, Sam's got arm strength to throw outside the numbers and Brock does too, and he's so good with his anticipation, but Sam can really rip it, bro. I mean, he can really spin the rock. So maybe some more outbreaking routes, depending on how the deeper outbreaking routes, depending on how the corners are playing. But I think it's all going to be up on the menu. I mean, we all know what this offense likes to do. They like to run the ball, they like to get play action, and they like to thread it to the windows in between the numbers. That hasn't changed since day one when Kyle Shanahan was here and installed as the head coach. So there might be a few wrinkles. I'm sure there will be, but I think at the end of the day, the concepts are going to be the concepts.
And obviously Debo will not be able to play in this game. One more game with the shoulder injury. Trent Williams really was never going to play in Minnesota,
Not
especially
close.
on that turf. He's making a real effort to be out there.
I hope so.
Deal with Trey Hendrickson.
I hope so. Trey Hendrickson's a hell of a player now, and the motor that guy has. I was telling one of the scouts yesterday. I said if I ran 4.62 when I came out, I'd have played like Trey Hendrickson. I mean, in terms of just the violent hands, his swipes, his motor is redlining all the time. He can lean and get his shoulder down to the ground. And, a lot of guys, they turn that corner pop, and they get too low, and an O-lineman pushes them in the back, and they fall down because they don't have the hip flexibility and the leg strength to be able to do that, and the balance. He's got all that. He is a very, very technically sound, high motor rusher. So I hope that the big fella's back for that. I think he's got a chance. Big Trent, but I'll say this, and one or two times the long arm got him by Danielle Hunter, and Jalen Moore played pretty good. You go back and watch that tape and watch him. He had a huge block on the McCaffrey touchdown run. I mean, you talk about caving the whole side down in the double team. Talked about that in pregame. He made it happen. At the end of the day, he was pretty solid when you go back and look at that game. This will be a different animal because Hendrickson always lines up there. It's not like, Danielle Hunter's moving around and you might get him 5 or 6 snaps. This is 91 on your head. He's bringing it the whole day. So that's a different animal for Jalen. I'm sure they'll give him some help if he's got to be out there in terms of some tight end chips and running back chips and other ways to help him out. And then I think on the other side with McKivitz, I haven't talked to him yet, but the sack that he gave up, that was a 3-man rush. And remember, Danielle Hunter just flashed to the outside, bursted inside, and just took the B gap and just ran it. And Brock couldn't get away, and his knee was down, and that was a sack. I think, and I'm gonna confirm this with McKivitz, I think he was expecting fan protection. It's a 3-man rush. They had a nose guard and then another defensive end. I don't know why they would turn the protection to the left with a 3-man rush and not help out versus Danielle Hunter, who's clearly their best edge rusher. And then I think more importantly, when I looked at it, the way that McKivitz really jumped outside and opened the door to the inside, I think he was anticipating his guard fanning out there with him.
Good insight. All right, we'll talk to Tim one more segment, including when we reconvene a week from now, the trade deadline will have passed. Will the 49ers be active? We'll ask Tim about that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. This hour, we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lunch.
Sponsored by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House, straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at PacificCatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Burrow back. Burrow Cox. Burrow going to throw a lob down the sideline. Jamar Chase has got it for a touchdown. Right over the top of Ambry Thomas. What a ball by Burrow. You knew it was coming. You knew it was a ticking time bomb on that side of the field. They'd go with Thomas.
That's a great call, Greg.
Oh, I love the tone of your voice, Greg.
That tied the game.
You sound excited, but you sound frustrated.
2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Jamar Chase, and they played.
He's going to let that Greg go, huh?
Huh?
You just let that Greg go?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
He's right. He's on it. We're Greg now. I mean, they played college football together. It's a great pitch and catch combination, those two guys. And which leads to what John was talking about. And, Ambry won't mix in. Right now, he got the 3 corners. It's Ward and it's Demo and it's Isaiah Oliver in the slot. And they could pick on Isaiah Oliver in the slot in this game. But between now and next week, when we reconvene during the bye, we got a trade deadline coming up. And we've talked about areas of need. Is it first and foremost the cornerback spot? Do they need more pass rush after bringing Randy Gregory in, O-line? What do you see?
Well, pressure pick, cover sack, rush and coverage work together. I think the defensive line is going to be fine. It's just whenever they've had good rushes, the coverage hasn't been tight enough. It's pretty simple. And then when they haven't rushed good, then the coverage is all zones are going to break down eventually after 3 seconds. So I think there's a few things that can help. Let these guys straight rush a little bit more and I understand a lot of twist games, but these 2 defensive tackles, and I love inside twist. I'm not a huge fan of the 3-man twist, where both tackles go one way and the end wraps underneath, and I know they've all got their place versus certain protection schemes, but I think when you look at Hargrave, you look at Armstead, and you look at Bosa, and Bosa's getting chipped almost every play, so it's always a double team on Bosa. A lot of things I've noticed when he does have one-on-one opportunities, a lot of times he's working a game. He's working a twist. Being a great pass rusher is about setting the guy up for 2 or 3 rushes, working an edge, and bang, come back with a counter. Or you're bowling, now you speed rush him. Or you speed rush him, and then you turn it to power. It's all linked together. And you got to be able to get a feel for a guy, and he's got to be able to understand, like, okay, man, because they're thinking too, like, he's going to try to work me on the speed rush again, man. He's been working, and then bang, the counter club comes in, or the hand swipe, or all these creative moves these guys have. But it's about setting them up and getting reps against the same guy. Armstead reps against that right guard, and when you're running a lot of twisting games, you can't really set up your go-to. Because he hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen enough of it to now you can get to your counter play, or your counter rush. So, I think when you look at it at this game, and you look at their offensive line in particular, Orlando Brown has obviously been a good player for a long time from Baltimore, and he's had a nagging groin injury, I think, that's messed with him most of the year. Should be able to run around him. And he is a big man, and he kicks back, but they should be able to turn and burn the corner on him. Volson, their left guard, leave Hargrave one-on-one and let him go to work. The Hargrave digger, if he gets opportunities, let's say there's 33, 35 passes in this game, might be more if the 49ers shut the running game down. Maybe there's 40 throws from Burrow in this game. If he can have 20 plays one-on-one against Volson, their left guard, he's getting 2 sacks. I'm telling you. With his swipes, with his power, with his leverage, let him go to work for 20 pass rushes on that guy. Armstead's got a good matchup on the other side in terms of this guy and getting movement on him, and not a huge anchor for Kappa. We know what Armstead does as a bull rusher. And one of those guys is going to get the center turning that way. One of them is going to be in a double. But whoever is one-on-one, they got to win. And then we'll see what happens with Bosa and all the chips and all the stuff they're going to put his way. But at the end of the day, this defense goes as the D-line goes. You can have some coverage issues on the back end, but if the defensive line's hunting, it's hard for a team to win. And here's another thing that I don't think's been said, and you've probably said it, but as bad as it was last week, and it was bad, rush coverage, at times a call or two. That's not my job to criticize. I mean, again, if that call's right before half, if it's executed, everyone's loving it. That's a great call. But I think this week you'll see them get back to the basics and just let these guys do what they do best, John, which is play off the D-line, track and tackle, keep it simple on the back end. Nothing easy in terms of penalties, no pass interference, and they're going to get one a game or whatever, but none in key situations. They can beat this Cincinnati football team. And Cincinnati's won 2 games in a row now. They started 0-2. They've beaten two of our division opponents the last 2 weeks in Arizona and ran roughshod over Arizona and then beat Seattle last week.
And Seattle should have beat them.
Yeah.
And major opportunity.
Absolutely. So, and without DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
So this is a game that the 49ers defense can get right. And maybe Burrow comes in and he's red hot, but I think the way the defense is going to play this game, and you've got to keep Jamar in check, like you said. He exploded in that 21 game, and everything kind of builds off of him, his big plays. So limit those explosives to him, and this defense will get after it. I think this is going to be a get-right game for them.
A week from now, we are going to have a trade deadline, and there could be some issues, interior offensive line. We've talked about cornerback.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought on that.
No, we're good. Or, again, not getting into the rusher. A year ago, not to the exact day, it was October 20th, but a real aggressive trade. Now, I don't know that they're going to be that aggressive, but given where they are in the Super Bowl window they feel like they're in, do you feel like they may do something?
I feel like they may do something when you look at the cap space and where this window is in terms of the opportunity in front of them right now this year. Who knows how much longer Trent Williams is going to play? I mean, he's 35 years old. I hope he goes a couple more years, but who knows? So, yeah, I think there's going to be some action. The question you have to ask yourself, and I think, a corner is what's needed on this defense, because you're going to have an injury somewhere down the road in the next 10 games. And they're going to need to fortify back there, and we talked a little bit about it in the game. But the question you got to ask yourself is who's available? Who's available? And there's names out there. I thought I read Surtain yesterday may be available in Denver. What's it going to take to get him? But at the end of the day, what's it going to take to get him? But more importantly, who's available? I know the Chicago kid, Jared Johnson's a player. I don't know if he's available. Kenny Moore in Indianapolis is a player. Him. I don't know if he's available, maybe hopefully those calls are being made and they're getting the answers. If it ends up being nobody, it's because the guys they've targeted, the teams are unwilling to get rid of them. I was like, go get Chidobe Awuzie from Cincinnati. He'd be great. He's a local kid. He'd be great. He's playing 10, 15 snaps a game. When you look at their depth on that defense, and they've certainly got their aspirations to finish in the playoffs this year, I don't know if he's available. So that, at the end of the day, that's really, I think there's going to be an ambition to go get somebody. Can they? That's the real question.
And you bring up these names. What's interesting here, because they have the $40 million in cap space, they probably don't want to take on additional years unless they'd have to. But Jalen Johnson, free agent. Kenny Moore, free agent. Kendall Fuller, free agent. Adoree Jackson,
and they're
free
making
agent.
money, but you're paying half their salary for the year.
Right.
That's basically it. They're
and then
a
at
rental.
the end of the year, you have nothing else. Now, when it comes to Jalen Johnson, you're going to probably have to pay a lot. So do you want to keep him long-term? And you'd have questions. But all four of those corners that we talked about, and I like Moore because I don't think he gives you, I don't think you have to give us up as much. And there's a true slot guy where you could move Demo to the outside.
Right.
I think Johnson or Surtain are going to cost you a ton.
There's no doubt. And Surtain will be more than Jared Johnson, who's a really good player too. So that's kind of the game they're going to have to play here in the next week or so. But man, it would be a shot in the arm if they could go get a player of that caliber to help this defense.
Well, obviously one more game to go before the deadline on Halloween, and Fred Warner said it's a must-win. It's not, obviously, but it's one of those you got to have it games. I mean, you don't want to go into this bye week with a 3-game losing streak.
3-game bender.
Yeah, I mean, after the 5-0 start. So how big? And you're getting back at home. They won 11 in a row at Levi's after the 2 on the road that, for different reasons, went sideways. How big is this game?
It's huge. You just said it. It's not a must-win, but it's a got-to-have-it game, and the players know that. They're not used to losing. They're not used to what's happened in these last 2 weeks and these plane ride home. They're a drag. Thank God. I mean, the Cleveland fight was long. Thank God Minnesota isn't quite as far away in terms of the flight home. But I think from a psychological standpoint, it's definitely a got to have it. It's a winnable game. And having said as bad as it was for the defense, Minnesota still put 22 points on the board. As bad as it was the week before, a field goal would have won it at the end. I mean, with these games, as bad as it's been for 2 weeks and this team not playing to their bar and to their expectation, they were still 2 winnable games that the 49ers could have come out and they could be sitting here at 7-0 right now. So I think they know that. We all say it every week, play your best or get beat. This is a winnable game against a team that's starting to get right but has not really found their rhythm yet. 49ers are going to get it done on Sunday.
I get the sense, and you guys are down here a lot more than I am, I get the sense that the Cleveland
This guy's here all the time. He takes my parking spot every Wednesday,
That's
Thursday, and Friday. I'll wrestle you over.
I'm the number one receiver.
I'll wrestle it over you.
Closest to the line of scrimmage.
I'll officiate. Let's go. Let's have
Whoever
wrestling.
gets there first gets the spot.
But I get the sense last week that, hey, we were close. You're going to lose a game. Okay. I get the sense this week that they're pissed.
Oh yeah, they're pissed, and it's a look in the mirror time. How do I get better? How do we? And that's where it always starts with the individual. But I think defensively, look, the offense I think is going to be fine if Brock can go, if Sam can go. There are going to be some question marks, but I still think they're going to be fine without Deebo Samuel. Defensively, it's about just trusting the scheme and getting back to the basics. This team's too good when you have, and I don't want to say they had to junk it up against Minnesota in terms of all the coverage looks, but when you have this caliber of player from the front to the back, sometimes you just got to let the dogs eat. And the greatest defenses I've ever been on, very few coverages, very few blitzes. Do what you do if you got good players, and I think that's what we're going to see on Sunday.
Bosa was kind of saying that. I'm used to a 4-man rush, and just let them go, right? Especially against this offensive line you're talking about.
You got to let the dogs eat. And if you run with the big dogs, and you got to be the lead dog. Otherwise, just stay home on the porch, Greg.
All right, Timothy.
Wow.
Where's your car, by the
freaking me
way?
out.
Where's your car? Install 3?
Like this.
Yeah, I'm installed 3.
All right, man.
Good talking to you guys.
Yeah, good to talk to you.
Let's do it. Let's have some fun on Sunday.
Yeah.
All right. Always a pleasure.
We'll see you later, Tim.
All right, bud. Thanks, John.
Jonathan.
That's a T-Rock and Papa to you. Make sure that
what's your full name, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Never Jack, huh?
No, I was never Jack.
You're John.
I got called a lot worse in my household.
You did?
Never my name. I'm
not going to tell Tim my middle name. He'll start calling me Charlie. Gregory
now
Charles.
You told him. Now it's going to happen.
My dad always called me Charlie.
Oh, it's on.
Yeah.
Charles.
Not Charlie.
Charles in charge.
Yeah.
All right, it's Pop and London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is always great to get the Tim Ryan Power Hour going every Thursday live here from Levi's Stadium. Let's do more on the 49ers. You just mentioned Nick Bosa. Here's Nick talking yesterday to the media, admitting that camp, not being in camp, kind of pushed him back a little bit. Here's what he said.
Does missing training camp have anything to do with anything as far as your start?
I think a little bit. I think I'm trying to work on stuff on the run this year that I wasn't able to do in camp. So those games that I mentioned, the two, I think I was thinking too much because I was trying to add something to my rush plan, which is not what I want to be doing during season. I want to be locked in on what I do best and just doing it throughout the whole year. But there's no excuse at this point for that.
That's kind of interesting, going back to it. And he even mentioned a couple of the different games. He said he thought he played well against Minnesota, but he said Cleveland specifically didn't feel like he played as well.
Well, I mean, he's honest. If you ask him a question, he's not going to duck it to protect himself, and he'll protect his teammates, but he calls the defense out. That guy's honest. He doesn't talk a lot, but when he does talk, it's there. Let's just remember, they did get off to a 5-0 start, even though he did sign late and they won that game in Pittsburgh. He did miss games last year. He missed the game in Atlanta, that was a bad game. And the next game, they came back and they went at him with the McCole Hardman jet sweeps against Kansas City and didn't block him on a couple. And 44, they actually kicked the extra point for the butt kicker. So they did have, right at the same time last year, they got into a little bit of a lull, and they lost 2 in a row. The difference is they fell to 3-4 at that point, not 5-2. And what they did was they ran the table. the rest of the year. Then they went to L.A. and McCaffrey had the hat trick.
Very formal handshake.
And
with
they
Tim as he
came
left.
out of the bye, and they didn't lose again. So it's the same situation here. And, the Rams are a good team. They're coming off a Super Bowl win, and who'd they play in the Super Bowl? These Bengals. And Tim mentioned it. We forget about the Cincinnati heartbreak, not just losing 2 Super Bowls to the Niners with Joe, but they've been a dominant team. They went in Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. It was Burrowhead. And last year, I thought they had them beat again, and Mahomes was able to sneak out of that. This team's been to the Super Bowl and lost, and that was a flip-em game at the end. Kansas City scored, the Rams scored late to win the game with Cooper Kupp. So this is a similar situation to me. So whatever Nick is saying in his self-analysis is, I think he's playing basically around. There were some snaps where I thought he was a little slow on Monday night.
Darisaw had him a couple times.
But then he got back into it, and there were it's just not working well together where they're getting the ball out. The coverage is not tight enough behind it. But the bottom line is he missed the game in Atlanta, did not play well against Kansas City. It's the same time of the year where they dropped 2 in a row. And then they had one more game to go in the bye, and they went to the Rams and played great, and then ran the table coming out of it. So, and they're 3-4 after that. Now you're 5-2. So I would not say that it's all lost on catching the Philadelphia Eagles. Last year you lost by a game to Philadelphia. You didn't play them in the regular season. You didn't have a head-to-head against them. And you were 3-4 as opposed to 5-2 right now. Now the key thing is to get to 6-2 and not get to 5-3. If you have to sit on 3 straight losses going into the bye week for 2 weeks, that is not going to be great. Plus you're going into a trade deadline. Halloween, the Tuesday after this game against the Bengals. So we have to keep perspective on it. Nick's saying he's being critical. He didn't like his Cleveland game, and he didn't like the Pittsburgh game. They won both those. Well, they lost the Cleveland game, but they are 5-0, and Philadelphia is only 1 game ahead of them. So I think when you look at it from they wanted to be 7-0, obviously, and they had the ball driving for the game in both Cleveland and Minnesota, and couldn't make the plays, a field goal, and obviously the 2 picks in Minnesota to lose the game. But overall, they're in a better position than they were last year. But now it's go time. I mean, last year, this is where they kicked it in gear and didn't lose all the way till the championship game.
I would say that along those same lines is that was when they got Christian McCaffrey, and that leads me into the deadline, which is maybe they can just do with what they have. I mean, look, we've said when they're 5-0 and they just crushed Dallas, was like, they don't need anything. These guys are rolling. This is the best team in the league. Everybody's giving all the accolades. They're the top power ranking, blah, 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 blah. And now they lose 2 in a row, and you start saying, geez, is the interior of the offensive line good enough? Is the pass rush good enough? Are the corners good enough? Like, as I'm looking at this, and they have that money, and there are guys who are going to be free agents at the end of the year that you're not going to have money going forward to owe. And we mentioned the corners, but there's a bunch of guys in the pass rush. Both those guys in Washington are free agents, and Sweat and Young, Ngakoue in Chicago. I mean, there's some bad teams with some good players who might be able to help you do this thing. And I would imagine that as you look at this, and maybe some of it does depend on this weekend. They win this weekend, they're 6-2, everything's right, it's okay. If they lose,
depends how you play. They've got issues they want to shore up.
But if you're 5-3, all of a sudden maybe you need a kick just like you got from McCaffrey last year.
Well, when they made the McCaffrey trade, that was before they had played
before
Kansas City. They had just lost at Atlanta.
Right.
So the record wasn't as good. But I think there's areas of the team, the cornerback position, that they're going to look to upgrade no matter what. The other areas I think we got to see, and then there's fresh injuries. They were very healthy through the first 5 games. They've had injuries now, going to Cleveland and obviously, going to Minnesota. In the Cleveland game where you lost Debo in the first play of the game. McCaffrey got hurt in that game. Trent got rolled up on. And, both the 2 of those guys missed the next game, and you lost it. So I think you have to just wait and see and not assess. I don't think they're going to make a trade today or tomorrow. I think they're going to play the Bengal game and then assess because you may have to do other things. The one thing is if, Patrick Surtain would be a tremendous acquisition. That guy is arguably, along with Denzel Ward, and a short list of guys, one of the best cover guys in football. And unlike Ward, he's big. You can run at Ward. Surtain's 6'2". It's hard to run at him. And he plays man. I mean, he's on you, and he can play zone. He's a great player. His dad is a great player. In order to get a guy like that, you got to give up draft picks.
Oh, it's at least a 1.
So there you just got your 1s back after the Trey Lance trade. And, 1s represent inexpensive labor in the NFL. And then the money they have as far as the salary cap now, that's money you can use to next year's cap. You roll that into next year. So if you start, borrowing against that now, that will impact what you can do in the offseason as well. So there's a trade-off here. They're going to research it all. But I think overall, it's a challenging part of the year, just the way it was last year. But the difference is you got off to a 5-0 start this year. You didn't lose in Chicago when the rain hit. You didn't lose in Denver by 1 point to Russell Wilson again. You weren't 1-2. You were 3-0 at that point. And then you beat the Rams in Carolina, then you lost to Atlanta. So there's a little bit more built up here. But still, the goal is to win and to win the Super Bowl this year. And
which means getting home field. Right. I mean, the goal in the regular season, you're jockeying for pole position. You want the championship game to be here and not somewhere else. So, yes, but however you get to the Super Bowl, and the goal is to not just get there, is to win it. So what is the roster, do you think, good enough to do that as you make this decision? And then who is actually available? A lot of it is, the Vikings. When I saw John doing laps before the game with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, I thought 49ers win this game tonight. He's going to probably trade Danielle Hunter.
Yeah. You look at their schedule now that they're 3-4. I don't think Minnesota.
That was a huge game for them. But if you beat them on Monday night and you drop them to 2-5, Kwesi's been obviously letting players go in the offseason. They let Adam Thielen go and Eric Kendricks go and Dalvin Tomlinson and Patrick Peterson. Zadarius Smith is no longer there. They moved Dalvin Cook. They moved a lot of guys. It's clear that he's an analytics guy and he's gauging guys differently. That didn't go that way. And they won, and now they're going to Lambeau thinking we're going to win the division and we're going to be a playoff team. And we're playing better than we did last year. We just got to find a way to win those one-score games, and lately they have. They won a one-score game against Chicago, 19-13. They beat the Niners. The Carolina game was a one-score game they won. That was 21-13, 8 points. So in any event, let's just see where everything goes. I think there'll be, there's obviously in what the Eagles did getting Kevin Byard. Right after they beat Miami on Sunday, Howie Roseman made that deal with Rand Carthon. And there's a lot of people around there that John and Adam Peters have relationships with. Rand now in Tennessee, obviously, and he's tight, obviously, with the folks in Denver. And George Payton made a trade with Dallas. I don't think we'll see them making one that'll appreciably change the roster there. And then obviously in Tennessee and Rand Carthon, is there more guys that they could trade? So, and then, it's open to the whole league, obviously, and Belichick and what they're going to do in New England. But let's just see, where you're at. And I think the big thing is injuries have a way of changing your perspective on things. If you suffer an injury in this game on Sunday at a critical spot, then all of a sudden that's an area of need that is not an area of need right at this minute.
Yeah. We'll get more into it as Tuesday approaches. I got a whole list of guys and thoughts and positions and everything else, so we'll continue that conversation as well. We'll flip to baseball coming up next, because at the bottom of the hour, we're going to talk to our good friend Richie Aurilia, and Richie played for Bob Melvin. We had Bob Melvin on the show yesterday, so to get you warmed up for that, we'll play a couple of pieces of Bob from yesterday in our conversation. He had the press conference at 10:30 that you heard right here. Then we had him on at 12:30. He was great. So play a little bit of that for you, and then we'll talk to Richie Aurilia about what it's like to play for Bob Melvin, the new Giants manager. We'll do that at 12:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Posey, remember him? He joined Murph and Mac to discuss the hiring of Bob Melvin as the new Giants manager. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, beyond surreal. So, I mean, I grew up in Menlo Park, and, you aspire to one day be a San Francisco Giant, and I was able to do that. And then go across the bay and manage the A's for 10-plus years, and then have the opportunity to manage the Giants. I mean, that's not something you even dream about. So surreal is probably minimizing the feeling, but it's probably the only word I can come up with.
That was Bob Melvin with us yesterday, and I give Bob a ton of credit. He did all sorts of interviews locally, nationally, all these kind of things, and we had him on yesterday at 12:30. If you missed the interview, just go to KNBR.com, and you can hear it in its entirety. You have a great relationship with him. He's been on with us plenty of times when it was the A's. He came on with us just about every time, even when things were bad with the Padres. He's just a great guy. I got to be honest, in many, many years of doing this, just like you, I don't know that I've ever seen a press conference or an entire day of one guy that it's been so embraced and I think so perfect for a situation as Bob Melvin is. He loves being here. People love to hear that he wants to be here. He's a local guy. He's always wanted to manage the Giants. He kind of could let that out of the bag finally. He's just really excited. And I thought the term that he used, he feels a responsibility towards this franchise for giving him what he called a lifelong dream to manage the San Francisco Giants.
And he really did kind of save them. At various points this year, we were looking at things that were, Brock Purdy and what he was able to do for the Niner organization, and with the Trey Lance saga saving things and Jimmy coming back. And if they couldn't get Bob Melvin, I guess they would have maybe hired Stephen Vogt. Farhan was talking about the process and the Veritech interview, and Alyssa Nakin, and they interviewed Wahlberg, and they went through a lot of guys in the internal, Kai Correa. But those would have all been, to some degree, leaps of faith. And we love Stephen Vogt. We believe in Stephen Vogt. Can he really manage the Giants here? And with Bob, there's no leap of faith. I mean, I can't think of a single negative. Obviously, he appeals to the fan base where Cap just never did because of his lineage growing up, and he detailed it being a Bay Area sports fan and growing up here. And then when I asked him about Alvin Dark, he knew Alvin Dark right away, that he's the only guy along with the Alvin to manage the A's and the Giants. Then he came right back with, was Alvin born here? No, he was born in Oklahoma. So it's a big difference. He's A's and Giants, managed them both, and he's from the Bay Area. So from that point, he reaches out to generations of Giants fans. And then the ability to run the game so expertly, and Rich will go back to when he was a younger manager. I mean, Bob Melvin right away, managed the Seattle Mariners, and Richie was there with him. Bob took over in 2003. He was there in 2004, and that was a hard time for Rich. He was, I remember doing a lot of ESPN games and doing Seattle up there, and, it was a real transition from Rich. Rich was a dominant player in 2001. And all of a sudden, he loses his step at short. He's got to move on. And I remember him struggling there. And they moved him around. He played third, lost some playing time. I'd like to hear the conversations as an older player. And the Giants got a few older players on the roster that may have an adjustment on how they're being used. How he dealt with that. And you detailed, the A's days and, grooming the Sonny Grays and the Marcus Simeons and the Josh Donaldsons, and then
the Mats,
doing it all over again with the Mats and Sean Murphy. He did it twice. They won 3 went to the playoffs 3 straight years with a whole different batch of, up-and-coming A's, and then Billy traded them off, and then he brought new guys. So, he can appeal to the older veteran like Rich, and I do want to hear the intel there. And then I think the key thing was the story he told us about Farhan, and, after that game in Texas and Josh Hamilton and all that, he lost his thoughts, but he said Farhan was his point guy. And Bob was an interim manager then. He just took over for Kerr, and he didn't get the job full-time, and he needed, Farhan, and I'm going to work for Billy Beane. How's that going to work? Billy's got such a reputation with, obviously Art Howe and Ken Maka, and even his buddy Guerin didn't work out. How am I going to do it? Bob just has a way of bringing people together. So, honestly, when this whole thing started, John, a little like finding Brock Purdy, although you knew Brock was Mr. Irrelevant. You had no idea. Bob Melvin, you knew. We talked about Dave Roberts. If the Dodgers get knocked out, they did get knocked out. They lost right away. They got swept. He was not fired. Whatever happened in San Diego, the rumblings there, could he be available? And the Giants, they didn't have to, compensation. Or Richie actually sent us a text saying, don't forget about Randy Wynn, in the Lou Piniella trade when he went from, Lou went from Seattle to Tampa, Randy went from Tampa to Seattle. That was a trade. And you were saying, would you give up Lamont Wade Jr. to get Bob Melvin? You didn't have to give up any compensation. San Diego just gift wrapped you. Your manager, and he checks his, every box on how he runs a game. It was fascinating when he got into his card. He was breaking that down with us, and everything that goes into it, and the analytics. He takes the reams and reams of information they get on every player, and he transposes it to a card that he brings into the game, that he manages it. So he's going through all. He said it's 45 minutes to fill out the card. What he's doing is researching all the analytics for hours to get ready for the game.
And what they may do.
The first game of the series, what they're good at, the way they +9 against left-handed hitting, it's the way they quantify it. But he does trust Farhan's data. I think that's the bottom line. When he was with the
way
A's.
That they do it, unlike the Padres.
Whatever the data they're supplying, I don't know. Yeah. And you get different sources of where you're, finding out your data, accruing your data. I don't know. But he just trusted the A's data, where the San Diego data he did not. So the bottom line is, we thought about this the last week of the year.
We were in this exact spot, by the way. We were down here when Preller was talking.
October the 4th, I remember. But we were talking about it, right away when they fired Cap. My first thing was, you're telling San Diego now that they don't, if you fire Melvin, he can go there. So are they going to play that game where we're not going to fire him, or he's going to make him quit, and then if he quits, I think what happened in the end, they could have been hard. Al Davis wouldn't let you out of a contract if he didn't like you. He was going to hold you there. In the end, I think Bob went to them. Well, the way he said
they went to him.
They called.
Preller went to him.
Well, Preller said the Giants called.
Yeah,
and then Farhan said that was last week. So Preller could have said, we're going to try to get something back. I think they wanted them to move on, and they didn't want to hold him there. But whatever the reason was, when this whole thing, fire Cap, and it was going to be, they were going to keep Cap and keep Farhan, the way it turned out, if you knew you could get Bob Melvin, then I would have fired Kapler too.
No doubt.
But you have to pay him for a year.
Yeah, but they probably had some intel. I mean, you and I talk about this all the time, and fans don't really take it into consideration a lot of times. Okay, you want to fire a guy. Well, who's better? Well, I would imagine that the Giants had a pretty damn good idea that A.J. Preller and Bob Melvin weren't getting along, and that there was probably a good probability that he was going to be not there or not want to be there, or else I don't think they would fire Gabe Kapler. We've had that conversation. I think the positive things that come out, if you're one of the very few that don't like the hiring, and most do, by a large majority, is that he can develop young players, which we discussed because he did it a ton with the A's. He's got a relationship with Pacific Rim players. They don't have a person on, I don't believe, that can recruit. Now, Buster Posey's becoming more involved, obviously, with the organization. I think between Buster and Bob, they're going to be able to recruit some players and have a lot of credibility there. There's just a lot of positives. And then we saw yesterday, Bob is an unbelievable people person. He reminded me in all of these press conferences and the way that he handled ones, almost like a Bob Myers type.
Or Steve Kerr.
Yeah, there is no misstep. And the fact that he's from here, and I don't know how many managers manage in their hometown or coaches, but he just has a passion for here. And I don't care where it is in the country. If you have someone who has a passion to be here, you've won. Because people in the Bay Area know that Bob understands what the Giants mean
to the community, and it's just that's a big deal. So, look, if he wins 78 games, people are going to be pissed at him. But right now, they won the press conference by an overwhelming majority, and he can develop young players, and he can recruit, and he can manage games. And, I mean, there's just so many things that he can do in addition to being just a hell of a guy.
So I'm thinking of how many guys were born in the Bay Area that had a chance to manage or coach in the Bay Area, and the obvious one is George Seifert. And what did Seifert do? He took a guy that won three Super Bowl championships, thought of as a genius, and he was able to add two more. And for Bob, there was Cap in the middle, but it's Bruce Bochy and his legacy. And, he's like the Bill Walsh of baseball around there to some degree. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's won three, and now he's trying to get a fourth with Texas starting tomorrow. Wouldn't it be, for Bob, wouldn't it be something to win a World Series as the manager of the San Francisco? Well, that's why he's doing this job. He hasn't made a World Series. He's been in the playoffs. He's had his heart broken. How many times have the A's won a playoff series with Bob as the manager? They got in. They overachieved to get in, either winning the West or getting in as a wild card. But, ultimately it didn't go well in the playoffs. So, it's got to be the ultimate dream for him is to manage the Giants, to manage the A's, to come home again. But really, like Bochy with that championship parade one day, to go down Market Street as a World Series champion. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, he would be.
That'd be like Seifert. Coming back home to manage your team that you grew up watching and becoming a champion. Amazing.
All right, let's talk to Richie Aurilia about it. Richie played for Bob Melvin in Seattle and, of course, knows him well. We'll discuss that, maybe a little wine talk. You know how it goes with Richie. We'll do that coming up next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion. Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look, I love it. Because when you come up through a system, it's almost like being, getting finally to varsity at the University of California. And there's a pride factor that younger players from the system, once they get to the big leagues, bring to the table. And typically they can push the veteran guys with the enthusiasm and the way they go about it, knowing, hey, look, I'm finally a Giant. So I think it's very important to every team to have younger players from within the system. It's a great mix to have, and it kind of starts with the guys that really, really feel like, for the first time in their life that they've gotten to a place they need to be in an organization they have a lot of pride in.
That is Bob Melvin. He's talking about developing young players, which he did a ton with the A's, and there are a ton of young players that the Giants are trying to develop. So that is a good fit. He was named, of course, manager of the Giants yesterday, 10:30. We had the press conference for you. Yesterday we had him on the show at 12:30. You can go to KNBR.com if you'd like to hear that conversation. But let's talk to Richie Aurilia about him. Rich, of course, played for Bob Melvin up in Seattle, and he's one of our favorite guys. And we need to talk about wine, too. But Richie joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
Not much, man. Just excited to talk to you guys about the big move.
We miss you, brother. How you been? How's your off season going?
It's going great. You brought up wine. I did a wine cruise to Europe, Mediterranean. I got back a couple weeks ago. So
where'd you go?
Finally feeling left out of Monte Carlo, all the way around Italy and Sicily and in Venice. So terrible trip.
Wow,
that sounds amazing.
It's good to be Rich Aurilia. So you've been texting us. We were talking, John and I have been talking about Bob Melvin for a long time. Well, we were wondering about the compensation, and you sent me a text right away. Don't forget about Randy Wynn getting traded. We were talking about all the different trades that have been made to get managers, and going back to Chuck Tanner and Manny Sanguillen. So just overall, he's the guy that everybody wanted, I think, on every level. Rich, and to be able to get him away from the San Diego Padres like Bruce Bochy years ago and not to have to give up any kind of Randy Wynn type compensation, wow.
It sure is reminiscent of like the fall of 2006, isn't it? When the whole Boch thing went down. But, it's the second time now that San Diego's had these, lame duck managers going in the last year of a contract. And fortunately, it worked out really well for the Giants the first time, I'd say. And, hopefully it works out as well. Even if it works out half as well this time, I think that'd be a good thing. But, I think as soon as they were granted permission to talk to Bob, in my mind, it was a done deal. It was over. Just because of Bob's history in the Bay Area, his history with the Giants, and, all the stories we've been hearing coming out of San Diego with his stint there.
All right, so you played for him in 2004, and it was a tough year for the Mariners, 63 and 99, and it was only his second year managing. This is 20 years later, and so Bob Melvin has obviously got a lot of pelts on the wall, has learned a lot of things, but what was it like playing for second-year manager Bob Melvin?
Bo Mel was he was easy to talk to. He's a very approachable guy, has a nice personality. His door was always open. And listen, for him as a young manager, first-time manager, that was a tough club to handle because we were supposed to be really good coming out of the gate. On paper, we had a great team, and we just got off to just a terrible start. I got off to a terrible start, and, halfway through the year he basically had to designate me for assignment. And, I was just disappointed in the fact that I didn't get a chance to spend a whole season with him because, again, he's one of the, better managers in the game, definitely now, but I think he had a really good relationship with all his players, whether they be veterans, young players, and I think coming in there, even as a young manager, he earned everybody's respect right from the day he got there. And I will say this, a lot of people say, well, he hasn't been to World Series, blah, blah, blah. He was a bench coach on that Diamondbacks team that won the World Series in 2001. And a lot of the stuff that I heard was basically that, he was the guy that basically ran the team. Bob Brenly was the manager, but he was the guy that basically ran the team, made a lot of the moves, and so he does have some World Series experience under his belt. It might not be as the head guy, but it was, a guy who was second in charge and had a lot of decision-making involved in that World Series.
And a couple of years later, at age 41, he got the Mariners job when Lou got traded to Tampa for Randy Wynn, and they went 93-69 that first year. The year you were there was a rough year. But I remember that year well. I don't know if you remember this, but I was doing a lot of Wednesday night baseball for ESPN, and I was either flying up to Seattle or flying back, and you sat next to me on an airplane to the Bay Area, and you opened up, and it was a rough year. You weren't hitting, position change, and as you mentioned, you got DFA'd that year, wound up going to San Diego to finish up that year, then on to Cincinnati. But, we heard so much about Bo Mel developing the young players in Oakland, and he's going to have to do that with the Giants, obviously, but he's also going to have hard conversations with veteran guys that are either going to play less or maybe their career is over. What was it like? Because he was just 41. You were in your 30s yet then. How did he handle, when you were a little older now, maybe had to get off as shortstop or hitting as much? How did he handle you then?
Honestly, he handled me with the utmost respect. He approached me, all that time. I mean, I struggled from the beginning there. Whether it was a change in National League to American League, I did get hit in the wrist by a pitch early on, and I played with a broken bone in my wrist for a while. But he always treated me with the respect that I think any veteran player wants to be treated with. And he understood. When he had to DFA me, I remember going into the office. It was him and Bill Vivasi, the general manager, and you could see just the anguish on his face. You're not sending a young kid down to the AAA to work on something. You're basically DFAing a guy you just signed as a free agent who's a veteran player who, up to that point had a pretty solid career, and you could just see the anguish on his face. But the whole time, the organization and Bob in specifically just treated me with the utmost respect, and he even told me, hey, we got 10 days to trade you, release you. If you're still going to be up here over the All-Star break, because right before the break, he goes, just call me, come to the stadium. I'll throw you a DP to stay in shape. Let's just keep you going. We'll try and find a good spot for you. And I still, to this day, I'm very appreciative for the way he treated me in that situation.
That's a great story. Richie Aurilia is joining us, of course, talking about the Bob Melvin hiring. Richie played for him up in Seattle in 2004 when it was Bob Melvin's second year as a manager in Seattle. In terms of the game, and this was something we had him on yesterday. I mean, I thought just all day long he was just so perfect, and he had, he's talking about San Francisco and his admiration and growing up here. But one of the things that I think strikes with Giants fans right now is, he's got pelts on the wall. And so if you got to go with your analytics and all these kind of things. But the thing that people love about Boch is that because of his experience, if he's got a feel, he's going to go for something. And we asked Bob about that yesterday. And I used the term a gut feel. And he said, Billy hated the word gut feel. It's not a gut feel. It's my experience. And it sounds like he's going to have a bit more leeway to do that. And I'm not anti-analytics. I'm all for him. But I do feel like a manager should have some leeway. And it sounds like Bob's going to have a little bit more of that.
Yeah, and he probably should. We heard Farhan say as much in his end of season, press conference saying, we're not going away from analytics, but we're going to, kind of be more practical in the decision making. And listen, even when I was playing, there was analytics, but it just wasn't called analytics. There were your spray charts for hitters, there was the scouting reports on pitchers, there were tendencies, left-handed pitchers versus right-handed hitters and vice versa and all that. So there was analytics. And now what I think a lot of these more veteran managers do is they take it, they ingest it, and they use it as they feel fit to use it. And you look at, I just look at the four teams that were kind of left in the postseason this year in the league championship series. And they were all teams that are very analytically sound, I'm sure, but, it was kind of a little bit of old school baseball with old school managers, which was kind of nice to see. So I think Bob will have, full reign to kind of do what he wants to do. I get that they don't like the term gut feeling, or Billy didn't like that term, but I also like the term, it's because of the experience I've had and the situations I've been in that, for me, I was always a thinker or in the mindset, guys, of like, dude, if I'm 0 for 10 off somebody, I'm due. I'm due for a hit,
Analytics says up, you're benched.
Yeah, analytics said, you're done. You're on the bench. But
ownage is ownage.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I think that all in all, he should have a good say, and I'm very curious to see. And I know there wasn't much comments made on it yesterday, but I'm curious to see what happens with the staff. Just in the sense that Bob always seemed to surround himself with a really good staff of people that he can delegate stuff to, as opposed to a staff that seemed like it was just run analytically, which I feel like it has been here for the last few years. So I'm curious to see what happens with the staff as far as, how big it is, first of all, and then 2, how many people stay, and 3, who comes from outside, and is it somebody that Bob's worked with before?
Well, he pretty much told us without telling us that Matt Williams, he's under contract with San Diego, but they let Bob out, so I got to imagine they're going to let him out, and he's going to come back home to coach third base, and then they got to figure out what to do with Hallberg and all that. And in any event, the one thing also is recruiting, and free agency, and he was pretty open about talking about managing some of the great Japanese-born and Pacific Rim players, and although the 04 year didn't go well for you when you were in Seattle with Bob or the team, Ichiro just did his thing like he always does. What do you recall? Because that was the first year that Ichiro was not managed by Lou Piniella. And Lou had a abrasive style. I remember him saying, Ichiro would always have the rice bowl before the game. Like, he eats a rice bowl before the game, that he has 4 hits every night. You all should be eating rice bowls. Exactly. And then, when he got on Ichiro in spring training for pulling the ball, or in BP, and then, why don't you ever pull the ball for home runs? And then he hit like the next 3 out of the ballpark. How was it like? Do you recall Bob Melvin's relationship, how he managed the great Ichiro Suzuki, Rich?
Well, yeah, I do, actually. And I remember the beginning. Well, first of all, that year went as good as any year could go for Ichiro. The guy had 262 hits. I mean, geez.
He broke George Sisler's record. It was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I do remember early in the year, I remember hearing the stories about Lou telling him, son, what are you doing slapping that ball the other way? Can't you pull it and hit the power? And then Ichiro just started pulling it and bombing him 40 feet over the fence in right center. But I remember early on, I think that was a year that they tried to move him to the 3-hole early in the year because he was such a put the ball in play guy, never struck out. And I remember, like, after April, like, I think Ichiro was hitting like 250. And you're like, what's wrong with this guy? And I think at one point, I think he went into Bob and just said, hey, it's better for the team and it's better for me and everybody involved is to just move me back to the leadoff spot. And once he did that, he just started going off. I mean, granted, our team didn't play that well, but it showed me a lot in Bomel that, he was open to the idea of a player, again, of great caliber, coming to him and saying, hey, this isn't working out right now, and I think we'll be a lot better if you put me in the leadoff spot. And he did that. And then for the rest of the year, he went off. But, Bob had a great relationship with everybody in that clubhouse, and especially a guy, Ichiro, he came across like he didn't speak any English because he had the translator all the time. He spoke better English than anybody when he let on. I mean, he spoke pretty well. So, I think Bob and him got along, great for the amount of time that Bob was there. And, if there's a way that, he has relationships maybe over there. I know they opened up a season in Japan once with Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe there's some players over there that, there's some interest in that, now that there's a guy with a good, at least a long track record, maybe they can go out there and try and sign somebody internationally.
Richie Aurilia joined us. Yeah, he mentioned that yesterday. I mean, he's coached so many Japanese players, and he had the list yesterday. I mean, Darvish with the Padres, and he was on down starting with Ichiro, but all through the years. And he said, yeah, he's got
Hideki Matsui.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's got a long relationship. The other thing that excites me about it is clearly with the A's, you got to develop young talent because once they become ripe, they're going to trade them. And he did that a couple of times. And here we are sitting with the Giants, and who knows who's going to be back. But, I mean, you got a lot of young players that you're wondering how good they're going to be. And it excites me to think Bob Melvin's done this a couple of times, and again, he played for you. What is he like in developing young players?
Well, I mean, if you just look at his track record, I mean, how many times while he was in Oakland, did they literally have to rebuild?
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be at least 2 or 3 times based off of, the payroll constrictions they had. So if you're looking at his history, yeah, this guy is, the guy you want in charge. I mean, it all comes down to your minor league coaching and your scouting and the coaching staff you have in the big leagues to continue that educational process. But again, you look back in your years of playing for certain guys, and there's certain situations that you come up with. You remember like something negative, or something that was said that was negative. And I can't come up in my mind with the 3.5 months I played and the 2 months of spring training with Bob. I can't remember anything negative, whether it was to a young player or a veteran player. I think everybody just really liked him. I'll tell you what, at the time, he threw a hell of a BP, too. I loved hitting off him. And BP,
he's an old catcher.
They could always use another arm throwing BP, but I'm sure he'll get the whole lowdown from the organization and get a quick learning of who their minor league guys are and who has a chance to get on this team this year. And I'm sure he'll put them in a position to succeed like he always does.
We obviously asked him yesterday, and we asked him about Patrick Bailey when he was managing the Padres, but we got into it more, and he really broke down Patrick Bailey and the sidearm delivery, unique and reminiscent like so many of us who saw the great Thurman Munson play. So he went on and on about Bailey. But the one thing that's also interesting, right when they let Gabe Kapler go, Farhan Zaidi flat out said, we're going to make every avenue for Marco Luciano to be our starting shortstop. We didn't see a lot of him last year, Richie, just 14 games, and he was up and then down, and then the hamstring, and he came back up. Just give me your thoughts. As a hitter, he looked fine. Defensively, is shortstop his best position? I mean, you got to go from Brandon Crawford, the greatest defensive shortstop in Giants history. I still call you the greatest offensive shortstop. I got to give you that. But if Marco plays every day, is he going to make 30 errors? Or what do you see from Marco Luciano if he is the everyday Giant shortstop next year?
Well, I'll say that I don't think they're going to go out and get somebody unless it's a second-level type guy that have as a backup. I liked what I saw this year. I think for me, as a young player, he sure does seem to get hurt a lot. And I don't know if that's just bad luck or what, but I think the first thing is he's got to be healthy. You can't play to the level you want to play if you're not healthy. Watching him play defense, I was actually pleasantly surprised at what I saw out of him in that short period of time this year. But I would think, and I've had these talks with my buddy Ron Lotus, and I think eventually he's just a big body. I think eventually he'll have to move either to corner or a corner outfield spot. If you're really looking at his bat as being an elite bat at the big league level. I mean, I'm sure you can get away a couple of years with him at shortstop if you have to. But at the same time, I think you would have to be accepting of the fact that he may have some lapses in defense out there, or a lapse of fundamental, factors of playing the infield, whether it's a cutoff position or something like that. I think you have to accept that, and I think you need to accept that from young players because, he hasn't dominated the minor league level. So he's getting the opportunity because of the potential he has and what they see in him in the future. So if he could take that and make the most of it, I think that's great for him. But I think eventually down the line, I think with his size, he'd have to probably move somewhere else. And you got to think, too, he's still maturing as a person. Like as a body of a man, like he's going to gain weight. You're going to gain weight in the big leagues because you eat way better, and your schedules are way different. So he is going to probably put on a few pounds too. So it remains to be seen. But all in all, I forget who I had this conversation with the other day, and somebody asked me about Marco Luciano being, well, we're going to give him the job right now, and I said, yeah, I know. I was given the job in 96, 97, and 98, and they went out and got 3 guys 3 years in a row until I got the job. So you know how that works, right? You don't really know it until that opening day comes and you're out there.
That's interesting, man. So how's I know you just got back from Italy and everything, but how's the wine business? Everything good at Red Stitch?
It's good, man. It was a weird year harvest-wise because of the strange weather early, and it wasn't really hot summer, so fruit came in really late this year. But it looks fantastic. Everything's good, and you know what? I'm actually gonna when I have dinner tonight, I'm gonna raise a glass to one of my favorite guys of all time, Dusty Baker, and toast him for the great career that he had. I can't say enough about that guy, and he will surely be missed in Major League Baseball. And now he can go back to Sacramento and just hang out for a while.
Without a doubt. And I'm so glad he got the one last year to win as a manager, Richie, after the heartbreak with your group. But and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I mean, Boch is trying to get number 4, but when you look at the whole body of Dusty Baker's work, he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he definitely should be. And I think that World Series solidified it last year for him. I mean, he's in the top, I don't know for sure, but he's probably in the top 7 and wins all time or something like that. And he's just a great guy, and I've enjoyed playing for him. And I got asked the other night, I was out having dinner, and the game was on, Game 7, and somebody asked me, hey, who are you rooting for? And I said, dude, I got 2 horses in this race, and for me, either one is a win. It doesn't matter to me, but if Boch or Dusty, I mean, they're both great guys. They're both great guys to play for. And I'm happy for Bake to go out with a win last year, and it'd be kind of cool to see Boch get another one this year. So I'm rooting for him.
2,183 wins. Number 7 all time. Behind Connie, Tony, John McGraw, Bobby Cox, Joe Torre, and Sparky Anderson. He's got more wins than Boch. He's got more than Boch.
Yeah. Well, Boch had a lot of down teams for a while with the Padres, and so that's why he's got Boch. I think we beat up Boch. That's why he got more wins than Boch does.
Boch still has more losses than wins. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Jeez.
It's amazing.
Hey, Richie, thanks for the insight, man. We really appreciate it. Hope everything's going well. That's cool to hear about your trip.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of the year here. Hopefully we talk to you soon.
Be good, Richie Rich.
That's great, man. That's Richie Aurilia. Great insight. Again, he played for Bob Melvin, his second year in the league, the second year Bob Melvin managed in Seattle in 2004, and then played, of course, for Dusty Baker. So very cool insight.
That trip, Monte Carlo, he started the trip. He went all over Europe and wound up in Venezia.
That's not bad.
Wow.
That ain't bad.
What am I doing?
Rich.
I'm going to Cleveland and Minneapolis. Wow.
You've won a trip to Cleveland.
I mean, Juicy Lucy's.
Hey, here's a Juicy Lucy in Minnesota.
Dice in Monte Carlo.
Meanwhile, he's drinking wine. Yeah, exactly. He's in Monte Carlo drinking wine.
What am I doing?
It's a good life. All right, 1 o'clock hour is on the way. We got the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. The latest on Brock Purdy and that concussion. More from Bob Melvin. Warriors at it. We got a ton going on. We'll do it coming up next. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's Stadium on the Sports Leader.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I took a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Did we miss that last week?
What were we doing on Thursday of last week?
Were we drinking?
That we were distracted by that. I don't recall that.
No, that wasn't your birthday. Your birthday was like 2 weeks ago.
No. And Thursday's Thursday night football, and you know who's playing tonight?
Get your Buffalo hat.
The Buffalo Bills.
Where's your Buffalo hat?
I'm saving that for later in the show.
You are?
Yes. You like my Brockle Doodle Doo?
I need a care package from those guys. I have that. I have the Yak Bros hat that you had on a little bit
So it
earlier.
is from a company called Pocket Hats and Patches from Bart Bridge.
They do a great job.
Home of the pocket hat. I think I saw it from you initially.
Yeah. I got a bunch of them.
And then they sent me a box at the studio, and they are creative, and they personalized it for me.
Yeah.
I got a Syracuse one. I got a Buffalo one that I'll show you later in the show.
Yeah,
I got Big Brain Brockle Doodle Doo.
And it's got a picture of a rooster on the side, Big Rooster Brock.
I should give you this hat.
Which is my favorite.
Do you have this hat?
I don't think I have that hat.
I'm going to give
the Big
I washed my
rooster
hair today, so
the
I will
rooster.
give you this one.
Oh, you were having a good hair day. So for you must really like these hats.
I'm having a good
and you
hair
can
day.
see it on YouTube. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Because you were having a good hair day.
I'm having such a good hair day. When I interviewed Kyle Shanahan,
yeah.
Do you ever see that interview on Game?
Of course I do.
Do I?
I record it every time.
Should I wear a hat when I interview him or not?
I think he's wearing that one.
The camera people don't like it.
They don't?
They're like, well, we want to see the eyes and everything.
Oh, I see.
But
Kyle wears a hat every time.
because he's coaching the team. And
they don't tell him they want to see his eyes.
He wears they're going to tell him that.
Kyle wants to see your eyes.
You can't see your play when you're calling a play. No, but so it's been so damn hot here, and you go out to practice. After I leave you, I go out to practice, and it's just too hot to not have a hat on.
Right.
So you wear a hat. Like last week at this time,
Which hat would you wear?
It was insufferably hot. I mean, it was so sweaty. But now that it's cooler, I don't. Now I'm wearing a jacket and it's freezing. Yesterday's practice was windy.
This morning was the first cold day I could say.
Yesterday's practice was really windy.
Yeah.
So it's all changed. So I don't need to wear the hat as much. But anyway,
I think you should wear that hat and they should record it and we should be able to listen on the show. Yeah, the cockle-doodle-doo Brock hat, and I want to hear what he says about it.
All right.
Well, just wear it for a minute so that we can use that cut to hear what Kyle says. Because Kyle's everyone knows this, but Kyle's a hat guy.
Kyle will love it. Of course he is. And he gets all upset about which hats he can wear on the sideline and the Shanahan. But anyway, I'm sure NBC Sports Bay Area won't like if I wear this. I don't know. But thanks to the BartBridge.com for supplying me with these hats. They sent a whole box over.
See, but your hair is different than mine. It can bounce back. If I put a hat on for an hour, then I can't. Then I got to wear it all day.
No, I could.
Can you take that off and then you could go on TV and your hair's going to look good?
That's what I'm saying. I have to debate when I get done. I could brush the hat head out of it.
A little dry shampoo.
What's harder than hat head is headset head.
Oh, it's the worst.
Headset head.
See, you have both. You have a hat and a headset
because the hat's over the headset.
Oh, okay.
And these headsets are different. When I do a game and I wear this, I do the Sennheiser. They're tighter. So right after the game,
you get a mic headset.
You have that crevice right in your head. So
I don't like that.
You could actually tee up a football right in the middle of my head.
Oh, yeah, we're doing the foreplay. Sorry, I got obsessed with your hats and your hair.
So thanks to Bart Bridge, the pocket hats and patches.
Those are nice.
Bart Bridge. They sent me a whole box of them.
All right. Speaking of Kyle Shanahan and the Shanahan, Kyle was asked, because, of course, Brock Purdy is in concussion protocol. He was asked if Brock would be out Sunday if he doesn't practice by Friday.
No, I mean, Brock didn't take a practice rep versus Seattle on Thursday Night Football till pregame warm-ups, and he had to shut those down a little bit, too. So he didn't really get a real rep that week till play one, and he played pretty good, so we'll probably stick with that.
All right. So we never know. So he's gonna keep us in the dark about it.
Well, it's not that. It's just a process. You went through the 5 steps, and I don't have any idea where he's at right now, but he really can't take part in practice. And the other thing, we're talking about in meeting the media today, there is a league rule that any player in concussion protocol cannot do formal interviews.
Yeah, because you might have something crazy.
Or it's just not a good look if you're in concussion protocol.
Right.
So whatever it is, it's a league rule. So he will not be.
So that won't give us any, so we're not going to get any clues.
No, I mean, if they bring Sam Darnold there, they could do it tomorrow. Just wait until tomorrow to have Sam meet the media, because it's, I don't know what they, anyway, what he's saying is the Seattle injury on the Thursday night. But the other part of it is with Seattle game, he could prepare normally. Is he, what symptoms does he have? Where is he, he studies a long time to get ready to play quarterback in the NFL. Does he have the ability mentally to be able to lock in and study for the long period of time with whatever he's going through with the concussion protocol?
If he does not play, it's going to fall on Sam Darnold. Here is Greg Cosell from NFL Films. Our good friend Greg Cosell studies all this stuff. He was on with Murph and Mac, and he says he's excited to see Sam Darnold potentially play in this offense.
I think we know what Sam Darnold is. He's played a lot of games in the National Football League. If it is Sam Darnold, look, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, obviously. I really enjoy watching Brock Purdy play, and I actually thought he played very well last week. But I'd be fascinated to see Sam Darnold in this offense. It's funny. When you evaluate quarterbacks, and I've been doing that for a very long time, and, I speak with a lot of coaches. We have great conversations about quarterback evaluation. I've been doing that for years. Everybody always notices physical traits right away, whether a guy, does he have a big arm? Can he move? Those kinds of things. Not as often are things like timing, anticipation, awareness talked about, things that Brock Purdy has in abundance, by the way, which is why he's played very well in the NFL. Darnold falls into the other category. He came out of USC, big kid, athlete, good arm, all those things that are sort of obvious. But he's always had a little bit of a problem at times in what he sees, playing with a higher level sense of timing and anticipation. And we know that this offense demands that. So if he were to play, and one game would not be a large enough sample size to make any definitive judgment about his whole career, but I'd be fascinated to see him in this offense.
I think we all would. I know a lot of the coaches feel that way, and Brian Greasy and the Kubiaks and Kyle, that's why he was brought here. He's, he was in a similar system his first year in New York, with the OC there, Jeremy Bates, but they changed OCs and head coaches so much, and he was there 3 years, went to Carolina. I think really where he latched onto it was last season. Ben McAdoo was the offensive coordinator. Steve Wilkes was the interim coach, and he played great those last 6 games of the year. He had 7 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, and he had a long stretch where he did not turn the ball over at all. So we'll see. Where it goes overall, John, is, his one-loss record has not been great in the NFL as a starter. 56 starts. He threw 55 interceptions, so won a game. just about. And then, the fumbles and all that on top of it. So, and what Greg was talking about was him saying on the sideline, got to coach the seeing of ghosts out of him. But this offense has made, I remember when he came here and they asked him, why did you sign here? And I wonder, did he have an opportunity to be a starter or somewhere where he could challenge more? Now, Brock was hurt. Trey was hurt. So there's a great uncertainty. But the way they incentivized the contract, he was going to be a backup. If he played, he'd get more money. But remember when he said, why were you impressed? He said, they're all so wide open. Jamar Chase has the line of 7-11. He's always open by 3 yards. When he was looking at the 49er offense, he was seeing the separation they create in the passing game by Kyle scheming. So I think he's never had that before in the NFL.
No doubt. All right, we're going to go back 15 years for this one. 15 years to the
on
day.
This date?
Yeah, 15 years to the date.
What's the date today? 2023, October 26th?
Right. So what is that?
So what are you going back, 2008?
Yeah.
On this date, 2008, what sport?
Football. 49ers.
Yeah, the Giants weren't winning yet.
49ers weren't winning either. It was a tough time.
What happened?
Yeah, let's take a listen and then we'll discuss.
Vernon just, it was something that I told everybody at the very beginning of the week. I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team. We cannot make decisions that cost the team and then come off the sideline and it's nonchalant. No. You know what? This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. I believe this. I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
That's one of the greatest speeches of all time, isn't it?
So the circumstances there, first game as a head coach of the Niners, they lost 34-13 at home against the 2-4 Seahawks. And that was the whole Vernon Davis situation. So
not good.
It seems like longer than 15 years. A lot has happened.
We just had Vernon on the air.
He admits it, man.
We
Can't
didn't
do it.
ask him.
Can't do it.
The thing is, if you played with 10 every play, would you be penalized? You'd be penalized for 12.
Minnesota had 8 on the field, remember?
Well, we didn't get we called timeout. We didn't run the play.
If they want to have one
now,
on the field.
Now, if you had 12 on the field, that's too many men.
But if you want to play 1 on 11, go for it.
You're not actually going to get penalized.
No.
That's why Vernon should have said, Coach, actually, if you just benched me, you wouldn't be penalized.
Right.
Except you'd be
It's not like
short.
hockey. You don't play a man down.
Man short. Anyway.
So
that was a classic rant.
Yeah. And then what's cool about it is that Vernon has many, many times said, that's what kind of changed things for me. So, but think about all the drama, like from 2008 to 2023. Like, this is why people follow along with football. I mean, you want to win and you want to do all these things, but just the roller coaster ride of Mike Singletary to Jim Harbaugh to Chip Kelly to my God.
Well,
man.
Singletary, I remember the speech about the dog on the porch and all that.
Pulled his pants down, man. God.
He was a motivator.
It's a roller coaster ride.
So they went 7-9 that year when he jumped in, then 8-8 the next year, and then he got fired.
And the closest he's ever gotten, he was a linebacker coach. I don't think he was ever a DC, right?
Never, even after he was, no.
He was a linebacker coach, I think.
I don't think he ever went back and was a DC anywhere.
No. He never was a DC, obviously never was a head coach. I think he was doing some high school stuff for a while.
Great player. And that speech is classic, though. And the way he went at him right on the sideline and ordered him back in the locker room.
Remember when Vernon goes to the locker room?
Did it right in the middle of the game. He did it. I mean, it's like when Ditka yelled at Harbaugh during the game. He just went at him.
But all of a sudden, it was like, here goes Vernon to the locker room. It was like, oh, my God, what is happening? It was crazy.
He got benched.
Anyway, 15 years ago today. Boy, that seems longer. And finally, Buster Posey was on with Murph and Mac this morning. If you want to hear the entire interview, go to KNBR.com. This is cool. Buster's very involved in this whole situation with the Giants. Clearly spoke with Bob Melvin, who told the story that he had actually never spoken to Buster before. And he actually hated him because he always beat him. He'd be like, oh, we got the guy. Then he goes oppo to right field or something. Anyway, here is Buster Posey on his new role with the Giants.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect, but I have to say I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. I think what I'm enjoying about it is being able to be a part of big picture thinking and little conversations here and there can go a long ways in what the future might look like, and just being a part of conversations with people that are so passionate about the same thing. Yes, winning is very important, but the ways that we can go about and do it, what do we stand for? What's important to us? How the people that are going to be front and center, how important is it to them about the history of the Giants? Because we know that it's very important to those that are lifers like yourself, right? And so conversations like that, I love it, just because this organization, this city area has become so important to me and my family that to get to be a part, maybe a little part in helping shape what is hopefully more great memories to come is a thrill.
It was a really good interview. He really opened up. I thought it was really intriguing. One of the other parts that I thought was interesting for people to know is, Greg Johnson said yesterday, we'd like to break even, and I think that was misconstrued by some people that they didn't want to win. And Buster assured the fans that, look, they want to win. It's about winning. We're going to go out and we're going to get guys. He said, don't read into that what a lot of people did. So we'll see.
Well, he did say he doesn't want to go over the luxury line, the competitive balance tax, more than one time, which would, how do you go after Shohei Ohtani and not go over that line would be interesting. But when we asked Bob Melvin, how involved was Buster in the process, he said it seemed like a lot. So, was Buster right in the meetings when they were, it was all done via Zoom. Mm-hmm. Was Buster involved in the actual interview? Do you have to interview Bob Melvin, though? To be the manager, it's kind of, just look at my 20 years of running a team. So the Giants set out a statement congratulating Dusty Baker on the announcement of his retirement from Larry Baer. You wonder if they'll bring Dusty back in the family at some point. And Dusty is going to go in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, for sure. I don't know why you wouldn't want somebody that within your organization. He doesn't want to manage like a day-to-day. That's a grind, but Dusty's up in Sacramento. Why wouldn't you bring him down, or why wouldn't you have him look at
because he left on bad terms.
Sure, but time heals.
Yeah, and those people are no longer living.
Right.
So
there's a AAA. Your AAA team is right there, and that's where he lives. Would that make a logical sense?
Well, he's won some Manager of the Year awards, and he managed the Giants for a long time. So at some point, they're going to Bruce Bochy. You got to retire his number. How do you honor Dusty Baker? But he's got to go into the Hall of Fame.
No doubt. Yeah, there's no question about it. The other thing, by the way, that it's exciting to hear how involved Buster is. I think between guys like Buster, who's got respect with people still, players, and Bob Melvin, the way that I think he can recruit, now you've got some guys who I think can sit in a room and give you confidence that you can sway people to come your way. I hope. If it was Aaron Judge, who by the way was at the Knicks game last night. If it was Aaron Judge, I don't know that those two alone are going to sway him to come to the Giants, but it certainly wouldn't hurt.
It's interesting. If it was 1 year later and Aaron Judge was a free agent now,
I think it'd be much
and it was
different.
Bob Melvin, would he still wind up leaving the Yankees? It was ultimately the power of the pinstripe. So
it was, but we also heard some things that maybe people weren't overly excited to play for Gabe. Maybe that's not true. Maybe it is true. But Bob Melvin seems like a different kind of a guy if you met with him, but I could be wrong. All right, bottom of the hour, Ben Baby is going to join us. He covers the Bengals for ESPN, so we will go behind enemy lines and get to know what's going on with Cincinnati, including just how healthy Joe Burrow is. We'll do that in about 10. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The Bengals have a good defense, by the way. This is not an easy game on that side of the ball. You know, where I think they really have to eat is on the other side, because I think the Bengals O-line is still not real good. And of course, Burrow can be phenomenal. You know, he's been up and down this year, whether it was the calf or who knows the reason. He obviously missed basically all of training camp, so maybe he's slowed around into form as well. But obviously he can be phenomenal. He can come out and no matter how good your defense is, Burrow could light it up.
Thanks for joining us. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, joining Murph and Mac this morning. If you missed that interview, go to knbr.com where all of our interviews are housed. He's talking about the Bengals, obviously, this weekend. I wouldn't call this, look at that, all sorts of fans coming from the team store. Very nice.
Stay on task, John. We have a guest coming.
Probably bought more of those chains. Ben Baby's going to join us. Bob in the Hour covers the Bengals for ESPN.
Yes.
Do you have a feel for this game yet? You've been watching.
They're good. I mean, I just talking to Paul Allen and texting him. I think Kevin O'Connell's knowledge of the 49ers going back to his Rams days, they were just on it. They were really on it. They just had an answer for everything the 49ers did. Anytime they blitzed, they that 3rd and 2 screen to Cam Akers for 30 yards, and Kirk Cousins played out of his mind. And this team. Same deal. Zach Taylor was with Sean McVay in L.A. He's faced the 49ers before in 2021. And their quarterback, Kirk Cousins, is a good quarterback. Joe Burrow, when he's right, he's better. And they've got more weapons. And we'll see, exactly what's going on with Higgins and his ribs. But Jamar Chase is just, wow. He's so much like Justin Jefferson, and where they align him, you can't get to him. And Minnesota was able to pick on him with a rookie in Jordan Addison. Jamar Chase, the moment he came into the NFL, he's just been dominant. And then you got Tyler Boyd. They don't run the ball much with Joe Mixon. Their defense with Anarumo, as Tim was breaking down, there's some areas to exploit. Right now, Cincinnati cannot run the ball, and they can't stop the run on the other side. But I felt that way about Minnesota a little bit as well, John. So I think it's just... this is going to be a challenge. And then the great uncertainty about if Brock's going to be able to play. So these guys are good. I mean, when the schedule came out, the Giants and Dallas and Washington and Baltimore, I thought the greatest challenge of the home schedule, and the 49ers have won 11 in a row at home, dating back to last year and the Kansas City loss on October the 23rd, including the 2 in the playoffs. I thought the biggest challenge was going to be the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, outside of Kansas City, they went into Buffalo and beat them last year in a playoff game. The year before, they went to Burrowhead and beat them to go to the Super Bowl. This is a terrific team. And I think when they got off to their 0-2 start, it's Burrow. So one thing we'll ask Ben about is he completely healthy now? He looks like it. The Arizona game looked like it changed his whole year round. And then how much healthier is he going to be coming off the bye week? But he is very efficiently mobile in the pocket. He'll run a little bit. Now with the calf injury, he's not been running, but he's like Brady, where he's just sudden, subtle movements in the pocket, and he slides away from pass rush. And their O-line is not great. We'll see if the Niners can dominate them, but their O-line's probably not as good as Minnesota's. But I think this is a similar challenge, John, to what the 49ers just faced on Monday Night Football in Minneapolis.
Man, baby, he'll join us coming up next behind enemy lines. We'll take a look at the Bengals as we're live from Levi's Stadium on a Thursday. Pop on London, only here on the Sports Leader. Hello, friends. It's time to grab the keys. Where are we going? You know, Modesto Toyota, where you can get great, and I do mean great savings on that new Toyota you want with, get this, no dealer markup. So every day, new cars, SUVs, and trucks, they're arriving, and there's never been a better time to get yours. So what I did to get my brand new RAV4 Hybrid, which is a beautiful vehicle, you can check out the incoming vehicles like I did at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you like. You reserve it, and it's that simple, and boom, there it is. It's a huge selection of hybrids, or you can check out the fully electric, so you can get out of these gas prices, BZ4X. The BZ4X is at a great price, and there's special lease deals as well. Modesto Toyota's been family-owned since 1965. It was one of the things I like so much about them because it's tough to be in business these days. You know that. So you drive the vehicle off the lot, you look behind you, yep, still there. And they've been there since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now that means getting you a great deal with the very best price, and of course, great customer service. So come grab the keys. Let's go. Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want, and the time is right, and there is no dealer markup. Did I stumble on that one? No dealer markup. That's it. And you get a great price and a great deal on your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. I tell you this all the time. So I got my Toyotas 5 in a row, plus I got my son's Toyota there as well at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
On 1st and goal, Burrow catches the shotgun snap, fakes a handoff to Mixon, bouncing in the pocket, rolling to his left, penalty flag down. He fires a strike, caught in the end zone by Andre Iosivas.
Iosivas with his first NFL touchdown.
Iosivas!
You working on that one?
Dan Horde and Dave Lapham.
Those are your guys.
Go Orange. I was on Bengals radio with them last night, John. Dan's coming on tomorrow.
Very nice.
Iosivas!
Coming off their bye, let's get a little bit more on the Bengals. Of course, last time out, it was good. They beat Seattle. Now the Niners got to turn around and beat them in a losing streak. We got to find out what the Bengals did in their bye week. Ben Baby does a great job for ESPN covering them. Make sure you're following him at Ben_Baby. And he'll give you the latest on the Bengals. Of course, that's where we are today. Levi Stadium. We will see them on Sunday. Ben joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Ben.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Good, man. Good to talk to you again. Just give us the lowdown on the Bengals. Coming off the bye week, how they feeling?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for this team right now is you could tell that the way that they got into the bye with a rough offensive showing against Seattle, it left a bad taste in their mouth. We spoke to Jamar Chase just a little while ago, and, offensive coordinator Brian Callahan told us about how fired up he was, talking about how that unit needs to be better, and Jamar Chase pointed that out and said he likes that from his coach to get after him a little bit and kind of have that passion. And you can tell, when you talk to people in that locker room, there's a sense of urgency that this group needs to be better, and I think that's an interesting point coming against a Niners team that defensively over the last couple of weeks, has struggled in giving up more yards per play than they're used to doing.
Ben, give us the lowdown on Joe Burrow. It was obvious that calf injury that he had the second day of training camp was really lingering into the start of the year. In the first 4 games, the offense was ugly, 1-3 record, only a couple of touchdowns. Played well in Arizona. The Iosivas touchdown we just heard from the Seattle game. And in that game, that play, he had the ball like 6 seconds in his hand, and he wound up backpedaling to his left. And the numbers during the 2 wins much better with 5 TD passes. So where is Joe at right now with that calf injury that he had in camp and early in the year? Ben, and where do you think he's at now that he's coming off the bye week?
Yeah, I think that, watching him move around and speaking to him and speaking to others, this is definitely the healthiest he has been since the start of training camp before he suffered the injury. He said that, when we asked him if he felt close to 100%, he said that, that was definitely the case, and he feels really good coming out of the bye. That being said, he was definitely, I've never seen him probably more upset after a win than he was after that Seattle victory. And, in talking to him, I think the sense that, that they played so well on those first 2 drives, scored, and then all of a sudden they just hit a wall. Offense got nothing going the rest of the game. Left a really bad taste in his mouth. And, throughout the bye, he said he didn't do a whole lot of anything, just kind of hung out on the couch, got some good rest. But there is he talked about there being a great sense of urgency for this offense to be better. And when you look at how they built the team, they gave him the extension in the offseason. Jamar Chase is going to be coming up for an extension next year as well. This is a team that is predicated around a strong offensive showing. And so far, they just haven't done that yet. And everybody on that side of the ball is fully aware, including Burrow, that needs to be much better. And they're hoping that a healthier Burrow will lead to a more productive unit.
Ben Baby joining us. We're talking Bengals and 49ers, which will happen Sunday right here at Levi Stadium. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Obviously, the skill position players are great. Jamar and T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Joe Mixon. But I want to focus on Chase just because, like you just said, he tends to talk and has a little bit of fun. He had the 3 touchdowns against Arizona, and I guess as much as you can contain him, Seattle did, 6 for 80, and he had the 7-11 chain on. But since the 49ers last saw him a couple of years ago, he's moving around just a ton. Just talk about how they utilize him offensively and try to create scenarios where they can get him open.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that, he's talked about over the last couple of years, and we've seen it this year. He just spoke in the locker room about, moving around and learning about other parts of the offense, kind of other positions, so he gets a greater understanding. He's been a student of the game since he, for lack of a better cliche, since he's been here. Talking to him last year, I remember, him talking about how much he kind of understood where he was at in the progression. And he knew that if he was maybe the second or third read, he had a little extra time to maybe set up his defender and find another way to get open. And these are the kind of things that have been top of his mind over the last couple of years. It explains why he's been so good. And, the Bengals coaching staff is aware that, if you're able to move him around, defenses are not going to be able to basically double team him, give him cloud coverage on one side of the field. And we've seen that and how much they've done, with pre-snap motion, moving him in different positions on that offense. They want to try to get him in really good position to get him the ball in space because they know how good he can be. And this is an offense that is at its best. When you look at that Seattle game, the reason they scored on those drives, they were able to get chunk plays with Jamar Chase. So if you're San Francisco, that's something you definitely want to limit. You do not want him to get in the rhythm, get loose, and have those big performances.
But how do you do that? I mean, the bottom line, Ben, when the Bengals win this year, he has the 3 wins. He has 33 catches for 413 yards and 3 touchdowns. In the 3 losses, 17 catches. The numbers are way down, 143 yards opposed to 413 and no touchdowns. Is it just simply when Joe's calf was bothering him, the O-line breaking down? How do you take Jamar Chase away?
Yeah, I think it's you can do your best. I don't know if it's easier said than done, but I think this matchup is definitely your best bet, as we've seen in the NFL, is really to get after the quarterback, and so that means Nick Bosa will have to go out there and harass his old buddy Joe Burrow. 2 really good friends, 2 teammates. I asked Joe if there was any trash talk yet in the week. He said no, not yet, but he said it with a smile. I mean, he's a guy that Nick really likes, but I imagine he will not want to see much of him on Sunday. And if the Niners are able to get after the quarterback, especially a little bit better than they did on Monday night, I think that's going to be key. If you can rattle Burrow early, if you can make him maybe speed him up a little bit, not let him get into a rhythm, that's going to be the best bet from getting this Bengals offense rolling early and making sure that San Francisco is able to contain those big playmakers.
Ben Baby joining us, covers the Bengals for ESPN, and, of course, Bengals and 49ers from here at Levi Stadium on Sunday. For those who don't know, Joe Burrow was at Ohio State before he went to LSU, and that's why he and Nick were such good friends. In fact, Nick, when he came back from his holdout and signed his deal, they were going back and forth on who was going to get their deal done.
$275, baby.
That's not bad. So expand a little bit on that offensive line, because that seems to be kind of in perpetual motion that the Bengals are trying to fix this offensive line, and they've been doing it for a long time. So Orlando Brown on the left side is a little bit banged up. Jonah Williams. Just what's the state of the offensive line?
Yeah, Orlando Brown, we just got the injury report right before I came on with y'all. He was limited today with that groin issue, but throughout the week, even before practice started officially yesterday, he said that he felt like he'd be good enough to go on Sunday. He did a little bit of work at the end of the final bye week day on Monday in that practice, and he feels like he'll be good to go. And when you talk to guys in this group, they feel like this is the most talented this unit's been since basically 2019, since Zach Taylor got here. And you started to see them find that cohesion the last couple of weeks, facing a really good Seattle front, mind you. I thought that, they held up fairly well, all things considered, had a really good showing against Arizona, but they understand how tough this group is going to be. And there's been a lot of conversation about this Niners defense being one of the best that they're going to face all season, right up there with a Cleveland team that looks really good right now. So they understand at every level that there's going to be a lot to deal with. And that offensive line, if they're able to get settled in early, like I said, give Burrow a sense of confidence in the pocket, that's going to be huge. And as of now, we're tracking Orlando Brown to be playing on Sunday.
And obviously the strength of this team is Joe and those 3 wide receivers, Jamar and T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. And also Joe Mixon, from Freedom High School in Oakley, returning home. Just one thing that jumps out at the stat sheet, Ben, is the rushing numbers and what they allow on defense, Anarumo's defense. The Bengals have allowed more than twice as many yards on the ground as they've gained. They've given up 857 yards, and with Mixon, have rushed for only 419. So why can't they run the ball, and why can't they stop the run?
Yeah, that's a very good question that we've been asking and trying to figure out. I think the run game is something that early on it looks better. I think, to be honest, Mixon had probably, at the beginning of the year, I thought he looked better than he did at many points last season. He was able to rip off some big runs, run through some defenders. But then over the last couple of weeks, we've started to see that efficiency drop a little bit. And I think that's going to be a big thing for this team, especially with how many light boxes they get. That was something that was talked about going into the season, is that if teams are going to really be homed in on defending the pass and limiting the explosive plays through the air, the Bengals have to make teams pay on the ground, and they just haven't been able to do that. And so whether it be Mixon, whether it be Travion Williams, Chase Brown or whoever, they've got to be able to get those big plays on the ground and kind of soften up those defenses for those big explosive plays through the air. And as for that rush defense, I think it's definitely come along these last couple of weeks. It's something that they've really, taken it to heart how bad they were at the beginning of the year, which was uncharacteristic for this group over the last couple of seasons. They have been much better. So I think that is something to watch going into this week. But the run game, has to be improved. Otherwise, this offense is going to continue to be, at the bottom of the league, and defenses are going to have an easy time making it a one-dimensional unit.
Great stuff. Ben Baby from ESPN. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Sunday.
Hey, sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Ben. Ben_Baby. He'll give you the latest what's going on with the Bengals as we get you ready for the 49ers and Bengals coming up on Sunday. We've got some remnants for you until the top of the hour. Then Tolbert, I believe Copes is back. I know FP was with Tom yesterday. No. Oh, Kerry Crowley. So he'll be talking to Bob Melvin. With Tolbert,
and
right?
He knows his Gunners. He knows his football.
Yeah,
as
he
well.
does. That's right.
So when Ben was born, the hospital on the PA, they said it's the baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be confusing.
His last name is Baby?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be confusing.
Welcome to the world, the baby boy baby.
Yeah.
The boy baby.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially for me because, I was in the hospital drinking, so I'd be like confused. Like
when you were born, you were drinking, you came out of the womb?
When my kid was born, I was like, oh,
gotcha.
Boy.
Yeah.
It was bowl season.
That's the Lund baby.
I set up a tailgate in the hospital bed
but
in the room.
He was the baby.
If that was me, it'd be like, is that mine? What are you talking about?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Never heard a guy with the last name Baby.
No. And then if your wife called it, hey, baby, you'd be like,
she's such a baby.
Yeah. All right. We'll give you some remnants. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good time had by all today. Thanks to Ben Baby, who just joined us from ESPN, covers the Bengals, any of these and all. You can hear at KNBR.com. Tim Ryan, the Power Hour from 11 to 12 today. Mike Silver, who has dropped a piece saying that the 49ers have become as unreliable as a San Francisco robo-taxi.
Oh, he's such a clever writer.
He's got it. So that one's up. So make sure you check that out and listen to that interview. We had a good time with everybody today. One quick note. So all the beat guys that we all love so much, and girls, ladies who cover the 49ers, are all out with their phones, and they have taken video of one Brock Purdy in the open portion of practice, I should say. He's running around in shorts, throwing the ball around, so that's at least a good sign.
He kind of did that yesterday during the walkthrough portion, so it's a question of when they actually start to practice, when they throw them all out. And I'll be going there now to watch it. So we'll see where it all goes. And again, it's a little bit of a short week. No one's ever gotten clear. But John Feliciano was in concussion protocol and then was cleared by Sunday. And it's out of the 49er hands. So we shall see. So it's time for Thursday night football, John. And that means the Buffalo Bills hosting Tampa Bay. And we do Tampa Bay's 3-3 in the NFC South. Yeah, Atlanta 4-3. So the Bills have made a roster move. They have elevated cornerback. Are you ready for this?
Ooh.
Josh Norman.
Yeah, you're done. You're cooked.
Well,
sorry to tell you.
It's going to be defensive pass interference, number 26. And remember him with the Bills. The indelible image of him in Buffalo was the straight arm that King Henry laid on him.
Oh, that was a killer.
But the Bills have defensive issues. Tre'Davious White's out the year, and what they're playing the end of. Well, that was in London. White was the week before. They're playing the end of the New England game right now, 15 seconds to go. This is going to be a touchdown.
You're not going to like this.
Mike Gesicki in the back of the end zone.
Yeah,
and then he's going to do the worst gritty of all time.
He does the worst. Well, him and Mac Jones do the worst
right
gritty.
Here, we just got it. Touchdown. Ouch.
Yeah, that one's hurting.
But they'll beat Tampa Bay at home, right? And we want the Bills to win from a Niner perspective. Tampa's kind of 49ers played Tampa later in the year, and somebody's got to win the South like last year Tampa did.
They're all the same.
They're all the same team.
They all stink. I mean, Carolina.
They're all the same exact team. They play very different.
Yeah.
They play very different. I thought New Orleans would be better.
I did too. I'm rhetorically asking this question. What the hell happened to Derek Carr? I mean, it's my God, man. I mean, oof.
Well, it was Trent Cole on a Christmas Eve. Or was it December 23rd? One of them. His 2016 year. I don't think he's been the same guy since.
No.
But their defense was supposed to be better. Right. But in any event, what's up with Buffalo and Josh Allen? They're 4-3 and behind Miami, so it'll be the Thursday night game tonight.
You know, as you said, I mean, you don't want the 49ers to lose to go 5-3. A year ago, they were fighting out of this hole, and you don't want to do it anymore. You know, there's a long time to go, but you know what Buffalo shows you, and certainly what the 49ers' recent skid, and I'm not putting it all on this, but the NFL a lot of times is who can stay the healthiest. And when the 49ers were 5-0, they were healthy. And then the last 2 weeks.
And then you started talking about them being healthy, and you jinxed them.
I wish I had the kind of power.
Ever since then, Tebow, first play of the game of the next week, they got hurt.
But that's what it is.
Of course it is.
You know, Trent gets hurt. Debo gets hurt.
Of course it is.
Purdy gets concussed. I mean, all of a sudden it's like, damn.
Of course it is.
And then they come in. This is what happens. They come in bunches. What the 49ers have been able to do in these runs is they've had early injuries the last 2 years, and then they get healthy. And that's where we get the term, well, when they get healthy, because we would say that about the Giants and they never got healthy. Or we'd say that about the Warriors and they never got healthy. But in football, it is. It's overly simplistic, but it's how healthy you can be. So if you have almost, your key complement of players, it's huge. Buffalo's rolling right along. They lose their corner and their best linebacker and best defender.
That trip to London was a disaster. And I mean, it's a long way to go. I mean, the 49ers were 3-4 last year and won 10 in a row. And look at these Bengals. Cincinnati was 0-2.
Yeah, and that was because
last
Burrow
year.
wasn't healthy.
No, last year.
Yeah, right.
Well, they were 0-2, and he had the appendectomy in August. He didn't play in the preseason, but they started 0-2, and then they got rolling. And then this year they were 0-2.
Remember what was the national game they played in, and Burrow couldn't even move, and so they were just throwing like
the
2
Rams
and 3.
game.
Yeah, that game. So I mean, that's not the Burrow we're going to see, and that's all the difference.
Yeah,
in the
I
world.
don't know how he got well. He said I think they backed off of him in practice, but I thought it almost looked like this may be a Kevin Durant deal, where that calf was so bad, and we all saw the video at training camp. That's the second day of camp. He didn't play at all.
Non-contact.
And then to begin the year, the Cleveland game, he was inert. He couldn't, and that was terrible weather. They couldn't make a first down. They had like 92 yards.
He couldn't even move.
And then the Rams game on Monday Night Football, they did win that game, but it was ugly. When they went to Arizona, he just all of a sudden was a different guy. And then the Seattle game, I know it didn't end well, but just looking at his mobility in the pocket, he was able to move. And now he's coming off his bye week. You needed to play Joe Burrow early in the year. Now that he's got his mobility back, he's a tremendous player. I mean, you rank the top quarterbacks, and Kirk Cousins just shredded them on Monday night.
Yeah,
this guy, this fundamentally in the pocket, the way he puts 2 hands on the ball, steps through the traffic. I mean, the pass rush does not bother him a lot. But Joe Burrow and Nick Bosa, they're buddies from Ohio State days. He's going to have to get reacquainted to him, but he's tough to deal with now that he's moving well.
Oh, and I watched that Seattle game, and they scored in their first couple of possessions, and then Seattle totally shut them down, and that was it. So whatever Seattle did after that second drive, do that.
Okay.
But the one thing I would say that the difference with Seattle is that kid Devin Witherspoon is no joke, and their defensive backfield is really good. And they got after it, and they started to take advantage of that line. And then Seattle should have won. Geno Smith had 2 chances inside the Cincinnati 15 to score 1 touchdown, and he just wasn't very good in that game. But defensively, after the first 2 possessions, Seattle cranked it up. So obviously that's what they're going to be looking at. I like the hat.
You do?
It's working.
It's the Buffalo hat
might be the best
and the
one,
table hat of the Bills Mafia jumping on table. That's all you have to think of when you think of my hometown.
Yeah, but that's why they do a nice job with those hats, because they do funny stuff.
Yeah, it's funny.
Like
funny stuff.
They think, okay, and it's kind of got a sports feel to it. So
I love it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wear that tonight.
I got a butt. They do all those hats. I like it.
Can't wait to see what Amazon Prime does with the city of Buffalo.
Oh,
Marshawn Lynch.
Buffalo.
I bet he goes back down to Chippewa. Now, when I was
he's
a
not gonna
kid,
eat buffalo wings or something.
When I was a kid,
at the origination of
he's going to go back to where he was. Chippewa was the red light district, and now it's become the area where all the bars are, and that's the area where Marshawn Lynch and his big SUV late at night on Chippewa clipped a woman's toe.
Right.
Driving over, he got a little wide body, and they kind of ran him out of town there. And what was the place? The Applebee's.
Yeah.
He only would go.
Well, he didn't.
That'll be it. Marshawn will go to an Applebee's in Buffalo.
He didn't understand. He thought he was going to New York. He was going to New York, but it wasn't New York.
He had no idea.
He didn't know what Buffalo was.
It's Western New York. It's nowhere near. It's not Manhattan. How do you not know that? Kid from Oakland. Although I was so naive. I grew up there. When I came here, I didn't know Oakland and San Francisco were across the bay from each other.
Right.
When I first came here with the Pacers, I was 21. I'm like, San Francisco's right there. I didn't know where it all. Oakland, San Francisco, and San Jose are all in the same area.
Well,
it's nowhere near LA.
I
didn't know any of that.
Marshawn grew up in Oakland and went to Cal. Like he wasn't, he wasn't a world traveler at that point.
I grew up in Buffalo and went to Syracuse.
Right.
How much did I know about California?
That's
I
what
didn't
I mean.
know.
It's the same. All right, great stuff. Thanks as always to Danny and Walter doing a great job. We have the Friday edition of the show for you tomorrow. Matt Mayoko and more. Again, any and all interviews at knbr.com. There next, Kerry Crowley is in the chair. Adam's still out. Kerry Crowley is in with Tolbert.
Shamar Jean-Charles, the great 49er gunner. I want that mentioned prominently.
That's very nice.
He loves his gunners.
All right, they're coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All sorts of fans coming from the team store. Very nice.
Stay on task, John. We have a guest coming.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on. Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? 3 Tool Song show's going to be over. We're out of here. I'm okay with that. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Actually, Adam is out today. He is taking care of some stuff. So I am joined by Kerry Crowley, who'll be with me for the first hour and a half of the show as we talk to Sean Estes. And then Kerry will go do what Kerry does, and I don't really even want to think about it, to be perfectly honest with you. What's up, Kerry?
Oh, not much. I feel like I'm the first official call to the bullpen of the Bob Melvin era, even though I know you had a call to the bullpen yesterday. So, nevertheless, I'm just the middle reliever today.
You're kind of piggybacking.
Exactly.
We're, you know what? We're like, in honor of Gabe Kapler, you're going to do the first hour and a half with me, and then I'll finish it off.
I am the John Brebbia of today's show, although nowhere near as endearing.
Yes, I wouldn't say that, Kerry. You're fairly endearing. So Sean Estes is going to join us, and then Kyle Shanahan, 3:30. Dr. Bob will join me at 4. We'll go over a few football games, and then the Steves. We'll do Steve Young at 4:50 and Steve Kerr at 5:30. So it's always fun when you can tack the Steves back to back and then add Kyle Shanahan in there, and it'll be a fun show. So we can get to some Warriors. We got Niners stuff. I saw today where Purdy is doubtful, and we'll ask Shanahan about that. Is it because, to my understanding, it's either he's passes protocol or he doesn't. So he's in or he's out. It's not going to be kind of a question mark, I don't think. So we'll talk to him about that, but. Get your thoughts, Kerry, on the Bob Melvin hiring. And I just real quick, I won't go over everything I said yesterday. I said it's a great hire as far as perception is concerned. I think it's a great hire in terms of the clubhouse and just the instant respect he brings in there. I think it's a great hire because of the culture will change a little bit. You're going to have a guy who's a little more demanding and not afraid to put a boot up your butt if he feels like that needs to happen to get you going. And I also feel like, all that being said, it's not going to matter much if they don't go out there if they don't go out there and change this team in free agency. I mean, they got to count on the rookies. It's a given. I've been saying that for years and years. This team's going to go as the rookies take them. But they've been linked to the pitcher Yamamoto in Japan, the hitter Lee in Korea. And, I mean, there's some other players out there. I know they're going to go after Ohtani, Snell, maybe not, maybe, who knows. I know Bellinger's out there. Would have loved to see them get him last year. I don't know if he would have wanted to come here, though. But there's some guys out there where you could try to get more athletic and basically just try to get better and more exciting, because they were a snooze fest the last couple 2.5 months last year. I mean, it wasn't, and I've never seen anything quite like it, where they go from one of the better offenses the first 2 months to just dreadful. I mean, just absolutely dreadful. But what'd you think of the Melvin hire, and how does that affect them moving forward?
Yeah, like you said, it's step 1 of 50.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin is not going to change this roster. He's not going to be your cleanup hitter. He's not going to be your starting rotation. So I think that If you go back to the day they fired Gabe Kapler and you'd asked anyone, what's the best possible outcome for the Giants this offseason, knowing that the Mets were also going to have an opening, and that's a pretty attractive opening because Steve Cohen spends money. The Cleveland Guardians are going to have an opening, knowing that Terry Francona was going to retire, and the Guardians play in a wide-open division. The Angels still have Trout down in Anaheim. Yep. They were going to have an opening. And then maybe the Milwaukee Brewers. Who knows if Craig Counsell goes to New York, if that job comes open. Hey, that's a division winner. Of the people who would realistically say yes to the Giants job, Bob Melvin had to be at the top of that list. Yeah. Like, I don't think you're getting a manager out there with more experience, who's going to inspire more confidence in that clubhouse. Maybe you gamble, and you gamble correctly on a first-time manager. Who knows? Maybe the Cleveland Guardians hire Stephen Vogt, and he goes on to a Hall of Fame career. But that is a gamble. Bob Melvin is money in the bank right now, and what I like about this hire a lot is, you just mentioned this. Next season, Tom, if the Giants are going to contend at all, it's going to be on these kids. Like, they need a Yamamoto. They need a Lee. They need to bring in top-tier talent. But it's going to be on Kyle Harrison. Yep. It's going to be on Patty Bailey. Yep. It's on Marco Luciano, Luis Matos. Yep. And which manager at the major league level has a better track record than Bob Melvin of getting guys to the big leagues and then helping them succeed at the big league level? You look at what he did in Oakland with Matt Olson, with Matt Chapman, Sean Murphy, Marcus Semien. When he was traded from Chicago, he got his footing under Bob Melvin. Like, this is someone who does that. He manages that process. And I think that if the Giants are going to have any success next year, they've got to have these kids step up, and that's why Bob Melvin's the right hire. Now, they've got to do 49 other things correctly this offseason, but they got step one right. No,
I agree. Hey, let me ask you this, because you might know, I've read some stuff about this, but I don't know if it's true or not. You being kind of in baseball circles might know the answer to this. If, let's say they get Yamamoto, and the stories are they're not going to be outbid for him because they lost Senga last year to the Mets, which I don't know if they could have bid enough. They would have had to go way over the top on that one. It sounded like he wanted to play in New York. Sounded like he wanted to pitch with Verlander. He wanted to pitch with Scherzer. Well, neither of those guys are there anymore, so I don't know if that.
He can't wait to pitch alongside David Peterson.
Exactly, and water. But here's what I've read, that Japanese players don't necessarily like to go to places where other Japanese players have had a kind of a career, and like you wouldn't want to go, like Ohtani might not want to go to Seattle because Ichiro, he's the guy there, and he wouldn't want to go there. I don't know if it's a respect thing or whatever, but I'm wondering, and I don't know, maybe you know this off the top of your head, I don't know if there's any Japanese players that play together now on the same team in Major League Baseball, like they play together, or they want to do their own thing and be on separate teams. I mean, Chicago, New York, San Diego. I'm sure I'm missing one or two, but like if they do get Yamamoto, would that preclude Ohtani from coming here? Would it make it more likely? Because I would think, God, he might want to come here because he has somebody. And I'm not saying everybody in Japan knows each other, but I mean, it's like funny when you meet somebody like, oh, you're from Czechoslovakia too? Do you know Bill? No, I don't know Bill. What are you talking about? It's a country. We just ran across this guy like we all know each other. So I'm not suggesting that, but you have a comfort factor. It was always nice. I played over in Spain. And Kurt Nymphius was, you love Kurt, ASU Sun Devil.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, was on the team. And it's nice when you don't speak the language and you're in a foreign country to have somebody to converse with, go out to dinner with, stuff like that. It was like, if I wouldn't have had him there, it would have been like, damn, this is tough, because it's really hard to go out with anybody. Anyway, I wonder if it's more likely or less likely. Like, is there something with Japanese players that, A, they don't like to go someplace where somebody has had a Hall of Fame type of career or made a mark, or would they like to play with, countrymen, or how does that factor in at all, if any?
So a lot of this is from what I read, from what I understand about this situation, and it's all relatively new to me, but I do think it is truly a case-by-case situation. Yeah. So there are some players who just wouldn't be comfortable going and playing in Anaheim right now and following in Shohei Ohtani's footsteps. Got it. They want to allow him to leave that type of a legacy. But I believe it was Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic who reported that Yamamoto is the type of pitcher who would want to go play with an Ohtani, who would want to go play with a Senga, who would be comfortable going to play with someone someone who came from the same country as him. He's not afraid of sharing the spotlight. He's welcome to that idea, and like you said, may even really enjoy the thought of playing with someone else. So I think it's you've got to have it both ways, though. You got to have two players comfortable with that, and my hope for the Giants would be that Ohtani and Yamamoto would say, hey, look, this could be a great situation for us in San Francisco. But I think, look, Japanese players have now put together illustrious careers in the United States, and they're running out of situations where you're the first or you're the only player, because that league produces so much talent. I mean, there are just such incredible players every year coming over from Japan and Korea, and so there's going to come a point in time where it's not even realistic to think about situations where you might be the only guy, because there could be 3 or 4 great players on teams. That's how good those leagues in Japan and Korea have become. So my hope is that Yamamoto sees that situation and says, look, if Ohtani signs, I want to go where Ohtani goes. And the Giants, if it's all about breaking even, maybe they might not sign both of those guys. But if you throw breaking even to the side and you care about winning, then you do what you can to get both of those guys in the building.
Yeah, that was really a misstep with his words. I mean, he's
only talked like 3 times in the last month and said 3 bad things.
Yeah, it's like you don't got to say everything. Just say you want to win. That's it. That's all you got to say as an owner. What do you want? Want to win. That's it. I mean, how hard is that to say, like, what are your goals there? To win and to do what it takes to win. That's how hard. It's simple. I could write that out for all the owners of every sport. If they ask you, what do you want? I want to win, and I want to win. And I want to win, and whatever it takes to win, I want to win. And then you just leave it at that. Not, I want to win, we don't want to break even, but, that's our goal. Our goal is to break even. Like, he didn't even put the goal in the right place. Oh, my gosh.
Well, speaking of winning, we're going to talk about a team that desperately needs to win on the other side, the San Francisco 49ers. The latest on Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan coming up around 3:30 this afternoon. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland, KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. The 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy did take the field today, but he did not fully practice as he is still progressing through the NFL concussion protocol. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
To pregame warm-ups and Brock didn't take a practice rep versus Seattle on Thursday Night Football till pregame warm-ups, and he had to shut those down a little bit too. So he didn't really get a real rep that week till play one, and he played pretty good. So I'll probably stick with that.
49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan talking about starting quarterback Brock Purdy, who is in concussion protocol right now. He was out on the field today, but not practicing fully, and who knows what the 49ers will do if he is not cleared by Friday. Could Sam Darnold step in and take over at the quarterback position for San Francisco? We will see. Tom, either way, not exactly an ideal situation for the 49ers right now. Losers of 2 in a row and potentially having to turn to their backup quarterback or a quarterback who hasn't taken any practice reps this week.
No, I mean, obviously you'd love to have Brock Purdy in there, but I don't feel like uncomfortable with Darnold in there. I mean, remember, this was a guy they went out and got. It wasn't like he was just kind of floating around and trying to hook on with a team and just ended up hooking up with the Niners. I mean, they went out and got him. So Kyle must see something in him that he believes he can get the job done, and he felt comfortable with him being the backup quarterback. So this guy has a lot of experience in the league. Has he been great? Good? No, not really. Although he was good at taking care of the ball last year toward the end of the year. I haven't looked at the exact stat, but I think it's like 1 turnover in the last 7-8 games, something like that he was pretty good. And I could be way off on that. I thought I remembered. I'm pretty sure.
I could be completely.
Yeah, well, I'm about 94% positive on that one. So I don't know if I don't know if you can be 94% positive. I think those are direct conflict with one another. But I feel fine. If I'm a Niner fan, that he's starting. Look, they got McCaffrey, they got Ayuk, they moved the ball last week. It was the defense, and I know people are going to look and go, well, they only gave up 22 points. Well, that's because Minnesota imploded every time they got it inside the 5-yard line. I mean, they were kind of a mess inside the 10, but Cousins absolutely shredded them, which makes you a little nervous with Burrow on the other end this time. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the game, but. They haven't really been firing either. I know they beat Seattle at home before the bye week, but they kind of scraped by on that game. They could have very easily lost that game. They didn't look dominant at all in that game. So, I think, but this is a game where, and I thought last week was going to be that game, but this week really needs to be that game where they get back to who they are. If they can remember Mufasa from The Lion King, remember who you are. Remember who you are. Maybe you can get the defense to look in a pond, and it'll be like them. It'll be like all their dads. Remember who you are. Maybe not. But they need to they really haven't been who they've been this year. Even though the numbers suggest they have, you look at this team now. At least the first 5 weeks, and they're 5-0. Like as an offensive team, like how great they are offensively. They scored 30 points. A game. They can't be stopped. But you go back and look at the Arizona game. They weren't dominant in that game defensively. You go back and watch the Cleveland game. They weren't dominant in that game, and they certainly weren't dominant against Minnesota. Like that is who, and I've been saying this the last couple of days, that's who this team is. That's how it was built. That should be the identity of this team. They don't need to go back winning 21-17 games, but the defense needs to take the lead here. I think it's kind of been talking about the offense, and for me, it's a good offense, even though they haven't been firing on all cylinders, Cincinnati. But it's a good chance for them to say, look, enough's enough. Like we got all the talent we need on this defense. All the talent we need on this defense. Let's go out there and remember who we are. We're a defense-first team. We get after people. We get after the quarterback. We are not easy to move the ball against, and it needs to start against the run. They need to be better against the run, and then get to the quarterback. And then, to be honest, they really haven't done that as much as I think I'll say we, because I think a lot of people out there feel the same way. We've expected them to do that, because that has been who they are, defense. This year, it just hasn't been there.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things during the Kyle Shanahan era is Robert Saleh became beloved as a defensive coordinator. DeMeco Ryans, if it wasn't instantly, it was very early on in his tenure that everyone had the feeling that, okay, the 49ers defense is going to be just fine under DeMeco Ryans. And now it's Steve Wilks who's experiencing the early, I don't want to say growing pains, because this is someone who's done this at a high level for a long time. He's been a head coach in the NFL. He's been a defensive coordinator and a highly regarded coordinator at that, but he just does some things a little bit differently. And so it's on the 49ers defensive line, like you said, Nick Bosa and company, to pick things up and to feel comfortable in this scheme. And maybe that takes a little bit, because it took a little bit under Robert Saleh. The adjustment was not seamless, and maybe it was a little faster under DeMeco Ryans, but that's because the personnel didn't change over and the scheme didn't change all that much. But there were times where I think people questioned DeMeco Ryans, and now Steve Wilks coming under fire a little bit, especially with that blitz before the half that I think everyone wanted back, probably including Steve Wilks before the half against Minnesota. But
did he say, Kerry, did he say, and I didn't hear this, I thought maybe someone said this, so you and Tim or Derek can help me out with this. Did he say he lost track of time?
Oh gosh!
Like he didn't realize there was 16 seconds left.
I feel like I would have seen that.
Oh, that's what I thought.
I paid pretty close attention.
Not Shanahan, Wilks.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he lied, because I haven't seen it. Again, that one I'm about 10% sure of.
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that one at all. But like, if that's the case, that's a complete dereliction of duty right there.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one thing you got to know down toward the stretch. You have to know the time. And I know he's a defensive coordinator, so again, I'm not going to make too much of it until I find out, because that's the one thing I want to ask Shanahan today. Like,
yeah,
if you're looking at that, like, what was the risk reward? Let's say he knew exactly what the time was. Like, what's the risk reward there? What are you risking? Well, that was worst case scenario, obviously, but you're risking a big play. There's only 4 defenders, 3 guys out in the route, and a lot of green grass out there, and one missed tackle, and that's what can happen, and ultimately did happen. But what's the reward? You sack them, they punt it, you kneel on it, you go to the locker room. Like, are you really gambling? Like, we need to get a turnover here. Like, you're getting the ball to start the second half. Like, that's what I didn't understand. And look, it happened. It's over. I'm not going to get too much into it, but I always want to understand like the logic of it. And I'm sure Shanahan would know since he's talked to Wilks. But I just want to know what they're weighing there. Like why they thought why Steve Wilks thought that was a good call in that situation, because the reward did not seem to come close to the risk.
It really is the type of mistake you see in college football, which is basically why we watch college football. You don't know a whole lot of names on these rosters, but Mario Cristobal failing to kneel at the end of Miami games. I remember I was down at the Coliseum watching USC in 2015 against ASU, and it was an obvious Hail Mary situation, and USC dropped into cover 2, and its middle linebacker was defending the Hail Mary. He'd run 50 yards back, and that was the guy who you had, and that felt like the type of mistake that Steve Wilks made. It felt like only in college football do you see this type of a call, and you see it so often in college football, which is why Saturdays are awesome and Sundays can sometimes leave you a little like, okay, that was good, but whatever. And
Cristobal could have been fired if he hadn't just signed a contract, because he did that when he was with Oregon against Stanford.
Exactly.
He could have he couldn't have run the ball clock out, but he could have run it down to like 3 seconds, then punted it, and the game would have been over. And he decided to go for it. They fumbled. Stanford goes down, scores. wins the game in overtime. It's like, bro, you didn't learn? Like, what would you think people were going to find out about that? You didn't call that in like 1943. Like, people are going to find that like, oh, hey, wait a minute. This guy did that again, right? So I'm sensing a pattern here. Like, yeah, at that level, and now this wasn't that. That was, it doesn't get any worse than that. But that was, to me, again, I got to find out what the thought process was.
Yeah. So 5-2 right now. Brock Purdy has not yet cleared concussion protocol. What's your concern level?
Well, I mean, I'm not concerned. I'm not playing or I'm not coaching, so I'm not concerned at all. But I would like to see him play. Obviously, with concussions, you just never know. Could be 3 days, could be 2 weeks. You don't know with concussions. So, but I do feel, again, I don't feel like it's even though they lost to the Browns, I don't feel like it's a P.J. Walker situation where somebody hasn't played in forever and weren't great when they played. I mean, this guy has played, and he has had some success. And I know the eye roll is out there by the thousands. Like, really? Of course he's had
play
some.
for Adam Gase.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is true. That's a cross to bear right there. So, yeah, no, I don't feel like, oh, they're in deep trouble. I don't feel that way. Now, just to give everybody some context here, the line was 5.5, and now it's 3.5, and probably it'll go to 3. So, I mean, yeah, 3 already, Tim. So, I mean, that's significant, 2.5-point move. So, but the Niners are still favored. Niners are expected to win the game, not by the margin they were. But so no, I feel. Look, he's a vet, and I always think that Shanahan's going to get the best out of quarterbacks. So you have that going for you, which is nice. They got to run the ball better, though. They didn't run the ball against Minnesota. Running's going to set up the play action and the passing and stuff like that. But again, if the defense can get back to doing what the defense does, and Darnold doesn't have to do nearly as much as he might have to otherwise. So again, I'm not concerned, but what would be my let's say I already took the Niners like -5.5. What would be my level of concern? Would I love it? No, not really. But I'd still feel okay about it. Like, I wouldn't feel like, oh, I'm doomed, I'm done. Let me chuck my ticket. This one's over. I don't feel that way at all.
Yeah, you're somewhere between 10% and 94% confident that they'll still cover that.
Thank you for remembering the numbers.
Line.
Very
So
nice.
There you have it. On the other side, we'll talk more Giants. Bob Melvin, what will he do as he builds this coaching staff? The Farhan Zaidi extension kind of flies under the radar a little bit on Wednesday. We'll discuss that as well. And then Sean Estes going to join us at about 2:50 here. So more Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is kind of a surreal moment for me. You know, I grew up around here, as everybody knows, a absolute crazy Bay Area sports fan. You know, whether it was Cal and Stanford, whether it was the 49ers and the Raiders, whether it was the Giants and the A's, the Warriors, I was into it all. You know, I was walking over here today thinking, talk about full circle. You know, for me, this isn't even something as a kid you could even dream of, to be able to not only play here, manage here, go to Cal, manage the A's. It's not something you even dream about. So at some point in time, this will sink in. I guess putting the jersey on and the hat is partly that way. But when I got up this morning, it just seemed like it was too crazy to even comprehend. To be back here and be in an area that to me is so important, and the Giants are so synonymous with the city. You know, it really is. San Francisco is the Giants are San Francisco. And I don't think anybody understands that more than I do.
Well, you can't say that new Giants manager Bob Melvin doesn't get it. I think that's the last accusation you could lob his way. Crowley in for Copes here alongside Tom Tolbert. Bob Melvin's press conference, still some good vibes from that coming our way, Tom, from Wednesday. And I think it's so interesting when Major League teams change managers. It's like, obviously, we evaluate the decisions on the field. We talk about, hey, this pitching change is going to look different. The pinch hitter strategy is going to look different. But really, so much of what a manager does goes unseen. And I just wonder how Bob Melvin will be evaluated in that regard, because I think people are just simply happy to have someone not named Gabe Kapler, whether that's right or wrong. And I was someone who liked Gabe Kapler.
No, I mean, anytime the team struggles, you just want change.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's a backup quarterback syndrome.
Yep.
Give me the backup quarterback. I love the backup quarterback until you get a chance to watch the backup quarterback play. You're like, can we have the starter back, please? Or just get rid of everybody and get us somebody new. No, so I think from that standpoint, there'll be a honeymoon period a little bit, but it's not going to be a long one. It'll be a quick one, and people are going to want to see results. I think what would happen, and I don't know that this really matters much since him and Farhan are signed up for 3 more years, but if the team does struggle a little bit, I think the criticism is going to be heavily slanted toward the front office.
Yes.
It's not going to be – Bob Melvin isn't going to have to get a lot of that. Where, last year was probably pretty split more towards Gabe and then Farhan. But this year, I think it would be heavily slanted toward Farhan in the front office, not putting the right team together, because I don't know how they'll go about this offseason, but I guarantee you they're not going to tell you what they want to do like they did last offseason, because when that's another mistake. Like, I got to help these guys out some. It's like, don't say what you want to do, because that's what everybody expects you to do. Like, I understood it when he said we're going to be aggressive. Like, that doesn't mean you're getting anybody. It just means you're going to be aggressive in going after people. But people perceive that to mean, well, we're going to get somebody. We're going to get somebody. No Judge, no Correa. And then they looked at the team and go, well, what would happen? You're going to go out there and get somebody. You're going to spend money this offseason. And they're not going to spend money just to spend money. Like, they're not going to do that, and I wouldn't suggest they do that. It's a dumb way to go about business. But when you set the table, and then everybody shows up, and they thought they were getting steak, and they get like a deli turkey, you're like, well, this sucks. Like, what are we doing here? It could be the best deli turkey of all time, and it wasn't. But you're not going to be happy. So you just go about your business. We know what they need to do. Every Giant fan knows what they need to do. They need a more exciting roster. They need a better roster. They need 3-hole hitters they don't platoon for. They need more pitchers. Everybody's sick of the piggybacking. No one likes the platoon. Like I said last year, you want to do the piggybacking, or you want to do the bullpen, whatever you want to say, however you want to call it. Once a rotation, one time through the rotation, or once every other time through the rotation, that's fine. When you're starting Breby in back-to-back games, you have problems. And they did have problems, and it worked out well for them last year, so they didn't receive the flack until it didn't work out well for them last year. It was great early on, and then it really crashed and burned, which, it didn't take a Nostradamus to figure out that, hey, these guys might get worn out by the end of the year. Maybe this isn't going to work, and it didn't. And again, I always say when you're platooning your 3-hole hitter, you have problems. Well, they did. You can't. 3-hole hitter should not be a guy that's platooned for. It should be, you know what? We have a guy in the 3-hole. Like, you look at all the teams that are left that are playing, that were playing, and now in the World Series. They have guys they put in there. Like, you're our guy. Guess what? Martell, you're our guy. Carroll, you're our guy. Walker, you're our guy. I don't really care who's pitching. You're our guy. Texas, Simeon, you're our guy. Seager, you're our guy. Garcia, I think I go up and down that roster, but that they need more of those type players. That it's like, here's your spot. This is where you're hitting. You don't need to look at the lineup card every single day. If you're not playing, I'll come to you and tell you, hey, I'm thinking about giving you a day off 2 days from now or 3 days from now. Not a lineup card. Oh, damn, I'm batting 7th, or I'm not in the lineup, or I'm batting. No, that you want to do that with 6, 7, 8, 9, or 7, 8, 9. Okay, I get that. But it can't. It was everybody in the roster was up for grabs last year. Like, literally everybody in that lineup was up for grabs. You couldn't. I can't think of one guy in that lineup that could just show up, put on their uniform, go out and play, and know where they're batting and know where they're playing. It didn't happen. So it can't be mathing the game is part of it, but it can't be all mathing the game. And I think the 107 wins gave them a little bit of a false sense of security. And it gave them a little bit of a security blanket and a little bit of a window where they're in everybody's good graces. But what we all realized, and some of us realized fairly quickly, you were somewhat fortunate to get the years out of Posey, Belt, and Crawford you did. Those were like out of the blue. Those dropped out of the clouds. No one saw those coming at all. And then literally every decision they made worked. Every decision they made worked. Go to the bullpen, that worked. Go to a pinch hitter, that worked. Call up a guy from the minors for a week, that worked. Like, everything fell into place for them that year. And they were fortunate, so they just have to get more dudes, period.
The hardest part about the second half of last season was you turn over the lineup and you are praying that Wilmer Flores is coming to the plate. And you don't know if Wilmer Flores is going to be the second place hitter, the fourth place hitter, the seventh place hitter on any given day. You don't know if he's going to be playing third base, second base, first base, DH, or even in the lineup, because Wilmer Flores was supposed to be a part-time player. And so now you are begging for at-bats from a guy who was slated to play 100 to 120 games a year. That was the shape that the lineup was in. So I'm all with you. The Giants bring in Bob Melvin. It's step 150, as we addressed at the beginning of the show, in turning around this roster. But like you said, if this does not work early, the heat is on Farhan Zaidi, who now has the security of 3 years, but I don't think that's really 3 years. I think he's signed for 3 years, and if things don't work out according to plan in 2024 and the Giants do spend money and they do follow through on their intention to pursue Yamamoto and some of these big free agents this offseason, then they're going to, once again, be bigger picture questions about this organization that kind of need to disappear after the last 2 off seasons.
Let me ask you this. I don't know the answer to this, and you might have a better understanding of it. The ownership keeps saying that money isn't an issue. Like they Farhan has said it. Like they haven't told him, look, here's what you have to do. We know they'd like to stay under the salary cap. That teams don't like to go over it. 2 years in a row, and that's not just the Giants. That's like the Dodgers. That's the Yankees. Even the big spending teams don't feel like giving money away. Like they don't want to be over the salary cap like multiple years in a row. Even in basketball, the same thing, because you get crushed if you do that. But if you have a chance to win a World Series and be a champion, you'll do it. Teams will do it if they feel like we have a great chance to win this year. But it's not like the Dodgers are out there. The Dodgers lowered payroll this year in hopes of getting Ohtani this offseason. But how do you think it works? Is it, Farhan and his group that say we don't need to spend the money because we can do it this way and save you money and be efficient with what we do 1 through 40, Again, I'm not going to quibble with 40 through 25 or whatever, 40 through 20. They're really good. They're really deep, maybe deeper than most teams at that level. But I'm sorry, when it comes down to it, it's like 1 through 10, 1 through 15. You better be pretty strong if you're going to win a World Series. So do you think it's him saying, hey, don't worry about it, I can get it done efficiently, we can do it this way, I don't need the money? Or is maybe we're not getting the full truth that the ownership is like, yeah, we don't want to spend that money. And hey, if you say you can do it that way, that's fine. If we don't have to spend it, we won't spend it. Like, because it bugs me when they get lumped in with Tampa Bay sometimes, like, oh, they do it like Tampa Bay does it. And look at what Tampa Bay's been able to do. And I'm like, but they're not Tampa Bay. This is a team that could be top 5 in payroll any year they wanted to be. I mean, they have that type of money, those type of resources, and it's getting a little old to see a team who should be, or at least could be, in the top 5 not be. Now, if they signed Correa last year, that would have changed things, and I acknowledge that because that they had an agreement there, and they went out and spent a lot of money to get Correa. Just didn't work out because of the medicals, so I can't hold that against him. People say, well, free agents don't want to sign there. Well, he did. He actually did want to come here, so I still think they can get free agents, but how do you think the whole money thing breaks down there?
Yeah, I don't think they have as much money as they once did. Okay. I really don't.
Okay.
I think that you look when Farhan Zaidi took over, and I think he inherited a payroll that was brushing up against the luxury tax when Bobby Evans was the general manager in 2018. It was like $209 million, and they haven't come close to a payroll like that. It dropped down to $170. I think it was close to $180, and then last year it was right around $190. And if they sign Correa, that's $26.5 million, I think, was going to be his annual hit because it was spread out over 13 years. You're probably not looking at signing Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto. You might get one of those guys. You may not sign Taylor Rogers at the back end of your bullpen. I really do think the Giants have more fixed costs or more of a fixed idea of what their salary cap should be than ever before. And Greg Johnson alluded to it. You know, we're comfortable going up over the CBT once, but if you're not going to be comfortable going up against it, you're not going to be competing with the top 4 or 5 teams every year in terms of what these teams are spending. And so that's why I commend a club like the Rangers for saying, hey, we lost 100 games, we lost 94 games, we're just going to spend our way out of it and do whatever it takes. And yes, they developed, they got Evan Carter, they brought up Josh Young, but you still have to spend, you still have to hit on these guys. And that's where I question the commitment because, look, you may have wanted to spend on Correa, but it didn't happen. And so until you bring in those guys and prove that you're going up over $200 million, we are going to be skeptical of what the product is going to look like. So let's ask Sean Estes about it on the other side. Maybe he has some insight into what the Giants' payroll should look like. He's taken some paychecks from them through the years. So on the other side, Sean Estes is going to join Tom Tolbert, myself, Kerry Crowley, filling in for Adam Copeland. You're listening. KNBR 104.5. 680, the sports leader. Giants legend Buster Posey joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the excitement around the hiring of Bob Melvin as the team's new manager. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, we are awaiting the arrival. He's not going to show up. The phone pickup of Sean Estes. Yeah, Sean, if you're there, is Sean there? We do have Sean. No way, Sean.
I'm here.
There's no way, Sean.
I am here.
There's no way Sean was going to stiff us twice. That just was not going to happen.
Yeah,
not going to happen.
I wished I could say I stiffed you once, but it wasn't my fault.
I wish you could
too. My son
too.
took off with my phone yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah, well, he didn't know it, but he took off with my car. He came in, surprised me from college yesterday because his brother had a birthday.
Oh, nice.
So he came in, and he didn't have a car, so he took my car. I had my phone in my gym bag, and he had no idea. So he left for like 2 hours. I couldn't get a hold of him.
Where's he go to college?
Anyways, I was panicking. He's in Alabama, going to the University of Alabama.
Really? Tuscaloosa, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
How about that? Have you been to
a lot of SEC kids? A lot of kids going to the SEC schools from out here in Arizona these days.
Huh.
And I don't know. It's kind of a trend that's happening.
Very easy to get into.
Is that right? Yeah.
Hey, Tom and I would know. Tom and I would know.
No. Kerry would know. He went to ASU. He absolutely would know.
No, you're right. The acceptance rate is definitely very high right now. They're trying to attract more kids from the West Coast, which just blows my mind because it used to be if you grew up in Arizona, you went to U of A or ASU. Those are your two big options, and you guys would know. You went to both of them, and then my wife went to ASU as well. But now they're starting to jump ship. You know.
Yeah.
Tired of the heat, I guess. I don't know.
The interesting part about ASU is the acceptance rate is actually over 100%. I don't know how. Yeah. It's like 102. Much like the
I didn't
weather.
know that was actually possible.
Neither did I. Well, you know what? It's ASU math, so there you go. It all makes sense now. All right, let's get to the business at hand. Just give us your initial thoughts on Bob Melvin and the Bob Melvin hire.
Well, I'm pumped about it. You know, I actually had him as a manager.
That's
here
right.
in Arizona in 2005 for a year, so I got to see firsthand, what he's capable of doing at the helm. So, and I was hoping that it was going to happen. You know, there was rumors that it was going to happen, and then all of a sudden, Preller said that and they were going to be back again, and then I caught wind that they were going to allow him to interview, and as soon as that happened, I felt like that the writing was going to be on the wall.
Yeah,
and it did. I mean, it happened within 48 hours from the time that he was being interviewed. They mentioned him being interviewed to get in the job, so that was definitely number one on Farhan's list of targets out there. So I'm pumped because I just I love the guy. He was one of my favorite managers to play for. He's I've met him, but I met him before that. Obviously being an ex-Giant, a Bay Area guy, crossed paths with him in the past, and I just love the way he ran a clubhouse. Just a fun manager to be around, and one of those guys that you can trust. He's just very consistent with his players, and there's not a lot of conditional treatment. Where you'll have managers, and you've played obviously NBA, Tom, but you've had coaches. We have managers, and it's like if you're doing well, they're your best friend. But if you're not doing well, they try to pretend like they're your best friend, but you can kind of tell, and sometimes you may even be ignored, right?
True.
And it ticks you off as a player, right? And it's very conditional, and you can't be that way as a manager, and you can't be a manager that's going to throw you under the bus either to the media, and you can read between the lines a lot of times. When managers do that, they may not call you out individually, but you know who they're talking about. So Melvin's not a guy that's going to do that. So he's got a lot of respect from his players. You heard the word integrity yesterday from Greg Johnson during his press conference, and I think that word gets thrown out there kind of loosely at times. But I mean, he's the ultimate integrity guy. A guy that's honest. He's fair. You know, he's just a good dude. So, and he's got very strong moral principles. So, those are the type of guys you want to play with. Now, does that translate into, you know, World Series championships? We'll have to see, right? But it's a good start.
Sean, how does a manager kind of create the culture in a clubhouse? Like, what transpires? Is it the coaching staff he brings in? Is it the conversations that he has with, you know, the long tenured players at the outset of his tenure? What does a manager do to kind of reset the culture, which is what the Giants are talking about right now?
Oh, without a doubt, a lot of it has to do with the coaching staff, because the manager's the guy that goes out there. He's captaining ship, right? So he's writing the lineups. He's going out there. He's managing it in game. Bob Melvin's not one of those guys that's getting, you know, he's not very hands-on, meaning like he's not going to have a lot of team meetings. He's not going to, you know, he's going to allow his veterans, his leaders to police the clubhouse, right? But the culture is going to be, you know, created, you know, based on accountability with him, you know, and I think really that's why, you know, you have to have a guy like him that comes into this clubhouse. You have to have a guy that already has a track record, has a resume, that has respect from the players already based on really what he's accomplished. And I think the biggest thing he accomplished was, you know, he won in Oakland for a long time. And I think that carries a lot of weight, because, you know, if you think about the teams that he had, you know, he didn't have a lot to work with, obviously financially. They did a really nice job of developing players, but a lot of young players that he had to manage. And I think when you can win with the roster that he had, where you don't have a lot of star players, you don't have a lot of high salaried players, you know, sometimes that can work to your benefit. But as a manager, you have to learn you have to find a way to get the most out of those players, right? And have them all pulling from the same rope. And he was able to do that in Oakland for 6 out of 11 seasons they made the postseason, on teams that just didn't have a lot of respect coming out of the gate, out of spring training. No one gave him a chance. And I think that, to me, he already has that respect and that, you know, coming into it. So the culture is that, you know, he's a winner and he's a great communicator. And he's going to be consistent on an everyday basis. And he's going to, what I liked about Bob, you know, so when I was in 2005 with the Diamondbacks, I had about 10 years in, or eight years in. So, yeah, I was probably, you know, I think I was probably the veteran of the rotation at that time. We had Russ Ortiz and Brandon Webb and a couple other guys. But what he would do is he would pick a guy from the rotation, pick a guy from the bullpen, and pick a couple players, everyday guys, his veteran guys, and he would, you know, he would confide in them. He would bring us in individually, and he would talk about, you know, what's going on, the state of the clubhouse. How's Russ Ortiz doing right now? Like, if he had a couple bad outings, you know, he would say, where's his head's at? You know, where's his head at? And then he would, you know, he would talk to me or talk to Luis Gonzalez or Craig Counsell or Tony Clark, and they would go and talk to the players, right? And he allowed them to police the clubhouse and lead the clubhouse. And then every once in a while, if the team was he didn't like what was going on the field, you know, he'd have a team meeting and hold people accountable. So I just like the way he did that. But I love the fact that he allowed his veterans to run his teams. So, you know, that to me is what the culture is going to be. And then on top of that, you know, he's a guy that just, like I said, he's a good guy. He's consistent. He's got a lot of integrity. So those are the type of managers that you want to go out and play hard for, right? They just, for whatever reason, and Bruce Bochy was the same way. Dusty Baker, when I played for him, he was the same way. They all did it the different ways, but they just had a way about them that you wanted to go out there and win for them and play hard for them, and you don't want to let them down, right? Because they were so fair and they were so honest about, you know, how they felt about you, and they knew when to give you a hug and knew when to kick you in the butt. So, you know, that to me is the culture that he'll create with the Giants.
Sean Estes joining us. Always nice to talk to Sean, talk a little baseball. This is one aspect, signing getting a manager, and I think we're all in concurrence that there was a really good hire and sets himself up next year. But how much of this for you is about the manager? I think it's a part of it. I've been saying it's great. I love the hire. But if they don't upgrade the talent, it's not going to matter that much. I mean, they need a talent infusion on this team, whether it's free agents or, the more rookies, not more rookies, but rookies coming up and playing a little bit more this year. In your mind, how much of that is really priority number one, getting a better roster?
Without a doubt. I mean, you're right. What do you only have, Bob Melvin can work with what he has with his roster, right? And obviously last year, Gabe Kapler didn't have enough talent to win, and that was evident. What I do like is some of the young guys that we got to see last year, guys that you can actually, you can feel a lot more confident with coming into spring training. I also like the fact that, you have a manager that has respect, not just within the States, but throughout, he has respect worldwide as far as he's managed a lot of the Asian players. He's managed a lot of Latin players. And, now obviously, with free agency, and there's some Asian guys that are out there that are pretty high profile free agents. He's a guy that you're going to look at the manager who's managing the team when you make that decision, along with a lot of other things, right? Along with, the ability to win, the city that they're in. But you can check the box off as far as a manager. No one's not going to want to come play for the Giants because of the manager. And not to say that was the case the last few years, but Bob Melvin just has the credibility already. And all you got to do, and I know I was a free agent a bunch, and now by the time you're a free agent, you played at least 6 years in the major leagues. So you have a friend or more on pretty much every team in the major leagues, or a friend of a friend. So what do you do when you're talking to those teams? You call that guy. Hey, what's the manager like? What's the coaching staff like? What's the city like? What's the culture in the clubhouse? Now you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about anybody saying anything negative about your manager, right? He's a guy that guys want to play for. So, I think that holds a lot of weight when it comes to free agency. And, especially the couple of the Asian kids out there that they're talking about that are young. I think there's a lot of value to having Bob Melvin as your manager. So that's where you're going to maybe get some talent. You're also probably going to have to get creative if you're Farhan and trade for some talent. But without a doubt, they need better players, or it doesn't matter who your manager is, right? You can only push so many buttons. But I do like some of the young guys that we saw last year, and I think that, based on what they're saying, they're going to continue to try to win, and it's win from the get-go, and they gave Bob Melvin a 3-year deal to try and win, and Farhan a 3-year deal or an extended 2-year deal to try and win. They're going to give him a 3-year window here. And, so they're going to go out and get the players, and hopefully – hopefully they'll get creative enough to where they're not afraid to trade some of their youth, for some established major league players that can help this team win. But, without naming names, but we saw a couple of these young guys, I think, that can be, future studs, to go along with some of the guys that are already in place. And then you have some money coming off the books after next year too, where you can make another splash free agency. So I think this isn't okay, next year, maybe not next year, hopefully next year, but I think they're looking at this as a 3-year plan to really hit the ground running and have sustainable success.
Yeah, I think, Sean, there's a lot of excitement right now, especially after Melvin's press conference and the way he talked about wanting to be a member of the organization again after playing here. I wonder from your perspective, yesterday Buster Posey is not at the press conference, and for good reason. He can't overshadow everything, but he comes on KNBR this morning talking to Murph and Mac. A lot of people have listened to the interview already. They're excited about the way that Buster is very involved in decision-making. Bob Melvin said that he talked to Buster before signing on with San Francisco and that Buster will play a role in the organization. A lot of people at the highest levels of the organization have now said that Buster is increasingly having influence in their decisions. What have you heard about the way that Buster can impact this franchise right now, and maybe, how an ex-player's perspective can benefit that front office?
Well, there's not many ex-players that have a stake in the team, right? So he's coming from a completely different position. It's not like one of those guys that he's assistant to the GM that's around every day. It carries a lot more weight when you actually have a stake in the team, right? And he's your owner. He's now the guy that's helping sign your checks, which is a completely different angle to come from. And I think it's probably a little bit more difficult for Buster to actually have relationships with players, maybe more so than a guy that is in uniform from time to time. because there's definitely has been a divide in the past between players and owners. There has been a lack of trust in the past, and I think it still exists a little bit. But I think Buster's a guy that can bridge that gap because he's just removed from the game. He obviously has a lot of respect within the game of baseball, and especially in San Francisco. And so, and he's obviously done it all at the major league level. I mean, obviously Rookie of the Year, MVP, won some world championships, and just the way he's gone about things. He's a smart guy. He's a smart baseball guy. So I think it's invaluable to have a guy like that. I mean, it's very unique. Not many organizations have that. I don't think any of them do. I mean, Derek Jeter did a little bit with the Marlins, but it would be almost like if Derek Jeter went into ownership with the Yankees, right? He could actually create that bridge between the players and the owners. So I think having Buster in his position, I think it's huge for our organization moving forward. And who wouldn't want him to be into decision making? I mean, because he's already proven that he knows what it takes to be a champion, but he never did anything wrong as a player, right? He always was a stand-up guy. He was always in front of the camera when the team wasn't doing well. He was the face of the franchise. So he a lot like Jeter, didn't do anything wrong. So there's not much negative you can say about Buster. So I think that, I think he'll be a nice bridge between owners and players moving forward.
Is there anything, and I think a lot of the changes, differences between Melvin and Kapler are going to be behind the scenes in the clubhouse, that sort of thing, but tangible things that fans can see on the field. Is there anything you can look at and say, I think this will be a little bit different this year with this Giants team?
Well, I think, Melvin already said, and he said it yesterday, and I saw it firsthand, and this is 2005, so this is prior to analytics really getting involved in the game. But, now that it is playing a huge part and Melvin's been a manager through all that transition, he's definitely more receptive to it. But I think to his core, he's more of an old school manager. And, Phil Garner was one of those guys that he managed under, or that he was his bench coach under, and a guy that he kind of formed a part of who he is as a manager this day. And Phil Garner was as old school as they get. Old school, and I mean this, I mean this, people throw around the old school term all the time. What does that mean? Well, it means you put a guy in a position and he stays in there for the whole game. You put a starter out there and you want him to finish the game ultimately, right? It's, you play baseball to win. You play small ball when you have to. You have a 2-strike approach. You play hard. Those are kind of all the things, right? You have everyday players. You don't have, there's no line change like we saw, right? It's you go out there, you put your best, 8 on the field that day. You see how deep your starting pitcher can take you into the game, and you try to win a game, try to manage it to win. But now, obviously with analytics involved and certain guys especially starting pitchers, you saw it with Blake Snell over in San Diego, that he wasn't a guy that he did throw a bunch of pitches, but he wasn't a guy that went really deep into games. So you monitor that. I mean, you find out that we got to put these guys in the best place to succeed for sure. We can't allow them to fail. It's, we have to try to win games. So, but I think what we won't see as much is the platoon situation, right? Yeah. And I also do think we'll see less openers, maybe none, hopefully. Hopefully, yeah. So you're going to have a 5-man rotation, and I think they're set up because they have a lot more depth in the rotation next year. And they may even get deeper with the additions this offseason. So you're hopefully going to see 5 guys in a rotation, and you're going to see more everyday players. You're going to, Luciano's an everyday guy. I think you can stick him at shortstop. Obviously, Haniger in left field. If Conforto opts in, he's a guy that you can play. Yaz is an everyday guy. So Tyro's an everyday guy. So now you're seeing more guys that you can get more consistency in your lineup. You can go out there and try to win that way. And I think there'll just be less moves within the game. That's all. I think that's really what it comes down to. I don't think, personality-wise, I don't think that guys didn't go out and play hard for Kapler last year. But I do think that the clubhouse culture will change with Melvin, right? I don't think that – I felt like last year the guys got a little too comfortable with losing. right? Where, there wasn't ever a sense of urgency. It was just you create that culture of it's okay to lose. Now, no one wants to come to the yard or the arena or the stadium every day, which is tons of pressure to go out there and get it done. There's already enough of that, right? You don't want to create that type of tension within a clubhouse. You want to create more of a relaxed atmosphere. But then there is a time where there has to be that, okay, enough's enough, all right? And who's going to step up? Who's going to be our leader? And I mean, back to Buster, he was that guy. He might not have been vocal, but people are going to see how he reacts in those situations, and they're going to follow suit. But I think that's where you're going to probably see more of a difference in culture between the two managers, and that there will be more of a sense of urgency, when things aren't going as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Sean, as always, it's a pleasure catching up with you, and let me offer you my apologies for even questioning your integrity for the show yesterday. That was rude of me, and I apologize.
Well, no apology necessary. And I didn't hear what you had to say yesterday. But,
no, we didn't say anything yesterday.
Maybe you did bury me.
I wanted to say I wanted to say it to your face. No, I knew. Look, I don't really care that much. I knew you probably had a good reason, so I knew you'd come on when you had to. But anyway, I should have known. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bury your son. Is what I'm going to do.
Please do that. Yeah. Please do that. He needs it.
Thank you, Sean.
To be humble.
Here you go.
Right,
appreciate it, man.
Thanks,
have a good
Sean.
one. Oh man, good guy. Always enjoy talking to Sean. He's a fun dude. Good to see him on the broadcast. All right, coming up, we're going to continue on. We'll take a few more phone calls. Well, not phone calls. We didn't take any phone calls. I can take more phone calls, dummy, and no calls. So we will. I don't know, Kerry. What the hell we want to talk about coming up?
Good question. Maybe 49ers, maybe Sam Darnold. I don't know. We can go anywhere, Tom. This is your show.
Oh, we got Steve Wilkes. Do we have sound? Have we, maybe not. I don't know.
Who knows?
We'll figure it out. I know Shanahan.
Heck of a sell. Stick with us, folks.
Stick with us. It's going to be an amazing next segment right here on The Sports Leader.
San Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Tim Ryan joined Papa and Lund today for a full hour to review what happened to the 49ers in Minnesota on Monday night, how they were bound against the Bengals, and what happens if Brock Purdy can't go. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Thanks so much for joining us, Steve. Tell us about unfiled tax returns.
It's a real common problem. And sometimes it's just 1 year. Oftentimes it's 5 or 10 years, and sometimes more. The number one reason people don't file returns is just simply they didn't have the money. And then they make a mistake, they don't file the return. Then the second year comes around, they say, well, how are they going to file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. It then becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. And another major factor is people don't have their records, they don't know where to get them. What we do is we'll contact the IRS and the state for you, get all the records they have on you. We'll file all the returns that you need to file, no matter how far back we have to go. And then if you owe some taxes and you can't pay it, that's okay. We'll make a deal, and most importantly, we'll give you back your normal life.
Thanks so much, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I know there's a lot of questions about the call right before the half, so I definitely want to address that before I move on to Cincinnati. Take full responsibility for that call. I have to do a better job in putting the guys in a better position. We have good players. I know that, and can't really press the issue, And with that, moving forward, it's my responsibility to do that. So I wish I could take it back. But again, I gotta do better.
49ers defensive coordinator Steve Wilks just coming out in front of it before the questions get asked of him in today's press conference. Says he wishes he could take that call, the blitz before the half back, which Jordan Addison scored on the should-have-been interception by Charvarius Ward. Tom, not often you hear a defensive coordinator coming out and saying that.
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's much else to say about it. Right? When somebody comes out and says, I screwed up, what are you going to do? You're going to continue to hammer somebody? I mean, he screwed up. It can't happen. It shouldn't happen. And I did. Derek found the quote for me. It was Shanahan talking about him losing track of the time. And I mean, there's just a number of things that can't happen there. And just, I don't know why they happen, but they can't happen. There's only 17 games, and you can't have a coaching decision.
That can't happen.
Thank you, Tim Kirkson. I don't want to say it led to the loss, but it certainly didn't help. It put them behind the 8 ball there going into halftime. So, again, I don't know what else there is to say. They screwed up. They know they screwed up, and you move on. So it just, there it is. I think I was with everybody else when you saw what they called with 16 seconds left. It was why? Why? Oh, it looks like it's going to work out. Oh, it's not going to work out. Oh, that sucks. It's not good. So I don't know. Do you have anything else to add?
Not really.
Yeah.
I think what's interesting is we were talking about the Giants earlier and talked about Bob Melvin and how nothing will matter unless he has better players. Well, Steve Wilks just admitted he has great players. Mm-hmm. We know that the 49ers defense is loaded with talent, and now it's on those players to make up for the 1 to 2 coaching mistakes that might happen during the game. And so this week against Cincinnati, Nick Bosa's got to get home. Yep. Javon Hargrave's got to get home. Charvarius Ward, if a ball's up in jeopardy like that, he's got to come down with the ball. Fred Warner's been sensational this season. Dre Greenlaw, when healthy, has been outstanding sideline to sideline. But the bottom line is this 49ers defensive front has got to get home. This Cincinnati Bengals offensive line can be exposed. It's been porous at times. The Bengals got off to that slow start because they couldn't protect Joe Burrow at all, and that has to be the difference this week. It's not going to come down to, is Steve Wilks bringing 4 or is he bringing 5 on this play?
Well,
that's not what's going to decide.
The interesting part of it, Kerry, is the time before where Ward and Addison tussled for the ball.
Yeah.
Ward did come up with it. It's like he came up with that one. He just didn't come up with the one at the end of the half. I will say this. That's what you want to hear. Like if you're a player, if you're a defensive player for the 49ers, that's what you want to hear. You want to hear your coach just throw himself on the grenade and say, that was my bad. I got really good players. Like taking all the blame. off them. I guarantee a Ward will say, well, whatever, I should have caught the ball. There's no way I should have let that ball get through my arms. Like that's what happens. Bad teams, everybody points a finger. Good teams, everybody takes responsibility. Even if it's not their responsibility to take, they take it. And in no way am I saying it's not Wilkes'. It is his responsibility, absolutely. But a lot of times people will try to deflect or dodge or we're moving on. Just own it. Just own it and move on. And that's it. How did you handle that as a reporter when somebody came out and you had your questions ready to go and you're like, why would you do this? And what was the logic behind this? And then they just come out and before anybody gets a chance to ask a question, just say, look, I screwed it up. This is why I screwed it up. This is how I screwed it up. And I shouldn't have done that. How do you handle that? Do you still feel like that? Is that enough? Or do you feel like, well, I got these questions. I still want to ask a couple of them. Like, how do you handle when it's kind of already been answered?
It's actually really hard because you're kind of going to get grilled if you don't ask a follow-up. People are going to say, oh, you let him off easy, you just made a statement or whatever. But there's nothing really else to say. He's already said his piece. And so I remember vividly being in the New York Mets clubhouse when Mark Melancon just threw a freaking meatball and got one blasted off of him. And we're going down there, and it's like, his fourth blown save in his fifth try. And we get down there, and you almost don't even want to talk to him because what's he going to say? I left it over the heart of the plate to the one guy I couldn't leave it over the heart of the plate to. And he just looks so depressed. I felt so bad for the guy. I never felt bad for players. They're making millions of dollars. They've got this incredible job. They have the position that everyone wants to be in. And yet at that time I was like, I don't think I have anything for this guy. He looks like he needs to be in witness protection right now. I mean, this is seriously some depressing stuff. And so there's that situation. I remember the best player to ever do it was Derek Holland when he was pitching for the Giants because he was so bad at times.
Yes.
He would come out and he would say, I suck today. I was horrible today. And you're like, oh, okay, man, I get it. But yeah, you get some guys like that, and I always appreciate it more than having to go up to a guy, what led to blowing the save in the ninth inning for the third day in a row?
Yeah.
Why did you strike out 5 times tonight? What was going so wrong for you at the plate? Because those questions are terrible. When the guys just admit it, it's more fun. So,
look, there's going to be people that that's who they are as people. They want confrontation. Mm-hmm. They want you to grow people. They want, I don't know how many people over the years have got on me for like, oh, you got to get into him. You got to ask him the tough questions. I'm like, what do you want me to ask him? Like, I come at it from a different standpoint, but I just kind of like brush all those aside. I'm like, look, I'm just trying to find out information, try to find out somebody's thought process. This isn't Philly or New York, okay? It's not going to be that type of, but I know people want that. Like, I don't know why they love it, why they feel like you can hold, like some people feel like you can't hold somebody accountable unless you raise your voice. Like you can't just ask a normal question and get information that way. But that's the way it is, and I've learned to kind of just say whatever.
Yeah, you got to ask more.
Whatever's the best word, whatever.
You got to ask more, would you fire yourself questions. Do you deserve to be fired for your job today? Yeah. So on the other side, Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach. Tom will take you the rest of the way. Crowley in for Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. You probably heard by now the IRS is receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners. In case you haven't, let's say your IRS monthly has run its course and you didn't renew the subscription. I'm here to tell you that, look, if they're receiving billions, they're going to get those billions back somehow. So if you have any issues when it comes to your taxes, or you just want to avoid issues, meet with Alex Kugelman. You can set up an appointment with him, get a consultation. I talked with him when I was doing my taxes, just doing regular taxes, but really easy, very knowledgeable, very personable. This is what he does. He'll get you a game plan for getting out of the potholes. Get a fair and honest assessment of your tax and crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com or just Google Kugelman Law. That's Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction results.
faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys. Yes, sir!
Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by Nick the Greek. We welcome you to our house. Come taste the difference of our delicious local Greek flavors and become a fan.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Cope's out. I am in. What is going on, Coach?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Tremendous. You're yourself?
I'm doing all right. They don't get you like a backup wingman or anything? They just make you go solo?
Well, every once in a while, you just do. I'm an employee. I do what I'm asked, Kyle.
I got you. I get it.
I don't want to belabor. I don't even want to get into the Steve Wilks thing because he addressed it. He said he screwed up in that situation, and you addressed it. So, I mean, I don't know. There's really nowhere else to go when you say, look, we screwed that up, and that was a little bit of a mess. The only thing I wanted to clarify, because I thought I heard you say, and I don't want to say it without getting it from you, but you said he lost track of the time a little bit?
No, he didn't lose track of the time. It's just doing the how many yards you need, how long does it take to get that.
Got it.
And, we didn't want to give up a next 20-yard explosive where they could kick a field goal. Their kicker had a big leg and stuff. Mm-hmm. And what was the best way to not give up 20 yards? I have no problem with the zero blitz in that case to not give up 20 yards because the guy has to get rid of it. Now, in order to do that, everyone's got a zero, and that's where we messed up. Someone didn't, so Kirk had time to throw it. But where it was off, you could do that with about 18 seconds because you can go up there and clock it and time it out. Stuff that I've done a lot on offense. So you know how much time it takes, and it would have been really hard for them to do that with 16 seconds. So it was unnecessary to do it. We still need to execute it. But the kid ended up making a hell of a play, but we did. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, to me that was like, that's what I was going to ask you was. And I'm sure you weigh all this stuff out, risk versus reward. And as I was watching it, it just seemed like the risk didn't kind of it didn't kind of balance out what the reward was. Because even if let's say you sack them, you're going to get the punt and you're going to kneel on it anyway. So I don't know. Do you look at things like that? Like, what's the risk here? What's the reward if we are successful?
Oh yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm. And I mean that's why it's ultimately up to me. I mean I heard that and I should have called a timeout and changed it. So, but I didn't. So that's what happens. But things lead up to that, and there's two 3rd and longs earlier in the game. Well, there's 1 3rd and 12. There's 1 2nd and 24 that Kirk was able to hang in there and get an explosive while getting hit, and was really doing really well when we wanted to send pressure on 3rd and long, and those I think led to that. It's like, all right, we're not going to sit back and give him a long 20-yard gain. Let's make him get rid of it and just tackle him. Yeah. And so I don't mind the thought process on that. But if there's 18 seconds left, that might be different. 19. Yeah. But 16, we didn't need to do it.
Got it. I remember Nick Bosa saying last year that every once in a while you'll walk by the defensive line and needle them a little bit about what they're, hey, no sacks. I thought this would be a good week to walk by them and go, the best defensive line in football, huh? Okay. All right, there we go. I hate to be too hard on them, but I guess I expect a lot out of that defensive line, and that's kind of the identity of the team. That's the resources you guys have poured in to the team, and that's really, I think, when this team is clicking, that's kind of who I look at and go, that's you guys run the ball, you're physical, but the defensive line is just nasty. They get after people, and they just really haven't to the level that we expect in watching them. Do you kind of feel like, I don't know if saying they lead the way is the right thing to say, but I feel like when this team's playing well, they're playing really well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's how we've built this, and that's what it starts with for us on our defense. And when our linebackers can cover so much of the spot and zone, and that quarterback's got to take a second hitch and go, because number one's never open because our linebackers are always there, and then they got to take a second hitch and go to either check down or out to number 2. That's usually when our guys get sacks and they go off, and you got to mix that up. And sometimes we got to pressure, sometimes we got to play some tighter man, but that's usually the basis of our defense. And yes, we got to do better and get more pressure on the the quarterback, but it's not just all at that position. There's times in that game that we're going to hit Kirk, but number one was open. And when you got a quarterback who's not going to miss number one if they're open, you're not going to get a sack. Because if you can plant and take a hit, it doesn't matter how quick you get there if number one's there. And that's also, there's times where I think we did get there in the game and Kirk took some hits, but number one was open so he could get rid of it. And then there was times where he got to number three in a progression, and that was the time our rush wasn't there. And so that is the ones that I will challenge the D-line on. Be like, hey, you guys are too good, man. You guys got to get there if that quarterback takes the second hitch and has to go to number three. And that's really what it is, just as a defense as a whole, timing that stuff out right. So I can pick a number of clips in the game and give the D-line some positive things throughout the game. Same with the 7 guys in coverage. But when you show them together, the D-line needs to do well when the coverage is doing well, and that's how you really make a quarterback sit there and start watching the rush, because they realize that keeping your eyes downfield is not worth it because the guy's not open and they're getting hit in their I don't want to say their face, that's illegal. They're getting hit in the between the shoulders and the above the waist area.
Yeah, no one gets hit in the face without a referee calling it, Kyle. You know that.
That's right.
We talked about Purdy the last couple of days and what his availability may or may not be. And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it just either he's in protocol or he's out of protocol? That's how they set it up. There's no gray area. If he's out of protocol, he can play. If he's in protocol, he can't play. So that's what it is, isn't it?
It's exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's actually real simple for us. I mean, it's tough in terms of the protocol stretches throughout the whole week, so you never know for sure. But there's all these stages they got to go through, and if they pass everything and they have no symptoms and stuff, then they usually pass and you're good to go, and there's no issues. And if things pop up during the week, then they don't pass and they can't go, and there's no discussion. So you just wait and you see. You got to always have plans for both because you never know how they're going to end up. But we'll find out sooner than later.
Yeah, and they set it up that way so you wouldn't have to make the decision, so the athlete wouldn't have to feel like, I'm letting my team down, so I got to get out there and suck it up and play. This is exactly why they set it up this way, so there's no gray area. Either he passes or he doesn't. He can play or he can't play. What are your expectations if he can't play? What are your expectations from Sam Darnold?
I'll be excited for Sam to come in. I mean, Sam has done a lot of good things since he's been here. He looks great on the practice field. Got to play with him in a couple preseason games. But when you go into an NFL game with someone for the first time, there's always some newness to both of us, just feeling it out, feeling with the team. But Sam's played a lot of football, and when he gets in out here, he's got such command, got a ton of confidence. The guys around here, they believe in him a ton. They're amazed with how good he is throwing the football and stuff, some of the throws he makes on scout team, what he did throughout training camp. And if his opportunity with us for the first time is this Sunday, he'll be ready to go, and our guys will be excited to follow him.
Talking to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us weekly throughout the course of the year. Let me go back to defense because I forgot to ask you one question I wanted to ask you. We talked last week about certain plays being really big plays that may not happen at the end of the game. They may happen early on in the game, and I wanted to get your thoughts on a play. It was after the McCaffrey fumble. It was the next possession by the Vikings. You guys had him 3rd and 12 at the 9, and they brought in Hawkinson to chip on Bosa, and then they just forgot about him. He just caught the ball and ran straight ahead for 13, 14 yards. I thought that was a massive play because if you get the ball back, you get good field position, and maybe you pick up right where you left off before the fumble, and then they go down and score on that drive. I mean, what happened in that one? Because it shouldn't have been that easy for Hawkinson just to catch it and run 12 yards for a first down.
No, definitely. And again, I'm starting to think, like last week, you're in some of my meetings because when I reviewed the film with the team on Tuesday, and I said anytime you're in a one-score game, it's going to come down to 3 to 4 plays, and I actually think this is play number 1 of those 3 to 4 plays, and I think it was play 6 in the first quarter. But when they got a turnover, we got a turnover, and we were going to go down and capitalize it, but cancel it out when we had the turnover, and we got after them on first down. I think they had a negative 3-yard run. They had an incompletion on second down, and you got them in 3rd and 12 and a half there, and we play some soft cover 3 that should make them check it down, and we go tackle them, and it's always going to be 4th and 2, and they punt. And Kirk looked to the left. Usually our defense, when he's looking to the left, is going to start to squeeze in from the right, and we just didn't get that. Guys were off a little bit with their eyes, and when you got one guy off in zone, there's a little loose area there, and that's why Kirk was able to hit his check down in stride going forward, and he was able to run after that, and then they marched all the way down on the field, and they got a 3rd and 2 verse in zone also, and that's where he got the touchdown over the top there in the red zone. So it was a few things like that I think led a little bit to the end of that second quarter, but that was one of the big ones that not only unlocked that whole drive, but also dictated a little bit how we played third down going forward.
All the games are important. There's only 17 of them, but this one feels like maybe even a little bit bigger. You're coming home. You've lost 2 in a row. You got the bye week next week, but 5-3 and 6-2. I know it's only one game, but it seemed like it'd be such a huge deal going into the break. 6-2, like, okay, we're back on track. We'll win a football game, take a week off, and kind of get refocused on the second half of the season. Does this one just feel like, I hate to say they're more important because there's 17 of them. They're all really important, but I don't know. It just feels like there's something a little extra about this one, how it would be nice to kind of right the ship a little bit and say, okay, we got that. Okay, we played well. Now we're into the bye week.
I think in the NFL, anytime you lose 2 games in a row, it's a huge deal.
Yeah.
When you lose 3 games in a row, I can't tell you how miserable it is.
Yeah.
So that's why you feel that way, and of course that's how we feel that way. But the reality is, there's a 17-game season.
Yeah.
So yes, we feel that way. We've lost 2 in a row. We lost our first one for a while, and we want to do everything we can to get a win this week, and especially going into a bye week. The guys, going on these 2 East Coast trips, coming back here on this short week, it feels like we've crammed a bunch of this stuff in, and we got a little rest ahead of us. So just knowing that, talking to the guys and everything, we got 3.5 hours to give it all we have, and all that matters is finishing those 3.5 hours and being 6-2 at the end of it. And then we can kind of go rest up a little bit, let our players get away, get their legs back and everything, get their minds sharpened up, and come back here and make a run. And when we come back, if we have to make one at 5-3 or 6-2, I don't see much of a difference in that personally, just because we feel we can deal with any scenario.
Yeah.
But I'm damn sure I want it to be 6-2.
No one wants to go into Halloween 5-3. They want to go in 6-2.
Don't want to mess up our trick or treating or anything.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure that's it's probably, I don't know, how old are your kids? Are they trick or treaters still?
My youngest daughter is 11, so I feel like this is my really last one probably that she's really into it. My son is he's 14 and he acts like he's going, but then he just wants to ditch us and go probably get into trouble with his friends. So and I never get to do Halloween because it's in October.
Exactly.
So for it actually to be on a bye week this week, I'm pumped about, because I can spend some time with my daughter on it, which will probably be her last one.
Yep.
I always enjoy just putting on a mask and just hanging out with her all day. So it'll be cool.
Well, tell your son, a 14, because I still know 14-year-olds at trick or treat. They come to our neighborhood and we have our house all decorated and everything. Steve Young makes fun of me, but we love Halloween, love decorating it. Kids come up, and the 14-year-olds will come up, toward the end of the night and stuff, and they'll put on a baseball hat. Who are you? Buster Posey. I'm like, bro, you got to try harder, okay? I mean, you want me to give you the good candy? At least make a little bit of an effort. So just tell him if he wants to get candy, you got to make an effort for a costume. You can't just put a hat on and go, or put a tie on. I'm a stockbroker. Get out of here.
If anyone sees my son without a costume, do not give him candy. Do not. I keep telling him he's not going to get it, then he tries to prove me wrong. So I need some help with that.
All right, before I let you go, what was your best costume, or you think was your best costume growing up?
Oof. The one I enjoyed the most was freshman year in college, being Tyler Durden from Fight Club. That was, and I don't know if it was such a good costume, but it was just fun to kind of pretend and go into that character for the whole night. It was a fun time.
Do you carry soap in your back pocket?
No, I didn't go full, but I loved that movie in college, and he was a pretty cool character.
No, it was a great, great movie, no doubt about it. Hey, best of luck. See if we get a W. That'd be great before the bye week, Halloween, all that stuff. It'll make trick-or-treating feel a whole lot better. So thanks a lot for joining us, Coach. It's always fun talking to you, and we'll look forward to talking to you in a week or so.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it, man. Head coach of the 49ers, Tyler Durden. I bet you he went. I bet you he went no shirt too. Kyle probably went no shirt, just like rolling around campus. Who was Ed Norton? I don't even remember his name, to be honest. What was Ed Norton's name? Maybe. Well, he was Tyler Durden too, right? They were both Tyler Durden, weren't they? Yeah. No spoilers. It's like 30 years old. Jeez, when did that movie come out? Sorry, is it too soon? Too soon to ruin Fight Club for you? Meatloaf was in there too, by the way, R.I.P. But if you want to see Meatloaf, is that who it was? Bob? Meatloaf was Bob. Yeah, that was it was a good movie. Absolutely. Thought the ending was really stupid because that just would never happen. You're not going to beat yourself up. Oh, sorry, I ruined it for you. All right, coming out, we'll continue on. Dr. Bob is going to join me. We'll break down a few college and pro football games. Then Steve Young, 4:50. Then Steve Kerr, 5:30. So we have Dr. Bob, and then we got about an hour of Steves for you right here on the Sports Leader.
– 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy did take the field today, but he did not fully practice as he is still progressing through the NFL concussion protocol. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
By the way, this is Bon Jovi's best song. This is the best song. Some of it's overrated, but it's actually a pretty good song. But I hate the fact we keep replaying it over. Dun, 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 dun. God, it gets irritating. Shut that off. We're going to talk a little college and pro football with Bob Stoll of Dr. Bob Sports. Oh, Yakety Sax, one of my favorites. You could go to drbobsports.com. I always tell you guys, you can find a lot of good stuff on there, a lot of free stuff, and a lot of informative stuff that can help you with your handicapping. drbobsports.com. Bob, what is going on?
Doing all right. I see you're on edge today. I hope I don't irritate you. I'll do my best.
No, I'm not on edge at all. I don't think so. I think I'm okay. Oh man, how was your?
Just get that stupid song from repeating.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
How was your country concert? Or not country, your pop, or I don't know what the hell they were.
Well, it was. God, now I'm forgetting.
It was a couple Fridays ago. It was something that ended in band, like the something Mac Brown band. Zach Brown?
Zach Brown band.
There you go.
Yeah,
the Mac Brown band.
The Zach Brown band. I went with my father-in-law is a big fan, and my wife is, and she took a girlfriend, and about halfway through the concert, I was like, I'm out of here. I'm tired. Like, I work till 2 or 3 in the morning every morning, and I wake up at like 7:30 or 8 every morning. Ugh. So I don't get a lot of sleep. So I'm like, I gotta go. So I took an Uber home to finish out the concert.
That's how good it was. Fantastic.
Oh, it was good. I mean, Zach Brown band is good. Like they're sort of like a Dave Matthews kind of.
Okay.
That you can't really pigeonhole them. They're not really country. They're not really rock. It's like
it's something. Is what it is.
Something.
It's not the Mac Brown band, is what it is. The Mac Brown band would be completely different. Is what that would be.
Yeah, they just spent all their time whining about getting more votes in the AP poll. I'm still pissed about that. Because Cal got screwed out of the Rose Bowl years ago.
Yes, they did.
Because Mac Brown cried to his fans, and a bunch of his cronies dropped Cal to 10th in the final poll and dropped us from 4th to 5th. Like, what?
Yeah.
I hate that guy.
That was robbery. That was definitely robbery. There's no doubt about it. All right, let's get to a few college, and we'll get to a few pro. And a couple of these are kind of themes I like to look at this time of year. I have no idea. I didn't look into it. Numbers wise, I might get into that a little bit tonight or tomorrow, but I'll give you 2 that I like. Clemson, North Carolina State. I like North Carolina State here. I wish I would have got the 10. I'm upset. I was like, I'm going to wait and see, and now it's like 9.5, 9. I like NC State, and for this reason, they're good enough defensively. They're going to be at home, but mainly I'm playing this, Bob, because Clemson is like toast now. You lose to Florida State, you still kind of have a chance to play in the ACC title game and then maybe go somewhere from there. Now that is over at this point. I don't know that they have anything to really play for. Maybe you'll correct me. Maybe they have a chance, depending on who wins, who loses, they can still make it to the ACC title game. But I just see Daubers being down and maybe not, because they should have. Looking at it, they should have won the game before the game started, and then they should have lost the game after the game started. Van Dyke didn't play, and they still went out there and beat Clemson.
And Miami still got screwed out of a safety. Like,
yes,
how is that
did.
not a safety?
Yeah, no,
my God.
I totally agree with you. I'm done with.
I had a bet on Miami.
So did I. Of course I did. Of course I did. Yeah, Miami games give me an indigestion. So if I bet them, I'm not going to watch them from now on because they're hard to watch.
Yeah, maybe that's the best.
What do you think about NC State here?
Well, you might be right that Clemson, their goals are national championship. Mm-hmm. And going into the season, I was like, no effing way. I had this team ranked 13th in my ratings, which I thought, that could even be high because their offense has been nothing but below average to average in 3 seasons since Trevor Lawrence left for the NFL. They don't Dabo does not Dabo does not like the transfer portal. And the talent is not what it used to be, especially on offense. The defensive system is still good. They have good defensive players, but offensively, it's dried up. The receivers aren't as good as they used to be. Running backs aren't as good as they used to be. The quarterbacks certainly have failed. The system is a little bit archaic. I mean, look what DJ Uiagalelei's done at Oregon State. I mean, he was terrible for 2 seasons at Clemson, and he goes to Oregon State, and he's throwing the ball all over the field. I mean, their system's not good. I mean, so they're average on a national scale offensively, which is not good for a Power 5 team. Like I said, they still have a good defense, but NC State, mostly bad this year. Okay. Brennan Armstrong came over from Virginia. He was terrible at Virginia last year, and I thought, well, maybe that's because he had a new offensive coordinator. We'll reunite him with his old offensive coordinator. Here at NC State, everything will go back to Brennan being an all-star. Not the case. Brennan was terrible after 5 starts. They replaced him with M.J. Morris. Now, this is an upgrade. M.J. Morris has been a little bit better than average at quarterback for NC State and gives them a chance, at least offensively, and the defense is not good, not bad, but good enough to hold Clemson to somewhere in the 20s. So based on everything for the whole season, 9.5 or 10 is the right number. But with M.J. Morris at quarterback, that's an upgrade, and I have Clemson the math has them by 7.2. Okay. I would lean with Clemson, and there are some 10s popping back up. So you could still get a 10 if you wait around, I think. And there's still a few. If you search around, you might be able to find them.
Yeah, all right. Maybe I'm gonna wait for that. And let me give you another one that kind of falls under that category, USC at Cal. I get another home dog here, Pac-12 home dog. Cal hasn't been great this year. Utah just crushed them, but Utah is a completely different animal than USC. They play a completely different style than USC, and USC had high hopes going into this year, and now they've been dashed. I mean, they weren't dashed against Notre Dame. They were just crushed against Utah, and the way they lost that game, another brutal loss. Now, got to pick and their defense stinks. And now they got to pick themselves up off the mat. They don't have much to play for anymore. And then go on the road and play against a team where they're laying 10.5, 11 points. I like this one even more than I liked NC State. Like, I like NC State, but I like Cal getting 10.5, 11.
Yeah, from a technical perspective, I think you're right. In general, there is a trend to back this one.
Okay.
Teams that start the season 6-0 or better, and then lose back-to-back games, are just 32% against the spread the next game going back to 1980 as favorites. So it's not a huge sample size, but it's a big enough sample size that it's worthwhile. And the sample size it was around 100, but that's 32 and 68 or 33 and 69 or something like that. So those teams tend to, it's kind of the air out of the balloon, sort of like, and it's emotional games. I mean, it's Notre Dame and Utah. Notre Dame's a big rival. Utah's been the Pac-12 champ the last couple of years. These are big games, and they had to be emotionally up for both of those. And now, how do they fill their emotional tank again is kind of what I'm asking. If that's not the case, then Cal could be in trouble because USC's offense, they're averaging 45 points a game. Cal's defense stops the run well, but their secondary's been terrible. They're giving like 65% completions, 7.5 yards a pass, a play. I mean, their best defense has been bad. USC, if they're focused offensively, and it's hard not to focus offensively because offense is fun, they should score 45, 40, 40-something points. It's just the defense has been a problem, and USC's defense obviously is not good. Now, Cal has gone to Mendoza at quarterback, and he's been good. Fernando Mendoza's been good. I mean, he's played against Oregon State and Utah. Oregon State's a good defensive team. Utah's a very good defensive team, and he's completed 62% of his passes, 6.3 yards per pass play, and he's run it 8 times for 83 yards. So he's made a difference at quarterback, and I think they're going to stick with Mendoza the rest of the year. So there's an upgrade offensively for Cal's Mendoza. And even though Cal's got the reputation of being a bad offensive team, they've really only struggled against good defenses like Utah and Auburn. When they've played mediocre defenses, they've scored pretty good. I mean, they've scored 31 points or more in 4 of their 7 games. And so their median scoring is 31 points. So it's only against the better defenses that Cal's had trouble because they can run the ball a lot. Mendoza's proven to be pretty solid passing the ball, and he can run it too. So I think they're going to be able to score too. I hear what you're saying about USC letdown, and that is something, and Cal is 12-5 as a home dog under Wilcox. The math, without the situational stuff, the math comes out USC by almost 12, 11.8. Okay. So there's not value there, but the situation favors Cal, and if I were to bet it, I'd probably go with the over. I mean, the total 66.5, but I see something like 41-31 or something in that neighborhood. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Got it. 41-31 works for me. All right, Tennessee, Kentucky. Kentucky ran into a buzzsaw a couple weeks ago in Georgia, the first team they had to play that had talent this year, and they got smashed. And then Missouri came to town and beat them, and now they're at home against Tennessee. While I don't love Milton, I think their running game is a little underappreciated, and they outgained Bama last week. That one got away from them. Started the second half. I don't know how you let Milrow. That's what he does. He, like, scrambles a little bit, dumps it off, and then he chucks it deep. And the fact that, like, people, like, don't always have a safety deep when he's playing surprises me. But anyway, he got behind the defense, and then the floodgates just opened. Tennessee didn't recover, but they did outgain him. They moved the ball. They had some issues down near the scoring zone, but I'm not, like, Tennessee, I think, has been exposed a little bit the last couple weeks, and I like Tennessee here. I think it's like 3.5. There have been some 4s, kind of bouncing back and forth, 3.5, 4. I know there's 3.5s out there, but what do you think about this one?
Yeah, it's mostly 3.5 now. As you know, I gave this out on Monday morning at -3 when it was -3, and it's gone to 3.5. I think it's where it'll stick. It could go back to 3, but I think 3.5 is where it's going to stick. Kentucky, you're right about being exposed. All they can do is run the ball. I mean, they're averaging 7 yards per running play. The quarterback is terrible. I mean, he's averaged around 6 yards a pass play, but the teams they faced, 6.0 yards per pass play. The teams they faced would allow 7.0 yards per pass play to an average quarterback. So he's been about a yard worse than an average quarterback. And overall, offensively, they're just about half a yard per play better than average offensively, even with that elite run game. They just can't run it against these good defensive teams if that's all they can do. And what happens a lot, they either bust a big play running the ball or it's 3 and out. So they're only averaging 55 plays per game on offense because there's a lot of 3 and outs. It's boom or bust for this team. And when they face a better team like Georgia 2 weeks ago, Missouri last week, those are the only two, like not even like the 5 teams they faced at the beginning of the season were bad defensively, not even mediocre, bad. Now they face Georgia and Missouri, and they cannot move the ball. Yeah. And they're off. They averaged 240 yards per game the last 2 weeks against legitimate defenses. And Tennessee, as much talk about their offense the last couple of years, this year it's the defense that's been really, really good. They're only giving up 4.6 yards per play. They face teams that would average 6.1 yards per play against an average team. 1.5 yards per play better than an average team is very, very good defensively. So they're really strong defensively, and this is just another team that, unless Kentucky gets a couple big run plays, I don't see how they compete in this game because their defense is not that good. Their pass defense is mediocre. Their run defense is solid, but overall they're much worse than Tennessee's offense. I mean, Tennessee is going to grind out at least 24, 27, 30 points. I mean, how is Kentucky going to get past 20? I just don't see it. So I think Tennessee's a really good bet here.
Got it. Before we move on to the pros, I'm going to sneak one in on you. I didn't plan on it, but I got to ask you about my Wildcats. They're getting 3.5 against Oregon State, and I didn't really think much of their chances going to Washington State after that all-out effort, double overtime loss to SC, which we both said they should have gone for 2 the first time they scored, just to eliminate all the stuff after that. But be that as it may, they lost. But it was a hell of an effort. You lose it, then you got to go back on the road up to the Palouse. And for those people that haven't been, it's not an easy place to get to, by the way. And then they just mopped them. I think it was 44-6. Like, I was like, my goodness, they actually look pretty good. And now they're at home off a bye, I believe, playing Oregon State. And getting 3.5, it was 2.5, went to 3.5. I was a little surprised by that. Maybe I'm missing something here because I do like Oregon State a lot. I got a lot of respect for the team, the coach, but it just seems like Arizona's playing their best football of the year. 3.5 seems like a little too much, but I don't know, maybe not. How do you see that one?
Yeah, it's funny. I thought Arizona. I thought the same thing. I was like, getting 3.5. That seems weird. So I looked into it, and I liked Arizona at the beginning of the season. We bet the season win total over for a second straight year.
Yes, exactly.
And their losses have been what? Overtime on the road at Mississippi State.
Yep.
They only lost by 7, I think, to Washington.
Yep.
That's a great
31-24.
And then overtime USC.
Yep.
They have been. I mean, they could, if they win in one of the 2 overtime games, then they're already cashing my win total, I think. But but Oregon State, like you said, they're good on both sides of the ball. They're very good offensively, a little boom or bust. But the running game is very good. And the pass game, like I said, big plays in the pass game. So they run the ball and they run the ball and they run the ball, and you sneak up on the run, and then they go play action and beat you down the field. So their offense is very, very good. Arizona's got a good defense. Last year they played a lot of young players in the second half of the season, and they're a good defense this year, but they're not nearly as good as Oregon State's offense. And the other side of the ball, obviously, it doesn't matter who's quarterbacking apparently for Arizona.
Yeah, exactly.
They've been just as good with the backup, and maybe even a little bit better the last few weeks. They scored 40+ points back-to-back games. Now they've had the week off to get ready. They have an advantage over Oregon State's defense. I think it's going to be kind of in the shootout range. And the math came out, Oregon State by 2.5 in the range of like 31-29-ish. So I haven't dug in and done the final details, but I kind of just looked at it and went, that is closer to the line than I thought. So I just kind of moved on to other games. But I'm hoping Arizona wins, obviously. As
absolutely.
You are.
All right, let's get to the NFL. Let's get to a few divisional dogs, which I enjoy. We'll start with Denver against Kansas City. I know Kansas City this year, the offense isn't the story. Really, the defense is the story, but they're going to be without Nick Bolton this weekend, linebacker, who's been really, really good for them. Denver should have lost the game in Kansas City by about 3 and ultimately lost by 11, not covering by half a point. But it just seems like 7.5. I know you released it at 8, maybe even 8.5. But I know you like this play, but 7.5 still a play. I mean, I still like Denver at 7.5.
Yeah, it is, but I think the line is mostly 7. I do think it might.
Okay.
It's 7 and juiced.
Okay,
so
got it.
In between 7 and 7.5, you might be able to get 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, these two teams met on Thursday night a couple weeks ago. The thing about Thursday night games is the team with the talent advantage tends to cover the spread. So favorites tend to do pretty well on Thursday nights because of the short rest. The opposing coach, you can't scheme. There's not a lot of scheming going on in a short week. And so the better team, the more talented team tends to do well in those games. So favorites tend to cover on Thursday nights. But now Sean Payton has some time to game plan a little bit more. And Sean Payton has been a coach in the NFL a long time. And when he loses games, he usually does pretty well the next time out against the same team. In same season revenge games, Payton is 15-4-1 against the spread, including 10 straight spread wins. Wow. So let's see what Sean Payton comes up with here. I like the matchup a little bit for Denver's offense as well here. Denver is a good running team. They're 4th in the league in yards per carry, 5.1 yards per carry. And Kansas City's defense ranks 31st out of 32 teams in expected points added against running play. So they're terrible against the run. And Russell Wilson is a much better quarterback, like he was in Seattle when they had a good run game. So I think the offense is going to be able to work against Kansas City. It couldn't work it was a 30-mile-an-hour gust when they played that Thursday night a couple weeks ago. You really couldn't play your whole game plan, and then you could sneak up on the line and put an extra man in the box to stop the run because you weren't going to be able to throw the ball down the field in the wind. So I think that this sets up a lot better for Denver's offense. Kansas City's offense is not as good as it's been in recent years. Like I said, the defense has sort of been doing their thing. Denver's got a terrible defense, but they can't possibly be as bad as they've been. So I do think there's some regression to the mean. And speaking of teams with horrible spread records like the Broncos have, I think they just covered their first game of the season last week, tend to do really well this time of year against teams with winning spread records. And then Kansas City's coming off, an impressive win last week against against the division rival, and teams that score 30 points or more and allow 21 points or less at home one week are not good bets as road favorites the next week. The Niners found that out a few weeks ago in Cleveland, and that's a negative spot for Kansas City this week. And Peyton's good in revenge. So it's more of a technical analysis play, more of the situation. I like Denver for a play here.
Got it. Let me talk another division rival. You got Philly and Washington. Washington getting 6.5, 7 at home. And this is another one where what's the last thing we saw? We saw Philadelphia administering a beating to a really good Miami team and looking good doing it. And then you had Washington losing to the Giants. I don't know how many people actually saw that one, but they're aware that it happened, and everybody thinks the Giants are just terrible. I actually think the Giants are a little bit better with Tyrod Taylor behind center than they are Daniel Jones, but be that as it may, they still lose to the Giants. So I think the thinking is here, why wouldn't I take Washington? Why wouldn't I take Philly? They just beat Miami, and these guys couldn't even beat the Giants, and now they got to play Philadelphia. That's as good as Philadelphia looked, by the way, in my eyes. That was like their most complete game of the year. And now going to Washington, can they replicate that? Hurts looks like to be maybe a little bit hobbled. Washington took him to overtime earlier the year in Philadelphia, and Philly ended up beating him. But coming off the Giants loss and Philly coming off the Miami win and now going on the road, I like Washington here.
Yeah, I like Washington too. It's the same situation. Philadelphia with an impressive win over Miami, now going on the road favorite, division game, not a good spot. And Washington actually nearly beat Philly the first time in Philadelphia. But it is revenge, and they actually apply to a pretty good home division revenge angle. So the situation certainly favors Washington. I wouldn't say there's line value here, although it is at +7 right now, which is certainly nice. It has gone up to +7. But Philadelphia's got a little bit of issues on the offensive line. Lane Johnson, who's an all-pro tackle, has a high ankle sprain. He's really struggled the last couple of weeks trying to play through that. The right guard, Juergens, has a foot sprain, and he's maybe out. So they've really struggled a little bit the last, they might struggle here against Washington's defensive line. I mean, the Washington's got number 1 picks all across the defensive line, and they rank 7th in the league in sack rate. So I think they'll be able to put some pressure on Hurts from a matchup perspective. But other than that, this is just a situation of like you said, they just played the best game of the year, and aren't we great? And Washington's like, oh boy, aren't we terrible? And everybody's against them. It's just the nature of the NFL is contrary.
Yes.
The easier a game looks, the worse bet it usually is.
Absolutely.
And you've learned, over the years, you've learned that following my stuff. Yep. I'm on a lot of these, contrary sort of plays. I had New England last week against Buffalo.
Exactly.
As a play, So, I like Washington here just based on the situation. I think it's just a good spot for them, and now they're getting 7 points. So,
I did want to get to the Niners, but after this one, I wanted to ask you about this is another division home dog. It's only 1 point, but Green Bay. This is another one I look at. I mean, you're buying high on Minnesota. That's the best game they played all year, coming off a win against the 49ers, getting 450 yards in that game. I thought they were a little bit fortunate with some of the turnovers that happened and some of the 49er breakdowns, the blitz at the end of the first half, and some other stuff that happened in that game. I mean, Cousins hasn't played better in this season other than that game. Or I should phrase it, that was the best game he's played up to this point. But Green Bay loses to Denver. I mean, people are going to go, you lost to Denver? Now you're playing Minnesota, and look what Minnesota just did to the Niners. I don't know what the numbers say on this one, but this is like almost a perception game for me that I think people are going to really want to bet the Vikings on this one. And I don't want any part of it.
Yeah, the Vikings, they were in a pretty good spot last week.
Yep.
And I like the model likes the Packers. The model favors the Packers by a couple points, but I like the under.
Okay.
And Minnesota's offense looks great at home in the Dome last week. Jordan Addison, the rookie, stepped up. 83% of his yards, he had a big game last week. 83% of those yards came on in-breaking routes. But Green Bay is really good defending slot routes. They have a linebacker, Devondre Campbell, who's very good in coverage in the middle, and their nickel back, Russell Douglas, is very good in slot defense. So I don't think it's going to be quite as wide open for Addison as it was last week. And then with Jefferson out, the other receivers, KJ Osborne, who averages only 7 yards a target, which is not good for a wide receiver. I mean, Justin Jefferson was averaging 11 yards a target before he got hurt, and that was against mostly double teams.
Yep.
So KJ Osborne's not going to be doing much. So I think in Minnesota, outdoors is Cousins is typically not nearly as good outdoors as he is indoors. So I think they're going to struggle offensively. Not like Green Bay is not going to do much offensively. Yeah. Jordan Love is below average. They do run the ball well, Green Bay does, but Minnesota has the 4th-ranked run defense based on our metrics. I just don't think either team's going to score a lot. The total's 42 right now, and I have 39.9.
Okay.
So I'd rather have the under, but if I'm in a pool, I took the Packers in my pool at Pick'em. So.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I like the Packers here. All right, let me ask you Bengals, Niners, and how much Sam Darnold being under center makes a difference in the line, how much it should make a difference in the line. I'm still not sold on the Bengals. I mean, I had the Seahawks against the Bengals in Cincinnati and kind of felt like I was on the right side, but as we all know, the right side's the one that cashes the ticket. They had 214 yards at home against Seattle. So if you look at that game and think, oh, maybe Cincinnati's headed in the right direction, I would suggest go rewatch that game because maybe they're not headed in the right direction. I saw 5.5 early, down to 3 because they're assuming maybe Darnold will play. I don't think it'll go lower than that. I would love the 49ers if it went lower than that, even with Darnold. But anyway, how do you view this game and what changes for you line-wise and your handicapping if it's Darnold or Purdy?
Yeah, the line is 4, so it did bounce back up from 3.5 to 4. So it's 4 across the board. So you should be able to, have 4 here. And I don't think it may get down to 3 if Purdy is pronounced as out. I make it a 3-point difference. A lot of that is just almost every quarterback. Even Mullins wasn't that bad when he took over for a few games a couple years ago. So almost every quarterback is decent in Shanahan's offense, and Darnold actually is the most talented quarterback that he's had. If you just look at where they were drafted, so it's not like but I still docked them 3 points for that. And the market did about the same. And I come up with, I think there's a little bit of value on Cincinnati. I think that, they're getting, they didn't play well last week. They're getting healthier. And the thing about Cincinnati is they always play their best when it doesn't seem like they will. As underdogs. Their record as an underdog of 3 points or more the last 3 years, 11-0-1 against the spread. And they've won 8 of those 12 straight up. We've seen them in the playoffs. Just, underdog, no problem. We're going to win. Or cover. They either win or cover. 11-0-1 as a dog of 3 or more the last 3 seasons. So even this year, they've covered as a dog of 3 or more. So it's one of those maybe the line's overreacting a little bit, but I think the line is probably fair. I'd probably make it 3.
Okay.
And then you got Cincinnati good as a dog. So I wouldn't be betting the Niners if the line is more than 3. Let's put it that way.
Got it. Bob, thank you so much. Always appreciate your input. Always learn something when you're on the show. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it, man. Dr. Bob. Bob Stoll, drbobsports.com. Like I said, a lot of free stuff on there if you want to go there and read some of the write-ups he has on the games. It is very informative stuff. So coming up, we have NBA Grab Bag. Coming up. Oh, the
NBA grab bag.
The grab bag. I love the grab bag. I'm kind of running the grab bag. The baton's been handed to me. I don't want to screw up the grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Thank you, Shannon. And then the Steves. Young, 450. Kerr, 530. Here on the Sports Leader.
Giants legend Buster Posey joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the excitement around the hiring of Bob Melvin as the team's new manager. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
pull it out, put it in. It's great to be with you, my bud. You got to lotion up your wang. I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody. Ass water. Really? Just fire them off back to back? No context?
NBA grab bag.
All right. It's time for the NBA grab bag. And you know what you get with the NBA grab bag. You get a little bit of NBA, and then you get other stuff as well. All right, hold on a second. I told Tim, I may have lied, that I had the NBA grab bag. Nope. Oh, you know what? Derek wrote on my, I got it. It's right here. I knew I had it in here. It's just I turned it upside down because he wrote my Sam Darnold stats down for me, which I'll get to.
NBA grab bag.
All righty. I guess we're going to talk about the resting rule, the load management rule, are guys going to be sitting out or their teams are going to get fined rule. Like, do we have sound on this, or do I just ask Tom what he? So I just asked Tom what he thinks about it. Tom, what do you think about that? Well, Tom. Great phrasing of the question, by the way. Thank you, Tom. You're awful handsome, mirror, Tom. God, I hate that commercial, by the way. If I got to see that Common commercial one more time, I'm so I just no, Common. I don't want to see you in a mirror. I don't want to see you talking to yourself. No, I see it all the time during sporting events. You know what? I have no idea. It looks like Beal's actually dealing with the back issue. I thought maybe if he missed one of these games, it would be, but he's missed both of them. He's going to miss the Laker game and the Warrior game. So I'm sure if he was healthy, he would play. But looking at the Clippers, I'm looking at every team. How are they going to handle this? Will teams make a financial decision? I want to know what they're going to get fined and exactly how, if you're the NBA, you're going to prove somebody's back doesn't hurt. We always used to use back. I had a lot of back injuries that I didn't really have. We're going to sit you out tonight. You got a bad back. All right. What side? Left or right? Left. Okay, cool. I'd make sure I remember that. Left side, in case somebody asks me. So I have no idea how this is going to work. The intentions are good. Adam Silver is saying, you know what? We're paying you guys a lot of money. You need to play. And you really need to play because we got a new TV contract coming up. And we want to get as much money out of TBS, TNT, ESPN as possible. And for us to do that, you need to play. We get more money, you get more money. So your guess is as good as mine. The intentions are good. Ultimately, how it plays out, we'll see. When the Warriors go on the road next week, play back-to-back Houston, New Orleans, we'll see if the guys play in New Orleans for the first time in a decade. I can't remember the last time Steph Curry played in New Orleans. Maybe I was there for that playoff series that they played in New Orleans. All right. Wondering how the Big Four would do in Boston.
NBA grab bag.
Thank you, Shannon. As they took on the Knicks last night, 108-104 win. Porzingis, the zinger, 30 points, most ever in a Celtics debut. He was really, really good. Blocking shots, hitting threes, hit a big three down the stretch. That's a really good team. I don't know if I'd have felt the exact same way if Drew Holiday wasn't there, but now they got defense on the perimeter. They got defense because Jaylen Brown can play D too. Tatum's okay. Jaylen Brown can D you up. Drew Holiday, really good defender, and Porzingis is somebody who could defend the rim. So we'll see how their bench plays throughout the course of the year.
Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
No, I don't, and I don't think anybody ever has. Fun game between the Spurs and the Mavericks.
NBA grab bag.
Right, Shannon? Absolutely right. No defense being played, by the way. It was just offense all the way. I'm not high on Dallas this year, but Victor Wembanyama, 15 points, 9 in the fourth quarter, 6 for 9 shooting.
69.
Thank you. Appreciate that. They did lose 126-119, but look, this guy's going to be a star. He just is. He looks like he's been in the league 10 years. He's very, very mature. Got held down early, was in foul trouble early, And then again, 9 points in the fourth quarter, hit a 3, hit a pull-up jump shot. He's going to be really, really special. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They're not ready to compete. I like Vassell. I like some of the players they have on their team, but it's just, it's a 35, 32, 33 win team somewhere around there. But he's going to be special. You get another high draft pick and maybe hit somebody in free agency. Spurs could be back, baby. Spurs could be back.
NBA grab bag.
What's a lot of NBA stuff in the NBA grab bag? My goodness. We're just like ripping through the NBA here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
According to Chris Haynes, James Harden went to the airport to join the 76ers on the road trip and was denied entry. No soup for you. He couldn't come on the team plane. Security official said nope. General manager Elton Brand and head coach Nick Nurse spoke to Harden to explain that the organization prefers he accepts and follows their workout plan, which includes staying at the practice facility while the team is away. This is going to be good, and it's only going to get better. God, I love the fact that Morey and Harden are together. They really deserve each other. Really, really. Harden thought that Morey thought that Harden was the guy. Like he's my salvation. He's my efficiency stud. He's going to get to the free throw line. He's going to hit threes. He's everything I've ever wanted. When I dream about an NBA player at night, I dream about him. Hell, when I dream of women at night, I dream of him. I just dream of James Harden. Like, James Harden's incredible. I love this guy. Yeah, James Harden doesn't love you anymore. And when James Harden doesn't love you, I kind of doubt you love James Harden anymore. Because he makes it pretty clear when he doesn't love you, he wants out of town. I still think the Clippers would be a mistake if they traded for him. Apparently, those talks have stalled. They've, quote, backed off of those talks. So we'll see what happens with James Harden. But it's only going to get better.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again?
What? That's not an NBA grab bag?
NBA grab bag.
Thank you. Now we're out of the NBA. Rob Gronkowski. Is there anything more? And I love Rob. U of A, bear down Rob. Big fan of Rob. Is there anything more like kind of than watching Rob tell you coming up at halftime and then spiking like a can, like a little toy cannon that shoots confetti out of it or something? It's like, yeah, I don't know. We should get Rob on though one of these days because I do love Rob. Oh, I know what you mean. Rob Gronkowski's got his own bowl game, which is the most amazing thing ever. I'm guessing it's the one at in LA, right? That was the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl last year. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel Bowl is another Rob Gronkowski bowl. So that is pretty cool. Like if I could have my own bowl game, that'd be high on the to-do list, like bucket list. Like, hey, yeah, I have my own bowl game, the Tom Tolbert Bowl. The LA Bowl announced they will now be named the LA Bowl, hosted by Gronk. And he's, as I said, replacing Jimmy Kimmel. I think last year in the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl was, what was Jimmy Kimmel Bowl last year? Was that like Miami, Oregon State, something like that? I don't know. I probably lost it. I'm sure I lost it.
Grab bag.
Bishop Sycamore is back. Does anybody want him back? Nope. Nobody wants Bishop Sycamore at all. Bishop Sycamore could go away, go to hell, and leave us alone. Not the kids, of course. A phony high school football program exposed on national television as a fraud before becoming the subject of the documentary BSI is in the works to play Life Christian Academy in Chester, Virginia. What?
Life as hell.
Life Christian Academy? The hell is that? It says we're a Christian school. No, really? You're a Christian school? It's right there in the school name. Do you have to tell us that?
Thank you, God.
I just want to let you know we don't worship Satan around here. We're Christians. Really? I didn't think you were Christians. It says Life Christian Academy in the title there. But, okay, go on. We're a Christian school. We believe in second chances, and we want to make this happen, said David Fitzgerald, head coach of Life Christian Academy.
Well, okay.
Thank you, because I will not be watching that game at all. I still cannot believe Bishop Sycamore still has a team. How is this possible that is still a school? Tell me that Joker's not so coaching it. There's no way, right? No, what? He is? Shut up.
Can't happen.
Shut up. He is not. Are you sure? Really? Oh, my gosh. That dude.
My God.
No way. I wouldn't trust that guy to take out my garbage. Are you kidding me? Let alone coach my kids. I mean, there's not a chance. Oh, yeah, that's recycle. Screw it. I'll do it myself. I don't trust you. Dude, it's just taking out your garbage. Yeah, nah, good. I got it. We're good. Give me my garbage. I'll take it out and put it in the cans. Put it in the bins. But that, I'm rarely shocked. I am shocked. I'm shocked they still have a team, and I'm even more shocked that guy is still the coach. You should watch that, BSI. One of the biggest douchebags you will ever see in your life. The former head coach and apparently current head coach of Bishop Sycamore. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to the head coach. I guess I could say that. I'm not going to do this in order because I would have had to backtrack. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, is going to join us at
Dr. Joe.
5:30. But the other Steve, he will be up at 4:50. Steve Young. It's an hour of Steves. Yeah, exactly. What? An hour of Steves? Like, where are you going? You're going nowhere. You get 2 Steves for the price of no Steves, which is always good, Steve.
Well, where are you going to go?
Nowhere. All right, coming up, we can talk to Steve Young in about 15 here in the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If he doesn't play, I do not expect them to skip a beat. I think they will be just fine with Sam Darnold. I have constantly believed that if Sam Darnold was placed on a team that was similar to San Francisco, he would play worthy of that top draft pick. This young man has been weathered. He's mentally been through it all. He's the most talented quarterback physically that Kyle Shanahan has had in that offense, at least since Matt Ryan. So that's 6 or 7 years. Out of all due respect to Brock Purdy, he's a really good player. This offense will be just fine with Sam Darnold.
Dan Orlovsky of ESPN. The one thing I don't want to hear, though, is he has the most talent. That's such an overrated thing when it comes to quarterbacking. Really is. There's so much more that goes with it. Yeah, would you like to have talent? Of course. Would you like to have incredible? Yeah, of course. But we've seen quarterbacks who have incredible talent that just don't make it. Just like we've seen guys that throw 98, 99 in the show that don't make it. There's a lot more than just chucking the ball up there as hard as you can or having incredible talent as a quarterback. That being said, I do feel like they'll be in good hands. Again, they went out and got Sam Darnold for a reason. Kyle Shanahan saw something in Sam Darnold that made him believe that if he got his chance or had to take over, they would be fine. And I do. I believe that. I believe he's going to be fine. I don't believe I'm going to look at the game on Sunday evening and say they lost because of Sam Darnold. You know, always could be corrected, but I just do not believe that's going to be the case. I was giving you some Sam Darnold stuff earlier in the show, and I was not correct on that one. He had 6 starts last season, 5 turnovers total. All 5 came in the last 2 games. So other than the last 2 games, it was really good. So I was right. I just included the last 2 games where I shouldn't have included the last 2 games. 7 TDs, 3 ints, and 4 and 2 as a starter. So he played fine last year. And this is a much better team than that Panther team he was quarterbacking last year. So I shouldn't say I don't have an issue with it. Yeah, I'd like to see Brock Purdy play. Of course I'd like to see Brock Purdy play. He's their best quarterback. But I feel like Sam Darnold is more than capable of going in there and getting this job done. You got McCaffrey. It's not like he has to carry a lot of the load. You have Kittle. You have Ayuk. So they have players. And again, to me, it's going to be the defense. I mean, again, Cincinnati had 214 yards. 214 at home against Seattle. Are you telling me Seattle's defense is better than the Niners' defense? I think Seattle defense is good. You got some really good young talent on that defense, but that's not a defense you look at and go, oh, that's a dominant defense. In Cincinnati, 214 yards. Where do I have it here? I think it was like 40. Doesn't matter. But I think it was like 40 rushing and 160 passing. Like 214 is a ridiculously low number. And they just got snuffed out. We got outgained by, I want to say, 100 yards in that game. Let me get it for you real quick. Yep, they beat Seattle 17-13. First downs were Seattle 24, Bengals 15. Third down efficiency, 5-12. 5 of 12 Seattle, 3 of 11 Bengals. Now Seattle was 0 for 2 on fourth, and I think those came at the end of the game when they were trying to they couldn't kick a field goal, so they had to go for it at the end of the game. But yeah, the Bengals rushing yards 46, passing yards 168 for a total of 214. 214. Seattle forced 6 punts in that game. Burrow, 24 for 35 for 185. That is 5.9 per attempt. That's no good. And Mixon was 12 carries for 38 yards, 3.2. So, Yeah, their offense is still scuffling a little bit. They looked good against Arizona like 3 weeks ago. But they play a good defense, not as good as the Niners should be. Not as good as the Niners are, I don't believe, and got 214 yards. So, yeah, I feel fine. I feel good. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I just feel like they're the better team. Cincinnati still hasn't found their groove. Maybe they won't find their groove this year. Maybe this is just a season you're not going to find your groove. Stella found hers. I don't know if Cincinnati's going to find theirs. And I think it's going to be difficult to find the groove this week. Again, you're not getting a hot team. You're getting them off the bye. Granted. Let me repeat. 214, 214 yards at home against Seattle. Yes, I do like the Niners. All right, coming up. Number 8, the Hall of Famer. We're starting the Steve Hour. Steve Young. And then Steve Kerr right here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Tim Ryan joined Papa and Lund today for a full hour to review what happened to the 49ers in Minnesota on Monday night, how they were bound against the Bengals, and what happens if Brock Purdy can't go. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right. I have no idea who these guys are, but I like it. It's got a little beat to it, got a little rock to it, a little